Another day in beautiful sunny Copenhagen, which means another day for some BLAST rival Counter-Strike. Yesterday we had an awful lot of action going down, and we will have the exact same thing happening today. I'm joined once again by Dupree and Dust Moretti. How you guys doing?
Good. You know, we have another sunny day here. Has it ever happened that it's been 2 sunny days in Copenhagen in a row?
Nope.
It feels like there's like this standing joke that in Denmark it always rains. How do you feel about it?
I've never been here before until now, so I wouldn't know any of that, and I'm just glad that I didn't get fired yesterday. I'm still here, so I call that a win.
You called that a win, you know?
Yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough. As said, we had an awful lot of Counter-Strike happening yesterday. It was fun, it was exciting, and a lot went down. Starting off with Group A, as you can see, the very first game of the day was kind of interesting. We had Vitality taking on Wildcard, MOUZ winning against paIN. You know, it all made sense. Now, the first game that I want to dive into would be the Spirit versus FlyQuest. I think for many reasons, for many different reasons, we didn't really anticipate too much to go down in that game. Spirit got the job done. Dunk got the job done, Zero got the job done, and it was a very dominating performance from those two.
As mentioned, you know, Dunk came in fire. You know, that's what we expect from him. Shiro was also, there was a quick work on the first map. Then obviously we just saw FlyQuest not really figuring out how things wanted to work out for them. So it was a quick one, and we still want to. I'm thinking a little about what Dunk said about this whole special thing they've been working on. So I'm excited to see what Spirit brings to the table with this tournament.
Alrighty, you know, a nice easy win for Spirit. FlyQuest, disappointing or just to be expected?
I think it's to be expected at this point. They're still getting in reps with ENCE as the IGL and Netic as kind of the new riflers to the team. They don't have much practice or reps together, and they've kind of been in this funk for a while. They haven't really defined international results, and you're going up against one of the best teams in the world to open the day. So I think for us, it was more about just making sure that Spirit wasn't attending this event with any ring rust after taking a few tournaments off.
Well, you can see on the scoreboard, it was the Dunk show, it was the Zero show, it was the Spirit show. Not too big of a surprise. Now, the second game was kind of interesting for different reasons. MOUZ versus paIN. I think on paper, everyone had MOUZ winning that game quite easily, but the only game yesterday that went all the distance, all 3 maps. However, last map wasn't really needed, was it?
I think it was great to see that at least that Torsi and Exertion still came up with a high level. You know, I think MouseSpot and Exertion even said himself in the post-game interview that they didn't really feel like themselves. They didn't play their best game. And then obviously the fact that they were in 13-0 in the last one kind of sums up that they know that they did not do the best job on the first 2 maps. So overall, thinking that MouseSpot came out here winning is very important. They want to go here and show that the fumble they had in Melbourne in the semifinal was just a one-time show.
Does disappointed in MOUZ, or is it okay to sometimes lose a map?
Yeah, I mean, I think Inferno is actually just one of those maps that they've had issues on at different periods of time with this lineup. So I think it was almost map specific in a way. And so, no, I'm not really concerned yet. Obviously, they have a big match ahead of them today, and that'll tell us a lot more about them.
Spoke to Big Rosero. He said they haven't practiced Inferno. That was the first time playing Inferno together as a team, and they ended up winning against MOUZ in that game. So I'm a little bit worried on behalf of MOUZ. Anyway, third game of the day, Vitality versus Wildcard. I'm going to be bluntly honest right here. No one, as in absolutely no one, expected Wildcard to do anything. They were okay. You know, there were certain rounds that got competitive. Again, 13-7, 13-6. As expected, I guess.
What can you expect? Like, you know, Wildcard go up against Vitality. You know, Vitality is the team to beat right now. You know, they're playing great Counter-Strike. They have this streak going on. They just want to cement them as being one of the best teams ever to have played Counter-Strike. You know, it's hard to go up against them. You know, like Wildcard, they tried, they definitely did. But, you know, overall, going up against Vitality, it's just going to be a very hard.
It's your region, Dust. Are you okay? Are you satisfied with Wildcard?
It's my region. There's only like a couple of North American players on the team. Look, we do what North America does best, import players. All right, that's all I'm going to say. Huh?
Soccer Counter-Strike?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I mean, that's the whole thing. So, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you essentially entered a tournament and you have to start it in nightmare mode. Like, you have to play against Vitality, the open matchup. So, a little bit tough. Definitely expect to see a little bit more out of them today.
I wonder what the tariffs are of those European players and if they're going to be more expensive in the future. Anyway, we'll see about 25%
is the best I can do.
Falcons versus FaZe. On paper, the most interesting game as of yesterday. Falcons, they're looking good, Peter. They're looking like a proper top team all of a sudden.
They are playing great Counter-Strike. You know, it's quite impressive to see what Monesi has already brought to the table. You know, a lot of people were coming in saying, you know, they just won their tournament with the Dexter. You know, how is this pressure going to rise on Monesi? And you know, he doesn't seem to care. He just plays his game. You know, he's like, people talk about that he's been taken out of jail somewhat in G2, you know, coming to a team that he actually enjoys playing with, you know, reuniting with Nico, getting a lot of good vibes from that one. Obviously, CEST is also stepping up, but the overall feeling of Falcon is that they are playing as a top 4 team right now, and that is very justified. And I think, you know, the game against FaZe yesterday also showed that they play really great Counter-Strike. I'm still disappointed in the FaZe clan. I think they fumbled extremely hard on the answer one, losing some incredibly bad rounds.
Yeah.
So overall, that they didn't get it to a third one and making it a little bit more competitive is you know, is still a bad sign for FaZe.
Speaking of imports, Dust, we took your best player out of NA, we brought him into Europe, and it's not working out.
Not his fault.
Not his fault?
No, I mean, I think he's been playing really good Counter-Strike. He's doing the job that they brought him in to do, which is being a guy who creates space, being a guy who can get the opening kill for you. And I think he has served that role really well. I think the bigger issue is that the team just doesn't seem to gel in those tense moments. Like, they have really good openings to rounds. You can see their mid-round philosophy looks like they have the right idea about what they want to accomplish, but something just crumbles in those, like, really key, like, 2-on-2, 3-on-3 situations in the late round where it just seems like something's just not clicking with those, like, little micro movements and like little quick decision-making moments. Like, there's just a disconnect there in those tense situations. And you would have thought by now they would have had enough reps to kind of break past that paradigm, but they really haven't, and that is very damning.
I think it's fair to say there's a lot to be desired when it comes to FaZe Clan. What I desire is quality Counter-Strike, and we have an awful lot of that at hands for you guys today. Falcons will take on Team Spirit later today. FaZe will play an elimination game against FlyQuest. MOUZ Vitality, #1 versus #2 in the world. Very good game in hand, but before all that, we're going to dive into our first game, which is going to be paIN versus Wildcard. Now, paIN is a team that came into this tournament with no practice whatsoever. They officially stated we practiced 1 day with our new roster. DTT came in, had a great debut yesterday, did a wonderful job showcasing us that maybe there's something for the future, but we gotta manage our expectations. A team with only 1 day of practice going into a tournament like the BLAST rivals, that should be tough on paper. However, they're playing Wildcard today in a matchup that I consider on paper to be more or less 50-50. I don't see a clear favorite in this one. So for Wildcard, they can come in and feel we should win this game. For paIN, they can come in and feel we should win this game. So where do you guys see this one unfold?
I think paIN right now is the favorite. You know, I think they are a team that, yes, they haven't had that much practice. You know, getting a win, or at least a map win against MouseSport yesterday was good for their confidence. Also, and for that we mentioned that they didn't practice. I think they're a team with a lot of young guys on, so obviously they need to figure out things. So also the interview with the NQC, you know, they just need to have more time. They need to play more because it's hard to like put a finger on what they need to work on specifically. It's more like an overall thing. But going up against like a team like Wildcard, they probably also expect themselves to be a better team than them. You know, they have made good results a couple of months back. Yeah, they've had a slump by maybe not having the roster that they believe in, but I'm kind of comfortable about this one going into this, that they feel like they are the better team.
It's two teams that are not that familiar with each other, does they only ever played once against each other, and for Wildcard's sake, do you think that's a comfortable thing, that they can go in a bit in the dark, or would you rather be, you know, more well-known, more well-poised to go up against a team like paIN?
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, just to kind of go what you're talking about. You're talking about the 13-11 nuke match they played at the Shanghai RMR in a best-of-1, and obviously paIN had a little bit of a different roster with, you know, DGT just coming in for this tournament. So, like you said, not really much head-to-head, which makes this matchup hard to call. You know, you kind of pose the question. Both these teams come into this thinking we should be able to win. Who do you think's the favorite? You know, I would have to say paIN has the better resume. I think that's fair. Like, they've at least shown us potential to get deep runs. You know, we saw it at Blast Bounty when they had a top 8 finish. They did the same thing in Cluj. So at least we know they're capable of bigger heights, and some of their players are capable of being consistent star players, or at least high-level fraggers to some degree. Whereas when I look over at the wildcard side of things, unfortunately, they just haven't really pieced together like a big offline performance, except for one, and the one that was most important. They had a really good run at Shanghai. Like, I got to give them huge props for that, and everyone does. They did great in the RMR. I think they got further in the major itself than most people would have probably anticipated they would be able to do. And what I really like about them is I see them always trying new things at the very least. Like, they don't get complacent. Like, they're always trying to get better, and you can see it's very apparent. And I'm just kind of, you know, rooting for them, that they can kind of keep that work ethic, and hopefully it develops into something.
I want to throw a name in. Yeah, they kind of have to, you know. I want to throw a name into to the mix right there. JBA, I consider him to be the potential star player of Wildcard. We've seen it before. We've seen it in glimpses. Maybe not consistent enough. And then there's this whole thing, Peter, with online versus LAN. Obviously, his online stats are much, much better, but you also get to play a lot of domestic games. You play NA, etc., etc. Whereas for online, it's not looking that great for him. I know you're not a big fan of that comparison, and why is that? I
don't like the whole online or phrasing thing, because that's something that's very much used within the game when someone is actually performing very well and he's sitting in his own bedroom, you know, drinking his Coke Zero. He gets to feel like comfortable. When he gets to LAN environment, he gets maybe a little bit more nervous. You know, there's a lot more on the stake, and the teams are also better. Like, I think this, like, especially for a young guy like JBA, when he goes into a tournament, there is probably something in his mind that says, okay, I've been performing well at home. I also want to recreate that going to a LAN event. And, you know, that is sometimes, I mean, that is very natural. I think everyone has done that. It's a very hard thing to do when you actually don't accomplish it, because let's say that you go to the event and you actually play well. You think, oh, this is just how, like, I'm playing at home. But if you don't get it, that's like a mental humble you sometimes need to get over. And in general, I think that the whole idea about being better at home and coming to to be better at a LAN event. You know, it's something that takes time. It's something you need to develop into, and it just takes time when you're a young guy.
The only way to gain experience is by being exposed to it. Is essentially what's going on here. Now, I've heard the phrase that JBA could be the next big thing coming out of NA. There's not a lot of big things coming out of NA. So is that truth? Is that the case? Does he have the potential to be potentially the new Elise or the new superstar of NA?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the Americas region, when MOUZ made that giant leap from M80 to G2, and we saw how well he performed last year, we were kind of wondering who could the next guy be for the Americas region to do that. And, you know, people thought maybe it could be Lake over at M80. But JBA is the other guy that I think a lot of people had eyes on. He certainly merited getting this call up to this team. I think he was playing very well in the level that he was at. And so he's making that linear progression that you expect. And, you know, Dupree really hit on a lot of the things that is going to be a challenge for a player like this, you know, stepping into a tier 1 environment, playing a higher level of composition, being on LAN. They just started playing LANs at EPL last year in the middle of the year, so they don't have that many LANs under their belt. And I think what's also been cool about JBA to kind of add to these variables that Dupree's already mentioned, they're also swapping his role around a lot. I don't think they know what player JBA is supposed to be yet. You know, he kind of came onto the team as like an extremity player, and now you've seen him kind of pivot more and more into more active roles on this team as time has kind of gone on. And so I think they're still trying to figure out, like, how do we best utilize this guy? What skill set suits him the best? And so I think that discovery process also adds to the complications and challenges of a player like that.
It's a fair way to summarize it. I think we have a lot of questions when it comes to Wildcard. So in order to get some of those answered, I called up with FaZe heading into the game. Playing Vitality is never a fun game, I assume. Are you, despite the results, somewhat happy with your performance yesterday?
I mean, I think we could have done much better. We played okay some rounds. Definitely some rounds are a good takeaway. Also played really shitty some rounds, losing a lot of anti-ecos. So overall, a bit happy, a bit sad, but I think it's always fun to play them. Always fun to play the best team in the world.
Looking ahead for today's game as well, going over against paIN Gaming, who recently did a roster change, do you consider yourself the favorites for this matchup?
That's a good question. I think we're comfortable going into this matchup. I think we only played them once, maybe twice before. But yeah, I think we're fairly confident. Favorites, I'm not sure. They're obviously a bit higher ranked than us, but I think it's going to be a good game.
A good game indeed it will be. Now, I spoke to Big Osira, and he said that the style of Wildcard is more like North American than European. Would you agree with that sentiment, that you guys are more a North American team than European?
Yeah, probably, in the sense that Stanislaw, JBA, and Sonic are all basically from there. I mean, obviously Sonic's from South Africa, but he's been living there for quite a time. So probably, but also we have some European fundamentals, I'd say, in our system.
If you had to give me one win condition today against paIN Gaming, what would that be? What's the most important thing for you guys to nail down in order to get this win?
I think they play pretty puggy style right now, so I think we gotta be on point with our aim. They'll try to take advantage of just like going out everywhere at the same time, and we just gotta be sharp.
Yeah, they got to be ready for the puck style coming out of paIN Gaming. And I guess that makes sense when you hear the paIN have only been practicing for one day. There's only so much you can do team play-wise. So if you're Wildcard, you got to be ready for basically everything.
Yeah, you know, that's how it is when you go into a tournament and you haven't really had time to practice your setups, your strategies, or just the overall reactions you have. So as a team, when it comes to paIN, in this case, that they haven't had much practice, you know, they need to go in and just rely a little bit more on their individual prowess and also make decisions on their own. I think it's also what we can maybe see from GTT. You know, I don't think GTT goes into the game and thinking that, hey, I need to play exactly like paIN wants me to do right now. I'm gonna do my things and try and slot in so it actually kind of fits together with what the team already has. I think that's important for him to also feel comfortable, because if he starts playing it like a style that he has not been used to, that's also gonna degrade his performance, which they need to do this one. And also when you go up against like this pocket style, you need to be ready for everything, as you mentioned. Like they could be everything like walking through smokes, and it could be like just some random mid-round goal just stacking up and going together. So they need to be prepared for everything.
Does Wildcard have that individual skill level? Like players like FaZe, CEST, etc. Are they good enough to shut down that puck style?
Yeah, I mean, I think that FaZe is like the rock of this team. He's definitely been the most consistent performer, very solid opera, can do some AK work as well, so he kind of fits that. I think for me, it just boils down to kind of figuring out a system that works for them consistently. Again, we talked about how they've been tinkering around. They have a lot of moving parts. Even just yesterday against Vitality on Dust 2, they completely changed their CT roles across the map, and it's just like, man, they're still trying to figure out like what works for them. And I think it's about kind of nailing down what means best. I mean, you got Stanislaw leading as a lurker. Like, it's a very weird situation going out Wildcard as far as just being very unique. But I think once they can kind of finally nail down where does JBA fit best, what style suits us best, you know, where can Stanislaw lead the best from? I think it's about kind of putting it all together. But I think they certainly have the fundamentals and they have the firepower to contend in this series for sure.
It is going to be interesting to see what Stanislaw, man on your screen, can come up with against paIN Gaming. Now, speaking of paIN Gaming, I think yesterday I was surprised by the fact that they were able to take off a map from MOUZ, and I was surprised by the fact that they were, at least the way I tried to describe it was a very simple approach to playing Counter-Strike, but effective team play, etc. I think the big talking point for me, Dupuy, was DGT having a great debut and paIN Gaming looking somewhat competitive despite having just changed the roster.
It must feel good for DGT to come to a team and then feel like he can actually play his own game, sort of. You know, he's not expected to play like the team already does. Also for him to come in and, you know, be picked up and has this praise and people believe in him, and also the team has already mentioned that they think this could be the best iteration of paIN has ever had. You know, and then for him to go in and deliver, that must be feeling really good for him. I think overall that the team looked, even though the win yesterday on Inferno was messy, I think that even also that MOUZ will also mention that they didn't play that well. I think that getting that win against MOUZ, feeling that you can get a win against a top 2 team in the world, even though, and also mentioning on Inferno, which is a map they have not practiced and have not played and have a horrible statistic-wise on, I think that was really good for the team to move forward also going into this matchup.
I spent some time talking to Bigger coming into today's game because I wanted to figure out where the vibes were at in the camp, and they were somewhat positive. Bigger elimination game today, going up against Wildcard. What's the mood like in the camp?
I'm so happy to be here. I was missing to play Counter-Strike, so I was away from Melbourne. So right now I'm so happy, glad to play with the boys again.
Now that you had 24 hours to digest the game yesterday versus MOUZ, are you satisfied with how you conducted yourself in that game?
Yeah, I mean, of course we were not happy because the results was not going that way that we want, but I think we have to take a good side of that because we just had 1 day of practice here in Denmark, and we couldn't do anything a lot. So just the basic things, and the Steel was a map that we didn't practice a lot, and just one map. So Inferno, even we didn't play before the tournament. Was the first Inferno. So of course it's a difficult. How can I say? It's a difficult thing to be here, play against a good teams and show a good results, of course. But we know about our quality and we know we can do it. So we will try our best and let's see what happened.
I think DGT yesterday had a good debut and a good showing as well. Would you agree with that sentiment that he was surprisingly well playing?
Yeah, of course. He's an insane player. So I knew he was doing his job well. So I think it doesn't matter if we'll have some time playing together, but if he knows how to play Counter-Strike, he will play well. So I think this is the first thing on Counter-Strike. Just know how to play Counter-Strike.
I think you've done your preparation for Wildcard already. Is there one specific thing that you guys need to look out for?
Yeah, they don't have the European style. I think it's more like a Brazilian style, the North America as well. And it's not the same way. So I tell the guys what we have to do, and let's see if it works.
Alrighty, let's find out what maps we're going to play. Any expectations for the Vito Dust?
I mean, I think the expectations is we know that we're going to see the Ancient band coming out of paIN. The Mirage band's going to be coming out from Wildcard. If I'm Wildcard, usually they've been picking Inferno, but they juggle their picks a lot, which makes them very interesting. For paIN, I don't know where you go. You know, you got a new player on the team. The only maps that have been consistent for them, in my opinion, have been a map like Nuke, and then, unfortunately, the other one, Mirage, is going to get banned, so they're not going to get to play that. So I would like them to pick Nuke, but we'll see what they decide to do.
Inferno, picked by Wildcard. They want us to get away by paIN winning against MOUZ yesterday?
No, I mean, like, why would you? I mean, like, I think in theory, like, you just still want to rely on your own strength. Like, you don't want to get scared about the whole thing. You know, they also look at the statistics and how things are going, you know. So for them to just jump into this one and feeling comfortable, and I think that makes reasonable sense.
Anubis picked by paIN Gaming, so Inferno, Anubis, third deciding map, which I think we will need. Ooh. Where are we going?
I think Anubis is actually interesting really quick. That's not a map that paIN normally picks into, for one. It's also a map we've very rarely seen Wildcard play. So I think that's going to be kind of the mystery box of this series, in my opinion.
Alrighty, and we have Nuke as a decider, which could be very, very interesting. We're just about to head into the game, so I quickly want to touch your gut feeling. I've been trying to describe this game as a 50-50. If you had to pick a winner, Dupree, who do you think is going to end up winning?
I've already said I feel like the paIN is a better team, and I think they also believe that they are the better team. I don't feel like I couldn't feel wildcard confidence coming into the FaZe interview, so I think the paIN is going to win this one. I think it's going to be a 2-1.
And your gut feeling?
My gut feeling is that Wildcard won the opening map on Inferno. I feel like they've built a really cool system, which we'll get to talk about in the post game, hopefully, if I'm right. But I think that the next two maps will go to paIN 2-1. So I think that's how it's going to go.
I sense a close game as well. Anyway, enough talking for us. We are just about ready to get the game kicked off. And in order to do that, we need someone who can cast us through it. Anderson DDK, you up for the task?
I think so. I feel like we've warmed up into it now. You know, maybe like a decade or more of experience. I guess combined is probably more than that. So I think we'll be ready, Jacob. But I appreciate it. I'm excited. I hope you guys at home are as well. Dan, how are you feeling on this fine morning?
I'm feeling great. I think this matchup actually could deliver a lot of really exciting rounds, a lot of clutches. I think Wildcard's actually in a really cool position. They've been doing a lot right, Anders. You know, they've been practicing in Europe. They've been, playing CCT. They're really trying to get all of the reps in there to prepare themselves. And you can see they're already, we saw in the interview that they're ready for what might be coming their way with paIN. They understand the style they're going to be encountering. So I feel like Wildcard have a really good shot at this one.
Yeah, I actually think so, weirdly too. This is one of those teams that I just perpetually underrate for some reason. Like, I don't know why it is, but I shouldn't be, because they actually do play really great Counter-Strike. So let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready. First map is on for day number 2 here at Blast Rivals. It will be on Inferno for the Battleground. It will be Wildcard as well, starting on the T side, paIN on the CT side. And already a single smoke on Big0. He's going to look to try and hold back any pushes towards the B bomb side. And actually, they have a bit of a potential mind game here. I think this might be reading way too much into it. I think they're going to try and throw the smoke down and actually hope that they push through it, which happens a lot in pistol rounds, that the T's will push through the smoke. I think paIN right now are thinking, please do that. Please think it's one player.
Yeah, Wildcard setting up for it. We'll see exactly how they interpret this one. Flash ready from NQZ for his teammates.
They are going to push through. There's no reason not to do it, almost. They are slowed down a little bit, but yeah, here comes. They think it's just one player on the side, but it is actually 3. Stanislaw gets a kill. Sonic taking out Snow. The 3-man stack has already been blown open. Now, DGT somehow finding a headshot through the smoke, and that's the only reason why paIN might have a shot at this retake. Otherwise, it was already going to be very, very hard to get back into this round, but there is a bit of a path maybe to get the job done here. FaZe having an awkward battle, extend it with a Glock. He does take the shot, and now it's just out of DGT. No health left at all in the 1 versus 1. He had the triple DGT. He very nearly brought paIN back into that round, but it just wasn't enough. Wildcard, in spite of pushing through the smoke, walking into the 3-man stack, they still win the round.
Yes, the pistols always going to just come down to hitting the shots at the end of the day. I like how teams are just making it simple. Sometimes teams overcomplicate things here, but it's going for the straight-up push, through the smoke, not really threading too much with that util. I did like paIN's setup. I was kind of hoping that we would see Wildcard double backing, because paIN were holding into the apartments, but now it's all about playing against the force here from paIN on the CT side. The lone M4 on Snow. Couple MP9s, smoke on the biggest area. That's the only bit of delay that's left now in terms of the util. And Wildcard just now holding position. Just a bit of a stalemate here, Anders, at the moment. paIN are not going to be making any moves.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they are probably hoping to figure out, is there anything weird going on the other side, Is there some early indication? You maybe hear a scout or something, you're going to be wondering, but there will be an M4 boosted up here. Yeah, what an angle. If you miss the timing, you could end up dying right now. Mac 10 on the other side. They're going to know, the timing is 6. Susp is already out of the round, and honestly, FaZe is practically dead as well. This is such a huge victory early on. Smoke going up as well will really slow them down. They're going to be pushed back into the 3-man setup at the A-bomb side.
Yeah, this will be quite challenging here. Such a presence from paIN for this hold. Mac 10 up though. That Molotov is, of course, going to just free up some position for that. Force CTs back a little bit, but they're out of position right now. 4 players stacked towards the wrong side of the map here for paIN, as the B side is looking like it may be under assault soon here. Wildcard setting up for this one, and just 1 player on the side. All on the shoulders of Snow with the M4. I mean, it's the weapon. It's the most valuable weapon they have on the team. Gets one headshot. I don't know that that will be enough here. And as we'll have to see, it's good positioning for Wildcard. But actually, no, yeah, paIN have numbers still. So there is still something to work with.
There is a chance this is be a really hard round to rewatch for paIN if they don't win it. Because I agree, like in a way, Wildcard still have such a good chance here. But the problem is the damage that's on some of those Wildcard players. Snow did so much at the beginning.
True.
Like he's almost killed 4 people on his own with the boost at the start of it. But it doesn't mean this retake will be easy. And they're running out of time already. Sonic with an important kill, gets one more, makes it a quick triple, actually picks up 4 and now on for the ace as he sprays down DGT and keeps it alive for Wildcard. Back-to-back rounds where they're into the 1v1s, but they do get a good start.
Yeah, really well done there. I mean, as you say, like paIN did a great job. Snow, all that damage with the M4 at the back of the site, gave him a real opportunity on that one. But it is, we talked about this yesterday too, it's very, very hard for the CTs on these types of rounds when you don't have the kits necessarily, you don't have util for the retake, you're having to run and gun. It gives so many good fights to the Ts. So at least there was a lot of damage there from paIN's perspective, but that's a 2-0 start here for Wildcard. And of course, the result of paIN forcing up in that previous round is just some pistols here. So it should be straightforward anti-eco business here for Wildcard, playing the map control game towards Banana and mid.
Yeah, and hardly anything much to highlight, you know? Like a slight stack towards the B-bomb side, but nothing really out of the ordinary. Safe for a deagle shot like the one that Davideus got here. It's doubtful that we're going to see anything super exciting. So, you know, actually, it might even be good news here for Wildcard if they can have one round to breathe in before the rifles really come back for paIN, because obviously it's been kind of close from the start. Unbelievably close, in fact. But yeah, I don't know why, but about, I think, 1 in 10 maps, Sonic goes completely crazy and wins the entire map on his own. And then for the rest of the time, you know, he's still a pretty good player, but like he has like every once in a while I see a Wildcard game and I think, damn, how's he playing like this? So it would be really fun if it was today.
It would be a pretty nice timing to really explode and have a great performance. I completely agree. It'd be lovely to see as well. Obviously, Wildcard's a team that, you know, qualified recently for the Austin Major, and I mean, that's going to be, I think, a big boost for them. That's what they're, of course, all teams are going to value the major the most. And again, we've talked about this again. I think it's an important point. This is an important tournament for confidence going into that major, and it will show them the result of some of this practice in Europe that they've been doing. And the guns come out now for Wildcard, and we see a similar approach to that. Light banana control, at the same time working through apartments.
And also on the other side, if there's stuff to fix for the major, man, you're running out of time for it, you know. Nicely done here. It's Sonic to take down Davideus, who was playing up front on the stairs, hoping to catch somebody off guard. Now, Stanislav did take a lot of damage in that early engagement. The rest of them are going to be pushing in. They're ready to flash through the middle as well. If they can get rid of NQC right now, they're going to be flashed over and just running out of the apartments. But they do get slowed down. DGT, brand new on the team. 1 day of practice and then 1 official day yesterday, and he's playing really great Counter-Strike. But NQC is going to be going down. It's up to Snow. It's up to the rifles here. They know DGT somewhere, and the jumping MAC-10 to offset that crosshair as they get in is such a great way to play it.
Yeah, and just a save here from Biggest Error. So not the best start in the world for paIN. Again, it always feels uncomfortable when you lose the CT pistol on these maps where you need, it's very, very util dominant. And one of the fundamental aspects of Inferno is, I think, one of the matches, or rather, sorry, the maps that has changed, I think, the least in terms of, you know, going through all of these renditions of CS over the years. It always comes down to the util game and the control of information, starving out the CTs. CTs want to hold on to those smokes as long as they possibly can. The Ts are trying to draw them out and then create a scenario where it's impossible for the CTs to know which site you're going to hit. That's kind of like how Inferno basically works fundamentally. And
I mean, Wildcard are having a lot of these fights really early in the round. I wonder if that plays into that too. You know, like trying to really force paIN to use a lot of that utility at the start. Like, there's really fast rounds so far.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it develops, because we saw paIN yesterday in their approach on the T side, and they didn't do a very good job compared to MOUZ on the map control game. What we just talked about, that fundamental on this map wasn't great. And to be honest, they were talking about how they haven't really prepped this map or had too much time to practice it, so maybe that's got something to do with it. And that actually really means that paIN do need to have a good CT side, because they can't rely on gambly, puggy plays on the T side. But
I agree.
We're back into it, and more to work here with for paIN.
They have 2 MP9s, 1 MP7, interestingly. Inferno, on the other hand, is also a map that you can absolutely win with these kind of SMGs or in the 5.7s, because there are so many forced close-range battles where the Ts, you know, obviously the AKs are overall better weapons, but you just never really know. Snow waiting for an indication, wanted to throw out a bit of a grenade to slow them down, but yeah, this is a tougher beginning than you really wanted. But that grenade actually lands really well. There's just nobody there, but it's a nice bit of the map to be able to nade down.
It's kind of a bluff as well. They throw the retake smoke from the B site, but they don't actually retake with it. And Wildcard kind of just see, oh, there's actually nothing here. So in theory, as the CTs, you'd want Wildcard to commit some util, like calling the bluff. Oh, maybe they're there, but they're just going to exec straight into the B side, it seems. And it seems like a great call here, Anders. Again, keeping it simple. It's a smoke here to delay things. Wildcard, they do have a lot of util. If they really wanted to force their way through, they could maybe give it a go, but 40 seconds left on the clock. They're deciding not to do so. And there now does start to become a time problem. Whatever play they next want to make, they're going to be committed. And it looks like they're going to commit into that A site.
Yeah, I think you're right. There is a way. Unfortunately, DDT, he was doubling back, but now he's actually back into the B bomb site. So it's just 2 people here. Now there is a smoke down. Davideus, 18 seconds as he throws it. They have no choice. They must push through. It's not even a question. Right into the MP9s on the other side, just shooing them up. Sonic and CEST, they finally get the round under control. But you can see the bomb goes down with 7 seconds. If the fight is extended even a little bit longer, if there's one more kill, if somebody gets to hide behind a box, then Wildcard could have lost this round easily. I think they're back in control now, though. I don't hate that paIN are trying to get a little bit closer on this one, but I doubt they're going to be able to do anything. I think Wildcard have got it under control. So back to some pretty close rounds where there's a lot to fight for all the time, but Wildcard keep coming out on top.
Yeah, it's certainly a really big problem for paIN. And we haven't really seen, I think, a round from paIN where they have everything just yet. And it's another one of those kind of facts of Inferno, at least historically. Those games where on the CT side you never get a full buy, or it feels like maybe you get like 2 or 3 buys in a half where you've got maybe an AWP like 1 or 2 times where you have everyone with full util like 1 or 2 times. It makes it really hard because that is, again, is such an important aspect of this map. You want to win those util battles. It's about the mind games on Banana, for example. The Ts will set the default and they'll say, this is how much util we're going to commit in the early like first wave of Control and Banana, and then the CTs have to try to like optimize it. So, okay, you're going to dump stuff. Okay, cool, that's fine. We'll throw those retake smokes, and then we'll like retake it, and then with less util, and then force you to have to retake it again, and then you know it's just this back and forth. But for paIN, they don't really have a lot of these options at the moment. But at the same time, they're also playing passive, so they don't have info, and they're playing passive, so they have to gamble. And we saw that in this last round. They decided to gamble into the B site, 3 players there, and making their own lives a little bit more difficult. So right now, paIN, they're going to have to they're relying on the individual expertise, but Wildcard, they're playing a really good T side, and they're not allowing individual potential to overwhelm them in any way.
I mean, just to contrast what you're saying as well with what we actually did see from MOUZ yesterday on Inferno when they were pushing down to the bottom of Banana, and you saw how much luxury that gave them in rotating to the A-bomb side. So we actually have the other side of the picture too, with how you actually can play that B side of the map, and then you're not left guessing. You actually have some info to play with. So I feel like paIN, they've actually had a bit of a sense of how this works anyway, and it would be nice to see them try to switch into something else, because I agree with you. I feel like they are very restricted in what they know. At least in this round, they've got this forward top mid position, so they have a lot more presence on the map than they normally would have. And also Big Uzira playing here, listening for them. As long as they have top mid, I don't really mind if they fall back into B, because at least that makes some sort of sense. But if they get pushed back from top mid and they stay inside of the B bomb side, that's where I get nervous too, just from an informational point of view.
And it's a conservative approach from paIN so far, but it actually might work out quite nicely here, because Wildcard going into the AWP here, we saw yesterday NQZ from this short position was quite pivotal here and looks to maybe thin out the numbers as Wildcard look to go for this top mid take. But Wildcard, do they have the util, or will they peek this dry? Will they expect an AWP to be around the corner? Well, here's the Molotovs. There's a good catch there from NQZ, and DGT as well, also doing a fantastic job on the other end of things. And that is a beautiful top mid defense. And Wildcard now in a 2v4, they're gonna have to pick up the bomb and figure out, we've got 30 seconds left, what do we do with it?
So unlikely, isn't it? Stanislaw walks into the shot and it will leave Sonic on his own, 25 seconds. If he could do some real damage here, it would still be kind of sick. They have some money in the bank. Is it 8,000 on FaZe and 7 on CEST? So in a way, throwing away the AK, the only downside to that is that the enemy might pick it up. But apart from that, if he could have got some damage in here, I think it would have been worth it. It isn't. And paIN ended up winning the round in a nice fashion. They did throw the Molotov. It was a weird timing, right? Because they actually, I think they throw the Molotov and peek, hoping to catch somebody running out of it, which NQC, I think, even was doing. Like, he's like half running when he takes that shot. It's really nice mechanics on NQC to just slow down enough to get the shot and then run away. But the timing was, it made sense for Wildcard because they really were pushing him out of the flames there. So it wasn't really bad play, just a good shot, I think, on NQC to slow it down. First round on the board for paIN. I mean, it's about time as well. I was getting nervous.
Yeah, and again, we'll see if they're able to keep this one up. I think the banana dynamics are still really, really key. We're getting that opening with a couple Molotovs towards the top banana position. And BLAST, again, just trying to fight it off a little bit, but just, okay, there's that retake smoke once again. Yeah. However, typically, paIN they don't do anything behind this retake smoke, and we already have info here. So that smoke is essentially ineffective from that perspective because they're holding the angle. Flash comes through. Brilliant entry there. In Wildcard, over a minute left to play with. They have apartments control. They don't even have to commit into this, but another pick is certainly going to convince them to give it a go. But NQC backside is providing problems. Is going to drop a smoke here. Now things might get a little bit chaotic. The reposition comes in with the AWP scoped in. Can he find at least one more here for his team? Oh. Absolutely not.
He was probably going to die either way, but the fact that it's FaZe that just, walks in to kill him. I don't know if we can get this on a replay. It's an obscure request, but there was something unintentionally hilarious about the fact that the first casualty in that round was the chicken walking into the Molotov, and then, all hell broke loose right afterwards. It was like a moment of... Because you could see BLAST on one side, of the AKs on the other side. It was like a bit of a tension, and then... the chicken is the go sound for it. So stupid. What a round. Wildcard, again... showing that they have no problem breaking through into that B-bomb side, even if there's a defense there, 3 people, and none of it matters.
We have a somewhat of a hunt here from Wildcard, wanting to prevent any weapons making it into the next round for paIN. But that was really, I think, very close also, because if NQZ picks up the kill, like the extra kill there, that like one extra that he had the ability to maybe get around the smoke, then it's a 2v3, and both the 2 remaining players, DGT and also Davideus, had smokes. Yeah, and one of the players on Wildcard had an AWP. So with those smokes, they could actually have probably mounted a potential clutch there. So that was actually potentially pretty close. NQZ with a heroic attempt at that hold, but look at this. I mean, these are the kills. This is where Wildcard, I think, Anders, are showing that they're a better Inferno team right now because they understand how to just win these map control dynamics over and over again. Just the counterplays, the util usage is way more effective.
FaZe's career trajectory is such an interesting one because when he first showed up in sort of tier 2 Swedish Counter-Strike, he was so inconsistent. It's become so much better over the last year, which is really, really cool to see. As an AWPer, it's hard to find consistency. Stanislaw not having a great start to the map here. He's 2-6 at the moment, but Sonic, look at him walking in. I did tell you, every once in a while, he has one of these games. And DGT getting blown up before he even had a chance to react. And now Sonic taking it on himself. This is a call that he himself makes, right? Once he sees the opening, he knows the timing, almost ready for more. I feel like he actually has the advantage in that fight. They don't know what Bigusira is, because otherwise they would probably guess that there's nobody at the bomb site. Snow is going to take a little bit of damage here right at the start. And it's now a 2 versus 3, 3 versus 4, actually, with the bomb kind of about to go down. Deep Molotov onto JBA, but it doesn't matter. He still gets the bomb planted. Susp. Oh, he doesn't know. They're already running out. He's so close to dying. I can't believe he actually is. That's almost luck at the end of it. JBA holding into the back. We've said his name a lot. We're not going to get a chance to see him clutch this one. He will get the 1 kill here. Susp lining up for a couple of great spray downs. And the flank is coming in. It doesn't even matter. The Swedish duo is coming into effect. So, I mean, absolutely brilliant stuff.
Yeah, really awesome saves to the round too. A 7-1 scoreline, keeping the dominance going, and really interesting dynamics also from Wildcard. Dust was letting me know that we have Stan, the IGL of course, playing the lurk into the apartments as well, which is something that he's been doing on Anubis as well, playing that more solo position, not as typical for the IGL to be doing that. And And in this particular case, he even got caught, because paIN changed their setup, moving NQZ into a position with the support to be able to just push apps to try to pick off the lurks. They do that, but again, as you say, the quality right now of Wildcard and the Riflers is looking fantastic. The confidence is clearly there.
Yeah.
And it's actually beautiful to watch the punishes. This was what MOUZ were unable to do this against paIN yesterday, but Wildcard are able to make it look really nice.
Yeah, they're powering through. I mean, kind of a rough turn of events. It also worries me that again, you look at the maps here. You gotta think that even if paIN also obviously good on Nuke as the third and final map, it's just a bit risky to have that lingering out there. But yeah, Wildcard are impressing me at the moment, and it's Sonic paving the way. But now CEST and FaZe are starting to get there. I'm sure we could tag in JBA. The desk went wrong. Like, he is definitely an up-and-coming player. Definitely someone that's worth watching for. But already, it is looking good. What's weird is paIN actually have a lot of kills, apart from BigOzero, who's 1 and 6, but everyone else is kind of there, So we had a lot of those close rounds at the beginning, down to the 2v2s and 1v1s. And paIN just were not quite able to win those clutches, and maybe that's ultimately what the analysis is going to be for the first half here, is that if paIN had won a couple of those, it would have been a very different scenario. They would have had more money, more momentum. Instead, Wildcard just took too many. NQC trying to make sure there can't be a wraparound towards the short position, and they're going to set up this kind of a boost, which we saw yesterday as well.
The question here is that we get the deep banana smoke, and we saw this get exploited by paIN yesterday in the same position on the T side. You're against the CT deep smoke on banana. Do you just push past it? Well, they can even see now they've held their pace top mid, and they can try to figure out, okay, what did paIN do behind this? Are they stacking towards B? Are they holding players in that position? Or are they leaning 1-4, which can often be the case? And so this is a huge inflection point. This is about the experience. This is about the call that Stan is going to make from this position. And we're getting now, with the time that Wildcard have, okay, we're clearing banana. What are they doing here? Okay, they re-smoke it. How do Wildcard read this? And it's going to now, they're going to now trigger more of a movement towards this long position on A.
Right into it. I think they were hoping that maybe there would have been already a bit of a movement with the grenades thrown into the B bomb site. Yeah, they're going to pull the plug on this one, but there's only one player. It's BigOzero back here. He doesn't have any grenades to slow them. No incendiary, no smokes either. This is really tough. DGT getting slowed down on the other side and actually killed at the same. BigOzero, no one's watching back here. There's no time. He's already won the round. What a slow start for BigOzero, but 3 kills in the round to save his team. I'm surprised that Wildcard thought they could run onto the site and not check any of it. Even if you have low time, I would have assumed that you would have wanted to, to keep a couple of people just to eyes on the back of the site. That's an interesting lapse in judgment.
It was a super interesting round. I definitely agree that I think for Wildcard, it took them a little bit too long to make some of the calls there. And so things can get kind of a little bit weird at that point because, a team will have an initial reaction after, we throw those deep banana smokes. They rotate or they don't, but if you wait like too long, they could have rotated, then rotated back. Like it starts to get a little bit weird, but into the next round we go. And so far, paIN have been finding success, playing a bit heavier into the banana util, and Wildcard are kind of giving it up and going for a faster timing into this mid control and apps control. The question is, will they just leave banana this round and just go for this A play?
They're running straight in there. GGT once again showing that he is a great pickup when it comes to the rifling. Every time he gets an opportunity, he's had a couple of multi-kills. Up to 8 in total. Yeah, they get completely blown apart here. I think Wildcard, again, trying to hit sort of a classic timing on Inferno right now, because it's so common for the early CTs to either really be 3 at B, but sometimes even one of those players is just kind of throwing grenades that they're, throwing on the ground over there. So they might be occupied, even if they don't really want to defend it the whole time. They might just be sort of, carrying grenades on over. So if you hit it really quickly, there is a chance that you can catch only 2 people at the A bomb site, which obviously is going to be worth it. This one should be impossible to recover. It's the 2 versus 5 as they did get the first kill. And they are very, very close to the site here, but paIN should never lose this one. They are going to lose one more player. Damadeus goes down, but good couple of kills. I was worried.
There's like a crossfire with like 3 players. I'm like, hang on, the first shot's whiffed. This guy isolated. Okay, I can see it starting to unfold here, but indeed, paIN secured. And yeah, your point about the sort of like trying to catch them on that timing. Yeah, paIN going heavy with banana control. Oftentimes 3 players, you get the timing as 2. I think that's super legit. The interesting thing though is that Wildcard, I think, would have more success playing these solo rounds and actually playing more of the util control game around banana. But since Wildcard have stopped challenging it, it seems like that's given paIN a way back into the game. So we'd love to see them start challenging it. But speaking of challenges, we get quite an aggressive peek down middle there from paIN to open up the round and catch Wildcard on those faster mid timings.
Yeah, there's so little to work with here for Wildcard. To win this round, you basically need this straight headshot around the corner. Already slowed. Not worth it for Snow to stick around. He's got some backup. Good time to fall back. You don't really want to see somebody trying to get the ego frags there, because again, you probably still win the round, to be honest, even if Snow dies, but it just is risky.
And as they have the bomb. This is not a good situation for Wildcard. It's just sitting there, blinking.
It wouldn't really be an NA team if they didn't give up a big lead at some point in the game, you know? I mean, big debate currently going on about whether or not it even is an NA team, you know?
Fair. Yeah. I've been hearing about that.
Sonic has been grandfathered into being an American player all of a sudden.
Yeah, there we go.
That's how it is. Oh my god! I'm telling you, it's 1 in 10 games. That's what he does. Some sick headshots in this round. They're gonna get rid of FaZe anyway.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. You live in America for too long, you just become American. Dan, you've been living in America for a while. Personally, I was hoping that you would show up with like a sort of a Californian, sort of like a valley girl kind of accent, you know?
Oh, really?
I was excited for that
I'm in
moment.
Texas now.
You've let me down. Well, I'll take the Texas, like that could be sick, you know, Texas accent.
Yeah, I mean, I should have brought a cowboy hat.
Exactly.
Stetson.
You could have been prepped.
Yeah, the place where Tarantino gets all of his like his hats and his like cowboy boots for all of his movies is like down the street from you.
Ooh. Yeah. There's
Alan's boots. Shout out.
There's content opportunities.
Oh yeah. Well, we got a timeout here, Anders, and again, it's been kind of interesting because Wildcard have sort of. This is always the interesting thing in Counter-Strike. You know, we as the casters, we get all this information. We can kind of see pretty clearly, I think, more so than the players, of course, what's working really well for them. Already, one team is struggling, and again, I'm just drawn back to Banana, where paIN have been able to get away with a lot more. Earlier on in the half, we saw a lot more emphasis from Wildcard, and that was when things were really hard for paIN, when they couldn't hold on to the banana control. This mid-first defaulting is not working as well for Wildcard, and there's that deep banana smoke once again. And are Wildcard going to switch up and challenge it? Looks like they will.
That's a nice HE on top of BigOzero, but he's going to have an even better answer. Sprays down Sonic, who's been the main weapon for Wildcard so far, but Suspicious just, hey, he doesn't give any care. Jumps on top of the barrels and takes down Snow. Nice trade. Rotation. I don't know if they quite hear that, but obviously it's such a big piece of info if they can figure out what's happening in terms of the rotations there. Davideus. I kind of love this setup, but somehow Stanislaw was aware.
That's huge. They can rotate back now if they want.
How did he know that from the start of it? Sus keeps it going. Both those kills were super niche, right? Like he's playing just the edge of the top of the smoke there. And they might as well go back now. They've got so much time. It's a 2 versus 4. They know that BigOzero is over at B. So, and they've already killed Snow, who's the other B player. So it's not a lot of guesswork here. You kind of know what's on the map.
And it's really tricky as well for NQZ with the AWP in that more forward position, and with Stan with the wrap. Now Stan's going to have all this information that, hey, all this is clear. Where the hell is the A guy? That's going to be the question for Stan, but he's actually going for a flank on B. They'll re-hit B. And paIN, they can't afford to really move a muscle here. I mean, NQZ's in a weird position, so he's going to start mobilizing. And this could be the 2 flanks here, Anders. This could be pretty epic.
Yeah, it's a question of timing purely. I wish that BigOzero had a grenade to slow them down right now. NQZ has plenty. Oh dear, that's the bomb. If he gets it, 15 seconds left. Oh no! Wildcard! They might have left themselves no chance. 10 seconds on the clock. BigOzero, all he has to do is live. Don't take the fight yet. It's to wait to the last possible second, and he did it a little bit too early. There's still time for the bomb plant. They will get this one through. And now it's all on NQZ, trying to get onto the site. He swings into his own flashbang, misses a couple of shots. Now the dualies have come out. He's back with the AWP. One more bullet for the wallbang to take down Sus. It's an outrageous way to get him bounced back into the round. And the question is, can he land one more on FaZe? He's got the kid in his back pocket as well. This is doable. He's got him locked in the corner, but he's not quite sure. He doesn't know. He thinks he's behind Nubox. NQC to get the quick scope on top and clutched around for paIN. 5 on the board. I have no idea how he won that 1v2.
That was so dramatic. That was unbelievable.
What a first half it was. Wildcard showing up in great form and paIN struggling to get into it. But right at the end, they found some form. And I can't really wrap my head around how NQC ended up winning this. First shot here with 18 seconds on the clock. But the 1v2 was so chaotic. It was madness. He was firing shots. He had to reload the AWP at the end of it. I don't know how he got this wallbang. That is insane. I wasn't ready for it. He thought he was behind Nubox, but he checked anyway. He actually tried to wallbang Nubox just to make sure. And the fact that he won that round, an absolutely crazy clutch, and you could see the emotional side of it here. Even if it was a great half, you see Vince is there in the back, the coach for Wildcard, sort of frustrated. They thought that round was won. I thought that round one was going to be round. It should have been 8-4 in favor of Wildcard, but instead, paIN get 5 rounds.
Yeah.
Let's find out if that's enough.
Yeah, into the pistol, and might see it be a very simple start here for paIN as well. Bully their way straight into the B side. 3 players here though for Wildcard. Dualies up on high, and Flashbang doing its job and still maintaining that first position. Oh, hello. Snow has been hitting shots here, and 3 quick kills in fast succession. And that's a bomb plant there. paIN they're in a really good position here.
I kind of love it, you know? Just nothing special. Out of spawn, straight to B. Don't slow it down.
Yeah.
The fact that he got the kill for the smoke, obviously, at that point, you think, well, that's it. The round's probably over right then and there.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I think for JB and FaZe, I would even say the armor is worth more. Maybe you want to get some kills as they exit, but it's not really, there's not a lot to be gained here from trying to do anything. So just leave it alone. paIN, you know, for the comeback story, winning this pistol round, pretty important.
Yeah, and I'm curious. I think, I mean, we'll see what Wildcard decide to do economically, but we already know how paIN plays their T-side. Again, we saw it against MOUZ yesterday, and it seemed kind of anomalous that paIN were able to beat MOUZ, because MOUZ consistently won the information game. They consistently won the map control game.
Yes.
But then you would have, you know, DGT just getting crazy entries, and they just bully their way into positions from disadvantage again and again and again. And that's the kind of thing that doesn't work every time. That's like, you know, that's the kind of lightning in the bottle type stuff there from paIN. Now, if Wildcard play the util game well and find those advantages like MOUZ did, Wildcard should be able to still win this game and have the edge. But there's a lot to be said for confidence, and I think it's pretty high for paIN right now.
I really think so. Also, you remember like, in the MOUZ game, Davideus and Snow had such a hard time getting into the game, and that's not the case here. So, you know, whereas the early start of that best of 3 yesterday was basically a 3-on-5 for paIN, trying to see if they could do something with that. It feels like today's a bit of a different day. Everyone's kind of woken up. BigUzero had a bit of a tough start, but even he's made up for it now. He's up to 8 kills, so they really have the entire paIN lineup ready to fight, and maybe that could make a difference. Now, there is a purchase coming into this round for Wildcard. They've bought in Deagle, 5-7, even a FAMAS there onto JBA.
JBA is in that pit position with that FAMAS, so you put your strongest weapon in the strongest position for anchoring, at least in this round. You can play off the pistols, maybe baiting for you, and really trying to enable this to do as much as possible in the back. But now paIN have paused, and it actually starts to feel kind of scary for Wildcard. They do have that deep banana information, so they know at this point there's no rotate back, and that's going to allow them to rotate another player towards this A defense, but it's all about JBA.
Smoke going down, and I think they know that. BigUzero heard the smoke at the bottom of banana, so he has got a choice to make. Does he just want to go into A, or will they try to fall back? It looks like at this position, there's not even a question. So double Mac 10 to make the run out. It's honestly almost impossible to stop. Even with better rifles than this, it's just so hard as they're jumping out all at the same time. Nice little dink onto BigUzero, puts him down to 20 health, but the bomb site gets wiped out behind it. So paIN kind of, I think, ultimately ignoring the fact that they lost banana control, which can actually be a you know, strangely a valid shot. Like, you're not playing into whatever other weird mind game the enemy is doing. You're saying, well, whatever. Like, we're just doing our thing.
Yeah. I got to say, like, there is one round from yesterday against MOUZ on Nuke, which I think actually completely encapsulates how paIN like to play and how they just do not care if you know everything that they're doing. Like, that round on Nuke where they had the Tech 9s, and literally the entire round, MOUZ knew exactly where they were from the start of the round to the end of the round, and then he dropped a smoke on the rafters coming out of this like ridiculous position and still win against a 4x with their Tech 9s.
So sick.
They just don't care. And we saw that here time again. On against MOUZ. MOUZ would know where they are, what they're doing, what site they're going to, be super telegraphed, and then paIN like, yeah, we don't care. We're just still just gonna run in and kill you. And it's just so 7-7 tying things up. Wildcard is still not in a great situation economically, but I'm actually really worried for them because paIN, they seem to break the conventions.
Yeah, they are just, I don't know. I've said it many times. I have so much respect for BigUzero and the way that he's, you know, essentially crafted, as far as I can tell, his own way in the Brazilian scene. You know, coming up as an IGL and just building this project, and it's taken a while, but his fundamentals and his read of the game, I think, is really strong. So they are just always going to be a hard team to put away, and you know, now they've got the rifling power to kind of back it up, and they will lose Davideus at the start. It's a bit uncomfortable. Shouldn't be too big of an issue, although the grenade very deep here on NQC leaves him vulnerable. He's going to go down to SUSP, and SUSP is actually at 14 kills. They're even picking up some of the Galils here. paIN might just want to try and see if they get out. The thing is, the crossfire, even if one of them is USP, is kind of sick. FaZe picks up a kill and tries to disengage, draws him into Stanislaus USP. DDT has gone down, and BigUzero, he's got no health for it. I can't believe it. Wildcard. This is getting into the game a round earlier than it should have been allowed for, and the momentum and whatever confidence paIN might have had pulled out from under them. What a sick turnaround here for Wildcard.
Yeah, and the fact that 3 players lived, 3 players get guns. Yeah, as you're saying, you get that kickstart to the economy, and That's really nice. That's really nice because now 3 players not having to spend that extra money. That's essentially enough. Like, let's say you lose a round and then you save it, like even like 1 player. Even if you die with everybody, you still can actually facilitate another buy. So that is like a massive buffer to have in this situation. So 8-7 for Wildcard, taking the lead there, starting with a 2-3 setup. We'll see how the banana dynamic plays out here, how much emphasis there is. Okay, deep banana smoke, and it's probably the case that Wildcard might give it up, but we just have the delay, and it creates this conundrum. Do paIN want to retake banana, or will they just go straight into mid first, where there are 3 players for Wildcards?
I think they actually wanted to push in front, but that Molotov sort of delayed them. So change of plans. They're now going to leave Susp over on that side and start to rotate back to the A bomb site a little bit with 4 players here. Insanely powerful setup, and the normal way to play this on the T side would be to try to force Susp to use some of the utility so that he has to call in a teammate eventually, so that they can't have this 4-man setup. You see Sonic is running back, but it might just be to throw some grenades. It's possible that he will just drop something and kind of run away. FaZe getting the opening. That's up in the A apartments. DT going down. They do have this double setup here, and they still have the smoke on to Sonic. So if he can stick around at the bomb side, it's not necessarily a bad deal. He's also got a Galil, which obviously might not be as good as an AK or even an M4, but actually if they're running through smoke, having the extra bullets on the Galil could actually be kind of sick.
The interesting thing, though, is because Wildcard aren't doing any info plays towards top mid, they're kind of blind. So right now, Wildcard are gambling on B. They've put 3 players there, and paIN get to go into a 2-man setup on A.
I don't know why. I mean, you're right, they don't have the information, but it's very rare to see a team do this in a 5v4. I can't believe it. JBA very nearly lining up a bit of a double. Stanislaw down in the pit as the last defender on the bomb side. Backup is not going to get there in time. Snow takes him down. What an uncomfortable call for Wildcard. Bomb getting planted just as that grenade hit. If that had been 1 second earlier, I think the round falls apart for paIN. But now they have a chance to maybe play for the aftermath here. No, he's inside of the pit, and Bigusira on the site itself. They need to retake this one. Wildcard, they got in the game early. They don't want to give it back to paIN already. Bigusira just stands up. A bit of a jack in the box, taking down Suspin. Sonic is swift to reply. It's Snow down here. He's already been tagged up. They tapped the bomb once. 10-second defuse unless FaZe can get there. He's going to do that with the AWP and the kill along the way with the kit. He's going to have enough time for it. So insanely close round here. I still think the rotation to the B bomb site is very, very questionable. That's so dangerous.
Yeah, it's certainly a curious decision. And again, from what we can see, they didn't necessarily have the information for that call, and that's like, oh, well, that's kind of a gamble then. But maybe there was a sound cue or something, or a player had a hunch. You know, you never quite know, you know, what's going on in terms of the team comms or what some of the players may have heard. But yeah, it does seem a little bit gambly in that position. Like you say, you got the 5v4, you don't need to do anything special. And Wildcard, not wanting to take the risk to go for an info play, which I respect. But either way, into the next round we go, and they're in a great spot now, Wildcard. They're against essentially an eco. There's a hero AK on DGT. I mean, it's DGT, so you got to respect it, but we'll see what they can do with it.
Yeah, I would trust him to try and find a little bit of something. Just one opening. I mean, we've seen it before, so let's not count them out just yet. And also a test for Wildcard here to see the level of discipline. Like, there are some teams where we're always excited about how good they are at, you know, disengaging from fights, you know, fewer hunts for kills that can lose you the rounds. But there definitely are teams that, you know, once they start to feel good, they get a little bit more aggressive and it can backfire. We'll see how Wildcard behave in this round.
Yeah, and so far I think they're doing a good job just holding. There's not really the util for paIN to create too many problems. They've got one smoke left and a flash. So you can maybe set up a play here, but if Wildcard don't, you know, allow for any players to get isolated easily and just respect the movements, okay, which they do. They hear the stepping, there's the smoke. 34 seconds left and that smoke gets dropped. They do not want to go and force it through there. So now they're committed into the A site where there's 3 players here for Wildcard, but they're in fairly passive positions.
Yeah, they got one more smoke on their own on the T side. So, might be for Lil Pit. Yeah, I think it is. Might land on top of FaZe here. He actually misses the shot, and yeah, the smoke's landing on the other side. JBA with a very nice little spray down. He will go down. FaZe as well, and the pistols just overwhelm the bomb site. That is unacceptable for Wildcard. I can't think of another word for it. This should never be happening. They had 3 people there. the setup really was just a smoke, but it all comes down to the fact that FaZe misses the first shot, and then he has to run back through the smoke, which is super uncomfortable. Also, JBA, for all that we talk about it, that's the kind of round where I expect him to get more than just the one kill.
Yeah.
It has to be a bit of a double up. And Stanislaw, I mean, he's also been struggling, I would say, individually. Both of them, 7 and 8 kills between them. It's not enough here. paIN getting away with so much. I guess it's a kind of balance to Wildcard winning the early round earlier, but still.
It's definitely an underperformance on the defense there, absolutely, and it puts Wildcard in an interesting spot. But at the very least, we can think back to that round where they did get those 3 upgrades, and we can see that that's going to give them the opportunity with 2 players saving here to buy if they want to, potentially. I mean, it's not going to be perfect in terms of the util, so there's an argument to not necessarily go for it, but they're going to decide to do it. And they'll be light a few grenades here and there, maybe light a kid or 2, you know, but ultimately they'll have a decent buy hit, all because of that round earlier.
In that replay, you can actually see what the other part of the problem is. Stan's angle means that the rest of the bomb site is wiped out without Stan being able to actually do anything in that.
Hold
like he's in such a
getting
weird position.
Mega aggressive push down mid here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're going for it. And Davide is already very low on health. With a grenade in hand, he's going to go down. I like the change of pace. I like the aggression, jumping past the AWP shots missed. JBA, let's go. Could he find another one? He's got 4 bullets left on this one. Oh, I felt that would have been very exciting, but unfortunately, the saying is true for a reason. You know, don't bring a knife to a gunfight.
Yeah,
we know why.
I mean, I get it, man. JBA was kind of out on an island after he gets that first pick. He's kind of just like isolated away from everyone, and desperation sinks in. But still very doable here for paIN, despite the fact that they lost one. NQZ is very, very weak. And 3 players here in position top mid for Wildcard. And playing these more forward positions is definitely nice because you get information a bit sooner. But the issue is that this defense mid might actually be completely circumvented by the walk apartments. Right now, the setup for Wildcard is not good to deal with that.
It isn't, but the one advantage is normally when you do this, there's a flash from middle. They don't have any players in the middle, so this is going to be running right in. DDT takes down FaZe. It blows open the defense. Sonic, long-range spray. It nearly kills him. He is down to 16 health, and the bomb is going to be planted. Now, there is another flank coming in. It's Stanislaw back here. Again, we highlighted the fact that he's had a bit of a rough early game. He could really recover that right now. Just 1 kill to open up the retake with. The bomb is already planted. Molotov going down. It's Sonic to get the kill on the other side. Stanislaw will pick up Big Osira, and I think that's plenty enough. Sus to drop GGT in the pit. And Wildcard, they reclaim that bomb site with some ease, in fact. Like, the whole coordination between every part of that retake was looking really, really good.
Yeah, and I think really a must-win round for them, given the economic dire straits they would have been in had they lost that one. And again, on the CT side, it always, you know, it just feels very hard when you're just out of money completely. And paIN, they're now in a dangerous spot. I mean, they're going to have money to rebuy into this next round. But if this doesn't go well for them, Wildcard are going to essentially be super close to winning this map. And I'm curious what paIN will opt to do. I think the play we saw there from Wildcard, you can't do that more than once, really. You can't just like run down mid. You got to like pick that moment really well. I don't think we'll see that again.
It's a pretty default spread coming out here from Wildcard. Nothing too exciting. Some early attempts to slow them down. I think they had a deep smoke for the Bonoma Banana that was thrown from CT spawn. And then the early incendiary to slow down any push towards the apps. But honestly, for paIN, it could be another faster timing here. If you look at what, they don't have a lot of utility. They're the Mac 10. They're already in the apps in middle. They might just pull the trigger and go. Even with the smoke up here, you could make a case to say, well, the plan doesn't necessarily change that much. It's almost like a staging platform to flash your way through. I'm really curious if they're going to try and... I almost wish they would have done it sooner already, but yeah, here we go. Flash in hand for Davideus.
More of a long-centric setup for Wildcard. FaZe going to get an opportunity to get that AWP online. We know paIN. We know they want to brute force their way in, and they often do pick this short side a lot, and they're going to start teasing the angles, and that's forcing the CTs back into more passive positions. Now the B players are going to get a little bit more antsy, but right now paIN are not committing. But there's been no banana presence for paIN. They do not know what they're walking into right now. Wildcard, they actually understand there's a rotation out, and the B players are staying in position.
it's going to be really fun to see which kind of smoke they throw. If they throw the elevated smoke, then FaZe can play in front of it in a different way, I think. And that might be a problem. If they throw the normal smoke, it might cover everything. If they throw no smoke, they might just shoot him in the face instead. That was one of the options I really wasn't considering. But now that I see it play out, it's absolutely beautiful. BigOzero with 2 entries, and they're going to save on the other side. They actually had smokes, by the way, on paIN. I thought maybe that was going to come down to it, but BigOzero just had completely different plans. I mean, why smoke him at all, Dan? You shoot him in the face.
Yeah, I mean, this was, I think, something that may have actually thrown MOUZ off yesterday, because it's something I noticed that paIN, they're not like super exec heavy or like util heavy on their execs. They tend to like that element of surprise. They're willing to maybe take an angle dry and just trade out the player just for the sake of that extra time that you get where you're not telegraphing it just because a nade's going into the air that the CTs can see that, oh, it's coming in a couple of seconds. But there's like no warning essentially with paIN when they're going to go with that kind of a style. But it's trade-offs. And there's a trade-off that I think, like you were saying, BigOzero, this is the style that they have found that they enjoy playing, and it is working so far against some of the best teams in the world, evidently yesterday against MOUZ.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're definitely right. It's such an interesting part of the game, right? That as much as smokes and flashes and molotovs are great tools.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, there is like an element where in this match, like in CS2 with the Pika's advantage being a bit stronger, especially against the AWPs and stuff, it kind of makes sense to choose this style too.
Yeah, I mean, the risk is self-evident, right? You are picking into the AWP, but at the same time, if you win that fight, there's no chance for nobody else can do anything on the CT side.
Yeah.
I love like Vince, you see him here, he's just the frustration. It's got to be one of the worst feelings as a coach. Obviously now you've got experience actually GMing like a whole organization, right? But like being the guy who can't change, like once all the chips are down and the game is live, you're like, oh, well, here we go.
It's extraordinarily stressful. it's just emotional. It's honestly, sometimes it's like actually emotional hell.
I can imagine.
Yeah, it really is. It's just terrible.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
10-9.
It very nearly killed Henry and Jason. So you gotta be careful about going down that road.
It's rough.
It's a 10-9 scoreline here. We're going in around number 20, and just a traditional exchange of grenades on banana. That middle banana smoke is almost always thrown from the T side. I haven't seen too many interesting plays, but there are some teams that are really creative about using it. Shout out to 3D Max for people who really want to catch some nerdy stuff there. FaZe right in their faces. It's going to be the MP9 to get the first kill, but the speed up behind this has been shut down. JBA, I want to be able to call out his name more. He's not been playing badly, but he's not been playing anywhere near what we expect. He's got to step it up.
Puggy style is really working for paIN, isn't it? Kind of just walking out. This is exactly what we heard in the interview that Wildcard knew they would have to be sharp against. But now the round resets a little. We have good positioning in pit around there, the A site for Wildcard. As the push comes in, just edging in, the flick shot misses, and now this is really problematic for paIN. We talked about the element of surprise. It no longer exists, and that gives an edge here to Wildcard. And paIN have to assess, do they continue to commit?
Sometimes it really comes down to just that one moment, right? The Molotov is such a great idea. NQC has to hit that shot. If he does, it's almost certainly wide open. They're pushing into Stanislaw with a FAMAS down below, and Sonic would have been too far away to do anything anyway. I just still like this wraparound, and Sonic has disappeared just at the wrong time. He was covering this angle for the last 30 seconds, but he's decided to walk away. JB very exposed. He should be going down. I can't believe he's still alive at all. 15 seconds. They don't know about Sonic or Stanislaw, and as a result, he should win the round. 9 seconds left. No health at all here for Davideus. He's going to try and just test out the bomb there, but either way, he was going to get traded out. I don't know. paIN Gaming, honestly, they had such a great shot at winning this round because you could see JBA is not ready for the flank around. He could have died immediately, and I think the round would have been over.
It's so funny how uncomfortable I think it is to like play against paIN, for example, because paIN themselves is almost beautiful in a way where it's not the conventional way that you try to default on a map like Inferno. Like on Inferno, you kind of want to have some presence, like even one player towards banana when you're in these rounds, but you're not going to be mega committed because if things don't go well at A, you're like, oh, we don't have anyone at banana. I guess we have no choice but to commit. So it's just the freedom of having to commit no matter what.
Yeah, just narrow the options. You're right. Like there's not a lot of sick fakes coming out here or anything else. It's sort of straightforward. Could also be the fact that they haven't practiced a lot, so maybe BigOzero doesn't want to make it too complicated on the entire team. FaZe lining up one more kill, ready for the triple. Almost had one more bullet to take down BigOzero, but that should do it. The bomb has also dropped pretty
Anders,
far back.
they want to win the round without the bomb, Anders. No one decided to take it with them. Like,
listen, it's a small detail, you know.
how sick would this comeback be if we just don't take the bomb with us? That'd be like next level.
Just fight to the death, no matter what.
Yeah, the bomb is complicating things for them right now.
It does happen every once in a while, especially on Inferno. It's weird. Sometimes everyone else thought that somebody else already had picked it up, and then you realize with 30 seconds, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. I forget, like, this was many years ago, but I remember there was one round where the bomb didn't spawn in an Inferno game, in a tournament. I can't remember which tournament. It was like many years ago.
I think that you're right. There's one, because it could fall through the ground. I think there was one like where they could, or like that actually did happen, I think. You're right. I forgot about that. I don't think we have those kind of bugs anymore. I feel like that's we have different bugs, obviously, but not those.
Yeah. There's a world where BigOzero could actually find a headshot here. I mean, this setup is kind of ridiculous to deal with, but if he can manage to find a way to dismantle this. I mean, they were isolated in that setup, so I take it back, Anders. He's getting 1v1s here. He's got 2 1v1s. There's 2 more to get, and there's time to plant the bomb, and there's nothing to stop him from doing this. And out of nothing, a 1v4. Surely not! BigOzero resetting the situation again, and now fear starts to set in for Wildcard. That is atrocious. What an unbelievable performance. Nobody expected that to happen. They had a setup, Anders, looking at an angle where they were isolating themselves.
That's so absurd.
Oh, no.
I actually, as much as I love the fact that he stood up, turned his back, and reminded him of his name, said, this is who I am, I would love to see the Wildcard reactions to this.
Oh, no.
Shock and chaos on the Wildcard side. They were not expecting it. This is how you lose a map. This is how it slips out of your hands.
I'm just going to say right now, Anders, it's a really good thing that we have Dust in the talent group. He's a certified EMT. You should probably get him stage side just in case for Vince.
That's a good point. Maybe some Heimlich. Someone's definitely choking up on the stage right now.
We have to watch it again, Anders.
Yeah. This is so crazy. It's such a crazy sequence.
It's beautiful from BigOzero, and I don't want us to like take away from that, but it's another thing when you feel like the other team has like misplayed it and then given the opportunity. And
yeah,
I mean, just so epic from BigOzero to just crush that.
Okay, well, that opens up the entire Inferno map. I can't believe it. Look at the desperation as well for Wildcard. They forced into this round. They know they're in a lot of trouble. They need to get the momentum back. They need to stop paIN in their tracks immediately, or this whole thing can go completely off the rails. It is the map pick of Wildcard here. They really don't want to end up losing a clutch 1 versus 4. What a flashbang setting it up. Even though he got dinked a bit here, Snow, it's not a bad job. He still does get a lot of damage in, and now they're pushing into Suspend. They will take care of him easily. I don't think he had any head armor, so even the Galil there will just blow him up. And Sonic, he's been playing an absolutely fantastic game on Inferno. He's got 18 kills, and part of me wishes they would have pushed through into the 5-7 just to give him a chance, but opening up this side of the map, I think there's no reason why paIN have to take that risk at all.
Totally. Yeah, they are cruising right now, and it's really, really difficult for Wildcard. Obviously, at least this is the first map, so like kind of know what, no matter what happens, you know, they can just say, okay, well, we have some more chances here. They get time to reset, but this is a difficult. Just thinking about that clutch still, it's just a difficult spot to be in. It's very demoralizing for a team, and Sonic,
oh, here we go.
Here's the man.
Do it.
5-7.
It can be done. At this range, it can. If you're quick enough. He's waiting for it. They do line up for him. He gets 1-2 and looking for the third is Sonic! Taking him down and bringing Wildcard back into the game.
Oh, boy. That is amazing. What? And that, okay, Anders, we were talking about the demoralization. That is the panacea. That is the cure right there for that sort of the mental depression.
It's...
Oh my goodness. Pulling them back from the abyss.
Stanislaw just looks like he's not even sure what's happening any longer. Honestly, I'm not even sure what's happening. I did say it's about 1 in 10 games. You know, it's not an exact science, but Sonic, sometimes he just gets the job done. The little detail about that one is the fact that he pauses for a second before he shoots the fight. Is that like a 1 second trigger discipline? FaZe, I hate everything about that relocation. Gonna come back and will get himself traded. I don't think that was worth it. None of that was good. You don't have to give your life. You don't have to swing so wide.
Oh, no.
If you let paIN back into this one, there's almost a certainty that it's going to be overtime. And I don't know if Wildcard can survive that. DGT has taken down CEST. Dan, I can't stand. I almost want to close my eyes. It's very hard to cast with that kind of a setup.
Sonic is the man now that could save the day because the bomb is rotating into his position. Hopefully he's still feeling it after that 5-7 clutch. And he's got a great position in onto the B site for a defense. He's outnumbered, and there is this other unknown quantity of the third player. I'm not sure if that position is known or not. They do know that position was compromised, but Sonic is out here on an island. His two teammates are far away. Can he hold on?
It looks like he can. They owe this Inferno map to Sonic right now. He has been such a monster. Already up to 23. Has picked up the AK at the same time. Might get shot in the back, but no, actually, BigOzero comes back to check on Banana just for a second. They've got kits. They've got 1 HE as well. And with that damage on the snow, that might be enough. Here comes the grenade on top. It's actually going to be from us before it even connects. And BigOzero, what could he do? They go for the long defuse. I don't know why. 10 seconds. The rest are going to be holding the line. I think it's enough. I think they've done it here. Wildcard, they close the book on paIN. What a close match this was. 13-10 at the end. And if not for Sonic, they would have lost this map. There's no question about it. What a way to get started.
I don't even know where to begin. To be completely honest, it feels like no one won this game. I think that was one of the most unorthodox, that was one of the most hectic games of Counter-Strike I've ever seen. Obviously, someone had to win Dust, and at the very end, Wildcard made it happen.
You know, as a North American analyst having to watch Wildcard play, this is what makes me want to douse my eyes in fucking bleach. Like, I'm going to need a pacemaker at 34 years old because of this team. Like, they started out so strong out the gate on this map. It was going exactly according to plan. Hot T-side start. The first 8 rounds of this game were textbook. And then from there, this game was all over the place.
It was like, I feel like we had a very messy Inferno yesterday when MOUZ played against paIN, but this is one for the books. This was like the amount of rounds that was thrown away, or someone making a super bad decision, or the team just flumbering like when they had like really good setups. Like overall, it was just super, super cool.
It was super, super messy. I think round 21 is a great example of that. It is a 1v4 with 13 seconds left of the round, and for some reason, they're giving it up to BigOzero. Now, I want to give him an awful lot of credit for pulling this off. That was a wonderful clutch, wonderfully played by BigOzero. But for Wildcard to give away this round, I thought to myself, all right, you just lost the map right here. It's been so messy. You've done so poor. You allowed BigOzero to stand up, point towards the back of his jersey, and then this happens, Peter. What on earth is going on?
I think overall, like, you know, obviously the whole situation of Sonic has rotated over and hiding on Car. You know, he gets a really good situation where he actually starts shooting one guy, another guy drops in front of him, and then he gets the third one. But they have no business winning around. You're sure it's a great read that Sonic has rotated over and actually starts gambling inside because he already was on that beat bomb, so throwing utility. So obviously they made a decision to just stack it. But overall, it's just like, it's just bad from paIN. Like, it's just so bad.
And here's my take on it, right? I feel like I can excuse paIN for playing messy Counter-Strike. One day of practice, BigOzero told us coming into the game, we haven't even pracked Inferno together as a team. Our very first game on the map was versus MOUZ yesterday, so I guess they're excused. Wildcard, how do you excuse it getting so messy when they were off to such a good start?
There really is no excuse for it. Look, we're about to rain on their parade for a minute here, but before we do, I do think it is at least fair to start out with the first 8 rounds look pretty damn good,
sure,
right? They were brute forcing their way through stuff. They were dominating. Their banana control was so on point. paIN failed to really even have an adjustment defensively to handle the banana control that Wildcard was throwing at them that first 8 rounds of the game. We were seeing, you know, pretty good, like, you know, pressure and information being gathered by Stanislaw and apartments that allowed them to overstack their talented players at banana to be able to get those trades and entries. They were able to at times fall back into A when they felt it was necessary. So things, again, started out very quickly in their favor, but then there was just like this crazy turn of the tides kind of once you hit like that round 9 or 10 mark.
I mean, we got to give credit to Sonic as well, obviously, for pulling off the play with the 5-7 in the first 8 rounds as well. He was the difference maker as well. Overall, you know, Wildcard, they get a win here, Peter. And I guess when you're winning a messy game, when you're winning, when you're not playing your best, that's also a great feeling, isn't it?
Definitely is, you know, coming into a game and feeling like this is your map pick and you want to go in and actually show you can play good in this map. You played against Vitality yesterday. Obviously, that's a very tough opposition. Now going up against paIN, you know, that is a team that you want to beat. Now that it got messy, and with all the rounds that they managed to throw away, and all the poor decisions that they managed to fuck up, you know, I think that overall they are happy about the situation. And obviously, Sonic was the guy that stepped up for Wildcard. You know, we talked about that we wanted FaZe, we wanted JBA to be the one that to make a decision and make something really great for the team. But it's actually Sonic who made some of the very crucial things. He had a lot of good openings on the T side, and obviously the whole turnaround round with the 5-7 also turned out to be something very important for Wildcard.
A win is a win, Dust. However, we have to go back a little bit in time, because round 12 was where it all really began. You said to yourself, Wildcard, they got off to a good start, they were in control, then paIN fights back, and then round 12, what exactly are we about to watch here?
We're about to watch a round. And that's all I can really say. It's quite the round. So it starts off really good. Stanislaw, again, as a lurker IGL, very unique, gets that kill in apartments, and then they immediately follow that up with the entry on B. So it's dual pressure. Now you have openings on both sides of the map, and paIN can't really move. But Stan goes for this lurk, and instead of clearing mid, I'll just give it to Dupree. I don't know what happened here.
I mean, at this point, I just want to rip my fucking eyeballs out, because this is like a shit-ass poor decision-making. I don't know if it's Stan who makes the decision or it's the team, but the whole idea about him, obviously, as you mentioned, it works out really well. He goes for the lurk through the apartments, he drops out, makes a sound cue. No one is shooting at him, so he knows that the guy is probably either pushed behind him in mid, or he started to rotate to B and actually stack. He decides to go to the bombs that are stacked, instead of just going to clear mid. Even if he pushed down mid and he knows that the banana players are boxed in, he can just kill him and then they just turn back and go back to the bomb side. That's how it is. They ended up that they go back to the B bomb side, and then when he dies in CT spawn first, then they start messing up this after plan situation. So what the fuck are they doing?
Dude, like the fact that, look, the wall bang was insane, right? I'm going to give credit where credit's due. That was an awesome shot. But the fact that CEST even gave him an opportunity to have that shot is absolutely absurd. Like, just okay, I'm trying my best.
I feel
here.
your passion. Let's see it again. Let's see it
like
again.
how do you go from a double pick on both sides of the map to Stanislaw getting an amazing lurk through apartments halls to getting into like mini pit, jumping there, having the option to go lane and clear out top middle and call his team back and have a free A bomb site, to somehow doing the slowest lurk possible through spawn and then having the game deteriorate like this?
Stop it right here. Stop it right here. Right? Stop it right here. How on earth, Peter? Explain this to me. You tried already. You know, did a good job. How do you lose a round when you're in a 4v2? You have this situation going for you. You have Stanislaw lurking out of A. You have one player in A. You have one player in B. You're in a 4v2. If you were to pause this round, am I right in saying that in 99 out of 100 occasions you are going to win this?
You shouldn't lose this one. You know, the lurk that Stanislaw does from apps is fine. You know, he goes out and gets a clear. He even makes a sound cue. And from the knowing of the round, NQC knows that they are boxed in banana. He's waiting for them to rotate back. He probably even hears him dropping out of apps, knowing that they're going to rotate back into his crosshair. That doesn't happen. He starts pushing behind them. He knows. And Stanislaw is also calling. I guarantee you he's calling that, guys, I'm going to flank the bomb side behind you. Just be careful of banana flank. That is what happens. And then they turn into this after plan situation where why are they fighting him? I mean, sure, he gets a kill through through coils here, but the fact that they're just fighting, just play
just
off
tuck in
each
the
other.
ruins. Just tuck in the ruins and make him come in. He's got an op.
Yeah, just play. They are not playing off each other. They're just randomly trying to find. As you can, this is like a great example of me being in the green room. That would be me in the green room.
That's all you needed to see. That we could have personified that whole round, just that clip of his face palm. Like, I mean, that's beautiful. It's a chef's kiss. But
it is kind of crazy how it goes from being a game where you feel Wildcard are in control, where you feel Wildcard are playing good Counter-Strike, proper Counter-Strike as well. I wanted to give them credit for the first, let's say, 8 to 9 rounds. And then all of a sudden, it takes one round, one scenario, and then everything goes out of the book. Everyone starts to mess around, fuck around, so to speak, and it's not pretty anymore. As a player, Peter, I know you can get into a trap where you feel like, oh, we're losing control. At any point, a timeout, at any point, you know, addressing it, at any point, revert back to what you were doing before. Is that a hard mental transition to make in the middle of a game?
I think the hardest thing is that when you know you mess up some of these very big rounds, like when you see you have these 4v2s and you decide to make a decision. Sure, if it's the in-game leader making the call, everyone just follows it. You know, that's kind of the code of conduct when you play Counter-Strike. You know, you follow the in-game leader's decision. Then sure, you can look at it afterwards in replay saying, hey, we should have done something different. But obviously making a mistake this bad in this given round is like, it's not something that you see very often. And obviously, you know, when you find yourself in a position where the game gets close and you start thinking a little bit back to like, oh, we would have turned this round around, and we would have done something different, you know. That is where you need to try and leave that stuff behind, go into the next round and always think ahead instead of relying in what has happened in the past.
And I know we've been very cruel on Wildcard, but they won the map, you know. They're now one up in this series, and I would argue we could do the same to paIN. I think when they won the 4-spy in round 21, and then they lose the 1v3, 1v4 to 5-7 as well, I guess we've got to be equally critical towards their decision-making. I know they haven't had a lot of practice, but even so, with the way they played against MOUZ yesterday, we should expect more from paIN, no?
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of turned into like mud wrestling at the end of it all, like just super messy. Everyone's kind of making mistakes. Someone's making big plays. Someone's hitting a really cool shot. It was very damning because there was definitely opportunities in a round like that one that we've really broke down multiple times and we really addressed it from all angles. That was paIN's opportunity to get back to the game and like turn this thing around. And then when you flip into the second half, they actually started that half off like pretty decent. decently. Like we were seeing them make some good strides. And so I do think that was their big opportunity to like turn the tides in a map that I would say Wildcard were favored on if you go by the resume. And they were unable to seize that opportunity despite the fact that basically like they snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Like it's kind of unbelievable in my opinion.
All right, and before we start to address Anubis, which is coming up as the second map, where does this leave us? You know, what kind of impression are we left with now after map 1?
I think that Wildcard is happy about winning despite actually messing up so bad. But I think in paIN also managed to mess up. It is like both teams going back and forth, messing up a lot. Obviously, going to the next map, you know, it's all about resetting for paIN, not cleansing out the game, even though they had some good rounds. I think it's all about that they need to find the composure and also maybe just have a small brief talk about the fact that we have not practiced that much. We're still a new team. Like we need to not expect too much of ourselves. We need to play off each other, but we definitely, as individuals, need to limit the mistakes that we're making because. I mean, yeah, sure, you haven't played too much as a team, but as individuals, they're just making way too many mistakes.
Yeah, and then when you go over to the wildcard thing, I think the one positive you could pull, despite some of those issues, is, yeah, they won, so that's a positive. But the other issue is, like, the theory looked pretty good. It was more of, like, the execution in certain situations that went poorly and got sloppy, and then it was just, like, those last-second, late-minute calls where it's like, hey, we've got a good opening, we found ourselves some good map control, we've created some great pressure all across the map, we got a lot of options open to us now. It's like just finding the right final call. So it's like you're doing a lot of things right, you're building the house, but you just kind of let the roof get blown over.
All right. It may not have been pretty, but it was exciting. It was entertaining, and I bet you Twitch chat out there and YouTube chat for that matter had a fun time. We're jumping on a quick break, and once we're back, it's with Anubis, the second map between paIN and Wildcard, and I'm willing to dare you out there at home. It cannot get any worse than what you saw on Inferno. A lot to digest after the first map, especially for paIN Gaming. They're locked in, they're ready, they're set up, ready to bounce back on map number 2, their very own map pick on Anubis. Of course, it's very important for them to come back into it, because if they were to lose Anubis, they would have been eliminated from the BLAST rival Season 1 2025. However, Wildcard is going to do their absolute best to make that very thing happen. Now, my question to you guys is, Anubis, that's a map pick from paIN Gaming. We know it's one of their home turf map. We saw them play it at IM Melbourne with a stand-in given. They almost came close to beating FaZe Clan. So if you're Wildcard, should you be fearful, of coming into Anubis versus paIN?
There's a case. I mean, you know, I'm never really the biggest Anubis fan. I think I've said that multiple times. I think the overall delay, like the overall design of the map is just pretty poor. And you know, the fact that paIN has decided to go in with this map, you know, they must feel comfortable. And maybe it's a map that also previously we know that they have played a little bit, you know, not too much, but obviously going in, they must have some kind of confidence to be able to pick it. Maybe they've seen some weaknesses that they think that they can abuse. But my honest opinion about this series so far is that I just want both teams to, you know, start playing better. Obviously, as I mentioned yesterday, you know, limit their mistakes a lot more, and also the fact that paIN now coming into this game knowing that they will be eliminated if they don't start stepping up. You know, maybe they just need to take a little bit of a step back and, you know, try to be a little bit more fundamentals, just try to work a little bit more as a unit and try and get the traits a little bit better. But also because, you know, Inferno is also more like a dynamic map where it takes a lot more, like, there's a lot more protocols to it. It's more difficult, you know. It's very easy in some sense to start stacking. It's hard to get yourself into this flow that we need to play perfect Counter-Strike in some sense, whereas Anubis allows you to just be, okay, we're just going to focus on this part of the map, and they can actually not flank us too much because this map is just a pretty poor designed one.
Would you say that's an equal big win condition for both teams, that whoever eliminates the most mistakes are also the most likely to win?
Yeah, I think so, especially in a situation where neither team has a great resume on this map. You know, this used to be Wildcard's ban before they started banning Mirage. When you look at paIN, they don't have a great track record results-wise on this map, so it really is going to come down to execution. This is another map where they have moved Stanislaw into a lurker role at A on the T side as a shot caller, which is very interesting to see how that plays out. And then on paIN, I want to know, what do they do with DGT? They have so far prioritized him and gave him all of his roles, but him and Snow overlap. So what do you do on this map in a quick amount of time with limited practice to try to get the most out of it?
Does it end here?
Ooh.
No, I think we're going to a third.
Who knows after what we just saw, bro? Like, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I really couldn't.
It's really a good question. And I want to ask the same question to Anders and DDK. Does it end here? Or are we going to a third?
It's a big question, Jacob. I really hope it goes to a third. I want to see paIN kind of claw it back. They had a big opportunity on Inferno to maybe get something done. Now we're going into their own mapping. It's on Anubis coming up for the second one in this best of 3. Elimination on the line. So I really don't want to see paIN leave the tournament yet. I think this project with DGT joining, even though they've had no prep work really, it still looks pretty good. I think it's going to get even better if time moves on here. So I hope that they get to play one more. But Anubis, I think it's one of the most treacherous maps. If you start on that CT side, because it's a T-sided map, there's such a big opportunity that if you lose some of the early rounds, the first buy round, the pistol round, you can fall really far behind. So I'm always nervous about this one.
I think this matchup just makes me nervous. Based on what we saw on Inferno, Anders, we saw some moments from both teams where they kind of led a moment where they had advantages really slip in an uncharacteristic way, a way that surprises you. And so for me, I'm like, okay, this is, I think, going to be anyone's. When you have moments like that can open up, and you know, whether it's a practice issue, a communication issue, you know, a pressure issue, it can be anything. But we've shown that we've seen that it can happen.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have second map of the day. First best of 3 still. A lot of Counter-Strike to come here at Blast Rivals. paIN versus Wildcard. And Sonic, he was out of control on that opening map. But like I said, it's about 1 in 10 maps. I doubt he could do it again, but I would love to be wrong about it. How sick would that be? DGT has already spotted out this mid push. It's the bomb leading the charge. So there are no surprises. They're not going to fall back from this. They are 100% committed. And they're piercing all the way through into CT spawn, getting slowed down a bit. Sonic and then Suspend. They just won't stop. The Glocks, they do the whole wraparound. This is the sort of strat you might call with your friends at 3 in the morning, saying, what if we rush through middle into CT spawn and then wrap around back to the A bomb site? Oh, and shoot everyone to the head on the way, why not?
I thought for a second they're trying to extract to the sailboat or something. I mean, they're like going all the way. That would be so sick if you could swim in this game, but you just die for some reason. For some reason, no one has learned how to swim. And none of the CTs or the Ts. But I actually love that. That's my favorite pistol as well. Whenever I play this map, just like running into mid, it just seems for some reason just like feels good. You know, like some rushes just like feel really sick, and this is one of those for me. And it works out for Wildcard. And this is what you're saying, Anders. You're like, okay, you get that T pistol on the T side. That's a good look. That's a good look. And
it's
so
a strong start.
paIN might be struggling, unless maybe they can find an upset here. The MP9s are pretty goated, so they got a couple of those on deck.
Honestly, from what we saw in Inferno, it's not out of the question, is it? we could maybe see something like that. I think one of the other reasons why running that kind of strategy in a pistol round is hard to deal with is it's sort of hard to know what to call, right?
Yeah.
We have all these calls for, like, we know what connector means, we know what it means for the front of the A-bomb side or mid, like, oh, they're Molotoving middle or whatever. But once you see that many people running into CT spawn, it sort of becomes hard to know, what am I actually saying to my teammates here? Like, how many people are there? Are they really running into CT spawn and, like, they're wrapping around? Like, it's such a weird dynamic on the communication for paIN that just an awkward round in many ways. But
this could be a scary spot here, Anders, because you're going E-box close range against MP9. But hey, you got util. You got util to make it safe, and they force out the smoke. So that's a really important opening, I feel like, for Wildcard, dodging that danger.
Yeah, and it's such a fundamental thing. If you don't want to lose these kind of rounds for Wildcard, just use the util to clear the corners. But a lot of teams end up forgetting about it, and it can backfire. They are going to eventually end up at the B bomb side. And honestly, I think this will work. For some reason, holding B, even with 3 people, even if they have rifles, it's hard. So I wouldn't be shocked if this doesn't work out. 5-7, though, is in a good spot. Flashbang, we're waiting for that to come on over. It doesn't actually do anything here. Snow might have been able to set it up. Huge couple of kills. He can't keep it going, though. But that flash that they threw at the wall did nothing at all to Snow, and he was just left wide open to pick up a couple of great frags. 3 versus 3, though. The bomb is planted, so in spite of everything, it's not necessarily a bad spot here. No kit either on the CT side.
The positioning here for Wildcard I don't feel super confident about this. 2 players in E-box, or maybe they don't suspect there to be 2. The first kill, the second as well from JBA. That is a phenomenally good defense stat. I feel like that now really stifles any chance. Indeed it does. DJT goes down and they stay alive with 3 players. So it looked like tragedy was possible, but tragedy was averted for now as Wildcard get the 2-0.
I think one of the luxuries they have in doubling up towards that E-box connector is they know there's not going to be any incendiaries or anything crazy for paIN. Like they can be very sure that there's not going to be any kind of late grenades like that. Otherwise, it's definitely, it can be very risky. Nicely done for JBA.
That was aesthetic. That was aesthetic Galil spray.
We need more of it. I want to see him more in action. He wasn't, I think, a liability really on Inferno, but he definitely wasn't the star player either. Going to be down to just the pistols, paIN. Slow start. Always makes me nervous. And I'm going to be even more nervous going into the first rifle round for them. That's going to be coming up in the next one because there's just so much on the line to stabilize the early game.
And okay, well, paIN are going to stack towards that B site. Obviously, it's just the pistols here, but this is the way that you could potentially win this if Wildcard go into the stack. They have all this util, so you think that they could limit the options for paIN to get free shots. Kills should be tradable, but the bomb is actually still kind of on the ground towards it at the moment. Looks like we'll have Wildcard regrouping and bringing that in. They're going to commit into this site.
Really nice smoke to extend. Okay, I don't even think CEST knew how that happened. NQC will find himself alone here, so I don't think he can really steal the AK. Not going to be allowed for, but that last kill for CEST looked like it was just the end of the burst against the first player, and then it just ended up a headshot somehow. Regardless, maybe a couple more casualties in the round that Wildcard would have won it, but I don't think that really matters. I think none of that matters, in fact. It's down to whether or not paIN can pick up this early round. They've got the AWP on NQC. I've seen more games than I can count where people comfortably, confidently pick into Anubis. They lose the pistol, they lose the first rifle round, and they never recover. So let's see what paIN are able to do.
Couple forward Molotovs, got that mid Molotov, the Molotov outside B as well. So, okay, I think we've seen about 6 Molotovs thrown in the first few seconds of the round.
Let's go. But I like this setup. They had the incendiary from the A-bomb side and the flash on over, so it's very common for T's to be playing behind the barrels up there.
Nice peek.
Oh, Stanislaw going down right at the start. Oh, damn. All right. The audience over on BLAST TV, not really too confident. It's FaZe taking down Davideus. They are rotating back. The bomb is still in the middle. Oh, DGT, look at the rotate through. He's going to catch the bomb. Oh, he's got the knife out. Oh, no. Get that rifle back out, son. Sonic's going to take him down. What a disaster. If he just held the line, even running, if he had the rifle out, I think he can win that fight. And suddenly he's got the bomb in middle.
Yeah, there must have been a communication issue there where
I think so.
paIN are convinced that it is like just everyone's into the site. But I mean, it's been so tentative. I love this from Wildcard because they're high levels of threat towards the B site, but they're not committing. And there's an error that they forced by doing so. So great work from them, but still, problems on the site. Snow's been hitting shots, really good shots all day. Big Zera also following up here as well, and Sonic able to get the trade there, but there's still a chance as we have one player backside in position. It's Big Zera, and he has gone huge. Had the 1v4 clutch earlier. And now it's down to NQZ. Orb comes out, and that is a shot, Anders, that if it connected, it's on. But as you can see, it did not, and so it's off.
In my mind, I thought for just a minute, I thought he was going to get both of them as they swung out there. How cool would that have been?
Oh, the collab, yeah, that would have been epic, yeah.
I just thought maybe it was going to be doable. Now, at the end of the day, it is a round for Wildcard, and even losing a lot of players here, it doesn't matter. It's about winning these early rounds. I think you are right, though. It must have been some comms from B that forces DGT to try and be a little bit quicker, but it's one of those rounds you look back on, and they're going to look at it in the review after the game and think, oh my God, we could. That's 80% of the way to winning the round if they drop the bomb on Sonic there in the middle.
Yeah, it was so perfect. It was so perfect.
Yeah.
But obviously it didn't work out, but that is, I think, part of why that opening from Wildcard, where they get that E-box control, is so difficult to deal with, because you're on the site and you're just feeling like under so much pressure there, and you need the help, and so the urgency might be really high. And again, clean comms can be, I mean, that's a skill.
And I mean, this connector control that we're seeing here, and the front of A control that we also saw for paIN and Print, that's sort of equivalent to, you know, Banana and top mid on Inferno, right? It is about the CTs knowing what on earth is going to be happening next, and they want to see if they can find that out. Nice grenade on the Stanislaw. Once again, I don't know, for a while now, Stan has been underperforming. I think it's because, again, he is doing so much work on the leadership front that I think it actually is distracting, because I think he's a better player than this Stan, but I just think his resources are being spent elsewhere at the moment. I know I said I had a lot of respect for Big Zero, but I do for Stanislaw as well. I really think he plays solid Counter-Strike when it comes to calling the strats and sort of, you know, taking the reins of the team. Like, you can see when it's a Stanislaw team. They're typically making good choices. They understand the game. They have the timings down. It's really fun Counter-Strike to watch when Wildcard play. Nice smoke timing on this one, though.
It's interesting, too, because you kind of want them to go into the A site here, and paIN, they have set up around this smoke.
Yeah.
And obviously, with the MP9 here,
dangerous.
Position, they could do a lot of damage. And, oh, I guess the ding, the follow-up is there, but it doesn't come out quite well enough. But there's another chance here. Davides gets behind them. Oh, there's almost another huge opportunity. But it's a 3v2 after plan. NQZ's got the AWP. I don't think he wants to lose that one in this round.
That's layered smoke timings where you're pushing in to a couple of 5.7s and an MP9. It's kind of shocking that Wildcard made their way through that. Like,
yeah, it's dangerous.
Such a big chance that they would have blown up that one.
Yeah, and the smoke kind of, it feels like, oh, we don't want you to come here.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the mind games at the top level where, you know, because for example, when you're playing, let's say, a pug or whatever, like, and you're like holding a spot, and your teammate smokes you, like, oh man, I want them to come into me, you know. So I love that level here, and again, I love the decisiveness from Wildcard, even to just say we're just gonna go for it, and there's no hesitation, and
we're not buying it.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of set it up earlier. The 5-0 is a reality here now for Wildcard on this T side, and obviously paIN are a map down, and so they're having to fight back now from the worst position.
Truly a tough deal that they've been given here. A little bit of an issue to be solved potentially. This could have worked. This maybe even should have worked. See it from behind the shoulders here. Sonic doing great work once again.
What do you think is the answer here, Anders? You're in paIN's position. They've been getting defaulted on. It seems kind of obscure what your opponent's kind of doing. They had one push from NQZ when he gets that pick, pushing out of A, but that's kind of really been the only forward kind of taking initiative kind of moment we've seen out of paIN.
I honestly think more of the same is unfortunately, as boring as it sounds, not a bad answer, because You could do that with NQC. I think one of the other things to do is to try to see if you can... There's a really, really common setup that people do now over on the B side of the connector, because that connector is almost always going to get smoked off from the T side, but you can blow it open with obviously with an HE. So if you have the AWP there and you have some guy behind you with an... Or even the AWP could do it himself, but, you know, and an easier way to do it, have a teammate throw the grenade, and then you just snipe down the middle. That's a nice way to get an opening. And the other thing you can obviously do, if you're going to have 3 people at the B bomb side anyway, which you do a lot of the time early on, why not flash your way out and try and, you know, get those front of B flashes in and swing for it? I still think it's a really good idea. The only issue is that doing this kind of CT aggression, once you've already lost 5 in a row, I feel like it becomes so much more telegraphed from the point of view of Wildcard. I wouldn't be surprised if Wildcard are going to play out some of these rounds slower, because they might be expecting that paIN are getting a bit desperate. It's elimination on the line too, you know?
Yeah. And they have been, Wildcard, I feels like they have been very diligent with, like, making sure they can catch up. Whoa, okay, FaZe's going really fast, straight through the Molotov with the AWP in hand. Is this expected? Might be able to find an angle here. Good flash. Oh, the timing. The shot whilst blind is beautiful.
Absolutely absurd. Pushing in, some damage even through the smoke right here is NQC. Feeling the pressure in the back. He's got the AWP. They've got more Molotovs. He's got to be careful. He could get burned out here. Snow battling on the bomb side itself to try and get it back. Nice flick from NQC. Taking down Stanislaw after the double. They have a man lead still. Wildcard. That bomb ticking away. And paIN, this is a must-win round. Even if you're a man down, you've got to find a way. It's not going to be doable here. The Swede stepping up. He opened the round and he's looking to close it again. In fact, he might have just done that with the kill. Damadeus holding on to the M4. He sees FaZe. He's kind of guessing that he's going to come for him, but he can't win the round any longer. That's not going to be an option. It's going to be 6 in a row instead for Wildcard, as Anubis betrays paIN in the early stages of this first half. It's not done yet. But the fact that it's so T-sided also means that there's definitely a way for paIN to get back here, but man, do they have the mental strength for it is the question.
Yeah, and can they get enough to work with? And I just had a flash, Anders, of a potential future.
Go on.
If paIN get 30-node twice? No. Tournament.
Dan, you're like the nicest guy I know in esports. Why are you saying this?
I mean, the team's called paIN, you know?
Oh, right. It might be like a little bit too much of enjoyment of that, potentially. Fair enough. I surely hope not. I mean, they have the ready-made excuse that they just got DGT in and that they were missing Big with Zero down in Melbourne, so maybe they can brush it off, but
yeah,
I would feel sad because I really do like this paIN team.
Yes, they're awesome, but yeah, that practice element, we know we've had them talk about it. It's definitely something that's in their minds that, you know, if they do have a difficult time here, there is a lot of reasonable reasons as to why. And once again, trying to get a sense as to what's going on around E-Box. It's been a pretty pivotal position for Wildcard's defaults.
That's kind of a classic setup where you have the AWP in the A-bomb site, which allows for more mid and B presence. So you're sort of playing almost sort of 4-1, even if DGT is somewhat close. It's just a good luxury of having an AWP in the map on the CT side, and it's true on a bunch of different positions. You see it in the B apartments on Mirage. You know, you can put one AWP there, and then you have 4 playing middle or A. Similar kind of setup here on Anubis. 40 seconds left, by the way, and the bomb is still in middle. Mid pushes have become insanely popular on this map on the T side, whereas at the beginning when the map came out, it was not used that much, and I really don't know why. It took a while for people to find out. Could be a bit of a split here. So it looks like FaZe is just going to be controlling the rotations. The bomb is leading in. I'm also getting nervous now because, honestly, this was a 2-man attack onto the A-bomb site. I think they are way overcooking this wildcard. I think they might have lost their minds, in fact.
They are keeping 3 towards the B site, but as you say, there's not much time here, and that is important, getting that instant entry, but NQC's still got presence. However, looks like the bomb will go down. The Molotov just misses there. FaZe with a nice headshot. NQC still, from up high, still trading these ones out, though, with the AWP. That very menacing presence. But Sonic down around the corner, manages to just barely evade the scope, but NQC seems to be looking for it. He sees the barrel. Easy headshot, easy finish. JBA is the last person standing here, trying to save this one for Wildcard, and he might just do it here. Just Snow, and there is the 1v1. It's going to go Wildcard's way again. They can't do any wrong here, Anders, here today.
This is a stupid round for Wildcard. I'm sorry to say this should never have worked. I would actually, I'm going to challenge the desk to see if they can explain it. I mean, maybe I'm stupid. It's totally possible. But this should have never worked. There's no universe in this with this round should have worked. One, when they were off with the smoke, they should have been dead instantly. Sonic shouldn't have won the opening fight at all. They were being held, DDT was in position, they had no time. If the incendiary isn't misthrown, if it actually lands on top of the bomb spot, then there's no time to plan anyway. There's like 10 million different ways they should have lost this round.
I mean, it's the universe just wants our 13-0 Anders. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
But I hope
I'll blame you, Dan. Listen, you're responsible if it goes that way. You said it.
I'll pay the therapy bills.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's still obviously quite a few opportunities here for paIN to get some buffer to work with and going into that second half. As a fallout assault onto the B site here. We've had very slow rounds, a complete pace switch up, but a nice 2K on the side here for paIN. They have more players here, but still a lot of util to contend with. It's so hard to hold these positions.
This is the power of these B executes. I think I said it right at the start. Even when we have 3 people here, holding those kind of rushes actually insanely hard to do. And you're seeing why. Even if there are 3 CTs there, they're not fighting together. They're all having their own battle. They can't help each other out. And then the Molotovs up to the high ground there to burn out Snow, obviously going to be even more impressive. DGT with a 1-7 scoreline. Bigos at 1-8 again. paIN with a couple of people who are not even really in the server at the moment. It's a nice headshot, but it doesn't change anything. Even if there is a kit on the ground somewhere, I think it's just too late, unfortunately. Some nice damage, but the round is still going to be over. DDT making a run for it here. Wildcard up to 8 in a row. Pushing paIN out of the tournament right now.
Yeah, and what's really scary too is that everything's working for Wildcard. So they know the super fast B play works. It's one of those rounds where they're not throwing it in all the time. They're able to make sure that that round is more successful because they've played so many slow rounds. They created a spot where if they just burst onto the site, the CTs are not going to be as prepared for those timings. They're not going to want to use their util super early because they've been up against super slow timings. So it's one of those rounds where we won't see it very often, but Wildcard triggered it at a really nice moment when there is a buy for paIN and they just crush everything. And so now, again, no money for paIN, and Wildcard can be like, well, our defaults are working, our site pushes are working, we have great reads on the map, we're like actually heading all of our entries. It seems like there's nothing that's going wrong. And for paIN, they're like, it's so hard as the CTs to take initiative on a map like this.
Historically, I think you're right. It's been one of the big challenges for this kind of a map is how do you do CT aggression without paying way too big of a price? And there are a couple of teams that have figured it out, but a lot of teams are struggling still to do that on this one. Really deep smoke going down there. It's FaZe taking down Bigos in the middle. You can see that smoke is a setup for NQC to push down. That's why they threw that smoke from CT spawn that lands. He wants to, and I think Wildcard are going to know that. It's become somewhat common. So you can see they're holding far back. They're ready to be fighting someone in this position. NQC, oh my God, he's close to dying there. But they know. You could see Wildcard. They've done their homework. They knew exactly what that smoke was made for. So really great homework. Molotoving out DDT and isolating it. Yep, they knew everything. How well prepped are they?
Yeah, they look so comfortable here. And I was looking at that setup. I'm like, okay, this is cool. paIN are giving themselves something to work with, trying to disrupt the default. That's definitely a good way to try to approach this, but just backfiring, unfortunately. And even looking for the E-box peak there, it feels like Wildcard have such a good expectation as to what's going to happen at every single stage of the round as they regroup now into mid. However, paIN stacking towards the B site. We'll have to see if Wildcard can walk through to A or if there's a wrap to B.
3 versus 5 here. If they walk into the A bomb site, the round is already over. And to be honest, even if they walk to B, it probably will be anyway, because this flank with 4 people, you're never going to expect, you're going to think maybe it's a double push in middle and the other 3 are outside of the B bomb site. So even if you kill 1 or 2 people here, you stop looking at one point, you're going to be looking towards main instead. Sonic goes down. There's Sus. And again, DGT in the corner. 15 seconds, the round is not done yet. It's a good defense at the beginning here. They're doing a really fine job, but he's on his own. And just by sheer force of the manpower there, so many, it's a 5 versus 3. Honestly, it's a good fight for paIN, but it's not enough.
Yeah, at least they get to have a fight, like you say, because otherwise if they just walked into A, that would have been pretty demoralizing. But wiping out all the guns again. However, of course, paIN able to get a full buy online into this next round. NQZ will pick up the AWP, and I mean, that is a phenomenal shot. It's just nothing going their way for paIN here so far.
I think the fact that they found NQC pushed up like that, Stan was over on that side of the map when the smoke went down at the beginning. Same smoke that they're dealing with here. The fact that they did all of that is one of those rounds where you finally get a look into how a team preps and how much they understand what the enemy is doing. Stan heard that smoke and he knew instantly, and that's... I just have to highlight it, because sometimes you don't always know. Like, obviously the teams prep an enormous amount, but it's hard to see when you're just watching the game exactly what's going on. Sus going to be doing a bit of damage there. Big Osira still only with 1 kill.
Yeah, it's just, again, like peeking. Sus gets the position. Oh, the CT has a grenade in his hand. So just gets the position essentially for free without risk of dying. And now it's like that E-box position is kind of like the, you know, someone's just, you know, on your throat at this point. You're like, you're really feeling that pressure. The sense of urgency for that B play is massive, and you feel like there could be an attack at any moment. And we've seen Wildcard not initiate that and just hold it for ages, force mistakes, but they're going to go with this, I think, Anders.
Yeah, they've already thrown down one Molotov, puts a bit of pressure on Snow. Going to be able to catch the early one and drops straight in for the AK. They might finally be able to get around here. We're at 40 seconds. They will lose Big Azira. It's Stanislaw just endlessly throwing bullets into the smoke to find him. Sonic with a headshot. Snow trying to get the reload in just in time, but Sonic, he's shooting people he can't even see. 2 kills through the smoke. He doesn't need that. And NQC and DGT, a 2 versus... They should probably go for it. This is already way out of control. paIN, they have to try. They have to give it a shot. They've already lost 1, and now it's obviously going to be too late. 10 in a row for Wildcard.
It's James time.
It's been a minute.
Yeah. Right.
Although James, you know, I actually think James' team now is super interesting. Like Parry Vision, that team is secretly really fun. Even though weirdly James is not the captain of the team, it's Kicker. But yeah,
James should be a captain just because he's most likely the largest human on that team, I would imagine. He's quite a tall person.
And he's kind of an, you know, iconic for many different ways.
Yeah,
classic memes.
What a player. Well, it's certainly not looking any better here for paIN. Again, I think you framed it quite well early into the game about the difficulties the CT side can have here. And I mean, paIN, they need to find some buffer rounds. But what are we working with here? A couple MP9s, the AWP, of course, Frank QZ. They're going to try to get that into play. Forward mid.
Okay.
Angle.
The thing is, that forward mid push with the AWP is so suspicious to Wildcard because there's no smoke down in middle. So they already must be wondering, why is there no smoke in middle? Like, normally the CTs will throw that smoke early on because normally there's only 1 person in middle for the CTs, and that person just doesn't want to fight. They want to delay the fight.
Oh.
Whatever.
Over the top of the smoke. Beautiful boost. Oh, man.
Why are they doing it to paIN? I feel bad.
Yeah, it's so smart as well. You know, they put the pressure around the B site, boost over the smoke. FaZe's been playing phenomenally well. I mean, he doesn't even need the boost. We've seen so many kills through the smoke.
I know. Yeah, him and Sonic. I said, I don't know if Sonic could do it for a second map, and it's not as outrageous as on Inferno, but it's still really impressive.
And look at this now, Anders. They're just holding the same spots. And they have punished paIN for those big flanks previously, and paIN are not going for it. paIN have 0 information. Usually in this kind of a position, you play for info, you take the risk, which we just see, or you just hold and pray that they go to your site. And they're losing players here without being able to use them for a defense at the very least. So now it just gets harder and harder for paIN.
But I think for Big, I even understand totally why he wants to do that, right? It is one of those, you feel like you're in such a desperate position, you've got to take even more risk to recover the loss that you're in.
Yeah.
And obviously that can spiral the entire side. Yeah, he's picked up 1 at the very least. Davideus, I mean, he has to get basically 3 or 4 kills here, but the backer is going to be real far away. 1 will have to do. Sus dropping NQC in transition. 4 seconds. They only barely plant the bomb. A 1 second delay. And paIN win their first round of time alone, but instead, JPA for some reason now AWPing as well. 3 kills for him in the round, 11-0.
It does seem like a couple of these rounds, Wildcard aren't playing against paIN, they're just playing against the clock, as opposed to like just like a third opponent, or rather a second opponent. But that's it's just amazing how everything is going so right for Wildcard. I mean, they are playing a great T side. I mean, I think if I was to pick something that I really enjoy the most is just how they have all these different permutations of the pressure. And so paIN, it's hard for them to get a read. They just have a high level of urgency, and then Wildcard sort of force them into positions that they know they're kind of having to defend from.
Yeah.
And then they utilize, you're saying, especially on the B side, it seems just impossible to deal with.
This is why Stanislaus teams are so cool, right? Because they really know how to play all of this stuff like this. They are really well structured. It's so cool to see. You know, we're going into the last round of the half. I've got a challenge for production. We get into the second half. Can we find that clip yesterday of Apex just shouting America with no context whatsoever? Because I feel like we need that now. We've got an NA team that's actually winning. I say NA in heavy quotation marks, but we'll give them a break. They do need it. And I have some sympathy now with NA Counter-Strike because Danish Counter-Strike is trash as well. So, you know, what can I can't even, I've lost the ability to make fun of NA. It's terrible. What a terrible time to be a Danish Counter-Strike commentator.
Hey man, I'm a British Counter-Strike. Like, I just welcome to my world.
Well, there never was any hope for you guys, unfortunately. You know, at least you didn't have to go for the roller coaster, you know?
Just got one man.
Well, Dan, here we go. Round number 12. paIN. They've got to find a way to save themselves. Even now, one round. I mean, I don't know how you could get the team back online mentally. It's not going to be easy. Molotovs thrown in from either side. CEST.
Okay.
I think that says something about the level of confidence, you know?
Yeah, that's huge. And CEST has been an absolute criminal getting into that E-box position, just stealing it away so many different occasions. So this is, I think, one of the only times we've seen that E-box position be won by paIN this early.
Yeah.
It's something. And you can see the reaction here from Wildcard starting to I mean, they got the middle position. Getting a bit of pressure there on the right side as well from Stan, who has been lurking a lot on this team with these current setups across these maps.
Speaking of lurking, Sonic is going to be alone in the middle. They're gonna go to B again. But if Sonic gets even one kill here, it's going to blow open the defense almost immediately. Stanislaw, not the entry they wanted. There's Davideus going down in the hallways. Nice shot from FaZe. He's on point, and Snow is alone. And they know that Sonic is back there in CT spawn somewhere. Oh, what? He runs right into him. That's not even a no-scope. He quick-scoped him. Lightning fast. 10 seconds left. Bigusera, 1 kill in the first half. He is dead, and it is all on DGT. Walks into the Swedish sniper. 12-0 in the first half here in favor of Wildcard. We return once again. It is Wildcard with a 12-0 lead going into the second half. paIN has picked the map here, and it has betrayed them. Anubis not looking good at the moment, but a great day for America, as Apex might have shouted at one point in time. Still,
America.
Don't really know the context, but it kind of makes me smile, as Apex often does. He just has that effect on me. I can't really explain it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's JBA. A nice challenge, you know, he's feeling confident. I don't know why they wouldn't, but NQC, he bought the P250 for that exact reason, to eliminate the difference between the Glock and the USP at range, and it works.
And the CTs are actually getting fairly active, moving around quite a lot, but in the meantime, paIN are holding, which is usually going to be a good way to catch the CTs if they are getting too active. And FaZe gets that information in mid. It's hard to know what he makes of that right now. And it seems like there's a real weak spot towards this A site. Stan actually has a lot of work to do, a 1v3
Oh, yeah.
to hold the site.
And with a USP, no less, not even the dualies. He's got some backup coming in a couple of seconds. FaZe's really not that far away, and they are delayed, paIN. They might have given up their opportunity to hit that bomb site while nobody was there, but it might be even better than that. Ooh. They find the dualies of Sonic. There was nobody holding for him. He was all alone. Bit of a weird kind of a lapse here. You alluded earlier to the potential for a 13-0, and honestly, look, it almost felt at one point, Dan, like you summoned it into existence, like you just made it happen. And there would have been a lot of angry Brazilian fans.
Hey, don't put the responsibility on me like that, Anderson. That would be, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's the problem.
I was worried there for a second, but it looks like they are going to be able to recover it here. No kit, and in a 2 versus 4, I don't know the level of disaster that would have to strike paIN to lose a round like this one. And it's not even going to they're not even going to try. They're just going to look for the exits, which is totally reasonable.
Yeah, you get some, obviously, get some extra money if you get some of those kills.
It actually, in a way, it sets it up for the most heartbreaking scenario where they win this round and lose the next one.
That's true. That's true.
That's worse in some sense.
That is true. And I am really interested to see what Wildcard's CT side looks like. I'm really looking forward to that. So I hope we do get some good rounds here out of paIN, so we get to see what that look is for them.
I guess, you know, talking about coaching and the mentality and everything else, like how early do you remind your team, if you're Wildcard, to kind of stay focused at the end? Like, do you allow them to have some fun early on and just say, oh, we've probably won, it's probably fine? Or do you kind of like enforce the rigid sort of like the real discipline early on here?
Yeah, I think it's different for every team because it's going to be, you know, it's going to be down to the players a lot. Some teams are going to be pretty good at, because they'll have all the protocols set up, they'll have all the discipline and the structure, and if they are winning, that actually helps them to stay locked in. Some players do get a bit complacent. You kind of have to like know like what you're dealing with and kind of play it by a case-by-case basis. And so far, Wildcard is a Stan team, and they seem pretty disciplined and steady the whole time. I haven't seen any crazy overconfidence yet, so that's a great sign from them, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, having that kind of lead, I think you're right. Having that kind of leader probably does enforce a lot of that stuff.
I think he's a real culture setter for sure.
Yeah, like a no-nonsense kind of guy. Like he would tell you afterwards if you started playing too crazily, and he's like, hey, come on, no, it's not really worth it here. Galil, one of the advantages, the bullets there, doesn't have to reload as he just escapes, and they take the A bomb site. Smoke and Molotov on the high ground. They're going to run through because why the hell not? Flashing their way in. It's a nice attempt, but the results just aren't there. It's Davidaires. 3 good kills to pick up this one. And another round for paIN.
Yeah, and I think, you know, one of the mental challenges when you're down this many rounds and you can't make a single mistake is that is a thought that can very easily creep into your head. And that's the thing that you're contending with, is that element of urgency, that level of threat, that if anything feels uncomfortable, your mind can very easily get distracted by, oh my god, if I make a mistake, it's over. So that's the mental challenge here for paIN.
3 HEs in this round for the CT side. An insanely gimmick, oh, well, never mind. They themselves are in fact going to get grenaded. They were setting up. They're going to throw them towards DGT, I think. There's one. Can we have another one? Second. It's like an auction. Third go around.
Ooh. -1.
That's a shame. They almost had it.
A couple of dinks there. It'd be really nice just to get some damage in if you're Wildcard. One of the things too, if you're Wildcard, you want to create a dominating victory. I mean, a dominating victory against a close victory it feels way better for your team. Like it's going to help massively. And some teams, they don't value that as much, so they do get a bit looser. They'll still win, but they don't extract that feeling that we really crushed that team.
Yeah.
Which that is a kind of compounding mental advantage in a tournament that's helpful to have. So, and again, we talked about Stan. You know, we know that he likes to run things like with some discipline.
Yeah.
And I think that we're seeing good discipline from Wildcard.
Would you even say it's possible to kind of walk away with a victory and have it feel still kind of like, oh, like a bit of a sour feeling? Because you're like, come on, like, you know, we could have won this 30 minutes ago, but it took an extra hour, you know?
I think so, because the players and the team will have certain standards and expectations behind their play. So even if they win, they'll understand if they should have gotten more from certain spots, or if the discipline failed in certain spots, because you'll know that when it comes to playing, you know, a team like later in the tournament, that is an issue that could crop up in the wrong time. And so you want to win and have everything go as you practiced. You want to win and have everything go in such a way that, oh, we didn't make these mistakes because here's some like mental game leaks, or we didn't make some mistakes because, yeah, the pressure got to us and we just like jumped the gun here in a way that we're starting to make mistakes. That's not a good sign for your overall confidence when you get into the deeper parts of the tournament. So
yeah,
it's definitely not going to be the end of the world. Winning is always nice, Anders, but at the same time, you know, you can spot issues there, and that is not the best place to be. And if you're a coach, you need to be really aware of that.
Yeah, I like the idea. That's an interesting topic to think about. Like, what can you, like, let's assume that you've pretty much already won the game here. Like, what can you extract from the game still, even in a victory, right? And that's, like, you probably can walk away either with frustration or, you know, flags held high and everyone is excited. 12-3, the scoreline. Round number 16, and we've got some rifles out on the side of Wildcard. So they have a chance, an opportunity maybe to stop the madness real early on. Nice grenades landing. Again, they're throwing these deep ones, but nobody's there to catch on the other side. Instead, it's Snow. A bit of an opening, but a fantastic flash. Puts them back on a bit of a back foot here. Sprays through, and actually insanely close to getting the kills. Gonna be FaZe. He's gonna be so mad when he watches the replay. They tagged him in 3 different locations as he was running away.
To be fair, Anders, FaZe kind of did it to them.
That's
so
fair.
I feel like I feel like it's all fair, you know.
Right. Eye for an eye kind of mentality.
Yeah, and the switch up here for paIN looking to go into that B site. We saw how difficult it was for paIN to hold this. We'll see if Wildcard can do a better job.
Well, they do have a 3rd man rotating in. Sonic is here just when they needed him. I still doubt it's going to be enough, because Zera will shoot Snow in the back of the head, but I don't think it makes a difference here. JBA, fantastic stand at the end of it. Very impressive with the double spray down. He probably should have been dead after the first one. Susp, you know, 1 versus 2. He's got plenty of time, and he gets the first one for free. Can he find NQC on the other side? He's already low enough that one headshot would have done it there. The fact that NQC was on 81 health makes a huge difference when you've got an M4A1 on the CT side, but getting shot in the back won't do the trick. So 4-12 here, and paIN clawing their way back. Still crazy far away.
Yeah. But it's cool to see that, you know, we aren't seeing anything. We aren't seeing any implosions. You know, we're not seeing paIN get an advantage and then overplaying it, underplaying it. We're seeing them just like really take it round for round as you should. And you know, you can't concern yourself with the score. Like I said, it's one of those things where it's very hard. Your brain will be drawn to it because the association with losing and the threat of that, your brain just will immediately be like, that's going to enter your mind every so often. So you have to that's what experience is helpful for, because you've been in that spot a lot, so it doesn't feel as bad over time.
Now you said, wow, he took a power nap in the middle of the game. That's sick. NQC. You said round for round. So I have to give a shout out to the guy that first vocalized this concept for us on how to make these kind of a comebacks, you know, without getting overwhelmed by the prospect of, you know, winning whatever 12 rounds in a row yourself, which is Natu, Finnish Counter-Strike legend who, you know, if you want settings, basic concept. Sounds so simple, but it's probably more true than people realize. Yes. 1 round at a time.
It's definitely hard to execute. And
damn, these grenades, that's all the rounds so far. Maybe except for the pistol. They've actually done great damage onto that position. I mean, obviously, there's not that much to play with here. Got a nice flash out. Sonic running in and getting a couple. Hold on.
He's the 5-7 man.
He can't get away with this. Smokes up. He's bought so much time. Now, the bomb is still further back, but it's created a space for the middle play. Stanislaus snuck in behind, and Biegosira might not be ready for it. This is actually insanely dangerous. Now, he's looking. He's so smart, though. This is IGL versus IGL, and both of them were kind of aware. Missed opportunity, unfortunately, for Stanislaw. That could have been so sick if he would have found the headshot. I think Davideus should be able to take him down. Oh, they're putting some pressure on. They really want to hunt him. Handling himself very well. Finally goes down. Sonic, though, he would have to get the ace to pick up this round. I don't think that's going to happen.
It's certainly unlikely, especially with the health situation. Very, very low. One bullet would do it. But has the AK, so see what Sonic is able to extract. And they are buying next round no matter what. So has the ability to go for this. The money is good enough, though, for paIN that it doesn't really matter if he gets the kills, though, at this point.
I mean, realistically, he shouldn't because he's giving away the AK. And that's the logic that they're employing here. I really wanted him to do it just for my entertainment. I think it would be so sad. There's no you can never justify going for this because you can't buy the AK on the CT side.
Yes,
so it just doesn't make any sense. But it would have just been fun. Still, sick round.
Yeah, great round from paIN again, especially again. So that moment where Sonic runs out with a 5-7 and gets 2 unexpected kills, and then paIN has to basically say, okay, we have to now just cobble together. We have to like assess the round as a team with whoever's left and then figure out how to win this round and calmly figure out what to do with the information. And they managed to do that. So, you know, to their credit, they kept their nerve in that position because that's the spot which can break you, especially when you're in this scoreline. Everything's been going wrong for you in that first half, but they managed to find a way to win it regardless. 5-12 for paIN. 5 in a row?
Yeah. I mean, keep it going. Bigusira is still not even really in the server. DGT, maybe almost the same kind of situation. So the longer it goes, the bigger the chance you can get some of those players into the mix, and maybe there is a path back. It's been a long time since I've seen a 12-round comeback into something like this. I mean, they happen, but it is pretty rare.
Yeah, there's a certain point where the confidence starts to switch pretty heavily.
Right.
And you do get that inversion, and then one team, if they start to play scared despite being ahead, some crazy stuff can happen. I'm not sure if we'll see that here, but eBox now is a position taken by paIN. We saw how successful it was from Wildcard's POV on the first half.
Yeah.
Putting that pressure on, but again, much like Wildcard were doing, just creating the threat, seeing if they can bait util, seeing if they can bait rotations, but otherwise not committing to a push.
I think one of the central dynamics of this map is the fact that the distance from that connector to this front of A position is so short for the Ts. If they control both positions, they can rotate quickly between them much quicker than the CTs can. And it becomes this really hard guessing game for the CTs to figure out, well, what's going on. It's also why the CTs want to control those positions to stop that early rotation from happening. So I think it's actually one of the more fun dynamics of the game. Now, Suspus here, throwing down a very fast incendiary, and I love that. It will slow them down. Is he ready for more as they come for the smoke? He most certainly is, chewing them up, and a lot of bullets on the other side. USP comes out. FaZe gets a couple, but he will get taken down. He's not all the way done yet. 2 versus 3. paIN with a disadvantaged position here. The bomb being planted. They're rushing their way through. DGT, they call his number and he's ready. 3 kills in the round, but JBA up on the high ground. That is a very nice spray down into the one-on-one. NQC on the other side, and with an AWP, Dan, if he misses the shot here, it might be all over. If he knew that he was a bit low here, JBA, the pistol might be a better choice. He's going to try and get the shot with the AWP up on the high ground, looking for the top of his head. He's so close. He jumps, and he still gets the shot. It's JBA getting the round on the board for Wildcard and knocking paIN out of the tournament.
A cosmetic comeback coming in from paIN Gaming, who never got the ball rolling on their own map pick. Anubis was brought into the game, but they could not capitalize on it. They couldn't get started, and the game was essentially over in the first half. Wildcard getting away with a W. Yep. I guess we're kind of surprised by the fashion it happened then.
Listen, I'm no member of the clergy, but Wildcard, you're forgiven for your sins for the first match. You're forgiven.
I'm just happy for paIN not getting another 13-0 loss.
Yeah, that would have been rough. Losing 13-0 2 times in a tournament, 2 days in a row, that would have been too much to handle. I guess we can excuse paIN with lack of practice. We'll speak to them later. Whereas for Wildcard, that was a much better showing, right? That's a positive way to end. Whereas, as you said, Dust, first map, I know you won Inferno. It was never pretty. Anubis, much better looking Wildcard.
Yeah, and it was nice to see because that's not a map they have a lot of reps on. I think they've only played that map maybe 3 times on LAN coming into this matchup. The last time they won it, I believe it was against Virtus Pro at the Shanghai Major. So you haven't played this map successfully, since 6 months ago, let's say. And they came out with a similar game plan to what I was used to seeing. Again, they had Stanislaw playing that A lurk position. It allows Sonic and Suts to be a little bit more active. It puts JBA in a spot where he was comfortable. And they just ran that game plan just to perfection. I mean, there's really nothing you can say wrong when you win a half 12-0. You know what I mean?
I think overall thinking that Sonic had a really great series. He was the guy that made out the greatest decisions for this team, and he was the one that stepped up the most. I think it was great to see FaZe as well having some good rounds, especially on the T side coming into Nubis. So the overall feeling of Wildcard going in and getting this victory must be feeling really good for them.
We're joined by NQC. First and foremost, my friend, commiserations with your loss. Second of all, let's go back to Inferno. First map in this series, that was quite the hectic one. Back and forth, back and forth. Your feeling after losing Inferno must have been not so nice.
Yeah, it was terrible. I mean, we play all the situations so bad. The 1v4 from Big Zero kind of gives us a room to breathe in Inferno, and then suddenly we lost the upcoming round. So yeah, pretty bad to lose in that way.
Do you think that was a factor going into the second map, that you guys felt you kind of betrayed yourself on Inferno? You should have done better?
Yeah, I think so, because we were in good situations post-plants. We have like 3v3 on A Inferno, for example, that we shouldn't lose, and we lost. So yeah.
And do you think that now going into Inferno that you guys feel like you didn't play well, and you obviously said that because Sir had this really great clutch that gave you some kind of hope. What do you think was the cause for you to actually feel like you didn't play out the map that well? Was it because of communication between you guys, or did you feel like you lack a lot of practice, or is there like a specific reason why you guys feel like Inferno went the way it did?
I think it's a combo of all those things, because we didn't practice Inferno with the GT, and also the communication is not flawless yet, because the GT is trying to adapt to speaking Portuguese, but it's not his native language, so it's kind of hard for him. And yeah, I think we need time right now.
And elaborate on that, please, because I think a lot of people at home maybe are not too familiar with the language barrier. How difficult is it for him to speak, and how difficult is it for you guys to understand it?
In fact, he speaks very well Portuguese, but in game you have to make fast calls, so for him it's difficult, and sometimes it's like we call him in Brazil Portunhol. It's a mix between Portuguese and Spanish, and that's what it flows during the match. So for us, we are kind of in a process to adapting right now, and for him, it's trying to learn Portuguese better, you know.
And I know it's hard to give a timeline on that, but does it take months? Does it take weeks? How fast will he be up to speed with that, I think?
Oh, I think he will be fast, because we, as I said previous, we only practice one day, so when we start to play more and more and communicate more with him, he'll get used to it.
I'm also glad that you guys didn't end up having another 13-0 loss coming into Anubis, and I paid attention to your player cams when you were sitting down 12-0. Not much was being said on CSgo. Everyone was just like sitting a little bit on their own, you know, maybe not talking too much to each other. Was there bad vibes within the team at that point, or were you like just trying to focus and trying to find that extra energy to try to see if you can mount the comeback, or how was things in TeamSpeak?
Actually, not bad vibes. We were trying to motivate each other, but the way that we were losing rounds, again, playing on advantage situations and losing all of them, exchanging headshots with them. So you gave the guy one headshot, he exchanges you with AK, so it's really tough for us. So the way we were losing was kind of frustrating, but we are not bad vibes. Of course, it sucks to lose 12-0, but we were always saying, guys, let's do only the amount of rounds that we need that we can play on T side.
So your team has kind of been in flux, honestly. You know, when it comes to results, they've been a bit up and down, if we're honest. And obviously, this team has gone through a lot of changes with Snow coming in, and then Davideus coming in, now DGT coming in. And so there's been a lot of moving parts. Do you feel like your team has now finally found some stability, at least with the roster, and now you can kind of just work on building a better foundation for the team going forward?
Yeah, that's our main goal right now. Because as you said, we've been through so many roster changes, and we were always not getting time to adapt to the new players. So right now, I think we just have to practice and study and build a basis with this lineup.
That's my final question, actually, is like, where do you go from here? You know, how is the preparation going to go going forward? You know, how much time do you have between your next tournament? What are your, practice going to be like going after this?
I think right now we have like a week to practice. So after that, we're flying to Kazakhstan. So we're going to use this whole week to practice and talk about the things that we played, because since we didn't practice too much, we need, I think the most important part is conversating about those things.
So there we go, NQC. You're going to PGL Astana, I assume. After that, any tournaments coming up for you before the major, or is that full prep for the major?
PGL Astana.
PGL Astana, then the major.
Then the major.
And can we expect you guys to be ready by then? You know, I know lack of practice takes time, but is the major a good goal for you and a realistic timeline for you guys to be up to speed?
Yes, I think so. And also in Astana, we hope to present a really better CS than we showed here on BLAST, because, yeah, we'll see.
All right, we'll see. Thank you so much for taking your time. You're more than welcome to head off and get some much needed practice with you guys. For us, that gives us an updated group stage, of course. paIN Gaming eliminated from the tournament as the first team. They did come in, they did play, they did show us some potential. Taking a map off MOUZ is not easy at all. But today was not meant to be. Wildcard takes the 2-0 victory, and that gives us this updated Group A. Not too big of a surprise, I guess, compared to the lack of practice. But overall, I mean, maybe paIN could have done slightly better.
They could. I mean, like, you're coming in this tournament with the amount of practice they had, you know, they probably didn't have the big expectations. Like, they didn't go out and think that they could actually come and do a lot of damage. They know they had limited practice. You know, but the fact that how they went out is maybe more like the issue for them. Like, the way that they actually played some of the rounds. He even mentioned, you know, there was a lot of flaws with the communication. It was a great insight that he doesn't, like, fluently he speaks Portuguese, right? Like, that the communication is just an issue. And, you know, that's always been some of my concerns when you bring in a guy that doesn't speak, like, the native language of the team. It can always be hard to adapt, because that's going to take, like, percentage away from the rest of the team, because you need to adapt into communicating. And we've seen that with many teams, but obviously they are still here to prove that that this is the right lineup for them. And I'm excited to see them if they can get things going for the major.
paIN eliminated Wildcard, they move on. Are you surprised by the level of gameplay they were able to do? Not necessarily on Inferno, that was a bit of a miss.
I'm about to say, which way are you going with that? It kind of depends.
I mean, Anubis was
actually, you know what?
showing.
I think the fair way to sum that up is what we saw this series is kind of a great summary of what Wildcard has been as a whole ever since they got this 5 together at the middle of last year, where you see hints of promise like we saw at the Shanghai Major, but then you see situations like that happened on Inferno there. So it's just a team that I think is kind of similar to paIN, just trying to find that consistency. You know, they've now had this roster together for a pretty good amount of time, but they've been changing positions and roles and game plans. And so I think it's just about settling on something that works, and then just kind of really honing it down, and hopefully they can do that.
You know what's cool? We still have 3 more games coming today, and the next one up is going to be a banger. But as you can see on today's schedule, bangers all around. Falcons will be playing Spirit later tonight, which is going to be one hell of a game. FaZe will play FlyQuest to stay alive in the tournament. And then, as I said, we have a big game coming up. Number 1 in the world versus number 2. MOUZ versus Vitality after a short break. We're coming back very, very soon. And that is with a game that has all the potential to maybe even be a final later on this week. We'll be back with you shortly.
The first thing I want you to know is me and Zayu are really bad at anything related to holding a pen.
We're gonna do our best.
The first thing, Matthew, I think it will be easy for you.
C4?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Oh, you're such a bitch. What the fuck? Karambit.
Yes, thank you. Let's go. Okay. Question mark?
No, it's like
I mean, there's only 3 days. Molotov.
Yeah, perfect. I'm thinking about mine. Wait.
Yeah, but let it face.
What the fuck? Kit? I don't know.
Miniso, I don't know.
Window? I don't know. Flash maybe? Flash? Ah, it looks like a flash, yeah.
Thank you. I think it's a smoke grenade. Good job, mate.
Glock.
Yes, actually, yes. It was a Glock. What the? It's a map?
No.
It's a really long pistol then. Yes, P?
No.
No?
Yeah, it's really simple pistol. Like, it's really easy. You click on it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but
One of the best pistols ever.
Deagle? That's a Deagle?
Yes, that's a Deagle.
Yeah, we are really bad at it. Hey, already. That's a bomb site. I'm so bad at drawing. This is
It's like a B side.
No.
Ah, yeah, I get it. Inferno, yes.
Wait.
So this is...
Short.
So Matthew, when you enter the site, you have a box to your left. Yeah, okay, I get it.
See, you get it?
Yeah. I will do one that I think will be easy for you. Here. Entrance.
Okay.
Then B.
Why are you drawing this way? Like,
Boxes really far, because I cannot draw here. You have like a huge box. here, people hide behind it. Here is the bomb site. There is a block here and a box on top of the box, a window. Mate, which B site has a window? Think. Oh, I know a lot of bomb sites with the window. Mirage? No, B site.
Yes!
There's a lot of window, Mirage. Okay. There is a fucking door here that you can enter.
Those two?
Yes, B site, that's two.
See, I'm not known to be a liar, and I told you we had a banger ahead of us, and that is exactly what we're about to dive into right now. MOUZ will take on Vitality, the #2 team in the world, a MOUZ that has been steadily progressing tournament after tournament, game after game, have established themselves as a top team, and are ready once more to see if they can do anything about Vitality, who is undisputedly the best team in Counter-Strike right now, and we're even starting to open talks around maybe they're going into having an era, or maybe they're one of the best teams who ever to exist in Counter-Strike. Obviously, only time will tell if that's going to be the case, but they have laid a great foundation for it. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty goddamn excited for this one. #1 versus #2, already in the group stage. Doesn't get much better.
So excited for this one. You know, I've even called out in the green room that I actually believe the MOUZ going to win this one.
Ooh,
I had this thing about my gut feeling. I have a gut feeling saying that something's going to happen today. You know, I've used this before when I was in Vitality. And that was actually funny because Spinks used to be in that team as well. You know, he would come up to me and ask me, Peter, how is your stomach feeling today? I was like, sometimes I feel like we're going to win. And sometimes I can be like, not today.
Are you sure it wasn't just gas or something?
No,
like
I think I have no, it's not gas. Otherwise, I will just be fighting. Yeah. But I believe that I have a 90% success rate on my gut rate. So
wow, that's a
maybe.
number.
I think today is the day.
Today is the day. Dust, anything you want to add to that?
I mean, look, he's got one thing going in his favor, and we'll talk about this more deeply soon, but at least the matchup has gotten progressively closer each time. So the next hurdle would be to actually just go ahead and win the whole series for them. So that is there. And look, I think they are one of the teams that are built the best to have a chance to beat Vitality in the sense of they have a lot of good talent. Tactically, they're still pretty strong. They have some high-impact players. So they have the tools necessary to at least challenge a team like Vitality.
You know what? That's an excellent point. So let's set the scene for people at home, because they've been playing each other an awful lot. And you said it's getting closer and closer. Didn't start that way. Back at Pro League, we had the first big game, I guess, between MOUZ and Vitality in a grand final. And let's be completely honest, you have the scoreboard here in front of you. Wasn't necessarily a close one, you know. 13-9, 13-4, 13-5, one of the fastest best-of-5 grand finals we've ever seen. At that point, none of us thought that MOUZ were going to challenge Vitality whatsoever, did we?
This doesn't really look like a grand final. You know, it must be so tough to be MOUZ on this side and looking at that. Okay, we get completely demolished, you know, a team that we want to beat, a team that we feel like we can compete with, and getting completely demolished. You know, it's like a really bad track record. Obviously, for them, it's also a process for them. You know, maybe they feel like the preparation did coming into the game was not on point, or maybe they just had an off series. You know, that happens in professional Counter-Strike as well. But obviously, moving forward, they also needed to prove that this was just a one-time off. We can do better than this. We are meant to do better than this.
Then a week later, Dust, in this very studio, we're talking group stage at the BLAST Lisbon tournament. It got very, very close. And I personally want to argue that MOUZ probably should have beaten Vitality. 13-11, 13-11. I felt MOUZ threw away both maps. You watched that game. What was your initial impression of that?
Yeah, I mean, I thought this was really nice because, you know, again, they come off the win at Cluj, but then they go to that first match against the best team in the world and they fail flat, you know, as we already talked about. And so then all of a sudden, you go into two maps where they were in winning positions on both of them. These are two maps that are definitely very much in MOUZ's wheelhouse, particularly Mirage. They've had a history in Mirage for years, you know what I mean? So it's like, you really expected them to be able to pull that out. Dust 2 is always kind of a joker. It's always kind of wild how that one can go, but you saw that growth. You saw, okay, this team could do it. And they really, like you said, that should have been it right there, but they dropped the ball. They gave Vitality a chance, and if Vitality has taught us anything over all these different ones, including the one that we just saw in Melbourne, it's like, if you give them a chance, they will come back and mess with you.
But then they got a rematch in the final at Lisbon, inside the arena, and we thought to ourselves, all right, MOUZ, you lost 5 maps in a row at this point at big games. Odds of you making that game competitive, maybe not that great, especially when you consider the first map went 13-0 of Vitality. We were all thinking, oh my goodness, this is going to be a one-sided final. But Peter, that was not the case.
This was exactly what I thought when I was standing home in my kitchen watching this series. And I was like, oh no, this is going to be a blowout. This is not going to be a repeat of what we've just seen, basically. And also because they actually had a good result coming into the grand final. Then I was like, oh, this cannot be it. But then obviously they fought back. They made it back to 2-1. And then I was thinking, okay, MOUZ can actually do this. There's actually a chance for them to actually break this one. And then when it on to the 5th map and it being trained, I was like, oh, this is not a comfortable place for Vitality. But then they started to prove me wrong. They actually ended up playing, and that is also why I think Vitality is one of the, well, obviously the best team in the world right now. Their map pool is just like insanely good.
I just want to add to the context of that as well. We saw the scorelines right here. Obviously, whenever MOUZ won a map versus Vitality, extremely close. Could have gone both ways. Whenever they lose maps, it seems to be Vitality dominating. Do you think that's also the sentiment that the MOUZ camp are having right now, that we really have to play our A+ game in order to have a chance, whereas for Vitality, they can maybe get away with the B game?
Dude, every team in the world has to play their A game to have a chance against Vitality. That's just bottom line. And you have to have tons of talent, loads of ability to adapt on the fly. Like, you need so many different critical factors. And the big thing for MOUZ Sports in that Lisbon Grand Final was they were able to bounce back from a 13-0 loss, which is incredibly hard to do, and come back and convert on those maps, Dust 2 and Mirage, that they failed to be able to convert on in that EPL situation that we were talking about. They probably should have won those games. So they kind of cleanse those sins, I guess you could say. But then when we get deeper into the map pool and we start getting into maps like Nuke and Train, they just did not have enough in the tank to be able to come out and get that. But again, progression, I think, is the big kind of thing we have to talk about with all these matchups. Is it's gotten better and better for MOUZ each time. The next thing they now do, the only more progress that they can really actually make, is actually winning the series.
Yeah. And there we go. Speaking of winning the series, if MOUZ were able to do that, and there's another cool aspect to this game, then a certain win streak, Dust, would go out of the window.
Yeah, so the big thing that everyone needs to know about here is the stakes that are in play for really Vitality making history, right? So yesterday, they won their 22nd series in a row against Wildcard in 2-0 dominant fashion. This has now put them just one win away from tying Liquid's record from 2019, where they won 23 series in a row. Okay. So 6 years it has taken another team to show this level of dominance, this level of perfection of the game, I guess you could say. And I think the other really cool thing about this, and this is something that you kind of alerted me to, and I'm going to pass it to you to kind of explain it, they're actually not as far away from the NIP streak as many people might actually think. I think people think that that streak was out of reach, but there's some parameters you can kind of mess with here that actually puts them at a chance to go all time.
You can always fiddle with the stats a little bit, but if you exclude best-of-1 games and if you exclude online games in that NIP area, and back in the day we played an awful lot of best-of-1, we played an awful lot of online games, their win streak is technically only 28 best-of-3 series, which puts Vitality within striking distance of that. So yes, one thing is equaling Team Liquid, maybe even surpassing them, but if you purely look at best-of-3 series, which by the way is the only type of series Vitality have played during this iteration of the lineup, then they're coming very, very close to maybe even taking over NIP.
And the added context is best-in-5s are included in this now. That was not really a thing you saw very often back during NIP's era at the very beginning of the game. And, you know, potentially they will have 3 best-of-5 victories on their way to that by the end of this tournament. So that's definitely something to think about.
Definitely something to think about. You know what? We speak about Vitality being the best team in the world. We speak about them being so, so good. So I put up a bit of a challenge for the two of you. I want you to give me your best pitch, and you get 60 seconds each. Your best pitch as to why Vitality are as good as they are. Again, it's easy to say, right? They play good Counter-Strike, they headshot, blah, 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 blah. I want to hear the real reason. You get 60 seconds first, Dust. Are you ready?
Yep, let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
So they started the foundation in 2024 by being the most consistent team in the world with their core 4. I mean, they were winning Cologne. They were going top 5 almost every single tournament, so the foundation was already there. ZywOo, the game himself. Best operator in the world, but also a guy who can shift to an AK-47 and have impact like no other as an opening force. Then you got someone like Rops, who is the best in his role. He's a top 5 player in the world right now as well. Great addition. He is the magic that has kickstarted everything for this team. Obviously, Flame's one of the best entries, is super talented. Messi, great role player. Apex, a great leader. Their map pool is absolutely insane. They're undefeated on 2 maps. On another 2 maps, they only had 2 losses each, and they're like overtime 11-13, so their map pool out of control. And they got that thick-ass playbook, boy. Multiple C's at the end of that. You just cannot keep up with the team with all the variations and different things that they can actually put together. I mean, also, here's the other big thing I want to put in that's kind of the X factor that people kind of go unnoticed. Apex has big bonkers ratings in big finals. And I think that that is a huge X factor to have up their sleeve that you don't even always necessarily anticipate. And, you know, I kind of went a little bit faster than I thought there, so I'll go ahead and end it like that.
And done. You hit it
fast.
That was fast.
Man, I wish I could yap that fast.
I do you that can actually. You actually talk as fast as me, honestly. You really do.
That was impressive.
I'm ready for you. I'm ready for this.
I'm not gonna lie, Peter. He sold me on Vitality being a pretty good team.
That was a pretty good one. I mean, that was very detailed. At least on the surface. Now we're trying to get a little bit deeper here.
Yeah. You think you're up for the task as well?
Maybe not as fast as he was going, but at least I can give some more insight to what actually makes a great Counter-Strike team.
You get a cam in front of you, Peter. 3, 2, 1, go.
I think the most important aspect to why Vitality is the best team in the world right now, and it's so hard to beat, is that obviously they have the roles set in stone. Everyone is playing up to their A game. They have the best players in all the roles. They have a very strict way of putting things into context, and you see how the sheer aggressiveness of Apex and Flames, it just goes in. They create the space for Cywoo and Robs, who are some of the best close out in the entire world. They've created an incredible anchor inside of Messi. He's a guy that has been criticized for what he's been doing for a while, but actually stepped up tremendously and being one of the big parts of why they have actually successful so far. I think another thing is that you need to look at Apex. He's a true leader. He's a guy that decides for the team what to do. He's a guy that makes the best out of everyone inside the team, and he's also a player that decides for what to take things into his own matter and not just create and sit behind. I think what you need to also look at is that when this type of team goes in to play Counter-Strike, they also have the mental buff. Whenever you go into a series against Vitality, people always think, oh my god, we're going to play against Vitality, we're going to have a hard time. They've already won 20% of the series by even entering the server, and that is something that I can remember from when I was playing in Astralis, going against Team Liquid. Hello, Just. This is another one for the anyone. Every time I went up, you guys, the game over.
Boom. Well done, Peter. Well done, both of you. A lot of good points being brought to the table right here. A couple of things I want to elaborate on, and I'm going to start with you, Dust. You said something very interesting, which I also noted during IM Melbourne. Apex stepping up in Grand Finals, having your worst player play elite-level Counter-Strike in terms of productions whenever you get into the most pressured situations. It must be nice for the players around him. Obviously, you look towards Saivu, you look towards Rups, but when your technically worst player is also playing well, then where's your weakness? What kind of weaknesses does Vitality have?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, no one's really going to put Apex in the same fragging IGL category as what Blitz is, or as what Big Uzera was last year, or what Twist and Brolin were trying to be for their respective teams when they were trying to call for those squads, and what Brolin's trying to do even now to this day. But what he does do is, like many, you know, IGLs can sometimes serve as entry fraggers, right? We know that that's kind of a sacrificial thing that happens. But when someone like Kerrigan's out there sacking himself and barely ever finding the opening, Apex is finding openings. And that makes the game so much easier because then it just allows them to get Flames and ZU out into space where you already have a man advantage. And they don't even have to create the openings anymore. They just have to secure what you've already taken from them. And then here's the other thing. Look, I think people have never really given Apex the due he deserves as an IGL. And I think it's because he has a history of just being like a super flashy entry fragger in his previous teams before he became the IGL of this squad. But again, they have one of the deepest playbooks I've seen of any team. So many different opening formations, so many different adjustments they can make. They're so hard to read, and that is one of the hardest things to do as a team, to be hard to read.
Peter, Apex as an in-game leader, you play with him.
I have definitely played with Apex. You know, he's a great guy. He's a very talented guy. He has this dedication for Counter-Strike that you need to have as a leader. Outside of the server, he's also a guy that takes the responsibility that is needed of a leader. You know, I think an in-game leader is very often just looked at a guy that just calls the shots within the game, but it's also important that you have someone that actually dictates the things outside the server. He's a big part and a big voice inside the team. He's a guy that boosts the entire morale of the team by, you know, he started to crack a lot of jokes. You know, he's doing a lot of smack talk. You know, he is definitely the guy that goes out and just talks a lot of shit, let's just be honest, you know, that boosts the entire team. Apart from that, you know, he's a guy that understands how to use his troops in such an immense way. You know, I've played under him, I was like, what Flames is to him now, like I was supposed to be his soldier, a role that I believe that Flames maybe fulfills a little bit more because I've also played in a system back in Astralis that I try to take with me into Vitality. Whereas, you know, Flames is still young, and he has been able to like form him in the way that he wants him. He wants to send his name, and he just wants to use his strength and open up the space where Saivu and Rups just thrives.
One more thing for you, Peter, before we move on. You also said something interesting. You know, Vitality joining the server is already them winning 20% of the game because everyone right now is fearful of Vitality. I come to think of Sipnix back in the day when he was being praised as the best clutcher in the world. You played with Sipnix in that time. Maybe this is controversial, but I think a lot of the time Sipnix obviously was a great clutcher, but a lot of the times the people playing against him also played the clutches piss poorly, to be completely honest, because there was this reputation. Do you think it's the same, you know, sort of energy that is being applied to Vitality, that even though Vitality are playing their C game or their B game, people still find it hard to believe you can actually beat them?
Definitely. I mean, like, and everyone's saying that it's not a thing, it's actually just lying. You know, I think coming back to the Sipnix thing is whenever people press tab and they saw there was a 1v1 or 2v1, they would be like, okay, we're up against Sipnix, and then they start overthinking things. They start doing things that maybe like that's out of the ordinary, and they just start being a little bit too scared. You know, they start playing situations incorrectly, and that is also what I believe to a certain degree can happen here with Vitality. And you talked a little bit about the whole weakness thing. What is the weakness of Vitality? And I strongly believe that
Ancient.
Well, that is one thing. Imagine if they actually win on players, that would be horrendous. And sorry, but overall, I think that the one weakness that I think Vitality can have is actually within themselves. I think that is actually their biggest weakness, because when you get to a point where you are now, where you're winning, this is the 4th tournament in a row, you know, they won a Grand Slam, you know, they're coming into Major as definitely the hottest prospect, and obviously they have expectations on themselves. They're traveling a lot, you know, they go to tournaments all the time, you know, they are constantly on the move, and people are trying to do the catch-up thing. There's only so much Vitality you can do to keep staying in front, you know. They always need to start thinking, like, what are we going to do? What is the next goal for us? And we had that thing back in Astralis when we started winning everything, and we set a goal, okay, we want to win the Major, okay, we won the Major, and then we want to go on, then what are we going to do now? Okay, we want to be recognized as the best team or the greatest team of all time. And then all of a sudden, when we've achieved all these things, then we go to a point where, what is the next thing that we want to do? And when you get to that stage, it's actually hard to keep getting that fire of winning constantly. And I wouldn't say I'm worried because it's still so early here in the whole Vitality era we are soon to be in, that I think that Vitality needs to obviously be careful about how the future pans out for them.
I think it's an excellent point, and I wanted to find out where the state of mind is in the Vitality camp. So I caught up with Apex before the game. Apex, another game versus MOUZ, another part of that rivalry. Yeah, are you ready for it?
Well, we have to, I guess. Yeah, I think it's the 5th time we're going to play each other. So it's never easy to play an opponent that much. But yeah, I guess we're ready and we want to keep our streak alive.
It's fair to say they've been getting closer and closer to beating you guys. Do you feel that as well on the server? Or is it more so you maybe not playing up to your best?
It depends. It depends. I feel in Lisbon the score was close, but the 2 maps they won were really, really close, and the 1 map we won were not close. So it went a bit back and forth. But yeah, for sure. I mean, at some point they tired to lose against us, so they want to do better. And for us, it's just trying to keep our mentality good and try to beat them as well. So yeah, it's always fun anyway.
Is there anything specific that you guys are preparing for when it comes to MOUZ? Anything that differs them from other teams?
No, not really. I guess it's not easy for any team right now to play against us. So we just try to keep the pressure on them, try to do new stuff, try to for me to work on new stuff, inventing new stuff, which is not easy because we don't have that much time. But no, nothing specific, to be honest.
If I'm not mistaken, you guys can equal the Liquid record in terms of most Series 1 in a row. Is that something you guys are focusing on, or is that just a fun little stat for guys like me?
Yeah, I think it can be good to make history. I think the NIP record will never be broken anyway. It was another time, even though they deserved it, it was another time. So I think anyway it's not going to be possible, but the Liquid one is possible. 1 win away to equal them at least. So yeah, I think it could be nice. What we want is to beat the streak. So we need 2 more. We need, and then if it happens, we're going to be in final. So, but yeah, let's see how it goes.
You've been winning a lot lately. Do you ever get tired of winning?
Never get tired of winning because you know how shitty you feel when you lose. So no, never get tired of winning. I try to push my boys as much as I can, even though sometimes that's not easy. Like right now, I think it's the hardest to push them because everyone is tired, and we also achieved the first big goal we had. It was winning the Grand Slam. So no, it's not easy to push them, but I'm trying, and the boys are answering pretty well.
There's very few people in the world you can ask, are you ever tired of winning? Peter, you're one of them. Did you ever get tired of winning when you were in Astralis? Was it ever difficult to motivate yourself?
No, you never get tired of winning, but it gets to a point where you are actually more afraid of losing than that you enjoy winning, you know, like in terms of like you are more afraid of the consequence of not getting that trophy than it is actually winning it. And I remember back in Astralis, whenever we would, sometimes when I talk to some of the old Astralis, but we sometimes go back and think, why didn't we celebrate more? Like why didn't we go out and sure, you know, grab a beer, like, you know, celebrate the things that we've just done? Because we just went from tournament to tournament to tournament. We won, we hosted the trophy, everything looked good, you know, and then we ended up in a situation where we actually just do it because it's like what we usually do. It sounds very cocky in some sense, but
You're probably already drunk off a North American fan tears for ripping Liquid a new one every single time you played him. So I think you guys already probably had a full belly from that.
That is true though. But I mean, like, taking into consideration what Apex just said, you know, in the whole thing, that he never gets tired of winning. But you can also hear the leadership and how he dictates that he's pushing the boys. And, you know, it is difficult right now. You know, they have been on the road for a long time. You know, they're looking to go into break when they're done here. You know, they're in a position where they've had a lot of success. You know, it feels really great, but you also need to take into consideration that you are human beings. We have a mental mind that we have to take care of, and it also, if like, how far can you push each other? Like, where does it go? You know, I think it's also important, and it's great to hear that they have already planned to have a break once they go here.
And I think that's the cool thing about Vitality, and this is for my personal, you know, take only. I think Apex is probably one of the most fun players to watch play Counter-Strike. On the server, obviously, he's all over the place, and sometimes he messes up, sometimes he overpeaks, but also watching the body language, how he motivates, how he screams, how he sometimes gets upset. Would you agree with that, Dust, that in terms of pure entertainment, Apex is one of the golden stars we have in Counter-Strike?
I just think he ever lost his identity. You know, even though he shifted from, you know, entry fragger, star level player in the French scene for many years into now a leader of men, a tactician, and a leader of a team that has had so much success, he has always just kept that killer instinct about him. He's so willing to go in first. He's so willing to do whatever the team needs. He is that guy that has that fearless mentality that I think just kind of keeps him and everyone around him composed. He just puts out this aura of confidence. You kind kind of talked about it yourself playing with him. Like, he's also can be the guy that can kind of crack the joke to lighten the mood. You know, it's so rare to have an in-game leader who is both a brilliant tactician and a brilliant leader of men. And Apex is that in every sense of the word. And you can see it on the look on his face, the way he talks, the kind of the way that they play. I think that's the big thing about him, is that he just always kept his true identity the entire time.
And I strongly believe that Apex can be like, there's so many pros and cons about what Apex is doing, because they can give you so much to the team. But when I was playing with him, it could also do the completely opposite. You know, like I was like sitting beside Dan when I was playing with him, and sometimes when he would be frustrated about something, it could be something that I did. Maybe I didn't follow a call, or I made a mistake, or whatever it could be. You know, I could feel the frustration coming out of him. That would suck my confidence out of him. So eventually, I would have to tell him, like, you need to start not doing this, because that actually takes the confidence out of me. So I think it can actually go both ways, and obviously it's also who sits next to each other. You know, it's very independent on how you are as a person, how you take things in. But I think that is, from right now, obviously it's also going really good for them. But we know that he can get frustrated and he can get his emotion go out with him.
And I think that's a great point, you know, and probably why csgo is sitting next to Apex, because no one can rattle out csgo. You know that better than anyone, Peter. Now, Apex is a bit of a goofball as well, and you have quite the history with him. I have quite the history with him. A fun story, you know, is anything you want to share with the people out there that has happened in your time with Apex?
I mean, we were not playing with each other at that point. We were not in the same team, so it's actually started dates all the way back. I think it's like 2016. We were at a tournament in, that will be Belarus, in Minsk, I believe it was.
Okay.
I think the tournament was over. I think he was playing in Envious at that point. I believe that the majority of the players were gathered in the lobby. We were drinking wine, you know, having a good time. At that point, things were not as professional as today, so everyone was like sharing a drink. Okay. And I got really smashed. So I was really drunk. I had been drinking wine the entire evening, and you know, I had to get my frustration out because we could not beat Envious.
Oh.
And at that point, he was playing together with Kenny.CEST in that team. So I walked up to Apex and I said to him, super drunk, and I said, "This guy," and I pointed at Kenny.CEST. "Sniper, I hate Sniper." And then I would go on, and I had to find something about Apex that was like, I couldn't figure out what to say, so I just said, "You're running like shit." And that is like, you know, because he is like the definition of running like shit. Not giving a shit, just running out, not doing anything, you know. So that is my story with Apex, the fact that he, at that point, I could not beat him, so I had to figure like a really pretty bad name for him.
That's fair enough, you know, and to be fair, for people without the context, back in 2016, he was an entry fragger, and I would always describe him as a chicken. He would run around, as you said, running like shit. He would always overpeak. He would always go for you. That was Apex DNA. We see that a little bit still to this day, but obviously a long time ago. Now, he's surrounded by someone who's not running around like shit. He brought Rups into the lineup, who's arguably one of the most stable players, one of the most known quantities the game has to offer. And his career in FaZe Clan, obviously, he won a lot, but the last 6-7 months in FaZe Clan were not looking pretty for Rups. There were even discussions and conversations, and maybe he should get kicked. Then obviously at the Major, his last tournament for FaZe, he played well, but apart from that, I don't think Vitality knew how good Rups were gonna be when he joined Vitality. Was he over his best days, or was he not? Safe to say that Rups in Vitality so far has been a revelation.
Yeah, he is a top 5 player in the world right now. I don't think there's any way you could deny that to him. And I think that he just fits this team so perfectly well. When you already have so many other roles to fill on this team, the experienced IGL, the Opper who can also AK for you when you need it, your entry fragger in Flames. You have a role player in Mezzi who is willing to do whatever it takes, whatever support he needs to do, whatever sacrifices he has to make. He's willing to do it and be that guy. Now you just need that one final piece that tips you over the edge, and that is the piece that closes for you, the piece that holds his position for you, that anchor, that clutcher, that guy on the edge of the map that just gives you so much confidence you don't even need to worry about that side. He's got it handled for you. And he also has, over time, made himself a playmaker in those positions. Like every now and then they'll put him in a playmaking role, not just a lurk role. So I think that versatility and that consistency we've seen really does just give them that extra little tick forward that they needed to be the best team in the world.
And he replaced Spinks. Spinks, who's on the MOUZ side of the thing. So Peter, if you were to put up Spinks versus Rups, you played with Spinks, obviously, you've been around Rups for a long time. What's the biggest difference in how they approach Counter-Strike?
I think, first of all, both of them seem to be like, Rups has been like this kind of hardcore lurker that he's been really good at. He's really mechanical in ways of clearing things, and he understands when to get his timings. Obviously, that is one of the key things of being a lurker, whereas the Spinks, for that matter, as well in Vitality, was what he was doing with us. He made a statement that he wanted to be a little bit more of the pack. That is maybe also one of the reasons why he was proposed to go to MOUZ, but to get a little bit like more action, be a little bit like different. I also believe that Spinks, in general, like he's a really great guy. You know, he is a guy of the team. He wants to help the team achieve something, and he comes from the Vitality core with a lot of information and a lot of also really good like experience from what they have achieved. But overall, I mean, like we just need to praise Robs for what he's been doing to his team. You know, I get a little bit of this. I've told the Vitality guys out backside. I told them to cool off a little bit. Like, you know, they cannot come in and start messing with my Astralis Gold title. You know, they need to cool off a little bit, right? Because I get a little bit of a resemblance of how it was when we picked up Magic in the first place. You know, you get that final piece into the roster that you feel like you're lacking. Maybe Vitality felt like Spinks was not fitting anymore. Maybe he was not creating the ideas that they wanted. And now getting Robs, and we know, I've seen how Apex has praised him for being one of the most hardworking guys that he has ever played with. You know, and he's been playing with a lot of players. So, you know, he's got to have some credit to that. So overall, thinking the fact that Robs is now transitioned and coming into Vitality and proving so well must also be hard for Spinks on the other side. Now he's going to face the MOUZ multiple times where they've lost, and knowing that he's going up against his former team that are now probably entering an era.
But I think that's such a cool concept, because I feel like Vitality obviously became a better team with Robs, and I also do think Spinks became a better player or a more happy player joining MOUZ. So it feels like a move that worked out for both now. Obviously, MOUZ making the roster changes they've had. Brolan coming in as an in-game leader, Shuhei going out, Spinks coming in. I think if we asked you the question, Dust, in January, end of January, when Shuhei was out of the lineup, Brolan was supposed to be the in-game leader, do you think MOUZ would have been a top 5 team at that point?
Ooh, I think top 5 was attainable, but there's no way we could have anticipated they would win their first tournament with Spinks and then go on to make all these grand finals and, you know, even have a pretty good run in Melbourne despite that loss to Falcons, which was pretty brutal. And it really kind of revolves around the fact that despite the fact that Brolan had never IGL'd before, and I know people kind of refer back to that Gamers reality show when he was like 14 years old and he made a comment that he wanted to be an IGL one day, but we never really saw signs of that throughout his career. So this was still very much a hesitancy to kind of believe in that. But let's be honest, folks, like, some of it's a fact that he still has the same coach. Some of it is that a lot of systems are still in place from whenever Shuhei was there as the IGL. So we had some tools to work with to kind of help him get started. But the one thing that we always kind of fear is, will they crumble in the mid-round? Will they crumble under pressure whenever you don't have that guy there anymore that used to kind of call you out of those situations? And the thing is, MOUZ have maintained their strengths in the mid-round, which is probably the most impressive feat of all. And remember, they bounced back from a 13-0 loss to then winning 2 matches. I know that they ultimately lost that grand finals, but look at the progression that they have made. I think that is truly something special that you have to give Brolan some credit for.
I want to give Brolan an awful lot of credit, and in that I want to attach some context to it as well, because we often talk about players that transition from being star players into in-game leaders, and I'd almost argue 9 out of 10 cases, it doesn't work out. Device was a great example in Astralis, not necessarily a bad in-game leader, but it didn't really work out. Valde back in the North days, if you want to keep it Danish as well. There's a lot of players who think they can go from being a player into an in-game leader. Brolan, obviously the same thing, but I think he's already by now proven that he's cut for it.
I mean, going and calling Brolan like a star player, I mean, maybe that's a little bit of an overestimate. Used to be back in his Fnatic days. Maybe he was picked up to be like one of the guys that was supposed to hit hard. But we've also seen the likes of Nico trying to pick it up. You know, I think sometimes it just feels like the star players think that it's such an easy job. Yeah, like, how hard can it be to just call go A, go B, you know? But that is like, you know, it's very easy to just call something from spawn. If you have like a set tactic, that's very easy to just pick out of the playbook. But overall, if you end up in a situation that you mentioned, the mid-round calling is where it just takes skill. It takes skill to understand the rotation and also what is necessary for me to do right here. And that is what you need to do as an S tier in-game lead. And that is what is so hard. And I think that Brolan has been doing really good. You mentioned that they still look good in their mid-round calls, and I also strongly believe that it's also because of how the players in the team actually functions together. I think everyone is contributing, and I heard that multiple times in their voice comms that they are good at just ping-ponging things out. If there's something happening in the map, someone picks it up and they create around, so it doesn't always have to come from Brolan. I think that is the strength of MOUZ.
We speak a lot about him, so we may as well hear from him as well. Brolan before the game versus Vitality. Brolan, another match versus Vitality. Obviously, you had a go at them plenty of times, yet to beat them. Is today going to be that day?
I mean, hopefully. I think of course, they're being really good recently. They have I think they have some pressure still on their, you know, with the win streak and this thing. So yeah, hopefully we're gonna. I mean, last time we played them, it was kind of close, and hopefully we can win today.
You've been getting closer and closer. EPL was obviously a wide splash. I think in Lisbon twice you were close beating them. Do you feel you're edging closer to beating Vitality as well?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think we're improving every single game, and I think we're improving like our playbook and these things. And yeah, I think just. I mean, obviously, like last time we played in Lisbon, it was kind of close, and yes, hopefully we managed to beat on this game. Yeah.
Yesterday, you lost a map to paIN Gaming on Inferno, a map they had never practiced. They said, is that something we should be worried about, or was that just a game off?
I mean, a game off, I will say. Of course, Inferno is not that good lately.
And I believe that if Apex and Vitality gets in this space and in this zone where they will always be in this physio kind of term where they can depend on and determine and pace the game that they want to, that is also why they are so scary to play against.
Yeah, exactly. It's also the conditioning, right? You know, you're kind of expecting a certain thing based on how the rounds have been playing out. Then all of a sudden you go with that tempo change, and it completely dictates the pace of the game in a big, big way. And I think the other thing that Vitality has in spades, and this is just map pool wise, so it's not necessarily confined to Inferno, because we're going to see multiple maps this series, is that their split pressure is just better. You know, the fact that they have so many guys who can be aggressive just means that you can have so many different activities going on across the map at the same time. So on a map like Inferno, for example, you can have Flames just solo pressuring middle. He can create so much presence by himself that you can kind of utilize Apex and ZWoo at Banana, or you can move ZWoo into middle and have Flame stack Banana. Like, you can just do these different things that, again, just make you unreadable in a sense. And it just makes it so hard to prepare, because when you want to try to counter-strat a team, sure, you look for patterns, you look for tendencies, and I'm sure if you really dug deep into enough Vitality film, you'd probably find a couple like little hitches or a couple like little things that you could read, like, oh, when they throw this smoke at this time, it usually means this, or something along those lines. But when you have a playbook as deep as they do, and also just the flow and chemistry of their players to make something out of nothing in a chaotic mid-round moment, I think they are probably the hardest team to read.
There's so much to look forward to. There's so much happening in this game, but we are unfortunately hit by some tech issues. We're going to try to give a little more time to get those resolved. We'll be back in 10-15 minutes, and hopefully by then ready with the game between Vitality and MOUZ. Tech issues have been resolved. We gave the players a bit of freedom to go out there and enjoy the beautiful weather in Copenhagen before they head into the server and have to chime in and have to get ready. Football was played. Certain headshots was made. Flamesy, you know, gotta pick up them glasses, and that's exactly what he's doing. I'm not sure which one of the two teams are best at football, but I'm pretty goddamn sure that both of them are pretty good at Counter-Strike. I am very much ready for this game. I'm very much excited for this game. Number 1 in the world, Vitality. Number 2 in the world, MOUZ, taking on each other. We have 2 wonderful casters as well, ready to bring the game. Anders and DDK, take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Jacob. I'm glad we got the tech issue out of the way. I did hear a rumor that there wasn't really ever a tech issue. It's just Jacob wanted to talk for longer. It's kind of a problem that he has, but we're ready with
that.
It's
believable.
Yeah, it could be, right? You know, but still, good job. I appreciate it. We got some more analysis on the desk. That wasn't too bad either. I don't know, Dan. This is a crazy game. This could be and has been, you know, both, you know, quarter, semi, grand final. Like, that's the caliber of game that we're treated to 2 days into the tournament.
Yeah, it really is a treat. And I feel like anyone that was, you know, really with us throughout all of yesterday and you saw MOUZ's performance there, you may have some questions, but I would say don't worry about that too much. You know, this is a really different ball game. When you're a team like MOUZ and you're going to be up against a team like Vitality, the respect is through the roof. It is the team to beat for you as MOUZ. So everyone is going to be fully wide awake as we kick off this series. And what better map to kick it off with, Anders, than Mirage?
The battleground has been set. We won't slow down. Rushing straight into the hallways here. We've got 2 smokes, 3 flashbangs. Let's see. I feel like if they're this far in, it doesn't make sense to fall back now. You might as well just commit to it. There's going to be a bit of counter utility coming out. 1 flash, 1 HE. But it's down to Mezzy. Can he get the timing? He jumps back in. He's gushed already. Down low on health, but Rob's there to hold them back. Executes the first player trying to get onto the site, and that does slow it down a bit. They're taking a lot of damage, even just trying to get in here. Mezzy finally drops, and now no bomb plant happening yet. They haven't got the control. Another blinding shot comes up from Rops as he puts Spinks to an early grave. Torshi hoping to fight his way back in, and it's actually a winnable round. Look at the damage here on the rest of Vitality. Somehow MOUZ, even though this has not been a success yet, it became converted into a bit of something. I think you saw the shadow. No, Torshi. Doesn't matter. He's going to catch Apex anyway. Swings wide. Burst fire to take down Flames, and he might get the next one. ZywOo drops. 3 kills at the end for Torshi. And it will be MOUZ turning the round. In spite of the stack, in spite of the early prep there for Vitality, that's shocking.
That is quite a result. And that is, I think that is, we're going to see an elevated performance out of MOUZ from the individuals and the team as a whole. Again, I feel like you can even just feel that vibe right there with that clutch there from Torsi, or with that performance here with the Glock. Like, just switching into the burst in this close range condition, super dialed in right from the get-go. Great sign from MOUZ picking up this initial pistol on the T side. And we're going to be starting off now with a hero M4 in the hands of ZywOo, the most important player, the star player of Vitality. Let's see what he can do with it here, Anders.
I think the issue is they're going to be coming out of ramp and palace more or less at the same time with a lot of utility. It is ZywOo, so who am I to doubt him? But this seems like a very tough call for him to get a lot done. He does have a helmet too, but look at the challenge already. Grenades raining down. They know there's a second player because of the boost. So actually taking care of business rather quickly here. MOUZ just charging through the bomb sites. All the kills so far with the MAC-10s. Money being made. Everyone's quite happy right now on the MOUZ side of things. Romps with a deagle. And they are going to check it here. Still, 1 kill picked up. See if we could get anything more, but already trapped in, locked in. Very fast rounds. Just out of spawn calls in both the opening rounds.
I mean, the crazy thing really is, I mean, we could see the potential there from ZywOo with that boost. There's absolutely a world where he does get the 2 kills. You know, he had the ability to shoot a bunch of bullets into both players there, and that could have been then, you know, a potential 3v3 where, sure, maybe Vitality would still lose the round, but that would be a lot of damage accrued. But best case for MOUZ, where they don't really lose anything except 1 player in this round, and that's going to be a great start, you know, moving forward. So we'll see precisely what the buy rounds look like, but once again, it's just a pure anti-eco now as Roland kicks it off with a nice frag in mid here.
I think in the pre-game interview there that Jacob was doing with Apex, he said something about how it's hard to play the same team this much. And I think he's alluding to this idea that, you know, obviously MOUZ are going to be learning every single time. And
the bombs might actually meet a couple of pistol players here. This could be interesting. If Torti goes down and the AK's rescued,
Okay.
Will get the kill at least, but no AK for him.
That would have been a real wrinkle in the round, wouldn't it? You're right, though. If they got the kill immediately, picked up the AK, picked up the bomb, that could have been kind of fun.
And Rops knows that they know where he is, and because middle is so compromised, he's taking an interesting position up in the pot. He might get this one hit. There's a max 10 to be collected, and this is damage here. Obviously, you're not expecting Rops to win the round out of this position, but he's going to get more fights.
Yeah, he's still got 14 bullets. Swings for it, and a bit of damage onto Jimmy. Mezzi back here. Robs proving to be a bit of a nuisance early on. Nice utility. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you want to see. Again, MOUZ making sure that there really are no easy fights for Mezzi. He can't hide in a corner. Bomb is going to be planted, but he's trying to sneak up. He wants to get the kill on somebody else first and isolate that position, which, honestly, the chances that he wins the round anyway are so low. I appreciate the fact that he's trying to do this.
They have no idea where he is. This is really interesting. There's certainly potential for, at least with the surprise element, for one more kill guaranteed, it feels like. As long as Mezzi connects a shot. And there is that potential target. Finds the headshot, looking for the second player. Knows one's down by T-Ramp, and you just saw it happening. If he gets that kill, gets onto the site, picks up the AK, there's a world of pain there for the MOUZ squad. But, I mean, I love the creativity. Just that he got into that spot, Anders, is super fun to see. But that's a 3-0 start there in favor of MOUZ. As we go into the business end now of this game, we get the buys against the buys, the AWP in Torzi's hands, who's absolutely feeling it. We saw it in the pistol. So I'm very curious to see what his starting position will be in this round.
Already, csgo in the middle, tapping away, looking to block that smoke if he could. And he will be successful at that. See if this is going to cost Exertion his life. He's going to swing in here and realize, oh dear, there's no smoke in the window. csgo's absolutely bodied him on that one. He designed pretty much that entire kill himself. And a real nightmare moment for Exertion, just, you know, like, oops, wait a minute, guys. Did somebody fail the smoke? Well, technically they didn't. It's just slapped out of the sky.
Difficult spot here for MOUZ. I mean, down a player, I mean, it's not the end of the world on the T side. They definitely want to activate Torzi with that AWP.
That is close. Now, Jimmy's going to call that in. He saw Apex going into it, so he might even say, listen, there's a chance they're going to go for it here. You could see that we're really aware, MOUZ, that something could be happening. Jimfat's going to be able to take down Apex as he rotates back, and Spinks has watched this rotation. Flames might be in a bit of trouble, and he will go down. That's concerning. Bomb is being brought back through the underpass now. Rops, some clean dinks coming through, and Spinks is no more. 3 versus 3, and 40 seconds left. Nice shot onto Rops there, stopping him from playing this position, but they know that Mezzi is going to be here somewhere, and now they definitely can confirm it as well. Doesn't quite hit the headshot. It leaves it all up to csgo. 1 versus 3 with very low on the time here. MOUZ running onto the site. He's already been spotted, but Jimmy can't take him down. It's Roland instead. They stop him up on top of the ticket booth. MOUZ 4 in a row. It's a brilliant start for them.
Yeah, really interesting round there just from the individual play aspect, where you've got a lot of kills being traded in spots I think where maybe neither team is necessarily expecting. This first kill here from csgo, obviously slowing down the rounds, and then you've got that play through the B apartments. It looked like we were going to get a push, and then suddenly we get a surprise kill around connector. Then they bring it underpass. So very dynamic stuff here. Both teams adapting quickly on the fly, but that's still going to be MOUZ undefeated so far on Mirage. And there we go. Window smoke actually lands, and Vitality on some of these Deagles, so ever dangerous, but it's going to be fun to see what MOUZ have in store here from a tactical point of view to try to circumvent these Deagles, because it is Vitality after all.
I mean, we've seen it already. Rops gave us a really early reminder that with not really that much to work with, a 5-7 earlier, he still somehow could be dangerous, so I'm sure that MOUZ are well aware of the potential danger lurking even in a round like this one. Smoke up towards connector, towards window. They're going to blow open that smoke really quickly, and I think he sees the top of his shoulder. All right, it's a single click. The AK is picked up, and Mezzi's on the other side. I don't like this at all. Torshi in some trouble here. Misses the op shot, and Flames takes him down almost immediately. Spinks and Jimmy just left alone. And in T-spawn, the bomb is dropped in the middle as well, Dan. It's a disaster.
A veritable disaster indeed. And I mean, with the time that's left on the clock and the Palace position we see Jimfat. It's pretty hard to imagine he's going to have any ability to really contest this as the CTs are huddled around the bomb. That's, I think, really all that Jimfat can do to just maybe peel away another player, perhaps, get some extra economic damage. And given the fact that Vitality came into this with, you know, just the pistols, they are loving the economic ramifications of having these 3 AKs in hand. So I feels like that's a good objective, but it doesn't seem like Jimfat's going to be going for it.
I think it also says something about, you know, the margin for error in a game like this when you've got such a high-level team. It's 1 AK lost for just a brief moment in Connector. In a lot of other games, that would just be an annoyance, but you would probably still win the round. But here's like, oh, they pick it up, and now it's just all over in no time flat. Yeah. I guess you could say for MOUZ, it's also dangerous to go into the middle of the round like this one, because again, there are just so many angles that you can lose control of it a little bit, but still.
And it's a funny one too, though, Anders, in a way that it's like, oh, it kind of makes sense, because if you go into a site, you got those close ranges, you want to avoid that, you want to maximize those longer ranges, you get mid control, then you can kind of, you know, the world is your oyster. But again, I think the caveat is always, it's Vitality.
Yeah.
So the rules aren't the same.
And not at the moment here. Smoke up. Cyber in the middle, announcing himself. Now, once he shoots that gun, he's going to rotate away immediately, which is obviously one of the big powers of the AWP is, you know, keeping it hidden from the enemy team. So relocating after a shot is a very normal thing to be able to do, and it keeps MOUZ guessing for a while. They are not as rich as they would have liked to have been after a 4-0 lead, but again, they do have someone to fight back with here.
Good timing on the HE there, actually. It's kind of perfect. Chunky 40 damage onto Exertion. And a slow pace from both teams. Connector, no real play around that here this round for Vitality, playing more on site. Robson jungle. Giving up Cat completely at the moment.
They're going to boost. Just leaving Spinks there. Could put a lot of pressure on Robs if they do go for a bit of a connector play, because then the timing, he's actually already gone in. Spinks is around the corner. This could be really interesting. 45 seconds. He's going to get the first one at Exertion. He might not realize there's already a second player in the window. Comes down to the timing and the fight. Spinks should have won that. He had the advantage. He had the position. He knew exactly where Robs was. But instead, it's a double kill for him and a 5 versus 3 with just a couple of seconds left here. They need to get onto the site right now and win some fights if they even want to dream of planting the bomb, which honestly would be a bit of a luxury at this stage. Torshi gets one. We're down to just 17 seconds, and they're not really making a lot of headway. They're actually falling back into Connector now. It might have just given up the round. Vitality, they're not giving a lot of way to work with. 3 kills in the round for Robs.
An issue is that MOUZ played a really slow round, and that's, you know, taking a slow pace, there's nothing wrong with that. It's the case that Vitality played passive themselves. So it's kind of the perfect thing to do. If Vitality were playing aggressive, that really plays into MOUZ playing a slow round, and then you've given MOUZ an opportunity. And I mean, the AWP from Torsi there gets really activated, but Torsi can't get anything because he's going to have to go deep into position to find the players from Vitality even. So now they're having to come through Connector with no time at all, and it's just that 1 kill and a Molotov, and then that's it, round's kind of over. So that kind of forces MOUZ now to respect Vitality playing passive. It feels like they have to speed up a little bit in these defaults to have a better chance here.
Oh, look at Apex. Sneaking his way in front of that smoke. Torshi already scoped up, had no idea of the threat that was lurking in front of him. They do have the AK on Jimfat, and I think Exertion has managed to pick up the AWP at the top of mid too. So they can keep some danger in the round here for MOUZ, but the truth is, Vitality are climbing back in this game really early on, and a lot of it, if you look at the scoreboard on the Vitality side, it's down to Robs. He's got 10 kills. Even if you combine all the rest of it, they can't even make that on the Vitality team. So I'm sure that will change really soon, but great impact from Robs just in the first 5 or 6 rounds here.
Yeah, I'm curious how they're going to, again, kind of activate the opposite, because so far we've seen the priority for MOUZ, you know, picking that one up. And now, of course, it's in the hands of Spinks as Torsi went down. And having to go quite deep again for these angles because of the passive positions and straight into it. Such a beautiful spot here for ZywOo. You can't trade that. It's unanswerable. And Robs goes forward. Spinks gets the catch. Robs a little bit too quick there. And then ZywOo for the follow-up also gets caught. Opportunity strikes for MOUZ, but only 30 seconds to capitalize.
A bizarre scenario here with Spinks out-AWPing ZywOo at range. Not what I was expecting today. This position for Mezzi, though. Backbench at the B bomb side, very dangerous. If Jimfat goes down, it will leave Spinks alone. He's picked up an AK again, though. But they are going to check it. Wide swing, and it looked like he didn't even stop to take the shot. Nicely done. 10 seconds here as the bomb is going to be planted. We'll see what Flames could do. He does know kind of where one of them is. Spots out the other one, so he's got a general read of the situation, but at some point, you're going to have to pull the trigger and just jump out that window. Oh, timing is insanely awkward. Jimfat with 3 kills, and such a critical round here. MOUZ were running out of money. They were running out of, they're kind of getting beat up by Rops a lot in a couple of rounds there.
Yeah.
I think stealing this one back early on is super, super important. And by the way, also, obviously, winning Mirage for MOUZ is generally quite important because Inferno, I won't say that MOUZ couldn't win it, but obviously it's a map that Vitality are insanely good on right now.
Mega strong. And yeah, and this round is really interesting because obviously MOUZ, I feel so far, they're not really finding the success off of the strategy that they're approaching the T-side with at the moment in these gun rounds. Vitality are putting forward a really good defense there, but you can see even still, if you just have the individual skill and you can kind of adapt, sometimes, you get that opening kill and then timing is a series of events after that first kill where we see, Rops getting taken out, for example. Oh, Zai was like, I have to trade that. So it comes into the open, and then we get that position posted up on by Spinks, and suddenly you're in a great spot. And so MOUZ showing great quality, even though they're struggling everywhere else in some of these, in the last couple of rounds. Ooh, mid-aggression.
Ooh, and a lot of aggression. Look at this position from Cyro. That's so disgusting. How has he done that? He's actually looking in behind the pipes to take down Broland. Sets up another kill on the Spinks. He's been quiet for a couple of rounds, and that usually doesn't happen. There are not a lot of bad Cyro games, really, ever.
This is a good play there from Jimfat, realizing the aggression in mid, knows he has a free A bomb site. Great kill into Flames as well. That's a really important find. And another one from Jimfat. He is playing so well right now. Good damage onto Apex despite going down. And MOUZ, I mean, they had the bomb. They couldn't make it to A in time. They're having to commit into B.
Yeah, they know where the grenades are coming from. I think they know where Mezzi is, but it doesn't even matter. Cyro lands another great scope on that AWP. Exertion in a 1 versus 2. Oh, he didn't realize Apex had already shown up from the catwalk position. Vitality winning the round. This time it was Cyro and just, putting up a little bit of a front foot there for them. You already highlighted it, Dan, that for all the rest of the rounds, they've been playing so far back on the map, so throwing in one round like this, where you're really up in their face, is super hard to deal with.
Yeah, and especially given how teams really love to get in that underpass on the T side. And like you say, you're playing against the expectation. They're playing players there at that time. It's just perfect from Vitality. We'll see how the follow-up is, though. We do get one Galil in terms of the rifles here for MOUZ.
It's going to be fast.
Looking like they want to just barrel into the site, but Flames could be a problem.
Yeah, but the timing is also kind of insane. You can see they're rotating back. If they can get rid of Flames right now, Apex trying to help out. Cyro is just now rotating into CT spawn. Oh, what a burst. Let's go 3 bullets, takes down Exertion. Somehow he's still here, finally. They get rid of Flames, and I think they know where Apex is. He fired that gun, they had no idea. A little bit of trigger discipline might have kept him alive for a minute. Little flick, no bomb plant yet. In fact, the bomb is really far away here, and now it's got taken down. Mezzi had to rotate out of the B bomb site to get some action. It's been a little bit boring over there. Just one player left in Spinks, and it's too much. It'll be Mezzi. All right, getting his share of the pie here.
Good work from Vitality on the side. Kind of just enough damage. That headshot, that nice little burst was enough to kind of thin out the numbers. And in addition to some of the util around T-Ramp, it just slowed down just enough so Zai could kind of get there in time to have a chance to get some of this cleanup. Not enough forward space was able to be taken by MOUZ to really create a problem and lock down that ticket position in time. So, man, Vitality is so dangerous. And they're 4 rounds up now after a pretty slow start. Off of the loss of the pistol.
Yeah, the problem is there's such a good chance right now that Rops has carried the weight a little bit until Cyro got his game warmed up, but there are more players that can still be warmed up into this game, so it could just get worse and worse and worse from here on out. From the point of view of MOUZ, is that, Vitality just get more of their players lined up. Also, obviously running out of money on the T side, not exactly ideal. Shooting gallery in the middle. Quick round, get it over and done with. The scoreline is tied up 5-5, and this is what we want. We really don't want to blow out game anyway between these two teams.
And we're at this interesting inflection point now as well, where We've seen the conditioning in terms of both teams, how Vitality is deciding to play their gun rounds. We kind of noted it, slower pace, and then they can throw in that aggressive play into the underpass. Now we've got MOUZ, who have been, obviously, they're kind of feeling out what does work and what doesn't work on the map. And you wouldn't expect, I think, to see Vitality necessarily go aggressive again in mid, but they could, because they have been getting a lot of success from doing it.
Yeah.
So it is something that you have to be worried about as MOUZ. Do you decide to slow down and just keep going for the set pieces, or do you try to sort of gamble a little bit and say, okay, we think they're going to put some of that pressure, that early focus on mid, let's try to hit one of the sites a bit quicker to capitalize on the space that they give up? It feels kind of gambly right now, I feel like, if you're MOUZ, because it's been hard for them in these gun rounds to actually get a decisive advantage off their openings. Okay, might be a bit faster than Indeed on towards that A site.
Listen, those straight A executes, I mean, we can all see what's coming, but there's a reason why they're good to do. Nice nade. That actually hits 4 people, sets it up for Flames. He's going to spray down a couple, and he's still got 11 bullets left. Insanely proficient with the M4A1. He even takes down Exertion on top of it. Spinks and Torshi. There's no headway. There's 5 people on the A ramp, and none of them survive going up the stairs, or barely.
Well, not a great spot to be in. And there's definitely also issues with fast A plays too, because the CTs will have full util for retakes, and that's very hard to hold as the Ts. But MOUZ, they wanted to have the initiative. They've not been able to really get it. And Rops is closing in. It doesn't even have to do this. It could just chill. Sure. But Rops wants to get these kills. Looking for the flank. You would expect someone to be holding this, but a little bit too late there for Spinks. And Torsi might just lose his gun as well. I mean, I think Vitality absolutely interested in trying to take this weapon away.
I would say so. No reason to let him. In fact, I would almost be a bit disappointed if they didn't. Robs has fallen away, but that's just to get a fun angle here, range. But yeah, they should be looking for him. All right, the crossfire to set that one up. Really, really strong. The power, by the way, of those straight out of spawn A executes also is that there are some rounds where the CTs will be fighting middle early on. So there's a chance that you would have only had one player there right at the start, and that was almost true, but obviously it was delayed a bit, and the backup was there.
I think that's absolutely what they were really looking for, because that would also allow them to take the ticket control into CT spawn control, because you can't sit on the site. If you do a faster A exec, you just can't play off the site because the retake with the util for CTs, full util, is too strong. So another mid ingression coming in from Vitality.
But that smoke in the window means Apex is feeling a bit lonesome right now. He's going to say he needed backup, but he almost got the double kill, and now the backup is there. Rops and Flames coming in with no issue. It's Torshi and Spinks. Even in a 2-on-4, some of them are a bit low here, but it's the last round of the half, so if you want more, not that 5 is bad for MOUZ, it's still very competitive, but it's going to feel weird because it was such a better start, and Vitality have just fought their way back. Nice shot. He spots Saiwu as well. Knows he's hanging around by this jungle position. The bomb stuck in connector, and can you even make it out? You're going to be shot in the back by Mezzi, potentially. There's the timing. Between Mezzi and Saiwu, it's such great communication, and he will take down Torshi as well. What a comeback from Vitality. After a slow start, they end up at 7-5. We return to the second half here. MOUZ versus Vitality. You might not know it, but it is only day 2 here at Rivals. This game, though, again, it could just as well be a grand final. That's the level that we've got going on here. And it's pretty close. 7-5. Still, anybody could win this right now. But I think for MOUZ, just in terms of the momentum, how nice would it be to pick up this one? Also, Utility. I wonder if they're going to signal B a little bit and then just go straight back, splitting that A bomb site.
Yeah, the bomb for us kind of showing it's a bit of a giveaway, but we have an info play coming in from MOUZ. They're going to find the bomb 2v2 in this position. If they manage to secure the C4, if they actually get these kills, that would be massive, but they at least get the info. Neither team wanting to commit to that fight. And in the meantime, positions gains. We have the invasion through the window, and Robs is taking away Torsi. So now this is going to initiate that A play.
Oh, that's suffering for Torshi. He needed that kill. Spink still trying to bring it back up in the palace. Exertion gets the one onto Saiwu. Bomb being attempted now while Flames is holding this top position. He knows that there's somebody up here, has to get rid of him. I love the fact that he's fighting him. Brings it back to 2v2. Oh my god, it's not even close. Flames, how sick is that? 3 kills. And it leaves the Finn on his own here, sneaking onto the site, but shot down from Mezzi. Good recovery from Vitality after running into that early pressure. But I think for Torshi, I mean, losing that fight there in the window, that's so painful. He actually spotted him coming out of the smoke. He's going to feel himself like he had the advantage. And if he wins that fight, like the whole round could be different, no question.
Yeah, I mean, this is what really created a sense of urgency for both teams. Very nice position to play from, but Flames has been hitting insanely clean shots so far here in this Mirage game.
That's the problem. Started with Rops, then we got Saiwu tagged in. Now Flames is getting tagged in on top of it. It's too much. It's too much to handle. 8-5, MOUZ. I do love a double scout. Does it work a lot of the time? No, but it makes me smile.
Well, interestingly, we almost had a tease there, Anders. I feel like, you know, MOUZ setting up towards this B side, really wanting Vitality to move in. But in Vitality, they were teasing us. It looked like they were going to go for it, but they're walking all the way back now through T-spawn to A, where there isn't really a setup. There's no positioning here for MOUZ to stop them getting into the site.
Apex might be in some trouble if Exertion can catch him. That's a headshot. Wait a minute. Apex and Exertion on the other side having a bit of a fight. It will be Apex to pick it up, and no more scout shots being rang through just yet. But they are low on health. But Saiwu's got the bomb on his back. Does he feel safe enough to make the run to the bomb site? It doesn't look like it. So actually, I kind of like this from Vitality. Even though they're technically on the bomb site, they have slowed it down. They've said, let's just wait and see if anything more is going to be happening here. Rotation is in, so MOUZ, they're in position to fight this one. Flames getting another one, but Torshi finally finishing off Apex, who was low from the earlier shot. And 3 versus 3 as the bomb is being attempted. Flames going to hold on. Torshi finding 3 kills. He's just firing off. He just wants more. Bit of a wall bang, not connecting on this one, but another headshot. The scouts are actually doing it. Saiwu out in the open hunting and taken down. Torshi, he gets the revenge.
Unreal. The scout is so nice, and they are nice with the scout. Oh, that's a beautiful upset. They need that so badly, Anders, because the momentum for Vitality, if they get going, obviously it's going to be terrible. But to get the stoppage on that momentum right now is massive.
It's so sick. Spinks at the end there, but for Torshi, 3 kills in the round. And you could see the frustration in him losing most of the pistol round and not getting the kill on Rops, so bringing it back in the very next round with the scout setup, that is so cool.
And it's that thing as well, like, you know, you lose the pistol, okay, that sucks. But if you win the second round, it's like better than winning the pistol. So this is a sick position for MOUZ to be in. And we talked about how difficult an Inferno win will be for them to pick up. So winning Mirage for this series is really a must for MOUZ to have a solid shot at taking this best of 3 against the #1 team in the world.
Pretty defensive Vitality at the start here. You can see Apex is holding to see if anyone's going to be pushing top mid. Flash is a nice idea, but Saiwu just lightning fast.
And he's got the responsibility, the star player with the AK-47, the singular AK. Xertion getting some info up top mid. It's going to spot a couple players. The bomb is still down on the ground, and Robs is just going to find that headshot. Unbelievable stuff there. 3 versus 5 now for MOUZ to try to find a recovery. And just moments ago, Anders, we were talking about MOUZ's momentum. It's vanished.
Come on. They carved out such a great spot for themselves in winning that previous double scout.
There's almost a world where they try to save him, potentially. I mean, they got 3 weapons, 5 players online with pistols, and they already have positionals. There's no position for MOUZ on site. There are almost no retake grenades for MOUZ.
Yeah, there is a bit of an outside chance maybe that the incendiary on Spinks could slow them down. Oh, he's going to toss it very deep. I was going to say to maybe stop the bomb plant. Bit of a lineup here, all right. Torshi, he saved him in the last round. Can he do it again? A couple of kills. Down to 15 seconds. They're hunting for it. That's the bomb. Now lost and picked up once again on Flames. 1 versus 2 here. We need very clean headshots. Only 8 seconds left. It won't happen. Spinks and Jimmy alive towards the end of the round. And MOUZ, they just barely stay alive. I actually think that might have taken away the win. Yeah, he's doing it again.
He's creating problems. The fact that, I mean, okay, his teammates create a little bit of distraction, and he swings in from CT right at the perfect moment and gets a double instantly, whilst the T's are still scaling onto the site. The timing could not be more perfect for this maneuver here from Torsi from Ticket. Let's go! And they save a round that looks desperate. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. And that's a 7-8 scoreline. And once again, Vitality back on pistols. But in this match, nothing is given.
3 deagles picked up. So still potentially dangerous, but I feel like it would be nice for MOUZ to just have a single round in the second half that just looks calm.
Normal?
Yeah.
Just a chill.
Just a normal round. That's all we're asking. Just one normal round.
No, Anders, it must be anxiety-inducing to the maximum at every occasion.
I mean, the deagle shot from Rops in the previous round certainly got everybody's attention. He's down below here looking for it. But just like you pointed out with Vitality playing far back in the first half, it feels like MOUZ here, maybe not as far back, but it's going to say not looking to challenge too much, although just as I say that, they actually are kind of going for it. This could be risky for this very reason. Torshi here taking a fight towards top mid. He's going to get traded out. This round is back on again. Even if they are a little bit low on health on the T side here, it could still be an issue.
That's what we're saying, and there's maximum anxiety here for MOUZ once again as Vitality begin to creep through the connector position, but in the pressure on the site, they need to get this kill really fast. Just have to get that delay there from the default position, and you've really done your job here for MOUZ, because now Rops has so many angles to concern himself with, and I gotta say, I really do like MOUZ taking the stand in mid there, because you're kind of worried, I feel like, when the pistols just flood into a site. But if you get that mid control, you've got the retake grenades, you can get fast rotations, it gives you a lot of options. You can also work the ranges with your weapons. It's just that I think there's no round against Vitality that's ever going to feel easy.
No. And the fact is true. Like, if they would have waited really a long time and there would have been some sort of sick setup where they'd rushed onto the site, we would have said the opposite. But they said, oh, they were really passive, you know, maybe too passive. So they're going to get criticized either way. That's just how it is.
It's the internet.
Yeah. We're doing backseat counter-striking here. 3 people in the palace. That's a lot of people to try and get out of a very narrow choke point. There is a FAMAS down below on Brolan in front, and there's Spinks up here. We'll see if they have a Molotov to get rid of him or if they just want to try and test it. I mean, fair play. If they get the kill on him right away, then Brolan is not going to be able to hold the site on his own with a FAMAS. Look at the setup here. But Spinks, where have the bullets gone? How did he not hit the shot there? Exertion shows up to try and salvage another dramatic round. They have the man advantage for the minute, and Brolan here actually making great work with the FAMAS. Much better than I was expecting. Pretty much knocking him out of the round. And Cyber with the double kill. That's all he can get here. MOUZ with a nice stand. Going to be able to upgrade the FAMAS into the AK, and they keep the AWP alive. They've got the round lead now. This is pretty good.
Yeah, and actually one thing that's really interesting that I don't think is always often discussed in games like this, where the T side, so much of it is about the conditioning, running rounds where you set up the pace expectations and how you're going to be attacking certain spots and so on. The Vitality, because they win around, lose around, win around, lose around. The economy's been so weird, they haven't really been able to set conditioning very much.
Right.
So it does create a difficult position for them to know what to expect that MOUZ will do.
I think that's so important to think about that. Yeah, we see a lot of Vitality games where they bully the other team so much that you're right, that you're just getting pushed across the map and you have to react to a bunch of things. It does feel like MOUZ have stabilized that a little bit now. Spinx goes down, Exertion is next. Please, why? These are supposed to be the easy rounds. This is supposed to be the round again where you can just relax, make a bit more money, cement a bit of a lead. And once again, you're fighting to not lose control of the game. They have not a lot of money on the CT side. Maybe a little bit, but enough maybe to make a force of it. But you really don't want to have to do that.
And it's interesting too, because Robs has that position in jungle at the moment, and Vitality is just pausing. They've got the clock to play with, so they can afford to do this at no expense to themselves. And there's always the chance that MOUZ will maybe try to make a play. And by just holding spots, you will catch it. However,
they're going to gamble.
MOUZ are stacking towards B. I love this from them. They've already decided that, hey, we're in a really bad situation numbers-wise. Let's at least try to get, like, if they go to A, okay, fine, whatever. If they come to B, we have a really good chance of winning the round still. So it's good decision-making, and yeah, you get the save potential. So smart plays from MOUZ here. Don't do it, Roland. Don't do it. Jinfat with the catch.
Might be the kill that, lures them back in. Happens all the time, but I feel like, no, they're still looking pretty controlled at the moment.
Oh, my.
Okay. Okay. He doesn't know it yet. He doesn't know what we know, but also have to respect the fact that Robs is just straight ignoring the fact. Like, he's above it all. He just got wallbanged with an AWP, and he's like, I don't care. Just don't care. I think the biggest reaction they got out of him was the fact that he crouched. Like, oh.
Yeah.
Take a little rest here, I suppose.
Exactly.
Still, around that, MOUZ shouldn't have been losing. And when you go back and you do the retrospective on a map like this one, those are the kind of rounds they're going to be the first ones you're going to be highlighting, thinking about and saying, if not for that round, there's more runway, MOUZ have a better economy, everything is looking a bit brighter. Now they have to struggle.
I can't see the round history. Do we have actually just 1 for 1 for 1 for 1? Has anyone strung more than one round together?
I feel like MOUZ has this now, right? But you're right, it has been a lot back and forth.
Very hard to stabilize in this game so far.
Connected with that is so stupid.
If he gets that kill, I do wonder what would have happened.
There it is. So a little bit of a start here towards the second half, but yeah. Vitality bringing it back. Bomb and T-spawn. Big indication for those of us watching at home that it's more of a default. They're just investigating what kind of a defense are we up against. A pretty aggressive one here with Exertion playing the front of it. Got to be careful. He does make it back around the corner just in time. Spinx hits the shot on the Saiwu. No delay, and Flames couldn't really answer back because he was airborne when that was happening. Great beginning.
There's your rounds, better. Anders, there's your normal rounds off of the back of this mid-aggression. This is really cool, though, from MOUZ. It's one of those situations where, for those of you who have watched StarCraft, it's not really a big thing anymore these days, but there's this idea of a build order loss where, you're going to have an opening. The opponent has no ability to know what that opening will be, and you're going to run an opening, and one of you just has like a good counter for what the other guy's running. And MOUZ threw in that mid-aggression at the perfect time. Really well executed, as Vitality also put the emphasis there. And right now for Vitality, their money is pretty bad, and getting kills against the terrible economy of MOUZ would be an amazing objective still with the 30 seconds that remain here.
Yeah, I think that's always something that Vitality usually do well too. It's just to make it. We've seen it already in this matchup so far. Just making some of these rounds expensive, even when you lost them. Now I think there's so little time left. They might have even given up on that idea and have just said, all right, we're gonna have to sit this one out. 18 seconds here. But yeah, I mean, for MOUZ to keep this economy going, it's everything right now. It could easily be the thing that decides who wins or loses when we get towards the end of it, which is coming up rather soon here.
I totally agree. And this is like the other aspect of the back and forth nature of this game, where Vitality, their loss bonus is not very high at this point because we're trading round for round like quite often, and so that means that this is like a horrible position to be in for them, where you're losing rounds and not even getting any kind of a reward for that in a sense.
Timeout called. It makes sense. Very hard to guess because again, the level of research that comes into a map like this one is so extremely high that that is not going to be. Now we had a lot of out of spawn calls for the A bomb side, some for middle. Not many for B. And obviously, it is hard to do just a straight call. But if you wanted an out-of-spawn call to B, typically what you would try and do is probably put some pressure on the catwalk itself and split the B bomb site, which you can do with smokes in the window and the top connector. And you can put a lot of pressure on it. It's super fun. I always enjoy watching it. But we'll see what Vitality end up doing once we get it back into it.
Yeah, I think mid is still like pretty good. I think they got kind of unlucky in that last round with the opening, and they're indeed still going for this mid control. I think it's often a stable start for the T side, and they're going fast here with this pace. And there is some of the counter util to slow down the T mid take. Rops in the palace there, making sure that they get information, and this is interesting. And MOUZ potentially looking to push down the apartments, but they saw a Vitality player there, Mezzi, I believe. And so they're going to fall off. Both teams highly tentative right now, Anders. No one really looking to take a fight early on. And now Vitality regrouping towards the A side of the map for what could likely be that split.
Yeah, but so are MOUZ. They've already rotated over. They're satisfied that as long as Jimmy is jumping to for the hallway over at the B side, then that's enough. Spinks is a little bit further back now. Brolan on a mission of his own. He sees just the tip of his toes. A lot of damage, but even more importantly, the information to know they are on that ramp with 2 players. If there are 2 players there, pretty good shot. It's going to finish at A. Nice shot from Torshi. He's been a real machine. Up to 19 kills. He's actually outfranked everybody in the server all of a sudden. 30 seconds. Swings back for a bit of another peek in Brolan to get the kill, and now they've been slowed down. Vitality maybe too much at the moment. How did they get the bomb planted even at the stage? Cyber's very low on health, and he's got the bomb on his back. He's losing all of his teammates at the same time. And even for Saiwu, this is a bridge too far. 1 versus 4 with just 13 seconds. Exertion takes him down, and MOUZ get up to 11.
Wow, the timing of that peak down A ramp was just phenomenal for Vitality. I was almost thinking like, oh, I'm expecting like in my head like, oh, this would be like a pot flash play, but it's just like a solo push because they can kind of see obviously like the feet, you can see the toes if there's going to be a push coming. So it almost suggests to me that MOUZ just have a very good reading right now of Vitality's setup timings on the T side, especially after that start, and because they did get bits of information here and there to like put the pieces together. So MOUZ, I think, are super dialed in on the reads at the moment against Vitality. Vitality need to shoot their way out of this one, Anders.
I mean, that is what they've been doing so far, but it is impressive to see MOUZ battling their way back through a lot of wild rounds, but now stabilizing the game in their favor. They've got the economy, they've got the momentum. Exertion starting to get warmed up as well. Spinks has had some crazy rounds, a lot of, finishing rounds where Spinks is alone in a 2v2, 1v1. A little bit of a trade going into it, not the end of the world, really. Mezzi on 5 kills, but a lot of that's down to the fact that he was anchoring the B bomb side of the first half, which always means you're just going to be in a worse position. Robs not hitting the smoke, it's not ideal.
I love the disruptive plays coming in from MOUZ. Never allowing Vitality to play for their setups, trying to get the information, trying to instead just find those early kills, and then forcing Vitality to adapt. In a 2 versus 3 now, so definitely doable. 45 seconds left for Vitality, and they have the mid control, and they're gonna push through that connector position.
Did they intentionally fail the smoke this time to keep Torshi occupied? I doubt it, but it did almost look like it. Rops should be shot at the back. Oh, he's not even got the gun out in time. Torshi will drop him. 20 kills. And 12 rounds on MOUZ as they are so close now to picking up the map. And again, I think it's an absolute necessity. That second map on Inferno is potentially quite a dangerous battleground for MOUZ Sports just because of how good Vitality are on it. So for the series, for the health of the series, if they can win this one, I think everyone is going to be real excited about it.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, it's super exciting also just to understand, like, okay, what's Vitality going to do on this next round? And what does MOUZ do? MOUZ has had a lot of success playing aggressive, but there's a good argument to trying to just chill in this round. And actually, it looks like they are going to play a 2-2-1 at the moment.
Oh, here we go.
Or a 2-1-2.
Another deep nade. Those nades on the ramp have been great. Brolan comes back into it. A massive spray down. 2 kills to get the thing going. And it's not going to slow down either, Dan. They're going to keep rushing into it. This is an all-in push for Vitality to try and get this into overtime somehow. But again, the whole team is here. MOUZ with the rotation, they're so quick.
And even crossing to the side right now could yield kills here for MOUZ. Absolute desperation here for the remainder of Vitality, and that's going to be a wrap. 13-9, MOUZ with an incredible display of resiliency, individual skill, and they put Vitality on their back here going into the second map, Inferno.
MOUZ gets the job done on their very own map pick, which means that Vitality are now put under an awful lot of pressure. A game that was very competitive, a game that was back and forth. We're going to dive into round 14 later on, but initial takes in this one, MOUZ coming out and playing super solid Counter-Strike.
Very impressed by MOUZ. I think they played off each other really great. They had a really good understanding how they wanted to approach the game, and it felt like they were playing confident Counter-Strike, and obviously they had their individuals popping off in left, right, and center to actually cement some of the rounds that actually looked really bad for them. But overall, I think MOUZ were definitely the team that played the best Counter-Strike.
Man, I mean, what a wild game, you know, just to kick off this series. But it's exactly what you want. You want excitement, you want flair, you want cool things happen. We got a lot of it. I mean, MOUZ came out the gates flying on this map pick, which is exactly what they needed to do to be successful in this series, is to make sure they secure their map pick. And they look ferocious on the T side additionally. But credit where credit's due. Vitality started getting a little bit more aggressive in middle, kind of the last, 5 or so rounds of the first half. They started disrupting MOUZ, making them feel a little bit uneasy, eventually stamped their economy down, and they were able to put themselves back into the game. But then the second half was just total chaos, I felt like, to start. We see a good pistol victory from Vitality, but then MOUZ responds with Torzy doing crazy heroics with the scout. And then at that point, it becomes like a sprint for both teams for the finish line.
It did become a sprint. It did become a bit messy, but is that the MOUZ playing well and pressuring Vitality to maybe be a bit messy, or is it just Vitality not playing up to par right now?
I think when we look at the game overall, I think MOUZ were definitely one playing better. I think Vitality seemed a little bit rushed in some of the decisions. They didn't get off to the start that they wanted. Obviously, they maybe felt that they got off to the wrong foot, in the sense that they didn't feel like they could control the pace of the game. Then they started doing some adaptation to try and get some of the rounds in that we know that they are really good at playing. But overall, I just felt like MOUZ had a good understanding, and also the way they rotated around it. They seemed to always not be afraid of making information play. Like they wanted to push into B house, get information. They were not afraid of getting flashes out mid and trying to get out and sniff out where they're playing. And we also saw Brawler multiple times going for the aggressive play on the ramp to actually sniff out if there are players there. So I think they dared to play, and that is what you need to be able to do when you go up against a team like Vitality.
You spoke about heroics with the scout. Round 14, I think, was you may as well play it out there, and just please take us through it. What is exactly happening right here?
Yeah, I mean, after a really good pistol round victory from MOUZ to kick off the half, this is the opportunity to really start trying to climb up a lead, but Torzy says he's not having any of it. Just picks up a scout here at the ticket booth and just goes on a clinic. Just the shot he was hitting was absolutely bonkers. And I really feel like this is almost what took the win out of the sails of Vitality. You secure the pistol, you think, okay, this is where we can get our footing, we can start looking to build a lead, and then around like this comes to sweep you off your feet, what you're not anticipating, and then look at the fuel. Torzy from that point forward looked untouchable for the rest of the half. I think it's very clear to see that Torzy is, as I mentioned yesterday, he's like the fuel of the team. He's the one that hypes up the team. Obviously, when he also plays good, that gives even more energy, and you can see what it means to him, also knowing that he made a really impressive play. And it's also a play that is very necessary. Like, I don't think MOUZ would have actually made it back to the series if he didn't pull off this one. I think there's so much depth to this round, and also the way they played out, the way that he gets all these frags, getting the information in the beginning of the run, and actually making a little bit of a fast rotation into CT and catching off the first player. And then the way they ended up having the 2v2, where they actually utilized the movement speed of the scout, both him and Spinks, moving into the A bomb side and knowing that we have one shot, and that is when we know where the planter is, because he's just playing the bomb and the guy coming in from stairs.
I mean, it kind of feels like that was the round that broke Vitality in a sense. It could have been 9-5, T-side Mirage. You think that's going to be game over, and it wasn't necessarily Vitality playing bad here. It was just MOUZ coming back into the game. You have a round as well, or a mid plate that you wanted to focus on for Vitality as well, that throughout this game looked good. Yeah, I think this is what kind of kept them in the game, to be honest. Again, they had such a cold start in the first half that this was really what allowed them to at least get back in the game. You're going to see really multiple rounds here kind of gone through, where you see like Apex in aggressive middle with an M4 in middle. You see ZWoo using his op, getting picks underpass, just having good highlights all around. And this is what allowed Vitality to become competitive in the game. And then when they win the pistol, you think, okay, they can actually take over the game. And really, I think that's what's the most damning part about it, is they put themselves in a good position. But then when we saw that round from Torzy that the Debris kind of took us through, it almost like it canceled out everything that Vitality had been doing to build momentum, to end the first half and to kick off the second. And then when you kind of go from that point, I just feel like Vitality, we talked about how they're so diverse. Like, they have so many different openings that they can go for. They have so many different, like, little mid-round plays they can make. Sure. And the fact that MOUZ were willing to play so fearless and aggressive for information, for forward positions, that allows you to get the read.
You know, and I think that was so crucial for them to win this game.
Now, I don't want to stretch it, right? But I do want to contextualize what we're seeing in front of us. Vitality obviously ended up winning IM Melbourne. You can argue they probably should have lost that game against Falcons. The comeback they made on Nuke in that 5th deciding map was crazy. If you haven't watched it, make sure you do. Now, you're coming in here as well. You're playing MOUZ. You're losing your first map. Last time you played MOUZ in a grand final, you also lost 2 maps. You're down 2-1. I mean, Vitality is undoubtedly the best team in the world right now, but they're not unbeatable. Is this a Vitality that is slowly but surely stagnating, or is it a Vitality that is just human?
I think they're definitely human, and there's no team in Counter-Strike that has ever been unbeatable. You know, it always comes.
You guys were kind of unbeatable.
Yeah, but we were still beatable. You know, we didn't end up. You know, we did end our winning streak like earlier than Vitality. We end up losing. So it's all about the fact that, you know, everyone is unbeatable, and you also have to take into consideration that we're all humans. And you know, I've known for a fact, I've talked to the guys from Vitality. They are tired. Like, they have come, they've been on the road for a long time, and yeah, they are fueled even more because they are winning. But sure, they are beatable. But at the same time, you know, Vitality is such a great team right now, but by far the best one that you cannot count them out just because they've lost this one. You know, it has happened before that they've been behind. They've found themselves in these kind of situations multiple times, and that is also part of being a competitor. That you know you get off from the wrong foot, and you know, okay, we gotta step it up. This is also coming to their map pick now. You know, they shouldn't be afraid, and we should not be worried yet.
Do you see anything in Vitality's gameplay and the way they approach the game that looks weaker, or have they stagnated, or is it just a question of playing good opposition and at certain times you will lose maps, you will lose situations you're supposed to win?
I tend to want to tilt the slider more in favor of MOUZ just playing a very dynamic and confident CT side as opposed to Vitality just completely throwing their T side out the window. I do think there were a couple of moments where they got stuck at A little bit more than I'm kind of used to seeing, or they really couldn't get out into open space, actually start threatening stairs, actually start threatening jungle, be able to try to open up those lanes they're usually able to do to secure the A site. And so in some senses, I felt like they got like a little bit stuck in the mud. They looked a little bit less sharp than normal, but again, it's so hard to judge. Is that just because they were cold coming in, or just MOUZ was just playing so well? And I kind of lean more in the direction of MOUZ Sports in that particular argument.
That's fair enough. You know, you can also consider in this game, both csgo had some great rounds, Robs had a great game as well. So you have your 2 star players doing well. You have a Vitality that is up, you know, 8-5. Had they won that round against Torsi and his scout, it probably would have been a win for them as well. So it's not Vitality not playing good Counter-Strike, but more so maybe MOUZ getting closer and closer and closer to beating them. I know it's just a map 1, Peter, right here, but with the way they were playing, I guess we can have high hopes, and maybe you as well, with your gut feeling, can have high hopes that MOUZ can potentially win this one.
I mean, the gut feeling is going exactly as it's supposed to. You know, everything is working out so far, and maybe I'm going to look like a genius in a couple of hours. That's going to be
You got this, not you.
No, that is true. That is true. But obviously, the whole fact that you still have csgo playing good, you still have Robs playing good. You know, maybe it's just like the whole dynamic and how they interact as a player that's a little bit off. You can also feel like Messi maybe didn't have the game that he wants to have himself. But you know, you can always kind of rely on the duo of Robs and csgo. They will always put up great numbers, and you can see even though that they are actually losing this game, they will still have a decent scoreline. And you know, they are true professionals, and they will definitely also show up for the next one.
Before we dive into Inferno, just quickly before we jump on a quick break here, Dust, should we be worried on behalf of Vitality at all, or have Vitality shown us enough that they can always bounce back? Obviously, csgo playing well, Robs playing well. Are we looking at any issues here? Is it just, you know, now makes the game much more interesting that they actually lost the first map?
I feel like one of the most important factors that defines a true champion is having resilience whenever you're behind. And I think that Vitality has shown that they can do that in the middle of a map, like they did against Falcons at Nuke in Melbourne. They've shown that they can do it in the middle of a series. When, you know, MOUZ Sports went over them 2-1 in that Lisbon Grand Final, they were able to bounce back and win that series 3-2. So I think when you have a team that is capable of that particular trait, that's one of the harder ones to be able to find. And so, no, you can never count them out.
You can never count them out. It makes me excited for this matchup. I think we've now blown open the entire series with MOUZ winning on their own map pick Mirage. We're heading into Inferno. I know MOUZ have been struggling on Inferno as of late. Hasn't necessarily been their best map, hasn't necessarily been where they always go to in order to win, but with the way they're playing, with the mood within the camp, I think MOUZ have a good chance of making the game competitive. We're jumping on a quick break, and then we'll be back with map number 2. MOUZ were able to win their own map pick, but it gets significantly harder as we move into Inferno. Vitality have brought in Inferno into the mix. Obviously, a map that they like to play an awful lot. They've won, is it 12 times in a row, 100% win rate on the map in the past 3 months, and not necessarily a map they look to lose anytime soon. So if you're MOUZ right now, you have to bring your A game. You have to come in and show us something new. And Dust, last time we saw the two teams duke it out on Inferno, it wasn't pretty.
No, it was a 13-0, and while I don't anticipate that we're going to see that big of a blowout again on Inferno, there is just no undenying that there's two streaks at stake in this game. It's the obvious attempt at a 23 series streak for Vitality, but also an attempt to keep their Inferno undefeated and go 13-0. And really, they've already beaten this MOUZ Sports team 3 times, and the one constant that we can kind of pull from why that has been happening each time is that their T side's always just so damn good in the first half. You know, they obviously got the 12 T rounds in the 13-0 game, but even the other matches, they had, you know, I think 9 rounds in the T side starting out in the other Inferno match. And I think the issue that they face in MOUZ is that Vitality are just so dynamic. Like, their banana control is just so powerful. Obviously, Mezzi and Apex are really the core tenets of that, but then this is where we have that ZWoo factor, where he can be the AK that adds to that. But it's also the fact that they hit A so differently each time. They can hit it dry, they can hit it slow, they can hit it fast, they can hit with a lot of utility, and they just become very hard to deal with. And that is that's something that MOUZ has to solve.
There's a stark contrast between the two teams, obviously heading into Inferno. Vitality being unbeaten, best team in the world on Inferno. MOUZ playing it yesterday against paIN, who haven't practiced the map, yet they still win. So, Peter, give me a reason as to why this game can be competitive.
I think obviously the fact that MOUZ, they played against paIN yesterday and it was not looking pretty. It was looking pretty dire, you know, and they also ended up losing. And we know that paIN has actually not practiced Inferno, so MOUZ, but they probably had some lessons and something to learn from that game. Maybe it actually comes into the beneficial part of MOUZ, but that they played the game yesterday and they feel like there's stuff that needs to be polished or something that didn't correct. Maybe there was something in the tactic-wise or the preparation that was just off. So maybe they've had time to adjust, which could come in handy for the game like this. But obviously, they will require more than just polishing a few tactics if they want to go up and fight against Vitality. Because, you know, Vitality being 12-0 in this map, having a 100% win rate, it's also tough mentally to go into a game where you feel like, with this, they have not been beaten. And last time we got our ass kicked, right? So there's a lot of things that need to come into change. But I still believe that the fact that they won Mirage, you know, they've set themselves up for success in some way. Like, they know that if we lose Inferno, we will go into train, a map that I personally believe that Vitality is maybe not super prepared on. And in fact, that fact, I think, is that MOUZ has a chance to go far in this game.
I think all three of us agree that Vitality are heavy favorites heading into Inferno, Dust. But can you give me a good reason as to why the game may get competitive?
The one thing that MOUZ Sports can try to do to somehow turn the tide to this and deny Vitality that streak is they have to find a way for Braun and Xerxen to be more successful on that B side of the map against, you know, Apex and ZWoo. That matchup has to be won, and also Spinks has to be able to have the impact in that new position he has on the T side at middle. We need to see that come out into play.
We need to see the best version of MOUZ on Inferno come out to play if they want to take it to Vitality, who currently is the best team in the world on Inferno. Anderson, DDK, does it end here, or do we have a map 3 in store?
We have to have a map number 3. We desperately need it. There's so much on the line here. Vitality, they were pretty good on Mirage, but not good enough. MOUZ Sports, I mean, if they actually break this, it's going to be so insane. They'll stop the streak. They'll also stop the Inferno streak. There are a lot of streaks, really, that are dependent on this right now, Dan. I don't know. What do you think? I see a third map coming.
I think a third map is obviously most likely, but I think what we can't count MOUZ out for on a map like Inferno here is that we know that they know all of the fundamentals super well. We saw them execute it. What was really missing, I think, was just some of that snappiness. They weren't quite as dialed in, but we see that they are super dialed in. And the reason, Anders, is because they are against the best team in the world, and there's nothing that's going to wake you up more than Vitality. This is the team to beat, and MOUZ Sports are here to play.
That is absolutely true. Yeah, they're going to be so ready for this one. I'm excited as we get into the second map. They start on the CT side, Vitality on the T side, and Jimfats just let go of a bullet down the middle. It's only 2 people here. They do have a smoke and exertion, but the timing of that smoke will be so critical. He's got dualies on the other side, so if they push through, he actually stands a decent chance, but it goes pretty deep, that smoke. Are they going to respect it? Normally not going to be happening. It's so close. They hesitate. A bit of hesitation, and Flames goes down. Another shot comes in. Brolin with a headshot takes down Robs. And Mezzi and Apex hunting for a bomb plant right now. Actually hunting for the bomb to begin with. They've lost Apex at the same time. And Mezzi trying to get into this game at all. He has nothing to say. No more bullets. And Brolan takes him down. A nice triple for the newly minted captain of MOUZ Sports.
Yeah, that is a beautiful start for MOUZ. And again, as the underdog, heavy underdogs on this map, starting out with a win on the CT side is certainly going to be a huge relief. And I mean, what a beautiful performance here. It is obviously very hard to get into the site. You kind of have to push through the smoke. But what a great series of shots connected there by MOUZ. And I mean, they're going to be coming out into this map with so much confidence, especially after how they won Mirage. Every player kind of stepping up in the key moments, and they were getting kind of beat down for a moment there as well. So they had to like show resilience. They had to come back into it. So I'm super pumped, Anders, to see how MOUZ are playing so far.
I mean, it's really encouraging. It would build such an insane rivalry between these two, organizations, these two teams, if they could stop Vitality right as they're about to set a new record and, unseat Liquid and all the rest of it. How cool would that be?
They could play spoiler here as well, though. They're looking to go for a set piece. And, the timing for MOUZ's aggression there is pretty good to disrupt the set piece. I think they were looking to throw in from Banana. But now, after that opener, they're going to go in. It's all up to Brolan. Brolan able to take down one more player, getting some good damage in there. And now it's just down to Torsi and Jinfat to try to recover this one. But the site's been lost. However, they've got rifles. There is, of course, still a good opportunity here for MOUZ to get back in this round.
That actually connects onto Saiwu as well. There's so much damage with the smoke. I mean, they're so low on health Vitality, but somehow I'm still scared for MOUZ in this round. Even with low health, players of this caliber can be so dangerous. They don't need a long fight. They really just need like a split second and they've been up the round. They said, we don't trust it. They probably don't know how much damage they've done, is the other thing, right? It's unconfirmed damage, as Launders likes to say. Oh. Apex does go down, and that might even give them a bit of an indication that, we did some more, but MOUZ will have to surrender the round and Vitality. I honestly thought that was going to be fine. Brolan hit a really nice grenade. He very nearly got 2 kills with the FAMAS, but just not quite.
It was so marginal, wasn't it? It was very close to being actually a spot where it's actually okay for MOUZ. But I mean, this is the thing, Vitality, just seeing them going up Banana with all those Tech 9s. I was really worried for MOUZ initially because I'm like, they're just going to hit this side with like a pretty quick set piece. But I think on Mirage, we talked about this point where when you're playing against the best team in the world, or even just a tier 1 top 8 caliber teams, you can never let a team execute their plan on the T side. You always want to find a way to disrupt or force them to adapt, because if you let them execute, it's going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, we've seen it time and again. A challenge for MOUZ. They did save the 2 M4s. They're going to buy around that, which I don't think is that surprising. Sort of a tug of war at the beginning for the economy here, which we saw a little bit of in the second half of Mirage. Yeah. You might as well. I mean, in MR12, it's really brutal to surrender the economy to the other side, and just, you want to keep fighting for it.
It would be fun to see a continuation of just the economic chaos that we have. It makes matches play out in a much different way, and it becomes kind of weird. But I mean, for us, it's super fun and interesting to watch. And seeing that typical spread of players here for Vitality. Rops forever the apartments man. Always doing the appraisals in the apartments.
Evicting people, potentially.
Yeah, absolutely.
Finds anyone up there.
Top mid take. Coming on through for Vitality.
Yeah. Bro, I'm going to call it out. Oh my god, Toshi just lines them up. How did he get all the kills? I need to see that from the start again.
Yeah,
that is shocking.
Yeah, we need to see that. All the bullets connecting straight into the faces of Vitality.
That is so unexpected, but obviously fantastic news. He's assisted on that one as well. And he was really the main engine on Mirage. It was Toshi doing all of the work. He had that one round of the pistol in the second half where things were getting a bit questionable, but then he more than made up for it.
Yeah.
All right, he throws down the smoke, and they just all line up for him. They run and stop right in front of his crosshairs.
Maybe I'm from out with that. I'm hiding.
That is so beautiful, Dev. What a performance. And I mean, Anders, it's just, you can't help but put the streak in your mind that Vitality are playing for right now.
Sure.
And I'm getting a little bit worried for that, but I'm getting ahead of myself. It's only 2-1 in favor of MOUZ. To get the deep banana smoke, we saw this a lot.
But that would be hot. That would be a big topic of conversation in the community, no question.
I don't think they're going to respect this smoke. They might try to flash through it. There it is. There's the flash through. And I mean, Exertion is absolutely ready for that one, mowing them down with the AK-47. It seems like every player from MOUZ is completely, fully activated right now.
Yeah, you said they weren't going to respect it. Unfortunately, respect is earned, not given, and Vitality unable to claim it in this round as Exertion just completely destroys any attempt to get on through here. Huge start. MOUZ going to be 3-1. They don't lose a single player in this round either. I did love the communication the previous round from Torshi. Out mid, and then like 1 second that he's dead. Yeah. That's his only call to the team. Yeah. It's pretty decisive.
It's like, how many dead?
Doesn't actually matter.
That's it. That's what you need to know. And Exertion is trying to get the one up there, just like spraying down 3 as they rush through the smoke. And that's a great thing to show Vitality. It's like, we will have a player there. So that's going to force more respect, I think, in that way for Vitality when they're looking at that deep banana smoke.
This is super interesting. I mean, they said it on the desk that last time it was a 13-0 in favor of Vitality. Now, our analyst did point out that probably wasn't going to happen again, and you know, there's no reason to believe that it would either. Those are really rare. But MOUZ looking much improved and a level of focus. And you highlighted some of it, right? They obviously want some revenge, MOUZ in general. Yeah. But I think Brolan in his pre-game interview actually alluded to this idea too, that the psychology of wanting to continue the streak is something that could also weigh against Vitality, right? That could be a bit of an issue.
Great stuff there.
Just to add to it as well, right? Dupree said it on the desk as well, said sometimes the fear of losing becomes actually overcomes the the joy of having a streak and winning. So there's a lot of stuff going on. You know, it's not just that they obviously are insanely good Vitality, but
it's one of the reasons why being the top dogs is really difficult. It requires a completely different mindset because all the teams underneath you are gunning for you, and a team like MOUZ, they're gonna have everyone's gonna be coming for you with their A game, like all the time, and so you always have to be on your A game. So, and there's a lot more to say about that, but we get the AWP coming into play now for MOUZ, and that's going to change the complexion of some of these rounds ever so slightly. We get a deep angle there on mid as well, and Vitality trying to work on that initial banana control. Drops in the apartments as always as well.
Oh, okay, there's a team kill in there as well. Mezzi gets one, but swiftly returned, immediately revealing, I mean, 3 people at the top of the banana position there. They know what the rest are.
Vitality can pause here too. They've got 1 minute 20 to play this advantage and kind of force the CTs to make choices.
I think they will just go 3A and cross their fingers. We saw them do this as well in Mirage. It's the same kind of logic here.
Oh, and you know what? If they weren't already going to do it, that smoke should further create an argument for that rotation.
Oh, are they going to push? Okay, this is a variation on this kind of thing that obviously is heavily associated with the heroic lineup back when Cadian was there. They, you stack a bomb site, but then you also push out. Yeah, you're right. They have a really good read right now on Vitality side, so should be no real issue. They are running back.
Yeah, Vitality may have been a bit too slow here because MOUZ are actually in position, and they have utility as well.
Look at Robs. Robs is on the other side. He hasn't hurt anyone. He could still call them back, right? You can still make a run for it. It's going to get a bit close now. They might just commit straight into it. This would be horrific for them. They're pushing into the 3-man stack. They should have the round. They had all the opening kills. 19 seconds on the clock. Jimmy does go down, but at the back, Brolan missing a little bit of a spray down. Still gets a good shot. Picks up the next 10 seconds left. They can't plant the bomb. They can't find the space for it. No piece on this one. And the bomb is picked up once again. 4 seconds left. If he swings now, Torshi, he's going to be able to stop it, but the bomb is planted. Robs to the rescue. Gets the headshot. There really was a really big chance there. If Robs hadn't been there, put on the pressure, I think he could have swung to stop the bomb plant. It was in the middle of the fountain. There was no cover there.
Yeah, it's actually a crazy scenario because Vitality not expecting, I think, such a fast info play through the smoke at top mid. So that actually creates a world where it makes the reads for both teams like kind of weird. Obviously, we saw that MOUZ, they made the perfect... They had the information and they weren't messing around. They're like, okay, we're just gonna go do that. And because we're not gonna overcomplicate things. The Vitality trying to understand what are they gonna do? Are we gonna hear a pop flash for the info play? We're gonna get anything extra, and it slowed them down too much. That was very scary for them, and somehow they still come out on top, which is, I mean, that's a huge relief for them. It's still 2 rounds for a deficit for them against MOUZ at this point in time, but I mean, that's a much needed one, and it couldn't have really been much more scrappy.
That's completely crazy. There are probably more things that we can catch in that one round, but there was, towards the end there, you got to wonder as well, Brolan If he hides even one more second, I mean, it's hard. He's already done such an amazing job in that round. I'm shocked that he even get a kill against Saivu, I think was hard to get in that first engagement. Yeah. And he still managed to do it. But here we go into the next very brittle economy on the Vitality side. It can't just be the one round here. It has to be more. Deep double nade. Somehow, how does he only do 49 damage?
I don't know.
Wait, I'd love to... Oh, never mind. On to the next one. Exertion gets blown right out of the sky. And Brolin walks into the HE. Nice start here.
Yeah, Brolin was going to rotate off, but has to stay in the position. And now we get the challenge for top mid. AWP in position for Torsi. Getting Molotoved out of the angle for the moment. However, a quick recheck, and there's nobody there. So now there's a question in their mind. Okay, is there a rotate back to Banana? And for MOUZ, they're actually going to respect that presence towards mid, and they're going to take Brolin and move him across. And that's largely because we still have top Banana control for MOUZ. And so they're able to play it like this.
What a timing on that smoke. So uncomfortable. Do they really want to try and flash their way through? It's scary if you're running in there and you get stuck, but I think they will. One flash already out. Jimfat trying to relocate, but he couldn't see a thing, and they trade their way in. Torshi, they are on him so quickly. If we see that from a bird's eye view, you're going to see that the coordination between the peaks on all sides for Vitality, it's expertly timed. There actually is no way that anyone from MOUZ could relocate or even... Like, you can't readjust any of the angles. For the shot with the AWP, there's nowhere to hide. Like, it's so fast.
Absolutely, and this is a much-needed following round for Vitality.
Yes.
And, you know, one thing that you can see is as much trouble as MOUZ are kind of giving towards Banana, Vitality are still contesting it. We saw Zyu getting a pick there, you know, losing a lot of health for that. It was a dangerous scenario, but still extracting that value, not allowing MOUZ to take full control, as they were able to do so against paIN yesterday. Because paIN didn't have the same quality that Vitality does in understanding how to play these utility dynamics, and also not valuing the map control in the same way that Vitality does. And there's one extra thing about Vitality as the just constant winners in the scene right now. There is this evidence that they always win. So sometimes you get into this inner narrative for the entire team that no matter how bad it gets, you know that your team will find a way to do it, because you just have again and again. And they're coming off of that best of 5 against the Falcons, where they had an insane comeback in the final map. And so right now, I think Vitality does have an enormous degree of like a mental strength just because of evidence.
Yeah, I think it's a kind of luxury you get. I think you're right. When you get to the very top, somehow you kind of know you can always do it. There's always a way back. They really don't have, for the fact that Vitality have 3 rounds, look at the kills. Nobody has more than 3 kills on the T side. How have they even won 3 rounds with that?
That's a good point.
Actually, I don't think I've seen that before. This is a weird way. I mean, obviously, part of it is, you know, a couple of rounds with the saves and everything else, but still, that is kind of a bit of an anomaly there.
Only a couple of smokes left on the map at the moment for the CT side, but those are both towards top Banana. So that's going to enable MOUZ to always have this control around top Banana, but actually playing a little bit more passively there. Obviously, they throw that smoke on the half wall once again. Oh, okay, no, they didn't. It was just dissipating.
Well, I'm trying to open up. Double HE to that corner has become pretty popular. Just the smoke to suggest that there might be something going on, but I don't know if that's going to sell anything. Torshi's actually rotating back. So now they almost have 3 at the B bomb side. This could be a genius call.
And that's the last smoke that Torshi just threw here to aid this Banana defense. And given the fact that Vitality are still heavy presence towards Banana, and Rops has given up apartments, they're going to commit into this site, but they're not going to have much time left.
Yeah, not at all. Torshi's run away, so it is just going to be the double defense. Exertion and Brolan, all they need is a couple of seconds each. Like, just keeping the round alive a little bit longer. And you're right, Vitality won't have the clock with them any longer. 10 seconds as they try and get through. They haven't even got the first entry kill yet. Flames gets 1 and Saivu on the other. And somehow, with no margin left on that clock, they find a way through. They get the bomb planted, and I don't think MOUZ have a choice here. 3v5, you're going to be saving. Torshi sticking around, and obviously the blast radius on Inferno is big, so potential chance for an injury if you really wanted to try and play it that way, but the rest of his team are already gone. Okay, he's looking to maybe just make it expensive at this stage.
Hey, now you want me Rather, you're having me want a Ninja Defuser.
Yeah.
So I wasn't even considering that, but now I want it. So
it's just such a such a delicious treat. But
it is, and I haven't seen one for a while. Don't know about you.
They're rare. They are rare. Still, it's one of those weird rounds where at the end of it, it's a 3v5 and they just get a bomb plant without losing anyone running onto the site. So it feels like a pretty one-sided round. But if you take into the context the fact that there's no time left in the round,
yeah.
If anyone from MOUZ had landed a kill there, it could just be over based on that. Like it could just, if the bomb goes down and it rolls into an awkward corner, that's it. There's nothing you can do.
And if you look at the smoke economy in a sense, you know, one of the things about playing this map or any map where it's like heavy on the information and you're trying to control that as much as possible, holding onto the smoke for as long as possible is a goal for the CTs. And if we looked at that, you know, Torsi gets the smoke in the right spot, like with like 30 seconds left. And so that's like an ideal scenario for the CTs to be in. So in that sense, you know, MOUZ did a lot really well. And just as you said, to like back up your point, that creates a world where it has to go perfect for Vitality. It like actually has to at that point. So 4 to forward, all tied up. And considering how it started, Anders, this is an interesting switch of momentum into Vitality's favor.
I still can't get over the fact that I look at the scoreboard, like they're tied for rounds, and look at the kill difference. That's so ridiculous. Oh man, what an entry from Flames as well, jumping over the smoke and basically stabbing Roland with his AK in that previous round. That is pretty action-packed.
And we have the M4s, you know, all towards this A site for the most part, and so this is the stronghold, and Jimfat's gonna reveal one of the M4 positions, taking out the Apartments player, Rops. Brilliant start here for MOUZ. If they're gonna win this surprising, what would be a surprising round to win, this is the way to get it going. And look at that beautiful movement there from Vitality, going through the long side, up mid, and making things awkward here for MOUZ.
I thought Spinks was gonna push through, but now he's backing up instead. Jimmy's on the bomb site, still plenty of time. A nice headshot from Apex. He needs to do something here. He's had a hard time of it. Flames certainly hasn't. He's back in the round with 3 kills. Roland, the last to get blown up. Unfortunately, the M4s, even though they were in a decent position, not enough for them. And now it's just exertion here. Not risking a lot either to try and do this. Maybe if he can find a gun, it's better to escape with it, but yeah, Apex, that was his 2nd kill of the map. We'll give up the AK, and I think for exertion now, there's not even a question that you're going to want to save this one. Could try and do a bit more damage here. I mean, again, if you can make them blow up with a bomb, that is at least something to mess around with. Looks like Flames is going to go down, so optimizing the round as much as you can. Still, 5 on the side of Vitality.
And it's so funny as well with Vitality because it's like you have 5-star players, because when you looked at the entries there, everyone just instantly gets their headshots, like all across multiple players. It's like they got multiple star players active all at the same time. And as you mentioned, they don't have many kills to their name at the moment. And there are star players, there are teams where, you know, we all understand that this is a thing where if you get a slow start to the game, it's a bit harder to find those kills because a lot of players like need that bit of confidence that you get from getting a few kills. And if the game is dry, it feels a lot harder to do that. Vitality's got so much quality and experience that that's not an issue.
Yeah, you couldn't ever imagine a scenario where none of them show up. You know, eventually someone is. The incendiary in front there, and it doesn't spread to Saiwu. Deep grenades, a lot being exchanged. Not really sure who's coming out on top yet. One more for the road as Flames goes down to 48. 3 people at the top of Banana early on, and it's possible that Vitality might have a bit of a sense of that just because of how much they've run into. They're gonna try and put even more pressure on here. Exertion expecting that there could be a boost coming, and if they try to attack him, he's got a flashbang inside of the bomb site ready to be thrown.
Yeah, it's an interesting reset where you would normally expect, if you're MOUZ, to have, you know, Rops with that Apartments control, and you would expect a top mid take to be coming on through. And MOUZ are actually keeping 3 players still towards Banana at the moment.
Yeah.
And there's a quick info play there with that flash on the half wall, and they're going to have to surely rotate someone off there because they see nothing. They've got to respect that, but at the same time, if someone's listening for info at the bottom of Banana, here's the pop flash, you know as the Vitality player, oh, that's an info player, they're going to rotate someone off. And so that might be the reason why MOUZ are keeping 3 players on the B site right now. But unfortunately, it looks like we're going to get most likely an A play from Vitality.
Yeah, there's so many details to try and figure out where you want to go, but I agree, they've set them up for this one. Jimmy gets one Torshi with the other, and it's on. 18 seconds. Vitality trying to crack the A bomb side. I don't think this is going to be easy at all. It's a deep Molotov, though. We'll put some pressure on. Backup is coming as well. Jimmy goes down, and Torshi, a couple of more seconds to stay alive. He can't do it. And Exertion almost had to wait for his teammates there. 3-on-3 in the afterplant, but he goes down immediately, and Torshi was already dead. Now Spinks is going to fall next. That's straight for the smoke. No chance here. A 3v5 conversion as Vitality pick up 6 rounds. That's almost a bit criminal because there was such a bad start to the attack. But
yeah,
again, the trust that they have in just powering through and overwhelming the bomb side is it's a lot.
And now the interesting thing as well is that Vitality have shown that when they are able to hit the A site, they are having a really good time on the entries. It's the cleanest looks that they've had so far on the map. And so if you're MOUZ, you're wondering, are they going to keep targeting the A site? Should we make an apartments play? Should we try to switch things up, not have such a heavy emphasis towards banana? There are some mix-ups that they may consider. And with Vitality, they're actually emphasizing more of an apartments control play here. 3 players moving in, so not just Robs by himself. And the bomb is there as well.
Okay, really fast. Mac 10. There's no helmets on the other side, but they have gone for a bit of a half buy here, so it's really not that bad. They have some money left, MOUZ, still for the 12th round. See if they could do anything. 5-7, not quite catching a kill in the air. He's going to get the one headshot there. But apart from that, everybody else is smoked out of this round, and will probably continue to be that pretty much all the way until the end. So nice call to get out of the apartments on the A side.
Yeah, and it's one of those principles again where if you think about, okay, what is the easiest way where we'll get like the least fights until we're just on the bomb site? Apartments through onto the A site is one of those options. You know, that or just going through banana and execing onto the B site. You're eliminating all of the possibilities for the CTs to have any kind of weird plays or like abusing 50-50s and all of this. And so if your goal is to just get the bomb down because you know that against pistols, it's impossible for them to retake as soon as the bomb goes down. This is a great approach to to achieve that. So again, nice round from Vitality.
And now that they've removed the railing up on the, as you exit the apartments, it's so much easier on the T side too, because you don't get into that awkward moment where you have to jump, because if you get caught in the middle of the jump, it's really weird. So now you can just kind of run and slide on into the pit. It does make it a bit easier sometimes.
That's a great point. Yeah, it is a lot cleaner. And it is actually pretty amazing that Flames is the first guy. Like the first guy in, you're just drawing by. Your job is not even to necessarily get any kills there.
Right.
So, but the fact that he actually does with the Mac 10 that's the point where you know that it's definitely not going to go well for MOUZ after that point.
He's played a really great game, Flames, so far. 7-4. See if MOUZ can get another one on the board. I feel like going into the second half, if Vitality come back and win this next one, I mean, it's already going to be a little bit grim. Exertion traded out completely blind in this fight. Does leave a single player on the side. They know who's anchoring it. It's no surprise that Brolan is going to be here. The only thing they need to figure out is how much of a rotation is being forced here. Can they guess that early on? Then they're going to have a much better chance here, Vitality, to make a bit of a call.
So there's like one smoke on either side of the map now for MOUZ. Spinks has dropped his towards that B site to keep it locked in, and the only other smoke is it's in the hands of Torsi, who's guarding mid at the moment. So once that smoke goes away, it's just going to be an easy take on the B site here, Anders, because MOUZ are in the mind of gambling. There's 4 players against 4 hit. Gambling is one of the things that sometimes you just have to do.
Yeah, they've tried it a couple of times, but this time, again, not really working out. Nice HE, but it makes no difference. There's so many T's on the other side, spamming straight through that smoke. So Spinks and Jimmy, 2-on-4 for the final round of the half, and there's no reason to think they should be able to do this. You're trying to get some early shots through the smoke, if at all possible, but none of the Vitality players on the other side are in a position to deal with that. Pretty deep grenade, trying to force it out. Even that's not enough for a kill. Would have been nice if Spinks would have been a little bit more ready for that one, but he was holding the church. There's one, but swiftly back. Apex up to 5 now, and Rops to end it with a single click of his AK. 8-4, as Vitality are off to a great start on Inferno. Second half is coming up. MOUZ looking to do anything at all here on Inferno. It's better than last time where it was 13-0 in favor of Vitality. So MOUZ are up to 4 rounds, Vitality 8. And now we're into the second half here. It's not completely done with for MOUZ. They're not out of this one, but obviously Vitality are really warming up into this one and they're playing a great game.
Certainly stabilized. We'll see how the pistol goes here for both sides. MOUZ splitting between Banana and second mid at the moment. So not just a straight up rush as we have actually, I think, more so commonly seen as Banana rushes on the pistol from T sides this tournament so far. And oh, hello. Okay, well, that might eliminate the option of going towards A at all. So maybe we'll just get the straight up hit into the B side after all. What else does MOUZ really have going for them here?
Yeah, the fact that it's GymFat as well they find over on that side, it might be a bit of an indication. Smoke up on the boost to try and stop anyone from being there. Apex is playing in front of it though. Flames holding on as much as he can, not hitting the headshot yet. Instead, it's through the smoke, and as he's reloading, Spink's very nearly hunting him down. That was a nice attempt to get one more kill. 3 versus 4. Bomb gonna be planted. A single flash on Apex. When they go for the retake, Torshi already setting up a bit of a challenge and finding Apex. That's a huge kill to stop even any chance of a retake. Spink's helping out. Mezzi hits the ground. Sau clicks his way. One of them back already. Can he find even more? He knows there's a player out on Banana, but he's not really getting this one in the head. Is so hard to find. When you shoot people in the back, you just sometimes can't connect, and he goes down. Brolan holding on.
Massive, massive round there for MOUZ. And that's going to get the momentum going their way. And they get to set the pace on the T side. As long as nothing crazy happens, we've seen a lot of, obviously, forced by wins. But as long as nothing crazy happens, MOUZ will get to set the pace. And it really makes a difference here on this T side, especially on a map like Inferno. However, we are going to have, of course, the buy coming in from Vitality, as we're so used to seeing these days. And 3 players are going to be starting off on this B side here for Vitality. Couple MP9s, got the 5.7s online as well. A big focus from MOUZ here on that initial Banana control. Keeping tabs on the second mid side of the map here. But again, it does feel like a B play is on the cards once again for MOUZ.
Especially if you're going to find a bit of free kill early on. Maybe not. It looked like it was free. It felt like it was free. But now they've had to pay with Roland's life and very nearly exertions too.
And one of the issues here as well, Anders, is apartments feels dangerous. When you know your opponents have 5.7s and MP9s, you get the close ranges of the apartments, you don't really want to have to go in there now. Obviously, there's not a lot of choice. GymFat's going to be clearing that also by himself. So it feels dangerous. We understand there's no one there from Vitality, but Vitality in a 5 versus 4, they have to start making some choices. Do they hold the 3 players to B, or do they try to gamble, towards A, expecting a rotation? It's a hard call to make. They don't have the information really to do it all that much, except that library smoke, of course.
Going towards...
They think it's a fake.
Oh, yeah, they might.
Mind games on those smokes, man.
They're walking toward Rops and Saiwu. That's the only thing that really scares me about this. That still somewhat newly minted duo that's just... It's been so hard to beat. Torshi's gone down. There's no one else coming through. They're going to realize 30 seconds. Can the A defense hold or do enough damage is the question here. This is a long range. MP9, though, he looks like it doesn't even matter. Takes down Exertion. What a disgusting double kill. And Rops will get the rest. Again, these 2 players on the same bomb site. How do you expect to win?
Yeah, it's so cool as well just to see, again, the mind games that we're getting, because you get the smoke library and it's like, oh, this is a fake. And Apex is like, goes back to the B site. And then it's the case that they try to sell the B hit with by having one person walk out. So there's all these like layers to this game, even when MOUZ is just up against a force buy. And Vitality have such a good cognizance of all of these types of eventualities, and they're never phased.
I think it's also because, like you said earlier, they have so many star players on this team that even though you only have 2 people at the A defense, those 2 players usually not in need of a lot of backup. So you're not going to be necessarily super crazily rushing across the map. Nice little grenade to blow that one open. I don't think there was any head armor either, so Exertion just dies at lightning speeds.
Yeah, it's a nice pickup, because part of the strength for MOUZ in a round like this is the numbers advantage, and already to have one of those numbers get peeled off so early, that's going to make the eventual push a lot weaker for MOUZ.
Really slowed down the game here. 4 Tech 9s. I've got to be honest, towards the end of Mirage, I started to get a sense that Vitality had maybe run out of a couple of ideas. It felt like they were cooled down a bit too much, and a lot of credit to MOUZ for engineering that kind of a game. But now it feels like MOUZ here, you know, do they have more steam left in them on Inferno? I mean, if they don't win this round, they don't have any money, and Vitality probably bounce straight to 11 rounds. It's a lot to deal with.
Yeah, it really is, and there's not a lot of util. 2 smokes, couple flashbangs, that's all MOUZ have to work with. Looks like they're going to head into this B site. 3 players here, though, for Vitality, and that, it's just annoying to have to deal with that. When you're trying to push in, it messes with the timings there and the spacing, but MOUZ are still going to make their way forward. They have to go for it. In amongst the smokes here, the Galil rattling off there for 2 from Apex. Great work there from him. Nice trade, though, from Spinks. Now alone against the world. 15 seconds to plant the bomb. It is not anywhere near a spot where he can grab it and plant it. So this is over for MOUZ right now. It's all that Spinks can do to maybe get some damage in the closing moments of this round. But that will be completely denied, and it's a 10-5 scoreline now for Vitality here on map 2.
Nice, map 2 to say that. Perfect.
Yeah, I think it looked like they had some real early information about what was coming. Also, Vitality on that defense, they re-smoke the front of B, and then they throw in that deep incendiary that actually forces MOUZ. Because I think maybe MOUZ would have waited, but once the, you know, half the players are, like, they're in a terrible position. If they fall back, they have to run for the incendiary, and they go forward, and it's not really on MOUZ's terms. Like, the initiation is almost forced, weirdly, by the defensive grenades.
Makes it so awkward, that's for sure.
How many of those bullets landed right on top of Rob's head? Like, I'd love to see, like, the wall behind where he was crouched.
Pretty suffocating stuff, I think, for MOUZ in this round, because if you go top mid, there's going to be a fight. If you try to contest Banana, there's going to be a fight. You don't have much real estate to work with at this point. Really is the apartments that I think Vitality's not super interested in, but they do have tabs on it. Of course, you know, Cyber on that position, just keeping it honest. Obviously doesn't have to commit to a fight with multiple opponents from this spot. Just wants to get the information, I think, get a frag, and can fall off if he wants. But there's no challenge, so no trade.
I think with that, Vitality have a total of 47 kills, and I think MOUZ have 46, if my math is correct. So again, they're so close on kills and so far apart on rounds, which is, again, it's just a very weird kind of game. Normally, there's a very strong correlation between the amount of kills you have and you know, and the rounds that you're winning, and obviously the same thing if you're lacking the kills. So Spinks trying to get the job done. It might have been possible. Would have been fun if he could have and got the bomb planted, just again to get a little bit more in the bank for his team. But the game isn't going to be won, you know, on another bomb plant hero there. We just need more out of MOUZ here. We need a way to shut down Vitality. They haven't really found one on Inferno. Again, it was much better than last time, but 11-5 is a... It's a tall order. How do you come back from this kind of scoreline?
Yeah, and we haven't, again, seen too many rounds where MOUZ have had a great economy, where you're seeing, like, just all AKs or, you know, full sets of nades. So, and that's always awkward, because when you're able to run a lot of gun rounds, you get a much better sense, I feel, as to what's working and what's not. And in this particular case for MOUZ, they're going to have to just make some good guesses as to where they think the weaknesses might be. And Vitality have been really good at just contesting everything. And when you're putting them in a spot where they have to play super passive, they're also super stable and anchoring the sites and playing those spots super well. So it's everything, every advantage you're trying to win as MOUZ here is extraordinarily hard fought. It's 3-2 start here for Vitality. Initial grenades there on Banana, as we are used to seeing.
Yeah,
and a big presence from MOUZ for this.
Yeah, they want to see if they can power on through. And they've got Jimfat on the other side of the map, just looking for rotations, looking for lurkers. Maybe someone's pushing up. He's just there to catch whatever is going on and maybe get a bit of info, but the main attack is over here. Such a sick flash to retake the top of Banana with. Grenade around the corner, which they had to respect. If they would have gone forward there, they would have died just like that. Spinks, that is a touchdown grenade.
That kill does change everything, but the bomb is actually still by T steps. That does need to get collected. I'm unsure whether Jimfat will go for that. I mean, they have a minute to play with, so they don't have to force things into the B site, especially with that smoke blooming there.
Wait, did he hear that drop? I think he might have been able to. Saiwu's got to be real careful. Okay. Destroys a couple of picture frames. Bomb's been picked up now, so that's a start. Under 40 seconds, though, and there's nobody here. Vitality making the same calculation that MOUZ did a couple of times when they were on the CT side. Say, let's stack B and hope for the best. He hears the smoke. Don't even know where that smoke's supposed to be landing. I think it's a failed smoke. Doesn't matter. Spinks. I mean, he's got, yeah. It's great. It looks pretty. Almost like we're claiming the bomb sites kind of smoke, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Calling the airstrike. Spinks has obviously got a lot to prove as well. Playing up against Vitality, so sure he wants to.
Right.
Sure he wants to impress.
Yeah, and I mean, the economy isn't amazing for Vitality. You know, they want to make sure that they do have enough because, you know, so that they can kind of lose a few rounds, but just maximize the amount of buys that they have so that they can just get this over to the third map. Again, trying to protect this streak that they have going, and you wouldn't want to get, like, you know, pipped at the post, as we say, you know, in football.
No, there's... On some sense, you have to not think about it, obviously, when you're in the game, but...
Of course, yeah.
But, I mean, at the same time, it does feel like it is kind of added pressure to the team. That's such a nice grenade. Good stuff. Spinks, very clean. Well, 6-11. It's a lot more winnable now than it was even a couple of rounds ago here for MOUZ.
Yes.
So I'm not going to count them out yet, even though... I mean, obviously, if the forecast here is saying it's going to be Vitality for a third map, but let's see.
One thing that I'll say, though, right here is that we'll have just a switch up, right? We'll get ZywOo picking up the AWP, and so that will change how some of these fights are taken, the kind of plays that he's going to probably make, and he's going to be starting off here in the mid position, and scoped, looking for something there. Obviously, the smoke is obscuring vision, and at the same time, MOUZ trying to get that initial banana control. The previous round, they were able to win because they got these... They were able to capitalize and punish Vitality's top banana retake. But Apex getting a pick there on Exertion. They want to trade it, but they go straight into another death there to the hands of Apex. Nice trade with the HE, and that's going to make it a 3v4, so it's doable, but it's now getting a bit scary.
Again, the bomb is really far back here. It'd be so interesting to see that Apex double kill in slow motion. I think he's tracing... The one guy that's jumping up on the barrels, Apex is sort of tracing him all the way. You could see like the bullets landing on the wall behind him. That didn't look like it was supposed to be a double kill. I feel like if you're not hitting a shot for that long, typically that means you're about to die. But really great play from Apex, who again had an absolutely terrible start to this map. It really wasn't good. But
ZywOo might get a kill just like for free here. Yeah, it's a dry peek. They kind of have to do it, and it's the absolute worst thing to dry peek into an AWP. But MOUZ have to go now. There's no more element of surprise. The rotation is coming, and a double kill comes on through. That is absolutely excellent there, and it gives them a strong chance. 2v2 after plant on the cards now here for MOUZ.
They should not be in this round. I don't know how they both died that quickly. Bomb going to be planted here. But Jimpat's fairly low on health, so he's down in the pit. It's a really good position, and you don't have any grenades to get rid of him either, so strong chance that he could do something with the AK, but otherwise it'll be on Spinks again, playing his old teammates. And slowly ticking away. Mezzi's moving up on the one side. Flames coming in. The crossfire here. Spinks gets one, and even chances a reload. Flames running up close to him. 1v1, and it's Spinks to swing for it, but Flames takes him down instead. And he's got the kid in his back pocket. He's going to be able to pick it up. 12 on the side of Vitality.
What an awesome round. I mean, from both sides too. And I think, you know, running into the AWP there, that's like one of those things you can't avoid, because late into these types of rounds, the AWP becomes even more powerful, holding spots. Yeah. Because you can't, even if you wanted to flash that position, if you do that, well, ZywOo is then going to fall off the angle and then post up behind it. And so then you know, you lose this timing that you get with the element of surprise. It's like worth it to almost lose a player there.
He owns you, baby! He owns you! You wish you would be him! Woo!
He owns you, and you wish you were him. Is that what he said?
Yeah, that's epic. Well, right now we've got Apex thinking that he's him, just going straight down Banana with the most aggressive play there I think that we've seen. Certainly has that energy, that aura, and I mean, Banana still will be under control there, largely speaking, for Vitality. They'll reinforce it with a second player, but MOUZ now turning their attention quickly to mid, and again trading out these kills. This is not a favorable spot here for Vitality. MOUZ, maybe they are collectively him.
Just combining all of them, like a sort of Megatron situation into
a him.
Just get them all together. ZywOo. Yeah, they're running away. They don't want to do this. I said every Vitality. I love Apex so much. I just, it's like, what a gift to the world of Counter-Strike that we have somebody like him.
That's so true, yeah. That's so true. Yeah, I mean, there needs to be a documentary on his entire career.
Somebody should make that. Also, like, there are so many different elements of his game, but also his personality that I love. Personally, I think one of the funniest things about Apex is no matter how much they're winning Vitality, if he even suffers one single death in a round, even if they win the round cleanly and it's no problem, he just has this look of disgust on his face. Like, he's so mad, and I just think it's amazing. 7-5.
His heart on his sleeve, that's for sure.
I mean, he's also good on the mental recovery, though. Like, no matter how frustrated he looks, he's back in the game the very next round, you know?
Well, speaking of the next round, it's going to be interesting here because Vitality, will have that kind of hodgepodge situation. They saved the AWP for Zyru, and everyone's going to be buying around it. They saved an AK on Flames, and then we got 3 MP9s. So that creates a situation where you can get some like fun positions, creative spots that players
push down the middle.
Push down. I mean, that is one of the most fun ones. That is for sure.
Plus, also, it's kind of a gangster way to finish Inferno.
Yeah.
Just, send one MP9 and Zyru, down the middle, and then the other down Banana, and let's see what happens.
And it is interesting because if you're a MOUZ and you want to avoid the AWP, you could just try to just go super hard on Banana, but it's hard to do that against the initial util.
Yeah.
And the other thing you have to be looking out for is because in this kind of spot, Zyru might want to try to get an early kill. So is he going to have someone escort him in apartments and try to get like an aggressive pick? So there's a lot of things you have to worry about as MOUZ in the initial stage of the round.
They're not really going to be rushing. You could see they're taking their time. MOUZ right now need 5 in a row to get it into overtime. I still think it's pretty doable right now. Vitality don't have a lot of money. They should be looking to close this game before it gets out of hand. And the round already is.
Oh my.
Apex alone, they're running for the Flames. They don't care. They just want to get the bomb down. And at this stage, I don't think he could get enough kills with the MP9. It's very unlikely, at least, that he could have stopped that kind of a push. So, sick. Well done. Up to 8.
Yeah. And I love the call from MOUZ. I think, I was mentioning it there, if you want to avoid the AWP or like at least minimize the strength of it, just hitting B is like obviously really good because there's all these close ranges. You can just get on top of the site. And so often teams won't even play the AWP there because of that, because it's hard. But Zyru was there, but he got insta-deleted. When the first player died, it's like, oh, but there's still, well, he's gone as well. How did that happen? But yeah, so great call there. Great confidence from MOUZ. They're playing against... obviously, any mistake and this map is over. And this map might be one of the better chances that they have. They're not too far away from an overtime.
They've actually picked up the AWP on Torshi, right? There's Zyru that dropped it, and off camera when we were talking, Dan, yesterday, or maybe it was today, you mentioned this idea of when you're on the T side and you pick up this kind of an AWP, it can at least change how you end up approaching the T side. So
yeah,
not saying it's a mistake, but it's kind of interesting,
Or it definitely has the potential to slow you down because your teammates want to help you get the value out of it and to like post you up and play off of you. So the whole team in some cases kind of has to play that pace with you. And I think we were talking about that Mirage game where Torsi were trying to activate around mid. Yeah. But then if any of his teammates have problems, which was kind of happening, he gets kind of exposed before he's in a position. Yeah. And then it all just falls apart. And it's a big investment.
Well, it's also hard to let it be on the ground when you just find it for free. You're like, okay, maybe we should do it. Probably not an issue in this one. Hopefully not. MP9, 5.7, even a P250 there on Apex. Let's see if Vitality can find a freaky way to end it, or if MOUZ can stay a step closer with 5 rounds in a row that we were needing. Now we're down to 4. MP9's not getting the production that they were looking for. And this one will be a lot easier. USP around the corner, and Spinks being real careful here. Gonna hear not just the footsteps, but the burn as well. And he will catch him. Bomb was on Torshi, so I guess in theory, if he would have died there and picked up the AK or the AWP Apex, that could have been interesting. But none of that is happening. 9-12.
Yeah, and I think it's a great point about, okay, how is the AWP going to come into play? Because it is, Inferno has always been an awkward map in that respect. True. In like the past of professional Counter-Strike, we've seen many teams that have that insane star player AWPer, and it's like you kind of like you almost feel like you have to give him an AWP on any T side. But then this is like one of the maps where it's like the team has to have an entire plan as to how to actually get it active. You can't just try to make it work. Not against the super top level of teams. Because you just get shut down by good CT util. And so we'll see how they... I'm curious how Torshi's going to get it going.
Yeah, I do feel like Torshi, especially... I think we talked about this yesterday, but he's one of these insane momentum players. When he starts shouting, when he's feeling really good, then he is the kind of person that could stand up to that kind of chaos and still find the kills. Like, you've seen him inside of the debris of HEs, still landing the shots, and maybe that's what they need right now to get the game into OT. Vitality back with a bit of a bite. It is lacking some of the crucial grenades, which means if MOUZ play this a bit slower, there's a chance that Vitality just won't have a lot of utility left at the end of it. But Torshi being pushed into the middle, sort of like a cannon on wheels here, trying to see if they can find anything to open up with. But if he commits too far, it's going to be a lot. Cyber goes down. That's when the AWP is really worth it.
Yeah, and at this point, it's interesting because nobody else has shown themselves top mid. And so if you're MOUZ, you're thinking, oh, well, we got the pick there. That's going to definitely commit a rotate. And we might not even expect anyone else to be top mid just yet. Especially with that smoke, you feel like, oh, we've denied info. But Vitality have pretty much full info right now that no one is top mid.
True. Yeah, again, the 4-1 split. MOUZ really love this, which is also why in some of the previous rounds when Vitality find Jimmy alone on the side of the map, it's such a big indicator of what's happening. Might be almost bordering on too predictable, but then again, Jimmy's been playing great in terms of not getting found all that much. So it hasn't been a big issue. 35 seconds, and they are really stacking this. Up on the boost. They have been throwing the smoke for the boost a lot of the times, but it's not a guarantee. Early Molotovs going down, MOUZ pushing into a 3-man stack. This could be where it all comes to an end. Flames trying to make sure, huge double, and Mezzi trying to join in the fun. It's the kill, the triple at the end for the British player. 13-9 as Vitality extend the series. They keep their win rate on Inferno going, and the battle is on now for Train.
What a fast ending to a close map. Our map, at the very least, that got close at the end of it. Vitality keep their win streak alive. MOUZ will have to face the fact that they have to go to a third deciding map. Not a big surprise considering that Vitality is more or less unbeatable on Inferno, but MOUZ did put up a decent fight.
Indeed, unbeatable, literally. 13-0 record now on Inferno, so I think we could actually just go ahead and say it's definitive at this point. And I think it all starts with the same thing we were kind of discussing pregame. That T side is just so potent. Like, it's just so hard to have the right gamble stack or have the right read about what they're going to do because they are just so diverse. They're so down on their banana control. Flamesy's so good at, single pressuring middle. And so that split pressure potential that they have, no one else really quite does. And I think the X factor is Ziwu in that because no one has like a guy who's like a third powerful rifle on banana when you're just doing your standard default. And I think that just gives them so much more flexibility.
And I think the scoreboard tells the story quite well as well, Peter. No weak link, no one standing out, not the Ziwu show, not the Flamesy show, everyone from Vitality showing up.
Everyone contributing, everyone putting up a fight, everyone trying to get a bit of the cake. That's what they showed you. That's also why they came on top of this one. It was great to see Vitality not being knocked out about this whole part of losing the first map. Going into a map they feel comfortable around. Also the fact that they dared to go to play. I think one of the reasons why we talked a lot about their T side being so strong because they just take their time and they do their things like instrumentally correct and they just wait it out. They deny the information and they just make a decision where to go and they just do it in a really good way. But also on the CT side, putting a little bit of attention towards the banana area, which is so instrumental on this map. We have the likes of Flamesy and Apex being those the most aggressive players on the team. I think they benefit a lot from these guys going out, getting information, not being afraid of taking fights. And I think why they make up a good pair is that they probably think somewhat alike. They like to be aggressive, they like to go for things, and they can probably set each other up. They know the utility that is needed for them to do it. So it's not like Apex always have to do it for Flames and vice versa. They can mix it up. And then sometimes having Ziwu as that third guy, as just touched upon, having the guy relying on if they actually lose a frag, he'll be the one to refrag and always keep the enemies guessing.
13 wins in a row on Inferno. In this day and age of Counter-Strike, that's very impressive. One thing that makes Vitality so good was the T side, as you said as well, Dust. And we made a little bit of compilation situation of rounds where they run the clock down very late. I believe it's round 8, 9, and 10.
Sure.
Where MOUZ are actually in a winning position. You can see the scoreline here as well, 4-3. MOUZ are in the game, and look at the timeout there. There's only 12 seconds left, and Vitality, they come in, they trade their way out of the issues, and we're going to see this from round 8 to round 9 to round 10 as well.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, like once they are able to actually get out into space and break off, it's just their spacing and timing is just so good. They know how to play off of each other. They know exactly how to swing together, and this goes back to what we were talking about with Vitality being so dynamic. Like, you never really quite know what they're going to do. The round we saw was obviously just kind of a standard B hit. This round you have like a triple arch wrap, but you're also going to have those rounds that are going to send 3 out balcony, or they're going to send 4 up lane, and then sometimes they're going to use utility to do it. Sometimes they're going to do it dry. Sometimes they're going to do it fast. Sometimes you're going to wait until the last 10, 15 seconds, like you're talking about this series of 3 rounds in a row. But here's the thing, there's always the fear of the pacing change, right? And I think that is what makes them so hard to read and so hard to prep for.
And I guess the quality of these executors as well, Peter, the quality of the line of passing, so to speak, the way you enter the bomb side, the way certain utility gives you cover from certain places. It feels like all the players know that their backs are covered in some sense. Even in a 3v5 with 15 seconds left, it does feel like all the pathway from the players are somewhat feeling comfortable and safe.
I think it's very easy to feel that they trust each other within the team. They trust also the utility that they throw for each other. You know, it's very easy to see that even if Torches gets the first kill on the short line and they know he falls back inside, they take their time, they drop the Molotov, then they get the flash, they swing, and also like whenever they throw the utility, they are so fast-paced that they don't, like when the guy gets blind, he doesn't have time to readjust, he doesn't have time to actually think about it. They are all in his face, and if he gets that first kill, there's another guy that trades instantly. So the pacing and the first frag and the refrag that Vitality has, the composure of having, is just something that is not really seen at the same level at all teams right now.
And I think that's part of the story. A lot of these rounds came down and they were very, very close. MOUZ could have capitalized. MOUZ could have won some of them. Round 12, another great example of what Vitality did so well in that first half to basically secure the win.
Something that I've tried to pay attention to when it comes to Vitality, especially when they execute, is that we have the situation on the B bomb side where they throw the utility, they throw the smoke from spawn, they smoke also for coffins. They actually get blocked, and in that situation, instead of Vitality just standing around, just either waiting for the smoke or rotating back, as we can see here, they get blocked. They used clever use of game mechanics. They blow up the smoke and they instantly scale with utility. You know, at this case, the guy is playing in CT spawn. He is completely blocked off. Now they have the entire side. If they would have fallen back because they were afraid of the smoke, which potentially would have been in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, they now have the entire side. They are not afraid of using this mechanic often in situations where they feel like the smoke is not used against us in a way that they don't want us to go. They want us to block us after we rotate back, and that is what I've seen Vitality do a lot.
Yeah, and to kind of go what you were talking about, like with you know, that just, you know, willingness to go, I think it's one of those things where I never see them be indecisive. You know what I mean? Like, I think
no hesitation.
Exactly. I think every team at some point in time does have that moment. You know, even some of the best teams in the world will eventually have a round where it's like, I don't know if this is actually the right play, and they'll have that lull of a few seconds to actually make that decision. The ability to have this team basically just be like this network that everyone's just so connected on. No, we're going. You know, and like there's never any hesitation, as you said. So I think that pure confidence in yourself to go for the play every single time, and the fact that there's never really a gap in that decision-making process, I mean, that's a testament to just, you know, the trust that you're kind of talking about, as well as just the amount of time spent really drilling it down on what you want to do.
So that's the story of the first half. Vitality not hesitating, very explosive when they have to be, and they get off to a good start, have a good foundation for the second half. On the CT side, it felt like Vitality were in pretty much control from the get-go. I
think it was very easy to see that Vitality, they still feel comfortable. They wanted to go for the aggressive play. You know, they are not afraid of even winning the force baron. You know, these rounds, they're so complex to buy. You know, you see Torsi trying to get for a little bit of cheeky play, but then eventually when they return back, they still go into crossfire and they are still low. They've taken a lot of damage for utility by fighting for the banana, and overall this is not what you want to do as a MOUZ spot player if you want to actually try and win the series.
And that's the issue, right? MOUZ, if I'm not mistaken, they win the pistol round in the first half, they didn't lose the second round. Same here again, Dust, they win the pistol round, they lose the second round. Let's play with the idea that MOUZ actually converted. Let's say that they win the pistol, they convert, they get off to a good start in both halves. Would we had a game where MOUZ could have potentially ended the win streak of Vitality, or do you still feel that when we were in the gun rounds, when we're in the buy rounds, Vitality was so much better?
Yeah, I feel like on a map where a lot of CTs can struggle, and for good reason, the CT incendiary is not that great. Banana's even wider than it used to be. Ts can very easily dominate that space in their early round. It's very difficult to kind of deal with that. I think what Vitality does so well, and this kind of links back to something that Peter was saying earlier about this, you know, Apex Flames combo, is that there's just that fearlessness that Banana that other people don't necessarily always have. And what I mean by this is, like, a lot of times teams just mirror, right? Like, you know, okay, our Banana controllers on T side are also are going to be our banana defenders, and it's a very common trend on almost every map. But the fact that they have consciously said, yeah, Flames is like our mid-boiler guy, but we want him at banana. And the reason why is you want that aggressive identity to be able to be relentless, even when you're up against adverse odds where T's are throwing better utility than you, or they have maybe more numbers than you have. They are able to kind of, in the face of that adversity, still find ways to just say, fuck it, like we're going to take this shit.
You are in a position where you need to be a little bit crazy. Like, it is a position where you need to be crazy. Both as CT and T, like, you are the player to be going through smokes and to maybe edge out the smokes, or at least trying to call a flash and still run up banana and maybe take some Molotov damage. There's so many things you can do, and it actually is what is required of you if you want to get some success.
Exactly, it's what's required of you, because if you don't do that and you have no information and then you're gamble stacking, and I think that is what you have to avoid as much as possible on this map.
I think Vitality have cemented they're the best team in the world on Inferno, 13 in a row. I think we also now can enter a conversation where for MOUZ, we're giving them the excuse that yes, they lose Inferno a lot, but they only do it to the best teams in the world. My counter argument to that now is they lost to paIN yesterday. You are one of the...
Yeah, they lost to Fury and VP as well.
You lost to Fury, you lost to VP as well. You lost 8 out of the last 10 times you played it. If you're the best or the second best team in the world and you have to hold off Spirit, you have to hold off Falcons, is that good enough that you have such a big weakness in your map pool? Can MOUZ allow themselves to not figure out Inferno?
It's going to be dangerous for them for sure. I mean, like, you know, their losses to paIN yesterday, it looked better today against Vitality. They also played against greater opposition, obviously. But it is definitely a weakness. You know, it is always difficult when obviously you have a permaban. Most of the teams have permabans. Then you go into people analyzing, okay, what map do they actually play but are not comfortable playing? And that could be a sense of Inferno being one of those cases.
It's actually almost unfair how good Vitality's map pool is that we then kind of use that as a leaping off point of comparison for any other map pool that we look at. And I really feel like from the eye test, I think MOUZ's like map pool is actually probably like right up there with them. I mean, obviously not as good, but it's about as close as you're going to get right now when you compare it to some of the other teams and the best teams in the world. Like every other team kind of has those discrepancies, whereas I feel like MOUZ are pretty well rounded. It's just you never get to use your best map because it's the permaban of your opponent, and then you find yourselves on like-minded maps, you know, like Inferno, like Mirage, like Dust 2, where you are pretty good, but Vitality are just better. That's always tough to deal with.
All I'm saying is that if you're MOUZ, I would definitely work on your Inferno coming into the major, coming into some of these bigger tournaments, so you don't have it as a weakness in your map pool. However, for now, we're going to change focus. We're jumping to a quick break, but once we're back, it's going to be with Train, with the third deciding map between Vitality and MOUZ. Will the win streak stay alive for Vitality, or will MOUZ finally get the W that they've been seeking after for such a long time? Stay with us. We'll be back very shortly. Pressure is mounting on both MOUZ and Vitality as we head into the third deciding map between the two teams. Train is up, and MOUZ right now, they're looking kind of hot. We spoke about it already, a team that is getting closer and closer and closer to finally beating Vitality, a team that by many, and by my standards as well, seems to be almost unbeatable at the time being. Their mentality, the fact that they can always come back from a deficit, it's very tough to put them down. Now, Train being the map that is up for grabs here, does that change that at all? You see Apex having a conversation one-on-one right now, making sure that everyone is ready. Is Vitality still prone to win and keep the streak alive, or do you think MOUZ finally get over the hump?
I think Train becomes a very much a wild card map in a series like this. Obviously, they've proven they can beat MOUZ on this map. They've already done it before. The last time they played against each other in that best of 5 at Lisbon, that was the 5th map when they were tied 2-2 that decided that Vitality would be the champions. I think the issue for me, though, is like I just don't really know how good anyone is on Train. And what I mean by that is like you don't really see that much variance in how teams approach this map. Like no one's really innovated yet, and maybe it's because you can't, because you can only polish a turd so much, or you know, maybe it is just we need more time. But I feel like Vitality are very reliant upon just how much sheer talent they have, and they basically just brawl outer and they're able to brute force their way into victories. The only thing I can even pick out that's unique about them is maybe they're a little bit more heavy-handed at pop than most people are on their T-side splits. Most people are more heavy-handed at T-main. They like to throw a little bit more numbers at pop on their splits, but that's really about it. Like it's more of just like very cookie-cutter map play, I think.
Now, obviously, Vitality is a great team and they can play Train to a high level, but you and I, we spoke about it already, Peter, that against Falcons at Melbourne, we both felt that Falcons probably were the better team, but they just couldn't close out the rounds. Are you worried on behalf of Vitality? Is their Train not as strong as the paper maybe suggests? They have never lost the map.
No, a little bit. I mean, I think the numbers are lying a little bit, honestly. I think also what we watched, as you just mentioned, in Melbourne, it didn't look that confident from Vitality. And we also just saw pictures of Apex getting briefed by their assistant coach, Matt, outside. You know, that is definitely also a case where I know for certainty, because I've been in the team, that Matt is also the guy that sits out and prepares the map 3, so they are probably not prepared the map coming into this game. He has probably prepared it while they were playing, and now he comes in and briefs them. So that is probably what we're seeing here. And also for the other side of the things, where we saw Exertion talking to Cyclone, I think that they need Exertion now. Like he didn't play the best first map. Now he was a little bit better than the second one. The third one, he's going to be extremely instrumental coming into the game, dictating the pace and also dictating things both on the T side and the C side.
One thing I find interesting with Train nowadays is that it's a way more compact map. We used to quantify Train as being these long-range AWP duels. You know, the AWPers could pretty much go anywhere and they could always have a field day. Now you're forced to be up close with the AWP. If you're ZywOo and if you're Torsi, you have to be a combat AWP player. Now ZywOo can do a lot of things, but I don't recognize him as being the best in the world at the close combat sequences. I think Brokey, I think m0NESY is on par with him. Does that make it easier for Torsi coming into this matchup?
No, because ZywOo can just have a rifle in his hands and be just as impactful. So, I mean, I think that's really kind of the curveball that always is going to set them apart. Again, I think this map has still got a lot of breathing room left to kind of discover on it. And so I think it's very much a wild card in the series.
Peter, final thoughts from you. Your gut feeling have been telling you MOUZ all the way through. Is that still the case?
Of course it is.
You're sticking with MOUZ?
Yeah, of course I am.
Right.
I wouldn't back down just because it's a 1-1. You know, of course I'm sticking with my boys.
And you just...
I want Vitality to make history. So let's see him get it.
All right. I want to see history being made as well. And I think Vitality have already done that by winning the ESL Grand Slam, by being one of the best teams ever assembled. Now, question is, Anderson DDK, can they continue on winning?
I suspect that they can, Jacob, and I want to see some history too. They've already made headlines, you know, winning everything they participate in at the moment. It's absolutely sick, isn't it? And now we're on Train, the third and final matchup here. It's going to be brutal to begin with. Vitality look to be starting on the T side. It's going to be MOUZ on that CT side, and I am so ready for this one.
Yeah, Vitality really, truly do seem unshakable, despite a lot of these very difficult scenarios that MOUZ have put them in. To the credit of MOUZ, who have had to play out of their minds to do that, Vitality just seem to be insurmountable. Let's see if they can take it home here as we get on to a Train. Vitality and MOUZ. Vitality being on that T side to start off with. That's what I like to see.
And a lot of utility on the T side. So 2 smokes, 1 Molotov, a flashbang as well, stretching out to potentially split that A bomb site. Very curious to see where the smokes are going to land. Doesn't matter. ZywOo actually finding the early shot there. Look at the aggression. Double push with the dualies coming up out of Pop Dog and taking down Rops. They find him alone, and now I think they see an opportunity here. Vitality, they're going to push. They don't want to slow it down. Running into Spinks. It's headshots across the board with Spinks and Brolin combining, and a bit of a shrug as Brolin says, all right, that worked. MOUZ on the board to begin with. That's so good.
Yeah, they've been really solid in a lot of these pistol rounds, I got to say. And again, I can't really say it enough about MOUZ. I love how active they tend to get in a lot of these rounds, especially on the CT side. You know, showing the confidence, showing the skills. And I mean, we saw some really great shots there as well. The dualies, I don't think I'll ever get bored of the dualies being as popular as they are.
No, it's great, isn't it? I do wonder, I think because Vitality lost Robs that early on in the round, they never got to throw the smokes that they wanted, because you could see the position that Spinks had there in the icon position shooting into main. Normally, I would expect when you have two smokes that one of them probably is going to be either smoking the red train that Torshi's up on, which would still have smoked off Spinks, or it would have been thrown into icon. And I guess that was just a thing where they felt like they had to go so quick they couldn't really set up the grenades in time, and it created a bit of chaos, to be honest.
Okay, we've got a flash potential out of main here for the team. That's the only investment in this round, in fact.
Nice.
And Roland, Jimfat cleaning up the yard. Oh, hello, Jimfat, what are you doing?
Still cleaning up, to be honest.
What has Torsi done to you?
Listen, if you crouch in front of him, you know, whose fault is it? Who's liable in the insurance, Dan?
Hungry for the kills, I guess. 2-0 start for MOUZ. And of course, we're going to be right into the buy here for Vitality after the save. And I mean, the train just feels like a map that Vitality are going to be savages on, just due to all of the things that I mean, they're good at everything. So maybe that's just, you know, goes without saying, but
they put in so much work at the beginning. I think they defined an enormous part of the meta pretty much on day one. Robs has been reinventing a lot of the grenades. I know that he's done so much work to be ahead of the game. Nice HE on top. Roland, point blank range, feeding the kills to his team. Flames and Mezzi both going down. Yeah, it's kind of almost good luck that the Apex actually gets the kill in return. He could have suffered the same fate, no problem.
Yeah, that trade was extremely important, creating some holes on the defense, resetting the map a little bit there, you know, just taking some time. Apex in a position where he could throw some nades. Has that smoke in hand, but this is the activity we're seeing in MOUZ. Looking up Ivy. Quick peek there, trying to see if they can spot anything. And does that indicate that we're getting a movement through to the brown halls potentially?
Ooh, it's so... Did he see it? Yep, he did it. You could see him calling it. Jimmy knows. Someone's walking back. The Apex actually going to come back. That's the bomb as well. He could be in a lot of trouble, and he will be. Goes down. Bomb lost with 48 seconds in a 2 versus 4. If you're going to save, then you make the call now. And if not, then you just probably fight for damage. I think falling back to recover the bomb and then fighting on, I doubt is a viable option. Although saving on this map can be a lot easier sometimes because you can be up in the hallways back there. It's hard to really find you, and it looks like that's pretty much the call that's going to be made here.
Yeah, just a really unfortunate situation. And again, MOUZ with that attack into team main, like such a strong opener. I mean, that's always been on you know, the CSGO version of the trainer as well. Like, just if you're able to set up those plays and take that position away from the T's early, it just slows them down. Even if, let's say, they don't take that position and they void it because they don't want to potentially run into nades, it slows them down a lot.
If you end up watching a lot of Tier 2 Counter-Strike, but to be honest, a lot of the metagame evolves so quick because those guys just play so much, like an insane amount of Counter-Strike that's being played when you're in the online tournaments. Those Ivy pushes are so lethal, and there are so many ways to set them up for the CT side. If you're confident in that, you can put a lot of pressure on the T side. And even if you know it's coming, even if you're waiting on the other side, it's so hard to dodge the grenades. Obviously, this was a much slower version of it, but I'd be curious to see if MOUZ are going to keep that a threat, because it does make it super uncomfortable for Vitality if they have to worry about that all the time. Nice start, though. Regardless, for MOUZ, they do pick up 3 to begin with. Steal 2 AKs, no AWP yet. Also a map here where we do see the AUG come out more and more, because it's just so good on the CT side at those long ranges. Anyone?
Slow pace. Vitality here, Anders, and it's going to work out. So we're finding that opening pick there towards Sandwich, and now you've got MOUZ scrambling a little bit around E-Box to try to mount a defense here. And Vitality, they are pretty savage when they get going on these pushes, looking to trade out with the AKs, and they are making their way forward. Brilliant stuff there from Flames, opening up the map, opening up the outside, and finishing it off. Robson Apex, Vitality on the board now, 1-3.
That whole push had me curling my toes as the whole Vitality team, they were just one group pushing together. If anything lands on like one good HE, could have been all over. Look at how close they are. But it doesn't matter. Flames with some sick Tech 9 kills, and then Rops and Apex to help out and get the first round on the board here. I'm looking every round when they start, I'm looking for that T-spawn or CT spawn smoke that lands in T main. There's a really fast version you can do. Oh, never mind. Saiwu doesn't need any smokes at all, just sets up the double kill, Spinks and Brolin goes down. This is so awkward. There's no more money on MOUZ. I mean, they could be letting Vitality back into the game pretty much right now.
Yeah, Torsi has the AWP as well, so it really obviously depends where Vitality decide to go at the moment. Towards Connector, guarding the B ramp. And it looks like Vitality might be thinking about getting their way towards that A site at the moment. We get the reposition from Torsi, so trying to put himself into a position where he has the most impact, able to maybe defend as Vitality are hitting the site, but it is so hard to know at this point. They kind of have to gamble it a little bit, and that is just how Train is in a situation like this. But nice catch there from Exertion onto Zywoo.
Yeah.
Vitality go B after all, where there is nobody. They've actually gamed this out perfectly.
Yeah, it's so nicely played. Could have been in a way, running into Exertion at the front of the A bomb side like that could have actually been a bit of a tell to Vitality not to go B, just because sometimes when people do this, you know, like sometimes when there's 3 people alive, they'll put 2 in B, and then one player will be playing essentially in T main because it's kind of a safe position in a lot of different ways. So, but still, they did a perfect call, no problems. Saving though is kind of nice for the CT side here. Look at how sick that is.
That's
honestly,
crazy.
he almost looked surprised himself. He was like, "Oh, that's a second kill."
And what's really cool as well, you know, we even saw in the previous round, Zywoo getting the opening pick that sort of started the cascade of Vitality players able to get out into the outside position. Around Sandwich, I think he got that pick. And, you know, for all of the gears that Vitality have to go to, all the execs and like complicated layers that they can have, sometimes, you know, they understand that, hey, this simplicity of just getting Zywoo into a spot, or already any of them into a spot to find a pick.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's as simple as that. And Vitality, you know, back in winning ways here. As you say, you know, MOUZ, economically speaking, not in a great place, but at least able to save some of those guns, so still have some options. And they have had a lot of success by getting active. We've been talking a lot about that. And is this going to be another round where they try to do that? You know, getting that opening towards team main, the Ivy push, these are the 2 things we've seen so far from them that have worked.
Another map that in the last 3 months, Vitality have 100% win rate on. Again, everything on the line at the moment. But yeah, saving a bit, you are correct. CT side will make them dangerous. I think especially having the AWP on Torshi, even though he hasn't really got the chance to use it yet. And not a bad pickup. Keeping all the AKs for Vitality. All right, so they're doing the normal smoke from CT spawn. It's Torshi throwing that one up. There is a faster version. I think it's Aurora that have started throwing it, where you throw it running, so you can actually get it down a little bit quicker. Roland does end up going down. Saiwu finding yet another Kraken opening, and Apex had pushed in front, and that's why you want the quicker smoke anyway, so that Apex doesn't have an easy time getting out through T main. Already a fantastic start to this round. MOUZ struggling. How did they make it back? It's another 3-on-5 that they had to try and recover.
What a find there from Torsi. It's so hard to find anything with all these smokes down, but still able to get 1 kill on the board here. And a decent position from Jim Fat as he looks for players around the bomb train. Is there anything to be had here? It's really important, but around the side, Flames is going to be able to take him down. Just leaving Torsi, a nice shot there on top of the bomb train. And there's still more players to go, though. Able to work around these trains to try to find more angles. More positions, a 1v3. It feels impossible, but is Torsi able to extract anything else here? Maybe a kill that could convince him to go for more. And these Vitality players, highly disciplined. Oh, what a shot there. Reaction on point. A headshot, no less. But there's the flank coming in from Apex to finish him off. It was a good attempt, but it's just too many players on the map.
It's a really small detail, but once he picks up the first shot, once the bomb is down, he takes a couple of steps making noise towards T main, and then he walks his way back the other way. He's hoping to, you know, fake out the audio. Maybe Vitality heard it. Maybe they don't know that he's already walking back. Here's a really nice idea. But we're right back in. 3 versus 3, or 3-3 of the scoreline here, and obviously no money on the MOUZ side. They've been pretty good at saving, but nothing to save in that last one. They might go for a bit of an attempted opening at Popdog. Late push maybe coming into the hallways. Robs, though. By the way, so the wallbang that Robs is trying to do there, you're going to see that so much. It's ridiculous how efficient it is. It really doesn't seem like it should be, but I've seen so many train games lately where the CTs just get blown up from that position.
And it's a really good, site selection too from Vitality.
Yeah.
Again, it's always the question, you'll be up against pistols, so where do you think MOUZ are going to play? Where can you get the best value if you're the CTs and you've got a collection of pistols? So very well handled by Vitality, and they really seem like they are so comfortable, Anders. I think if we go back to the beginning of the series, there was a period of comfort for a moment for the first half, but then since then, and even I think towards the first half of Inferno, things felt a little bit stressful for Vitality, but they've really sunk their teeth into this game and they aren't letting go.
Which, just to add to that, makes them such a hard team to put away.
Oh,
even if they start a bit slow, as soon as the whole engine gets warmed up, it's a different situation. I mean, the fact that they have 2 maps in the last 3 months that they have 100% win rate on, it's already just completely disturbing. How's that even allowed for? They haven't played Train nearly as much as on Inferno, but still, it is a lot to deal with.
Yeah, clearing out team main, they got this forward smoke, they claimed this position again. Again, this was an early success for them, but Vitality might be outpacing them if they're just going to walk into the B site, but looks like Torsi is there, has the AWP in hand as well, so MOUZ are set up quite well, I think, to deal with this B push.
They could be, but these Molotovs can go all the way down to the C connector, and the question is, if Torsi's relocating out of the fire as they push in, is he going to be able to land the shot? There's a bit of a smoke to set them up for it. They're going to be bouncing right through that. The attack is coming. It's not going to be delayed any longer. There's the deep Molotov. You can see how it spills on over. Rushing up close, jumping with the Mac 10. He spins around. What is going on? Flames! How did he get away with that madness?
That's actually outrageous. He made that second kill look like he had an AK. That's ridiculous. And the funny thing too as well, we didn't mention it, but Mezzi was on a late lurk kind of position where he's just sitting in Ivy, and that's like a pretty... So the interesting thing about the late lurk there is it wasn't shown, so they could very well use that again if they go for a similar timing.
That's true.
So that's something they may be thinking about. But yeah, I don't think you're expecting... Flames has hit some pretty awesome Mag 10 kills this series, and that's just adding more to the tally. The hunt is continuing. They want to get rid of all those guns. This would be huge if they are able to get rid of them here, but MOUZ, are they going to be able to hold on? Here comes the final push. And it looks pretty good here for Vitality, erasing all the weapons at the last moment. That is beautiful from them. A 5-3 scoreline, a complete reset economy. Obviously, we got the round loss bonus kicking in a little bit for MOUZ, but they are struggling to find anything that would work, even by getting team main. That should have helped them to yield something, but
this is just push. This is just wrong. It looks so ridiculous from Torshi's side. He misses the shot. He has to watch his friend essentially die to a jumping Mac 10. But he must be thinking in a flash of a second, like, at least I'm far away. And then it doesn't even matter.
We can look at another fast play here, but it's just ZywOo. I think off the spawn, he thinks he can beat the nades, and he's feeling it.
Yeah.
But it actually backfires in this instance, which is going to give MOUZ an interesting opportunity at this round. They don't have a great buy. Obviously, you've got the MP9s, it's a half buy. And so with a 5 versus 4, ZywOo dying, dropping an AK out there is a strong chance here for MOUZ. They are suffocating all the forward positions before falling back now from team main slightly.
Okay, so this crunch that's coming in here for MOUZ, I think is... like half the battle on train right now is happening in those back B hallways. If you can push out of Popdog and out of the B bomb site and stop the T's from being there, you are winning so much already. Now, in this kind of round, it might matter a little bit less because Vitality have all of the best weapons, and you could see they have the control out here, but it is something to really know about the map, that how much it's changed in the past to, because of Popdog has basically changed. The ladder is gone, obviously, so now you can really crunch it on the CT side, and it does make a big difference. The bomb, though, here is going to be planted. And I don't think MOUZ could do much to stop it either. I think if they can get some AKs picked up and get them into the next round, that would be a big victory. Rob's so uncomfortable. Okay, Jimmy trying to get a bit of a push in there. Unable to do really much of anything. Vitality are in control once again.
Yeah, that's it felt a little bit dangerous for a moment there. Of course, Exertion able to get a little more value with the MP9. And it is finally silenced. Just Spinks left. But yeah, it was a half buy, so we'll get the full buy coming in from MOUZ in the following round now. But Vitality are going to be on 6, so they're looking so good. They lost the pistol, obviously, and I don't think they've really had any issues so far on their buys whatsoever. It's feeling so smooth from them. And Torsi, he's picking up these AWPs, but it's been so difficult to get him into positions to succeed. We've only really seen him getting frags, not in really stopping the T's from getting out into the site positions, but more so when all of his team is dead and he's been isolated the whole time, and then he can get a couple kills that aren't really valuable. That's really been the sad story that Torsi's had to deal with.
Which is surprising that you bring it up, because obviously Train famously is a really strong map for an AWP. I mentioned the idea of the AUG earlier. For anyone that's been watching any Bet Boom games lately, you're going to know that they will pick up a double AUG on actually a lot of maps, but they do it on Train too, just to keep the scopes going, keep it that way. I wonder if that will spill on over into like the upper echelons of Counter-Strike, because it's kind of interesting. Sometimes all it takes is one team to prove that a gun works. I mean, for the longest time, nobody wanted to buy the Krieg until suddenly...
Oh my god, it was so broken.
Suddenly it was there. Smoke spills on down, looking to stop the Molotov that's thrown in from the T side. Again, you want to use grenade. You want to fight for this control here for both sides. So far, Vitality are going to have it, and Spinks. 2 kills for the map here so far on him, and they might just go fairly quickly. Again, it's the same setup. You said they could reuse it, Dan, because Messi wasn't discovered in the previous one, and they're going to try again.
And Torsi, I think, just spotted him trying to work Ivy, so that presence is understood, which also slows down the rotate from MOUZ because they have to worry about the flag. But at the same time, here he goes into the B site. And Rob's getting the opening pick there onto Jimfast. Going to allow a lot of forward scaling coming in here from Vitality. Be great defense here. Finally seeing it out of MOUZ as they're picking up all of these kills, making it look so clean. And Messi's coming out of Ivy. He's like, guys, I want to like activate this play. And they know exactly where he is as well, because they've cleared all the space around his position, and he showed his spot earlier. So Messi doesn't even have the element of surprise at this point.
I thought every single engagement, I was fairly certain that Spinks was going to die. I think the first one, I think they actually had a flashbang as well, Vitality. Maybe it wasn't that flashed, but that's a really hard multi-kill for Spinks to get. Super well played. MOUZ, they do need these rounds. Up to 4-6. It's pretty respectable. It's not bad at the moment here. That one was hard. You could see, all right, it was pretty faded there, but some of these shots here, he's like, there's nowhere for him to go, right? He's really exposed back here. That position, I call it, back B hut or whatever you want on the B bomb site, but that elevated position at the B hut is really strong on the CT side. There are Molotovs you can throw from the T side of that same position, but nobody wants to do it, but it is doable.
So he's out there so fast onto E-Box, just eliminating. I mean, 2 players have gone down now for these fast entries to Vitality. Complete switch up on the pace. Annihilation on the yard. And this is a problem right now for MOUZ. They are shocked right now. They were not prepared for that pace.
Sai was sneaking up. Torshi just executes it. I mean, we had this conversation yesterday about the pace changes and how hard it can be to hold on to on the CT side once you've been conditioned to one thing. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, obviously the kills go with it, but just the shock of the speed of the round. 3rd kill for Saiwu, relentlessly hunting them down.
And it's also hard, I think, because of course with the way that the Counter-Strike spawn system works, sometimes that will decide the play for you. We've seen it happen for Saiwu a couple times where he gets a really good spawn. He's like, I will beat the nade timings, and I can catch CTs getting into position. So all I have to do is just get my first entry. And I think on the T side, this has always been like the equation. If there's like a 50-50 fight and you're the Ts, you love that, because if you win that fight, it just completely cripples the CTs. But if you die, your team still has a good chance to get back into it.
Scrappy buy for the 12th round as they try and get in. Nice grenade on the ROPS. You can bounce them off the corner there. So that'll do a bit of damage. But they're missing a lot of grenades. Certainly missing some of the weapons that they would love to have here. AWP on Torshi still. And you said it earlier, and it remains true, unfortunately, that they just don't find the kills. Cyber, on the other hand, that blowing up into the smoke wasn't even that good. It was sort of a little bit at the front of the smoke, so there was still some of it left, but apparently just doesn't matter.
It doesn't seem to. So doing a great job there with the AWP. And we get the pause here. A freeze, looking for a potential response. Setting up the nades here from Apex. Nade man on train, and still holding on to team main though. Torsi activated, finally getting to see some action with that AWP before getting taken down by Rops. E-Box position has been claimed. Can they get past Brolando? Still in that forward position. And it looks like another team kill coming in from Exertion. And he's at least going to kill Apex and finishing off the round against Rops. Very nicely done. MOUZ with a nice recovery, 5-7 as we go into the second half.
Final half of the series, Vitality looking to beat Liquid's win streak. That's 22 matches that we're currently on. If they can win this one, then we've got a new record set by this incredible team. But MOUZ is standing in their way, and they'd love some revenge. They've had a hard time taking down Vitality lately. It's 7-5 right now, going into Train now, and Vitality on the CT side, MOUZ on the T side. We're already seeing a lot of utility. They are going to go for, I think, a pretty much as a set execute onto the site here.
And Vitality in position to respond quickly. A couple players around connector on the B side, so very easy to switch between sites.
And look at Vitality. They've done some research. They think it's going to be B hit. Otherwise, there's absolutely no chance they would have 3 people at the B-bomb site early. That is such a suspicious amount. Maybe they are right. Robs is sneaking in. All or nothing for him as he does take down Spinks. Bomb is on the other side of it, though, but Robs hasn't seen that yet. At least they don't have that info. I still think it's going to be B with Jimmy up there. A solo plant as the rest of them attack the A-bomb site. This is such an elaborate strategy. Has anyone figured it out? They're back looking now. Robs is a bit suspicious, and now actually Jimmy's running away from it. Cyber goes down. It's all out chaos in this round. Somehow they found a way onto the site, into the C connector. And Mezzi, he's low on health back here. They're going to get the bomb plant. This is the wildest round I've seen in a while.
Yeah, just the calling him back for the bomb plant. Robs is going to make his way on that flank, but it might take him a while to get there. In the meantime, can his teammates hold on? Mezzi's very low, as is Apex here, so it might all be on Robs. He's not super healthy himself, and now a couple players starting to be discovered. Is the timing going to work out here for the Vitality players on this retake? MOUZ dispersed amongst the trains, all 4 of them, all healthy at this point. Time is ticking. The pressure is mounting here for Vitality to make a move, but they are going to disengage, Anders.
They can't. They don't have the kit. You're absolutely right. They could try and make it expensive, but maybe even that is it's not going to be doable. It would be nice if they could find some more kills themselves, even just in terms of if they want to pick up a scout or something, but it's not happening here. I'm going to be honest. That's a hard round to recall for Brolan because they're so deep. Like, Jimmy is so close to making the drop down onto the B-bomb site for the bomb plant, and they just managed to pull the plug on the whole thing, walk him back. That shot there, if he sees the bomb as well, Robs, it's such a different round.
Oh my god, yeah. That's like the crazy aspect about it, that's really wild. And what's really crazy too is that obviously Vitality looked like has looked by far the better team on train so far, if we look at the first half. However, if you lose 2 pistols, it doesn't matter as much. MOUZ are setting themselves up to be in a great position here. But of course, we get the buy coming in from Vitality, although Apex will be lost. A good entry through Team Main. And this is a very desperate position now for Flames. Stuck by himself, and there's Molotov down.
Yeah, they keep on dropping here. No head armor on the first 2 players. Robs is the only one that even has a helmet. But in the third shot, Robs coming in to try and help out his sniper, who's still almost burning. It's actually close. And Mezzi, he knows the Torshi's in here somewhere. That's been called out. The communication is at an all-time high for Vitality, but it's not enough. The USP unable to get the job done, and you could see Saiwu love to relocate somewhere else. They don't have any more grenades, and they don't need them either.
Man, I love there's like a small detail there with ZywOo's movement where he spots the player, he knows the player has spotted him, and so he knows when the player's going to peek with a pre-aim, so ZywOo actually shifts himself a little bit further to the right, so you get that spot where he's going to peek and he can't quite see you, but you have enough to see his body type of thing. So just all these tiny small edges here in these fights. But still, goes the way of MOUZ to tie things up 7-7. This is the 3rd map between these 2 teams. Again, Vitality streak is on the line, and I'm sure they're not sweating. They are stable. And out Team Main, MOUZ go with no issues.
Roland, bit of an awkward spray, surfing on the ladder for a second there as well. But the rest of the team are there to get control of the round. After a minute there where I was getting really worried. MOUZ have been putting in an enormous amount of work to try and get back into this train map. It would suck to see them end up losing it to an early push with some pistols. They're going to lose maybe more rifles than they would have liked, but honestly, it's still a pretty great start to the second half. Right, it's 7-5 first half. Now it's up to 8-7 in favor of MOUZ. I think I'm going to be looking to see the smoke from CT spawn. I still think it's really interesting how fast it's spread. If it's still the traditional one, I would be shocked if Robs doesn't know how to throw it because he is the ultra nerd when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Yes, you're completely right. Everyone knows.
Yep, that's the one. They know.
Well, so Torsi's going to pick up the AWP here. So we'll have to see how this goes for Torsi, looking for those openings. A lot of nades into that team main position. Torsi unable to find anything. In fact, he's going to find some grenades. And it's going to put him down to 31 HP, so he'll be softened up. And this feels desperate right now for Vitality, and this just from the look of the economy.
Sure. No question. They can't afford the AWP, and they can't afford another buy if they were to lose this round. Exertion would love to take that fight, feeling confident that he could win it. No sniper on the other side here. Apex going to get shot in the back. Just the timing for Spinks is crazy good. And Flames holding this awkward forward angle that you feel like you always should check, but somehow it's very hard to do on the T side. I mean, you could check over the Molotov, but it's just one of those things that's hard to do. Everybody knows it exists. ZywOo goes down, a little bit too adventurous. Flames brings it back in 3 versus 3. They're up in the hallways, slowly stepping towards the B side. And obviously, you have to walk this whole way because otherwise you're going to get hurt.
Rob's on that B side. Smoke still down on the ramp.
He's not sure if anyone's back there.
Yeah, quick check on Ivy. They surely will be figuring it out now. You can see Vitality speeding back to the B side. Rob's able to shift his way down, create space for his teammates to come out connector. Better coverage for the defense here as MOUZ look to get that plan on the bomb train. There is Torsi rattling off the shot there with the AWP.
He has 1 flash, Robs. He could set up his teammates. He's going to do even better than that. Actually get the kill on Jimfat. There's that flash going into it, and they're going to swing out of the connector at the same time. 1 grenade to get a little bit more space here. Exertion's dropping very low, but Torsi helping from the high ground. I think he just saved Exertion, but only for a minute. Nice retake from Vitality, and it's kind of sick to see how they spend the time before the push happens, clearing out CT spawn and Ivy, just to make sure there was no one there this time. But it's such a common feature of the map, and it's one of my favorite parts of the map that the T's can sneak back there sometimes. So good job.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a really stressful round, I think, for both teams. If you look at the opening 4 kills were these like kind of solo plays into trades for both teams, and that is very scary stuff. Vitality able to hold on, able to pick up the AWP onto ZywOo, so that's who you want to have it. And one of the interesting aspects of these trades with a map like this, Anders, is unlike other maps in Counter-Strike, there is a similarity in some respect to Nuke, where the rotations for the CTs are so fast between the sites, you don't get quite as much advantage having the man up situation on the T side, because the CTs can obviously just rotate so fast and have so much coverage with all the open parts of the map. So very sketchy stuff here on that first round, but we managed to stabilize for Vitality, and we'll see what they can do from here.
Now, right when this map was introduced, Vitality had some of the most insane protocols to take care of the back B holes and pushing out a pop dog, with ZywOo throwing some really sick smokes from the C connector. So, especially when he's got the AWP, he did that. He's not going to do it in this round. You can see he's already run through, but I am really curious if they still try and do that every once in a while, because it was so much fun to see. The problem is, a lot of the T side now they're also better at stopping the B ramp push that's coming up from Robs. So it's possible that they will delay that until a little bit later, maybe when they think MOUZ have less of an economy. Awkward incendiary.
Some good chip damage onto Broland, down to 36. Exertion and Spinks also been tagged up a little bit by those nades. And now quite a few pieces of util have been depleted by Vitality, and all by design for MOUZ with that early pressure, looking to maybe finish on this B site.
Yeah, and Vitality basically saying, if you want to get the bomb down here, you will be able to. Robs is not even going to fight to stop that from happening. He just wants to maybe get a kill and then call in the cavalry. Jimfat was on alert, but he's actually going back to main instead. Smoke going down. It's a great call for MOUZ right now. And honestly, for Vitality, I'm so curious how they're going to set this up. They're going to get blocked out here for quite a bit. There's even 2 more Molotovs left on the MOUZ side. I actually think Vitality could be in a lot of trouble. They need entry kills on this retake, lightning fast to even get close to this one.
Scaling is really difficult to deal with. That very close position from Broland is deadly. We'll see if Vitality can circumvent it. Flames at least able to take down Spinks. Robs with a nice headshot onto Exertion, and suddenly Vitality are out on the yard. Can they make their way across now? A 3 versus 2 situation post-nade. It is just a Tech 9 now for Torsi. Can he hold on? Great flick shot there from Torsi. My goodness, gets a second one, but there is still 1 player left. ZywOo in there to save Vitality from a desperate situation. And as you don't often see the T side that has that much control actually able to lose around like that.
No, we would almost need to see like a replay of like almost every single kill in the round just to understand what was going on there. There's every chance MOUZ even get the first kill on the retake. They have the grenades. The clock is already run down quite far. I'm actually really shocked that Vitality find a way back into that one. I feel like that should have been over. That's easily one of the more important rounds here in the seventh, if not maybe the most important round in the second half so far.
And the danger doesn't stop there, because you might in one world think, oh, you know, they won that round, they've won a couple in a row, but they're taking so many losses here, Vitality, that their money is completely stretched. They're going to be going into the next round with 2 MP9s, AWP, and 2 M4s. And maybe the MP9s to just ensure, well, it is to ensure that they can have full util, which is obviously so critical on this map. The MP9 also performing really well in these close ranges, of which you have a lot of to play on train here. So MOUZ, not with as good of a buy, but in a super dangerous team. We've got the single AK on Exertion.
Yeah, you really can't count them out. Jimmy's still going to be playing down by Ivy. It's weird that we still haven't seen any real CT aggression. I mean, Jimmy did, I think, once in the first half, but nobody else really wants to give it a shot here. Deagle to play around with. Looks like they're going straight to the B ramp once again. Bit of a more challenging position this time. Robs is up on that same position that Spinks was holding when he was on the CT side. Again, you can throw Molotovs from the other side of this hut if you want to get rid of it. Some damage already through on the Spinks. Just tickling him a little bit through the smoke here. Nice flashes, but it's not going to stop Saiwu. Lands the shot straight across the B yard. Nearly a second one, but lucky to be alive as they do get onto the site as well. Torshi, can he get the bomb plant here? They're going to burn alive. Saiwu actually does go down. Apex, 1 in return, still 50 seconds, and a 1 versus 3. And Jimmy, nice headshot. We need about 2 more of those, and Rops is going to be the first up to take a swing, and he'll land that, knock him out.
It feels like one of the more calm rounds of Vitality in terms of it's just one big fight and they manage to eventually win it, but still they end up losing 3 players. And we've talked about the math several times so far this tournament, Anders, and we can be certain that the economy is still not growing for Vitality. They can replace a lot of the weapons, especially as they had a couple MP9s on board, but again, if they lose a single round, their economy is ruined. So they are playing against that tension constantly, every single round. But at least this time, MOUZ stuck on pistols. Tech9, Deagles.
Oh, yeah, you want to get out of there? Oh, no. He jumped into the ceiling. He could have easily died, and who knows what would have happened behind that. But yeah, you're right. Backs to the wall when it comes to the economy. MOUZ would love to put a little bit more pressure on here. They catch Mezzi. He's had a real tough time on train, by the way. Flames, though, will bring it back swiftly, and I think that'll be all it takes in this one, either by grenade or by AK. There was going to be a kill towards the end by the E-Box. 11-8. They're 2 rounds away from setting another record here. Unseating Liquid from that position. And also, I mean, the grudge match between these 2 teams, it's becoming something really exciting.
Oh, there's no doubt. And I mean, the economy now looks a little bit better for Vitality after that win compared to some of the previous scenarios. Still not amazing, but MOUZ will have a full buy here. All AKs, all nades on deck for them. And if Vitality are able to pick this one up, they're going to be in such a good position to close down the game. Team main spot, they're just going to bully their way through here, and straight into the yard, and the smokes are going to allow them to scale further out. This is a problem here. Mezzi's been lost, Vitality in trouble.
Yeah, great entries. Trading 2 for 1 at the start, even if Jimmy did get dropped low a little bit early on with the spam through the smoke. 1 player down, Flames up here, right in that face. He's going to get the first one, but Torshi pre-firing it. Brolan, he dies through the smoke. Saiwu, he's always able to get those kind of kills. I don't know if Robs could see the top of his head there. With the X-ray, it looked like it was possible, but you never really know. When Saiwu's ready, Deagle in hand, and hiding in the corner, him and Torshi. This could easily be the round that settles this one, and with it, maybe the whole map to go. He does get the headshot, and it's all on Spinks against Saiwu, who's already low, and the bomb's ticking away, though. Smoke, not going to bother him at all. Grenade to blow it open. They don't really know. Now they know. They spotted him out. They tapped the bomb. It's going to force him out into it. He has to take the swing, and Rops will stop him in his tracks. It's once again close. So many rounds where it's down to these 1 versus 2s, but Vitality are winning them, and that puts them on series point.
Insane stuff there from Vitality. Again, they were put in a horrendous situation there. MOUZ, to their credit, with the util, were able to scale so deep onto the site. All the defensive positions for Vitality were kind of broken up. You know, the goal for the CTs on these outer yard holds is often to get these lines of sight where you can play off of one another. The util breaks that up effectively from MOUZ, but still, that smoke kill that ZywOo got, that feels actually so instrumental, because imagine if they're trying to go into a 2 versus 3 there instead.
Yeah.
That's a completely different story there. So ZywOo, he has been so instrumental in Vitality's ability to be ahead here on Train.
Yeah, he's up to 19 kills. Apex having one of his games. There's always at least one in a tournament, maybe 2, where he is somehow playing, way above what we expect, which is super fun. The fact that Mezzi's at 3 kills almost doesn't even matter. It's like, who cares? The rest of them are all playing super well. And he is also playing some of the harder positions in general, so that's probably worth pointing out. 4-round gap here.
Yeah, push.
Yeah,
That's what you talked about.
we wanted it. We're going to get at least 1 here. The follow-up is there for Mezzi. Fantastic trade.
And funny, yeah, Mezzi getting some action there, but it's a 3 versus 2 here. Still a chance here for MOUZ. Well, maybe a little bit less so here, Anders. Just 1 player left. Spinks to save it all.
Now, Dan, you brought up this point earlier about, the difference between getting close and actually closing a game. This is how you do it. You smack the door right in their face, pushing down, leaving no chance for MOUZ to really make any decisions in this final round. Spinks against his former organization now, trying to see if he could win a 1 versus 3, but they know where he is. He got the kill. They can just keep this unlocked. They've got the bomb and everything. You couldn't get more stacked against him. He has to make the way down, just tiptoes down the stairs in the middle of the night. He's not here for cookies, though. He's here to try and get the kills, and they're waiting for him on the other side. Vitality, they'll break the streak. 23 matches in a row as they destroy MOUZ on this final one on Train.
Every single time Vitality takes on the server right now, they're trying to rewrite Counter-Strike history, and today with this victory against MOUZ, they're getting 1 step closer, Dust.
Indeed, they have now secured the tied spot with Liquid in the #2 all-time for 23 series in a row. So after 6 years of that really holding the line, we have a new level of dominance being attained by Vitality in an era where you're playing more BO3s, you're playing more BO5s. It is so impressive what they have accomplished.
They looked almost unbeatable at times, Dupuy, and even when they look beatable, they always find a way back into the games. Right now, Vitality, undisputed the best in the world. Only compliments from here.
No, well, I think there's so many things to, they just have so many different players that can just step it up. We saw Apex specifically in the last map here in Train, where he just decided to take matters into his own hand, setting the pace, and he's so good at getting the most out of his players, and obviously having Robs inside, we're just stepping it up pretty much every single time and getting all the entry frags and just constantly making it hard. And all the rounds that we saw, it was very hard for us to find a round where it was not difficult for MOUZ, even when Vitality was simply sitting on pistols. So what Vitality is doing right now, they're simply putting up a really great fight for becoming the best team ever, in some sense.
Speaking of one of the players, we're joined by Robs here on the desk after another victory. I guess it almost gets too easy for you guys at some point. 23 in a row, how does that feel?
Today wasn't easy, but if you look at it in hindsight, yes, 23. What can I say?
Well, it's a pretty good start for your whole Vitality career, obviously. You've been in the team now for quite some months, and I remember your first loss was in this studio as well. Ever since, you never looked back. What is it that makes you guys so goddamn good?
ZywOo.
That does help.
I think the individual form is everyone is peaking, I think, in terms of individual excellence. I mean, we have Apex playing out of his mind as an IGL. I think he's having a lot of good events back to back, and that's, I think, contributing to the wins he's calling as well. And yes, it didn't start so well. We lost here to Eternal Fire, so it was kind of odd to lose 1 match here in the beginning of the year, and now we're already dominating. So it's surprising as well.
I don't think I'm stepping on your toes by saying that your final months in FaZe weren't necessarily the best for you individually. There was some events where you didn't play up to par, and then ever since you came into Vitality, you seem reignited. Did you just need a fresh breath of air, or what's going on with you? Because personally, you're also playing some of your best Counter-Strike right now.
I think I definitely stepped it up, but I think it goes without saying, if you're a lurker, it's sometimes rough if you're having a rough time with the team. So it was also my fault back then in 2024, but I think this year, yes, coming into a team which is just in form and finding my own game as well within this team, I think it's the reason why.
Now, when you were watching from afar Vitality last year, they were a very consistent team. They just didn't have any trophies in the cabinet. What did you kind of see that you could bring to the table to kind of change that for them? Because now you've won 4 titles in a row and you're looking for a 5th.
They just needed a guy like me. I mean, I saw it when they were discussing about, if Spinks is going to leave or not. And then, you know, when we were in FaZe back in 2024, we faced Vitality. Of course, we won them in the majors, but other than that, we got destroyed more or less. And yeah, that's why I was looking at this team and was like, yeah, if I have an opportunity, then of course I would like to join this team. I mean, let's be honest, outside of the majors, yes, I think they shit on us quite a lot.
And you recently claimed a championship in Melbourne and also securing your second Grand Slam. How does that feel? And how does it feel for the team? Did it feel that the team was impacted by the fact that you were so close to winning another Grand Slam, or was winning the first one for the team itself? But did it actually feel like something came off your shoulders getting that one out of the way, and now you only have to kind of focus on getting that streak going?
Oh yeah, it definitely lifts some pressure off when you get the Grand Slam on the first chance, and you know, it was a bit of nerves when you are getting into the playoffs in Melbourne and you are getting closer and closer. 2 matches left, 1 match left. Then it's getting more and more pressure. But yes, as you say, it's definitely good to get it out of the way. We will be looking forward to the major. That's the next step, the goal, the big goal. But for now, we're winning. We have a win streak, and that's something we want to keep as well.
And then I'm curious, what are you going to spend your money on now you got so much money from the Grand Slam? Are you going to buy another car?
Yeah, give me 5.
Oh, damn.
5, okay, snap. How much does the win streak mean to you guys? I know titles mean a lot, the Grand Slam means a lot, the major means a lot, but how much does it mean to actually try to go down all time as the team that's won the most series in a row?
Oh, it's a tough question. I think it's something, you know, we don't really realize how big this actually is, like doing this in the year we are in. Like, you know, you don't see this sort of dominance. Obviously, Astralis did it back in the days, which elevated the game. I don't think we're really, you know, elevating the game in that sort of sense, but we are just really, yeah, as I said, we're in form. And players are playing good. And I think if we can take the one more above Liquid and be number 2 in the history, I think it's gonna be, everyone's gonna be happy and it's gonna be looked back on for sure.
Now, one thing is the win streak. One thing is you guys obviously zooming out on all the big goals, but you're here to win this tournament at the Blast Rivals. Now, do you consider MOUZ as your biggest threat, or are you looking towards Falcons? You're looking towards Spirit? Who's the team that could potentially ruin that for you guys?
I think someone said it well. I think it's mostly just Spirit right now, just due to the jet lag. So,
okay.
you know, MOUZ is up there. Falcons is definitely up there from Melbourne. But I think, yeah, Spirit have got a good rest before this tournament, and I think that's the reason we have to be careful if we match them. So, yeah, we'll see.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us at the desk, and best of luck, sorry, for the rest of the tournament as well to you guys. Obviously, that means the Vitality are moving into the winners side of the bracket. MOUZ will drop down into what could potentially be an elimination game. They're still alive in the tournament, so no worries on that behalf. But let's be honest, Peter, with the way they're playing right now, it's hard not to imagine Vitality being part of another final.
Definitely. I mean, like the way they're coming in, you know, they know what they're about to create in history. You know, they are aiming for it, but at the same time, it's also something they try not to rely on. They don't want to put too much pressure on themselves, but I think there's also going to be a little bit of pressure. There was pressure today. There's going to be pressure the next one. So obviously, I think that, you know, they're in a good spot. As Rob's also mentioned, like they are playing extremely well. So it's going to be interesting to see how things are going to pan out for the rest of the games.
All right, we've spoken to a winner. We're also going to speak to a loser. Unfortunately, Spinks, it's not the first time you're trying this. You played against Vitality quite a lot lately, and you just can't seem to get it done. You're getting close, but not quite there.
Yeah, we are getting close. But before we start, can I say hello to my boy Peter?
Come give me a hug, big boy. Hey, my friend. Good to see you. Careful with the court.
All right. He actually he told us his gut feeling said that you were going to win today. So he said that he's 90% sure that was going to happen. He was wrong?
He was wrong, unfortunately. And what is this jacket, Pimp? Come on.
What do you mean?
It's... okay.
No, break it down for us. All right.
Yeah, the jacket is really yellow.
Okay.
It's even more
He
yellow.
pulls it off, though. He pulls it off, I feel like.
Is that a problem for you? Or?
No. It's fine. They beat me every time, but it's fine. Yeah, we are getting there. I feel like we are getting better.
Yeah.
They're still above us. And of course, it's not the best feeling, but we are still in the tournament. We didn't fuck up like we did against Falcons, so we just focus on quarters tomorrow, and I just hope one day we will be able to beat them.
Is it frustrating that you can't seem to get it done? Because as you said, you are getting closer. We've seen some close matchups as well. Or you seem to be in a pretty good mood still. You can laugh about it still.
Yeah, I'm still in a good mood. We are still in the tournament, so we can still win it. But yeah, it's really annoying for me just to keep losing. I think it's annoying for the entire team. And we always feel like we are so close to win it, and then some round suddenly Zayu just get like these 2 extra kills, and then it's again like fuck, it's happening again. Yeah. But I hope one day it won't.
Hey, we've been on the good side when it happened. It's like who got those kills for us, so we know how it is.
Yeah. It's not nice on the other side.
No, I can imagine.
But yeah.
So I know this might be like a tougher question to answer, but what is it? Is it Vitality or is it Inferno? Like, what do you think is the bigger factor in this particular matchup that has kind of caused you so much trouble?
I don't think it's Vitality why we lost Inferno. I think we played better than we did yesterday. I felt we were really close on the city round, and they just won on the last 5 seconds. I felt like 4 buy rounds. And if maybe one guy get an extra kill or one thing go towards our direction, I felt like we would win it and maybe better economy. But of course, Inferno is not our favorite map, but I think we will get there.
And then the follow-up to this is like, with Train being the decider, was a decider the last time you guys played at Lisbon as well, and same result obviously here. What do you think about the approach to Train right now? Because it seems like people are still trying to kind of figure it out, I feel like.
Of course, I think no one knows yet the full meta for Train. You see every game something changing up. And yeah, I think I felt we will have this one. Especially on Train. We had the lead. But again, we suddenly lose a round and it's all over again.
More of a general question now that you've moved to MOUZ, but from Vitality, a team that we both played in. How has it been for you to get up in like a new role and go into a team where you come with a lot of experience from the Vitality team, and then going into I wouldn't say reinvent yourself, but actually see yourself in kind of a new role? And also, how has it been to see Vitality get that much success after you've now left the team?
I knew they will be successful, especially Robs. We all know how good is he. And they are really a strong team. Like, they have top players in every position almost. I knew they will be good. I didn't know they will be that good. I don't know how much win streak they have and Grand Slam. And of course, I'm not so happy about them doing that good. But at the same time, I've been with these guys for a long time, and I know they deserve it. So it's a mixed feelings. And about MOUZ, I think the team did pretty good job, like helping me being in the team and adapting to the roles. I think some positions it's still not 100%. I feel like I can do better. But overall, we are getting there, and still need a bit of time to be better than this.
And that's a follow-up question for me as well. You speak about your individual level. At Melbourne, you played well, but I feel there's still more in store for you. Are you getting closer and closer to feeling more accustomed to the team?
Yeah, I always feel like I can do better. I don't think I reached my peak here in MOUZ. I'm expecting to do better, but I don't know. Time will tell.
Time will tell. You're still alive in the tournament as well, and that is a very important thing, obviously, for you guys to stay focused on. Vitality is one team. Maybe you can't beat them just now, but Spirit, Falcons, the competition is getting steeper and steeper. Are you afraid that you may have missed your window of opportunity to win more stuff?
No, I believe in our team. Of course, Spirit are definitely a good team. Falcons now coming up as one of the best teams in the world. But I still believe you can win tournaments. This is the goal of this team. And I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but we believe you can do it.
A quick question for me is, and this is not a roster change I'm asking about. I'm asking, do you think that the team needs to make a change in the sense of like maybe how you're approaching the veto, or maybe is there a position swap that needs to happen, or do you think it's more just about polishing what you already have?
Not yet. I don't think we are talking about position swaps or anything like this. I think we know what we are weak on right now, and we are working to make it better. And no, I don't think we have a strong change or anything that suddenly will make us be better. I think it's just us keeping working, and I think we fuck up usually on the small details.
There you go. Okay.
All righty. Thank you so much for joining us, Spinks. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. As you said, you're still alive.
Thank you very much.
There we go. That means that we can, I guess, get you guys up to speed with what's been going on today so far. Obviously, MOUZ taking another L to Vitality. When I say it out loud, it's not that surprising, but I do feel for MOUZ a little bit. They're getting closer and closer, but it's now been 5 times in a row that Spinks couldn't get it done against his ex-teammates. It also gives us an updated situation at the tournament. Vitality are moving one step closer, winning another trophy, as you can see here, illustrated in Group A. They now find themselves in a very good position, heading straight into the semi-final. Whereas for Wildcard, well, they still have to stay alive, which they did today by beating paIN. So Group A concluded. Looks good so far, not too big of a surprise. Group B as well. I guess when we look at that, just not too many surprises here either.
No, Spirit and Falcons are certainly the favorites to move on to that winners match, but I really couldn't tell you where that's going. I mean, I think that's going to be crazy. We've seen Falcons accelerate so much, even before MOUZ got there with the win at Bucharest, but then obviously we want to see making the Melbourne Grand Finals and really pushing Vitality to their limits. So the fact that they have had such a crazy, upcharge against the Spirit team we saw sit some events out, like I actually don't know how that matchup plays out, to be honest.
And I think it's interesting to see that obviously we have Vitality just knocking everyone's door and killing everyone, and then we have the three contesters in terms of Falcons and Spirit and MOUZ trying to get in there and trying to be the one that knocks them off the throne. We even heard Sonny say that their main goal all of a sudden is to knock Vitality off the throne. That is a coach that has been winning everything and winning majors. Now he just wants to dethrone Vitality and show that he can create a team that is equally good, if not better. So there's a lot on the line for these teams. And Vitality is constantly on the run for not being beaten, and all the other teams are just constantly trying to catch up. So we're also in an interesting phase right now where we actually have 4 teams playing extremely high-level Counter-Strike, whereas maybe like the teams within like the 5 to 15 maybe are struggling a little bit more. Like you do have these 4 elite teams just showing off way better signs.
I very much like that sentiment. The quality of Counter-Strike is very high. Now, one thing I also do like is that we're only halfway through the day. We only played 2 games of Counter-Strike so far. We still have 2 more games coming your way, which gives us the schedule for the rest of the day, which we can look forward to as well. We touched upon it a little already. Obviously, Wildcard, they beat paIN, eliminated paIN from the tournament. Vitality took down MOUZ, as we just seen, but we still have 2 more games coming up. FaZe versus FlyQuest in an elimination game, and then obviously Falcons versus Spirit. If we start with FaZe, FlyQuest, one team will have to leave the tournament today. Dust, is that going to be FaZe with another massive loss, or do you think they still had it in them to at least beat FlyQuest?
Dude, there's no way they slipped that far. Like, I feel like if they have, you almost have to like consider something before the major. Like, I really do. Like, I'm dead serious about that. But yeah, I just don't think it's gotten that bad yet.
And Peter, for you, the big game of the night, Falcons versus Spirit. Arguably, 2 contenders to be taking MOUZ place as the second best team in the world. Who do you see as the stronger one at the moment?
I think it's super hard to see who's the strong one. I mean, I kind of probably have to give it to Spirit. They have shown better results in a longer period. Yeah, sure, Falcons just managed to almost win in Melbourne and has been increasingly gotten a lot better after adding Minus and Nico, obviously. But I still think that Spirit maybe had the deeper map and not the play pool and also map pool. And I think they also go into the series maybe a little bit more rested, not having played for a while. That's also what Rob's touched upon, that they actually feel like Spirit is maybe the team that they are a little bit, I wouldn't say scared of, but it's a team that they fear is actually capable of doing because they've had their time to maybe dwell into becoming better in certain scenarios, and also the whole like exhaustion factor of them having had a break, is also going to pay in. So I think, overall, I think Spirit is going to be taking this series, but it's going to be close to 2-1.
Maybe that's the key to win the Blast Rivals. Avoid jet lag. Make sure you're ready. Make sure you're fresh. Regardless, one thing I know for certain is that we have some cool Counter-Strike coming your way. Obviously, FaZe playing to stay alive in the tournament up against FlyQuest, and then Spirit versus Falcons. You have Monacy, you have Nico, you have Dunk, all on the same server. It's prone to be a good night. We're going to take a short break, and once you're back, it's going to be with the new crew to guide you through the next 2 games here at the Blast Rivals 2025, live from Copenhagen.
Oh no, I won't remember anything, man.
Oh, it's an old one? Has to be.
It's Train, it's Forest, it's MIBR. I know the time range when it was.
I don't remember this clip. 100% it's not 2014, it's not 2015, it's not 16 because Luminosity was still exist at that time. So it has to be around like 2017, 2018.
It should be 2018 or 2019.
Yeah, it's 2017-18.
Okay, let's say it's 2018, yeah? What major you had in 2018? Can you give me any guess?
I don't know why. I'll just say the E-League Atlanta 2017.
It's IM Katowice, yeah.
Face It Major?
Face It Major, perhaps? Okay, nice.
Yeah. Face It, no, London! Oh my god, what am I saying? Wait, 2019 was ESL Katowice.
Unlucky.
That was the only one I knew from 2018.
Civics against Astralis, not against NIP, or Astralis, obviously.
100% they won this major.
Let's see what he does. I don't seem to remember this from the top of my head.
But it was in 2018 then. Has to be 19.
I think the guy has pretty good movement. It was Blast Paris.
I have no idea.
I don't know. Let's say it's 2018 Face It London again.
I'm not sure, but this one. It's 2019 Star Ladder Major in Berlin, maybe?
It's IM Katowice 2019.
Of course, man. I don't know.
Oh, there was major in Katowice?
Yeah.
Got the year at least.
Well, if it's Perfecto for Navi, there's not many options.
He's gonna kill 4 guys in long.
Oh, I remember that play.
I don't know. BGL Krakow 2017.
I think it just has to be 2021 PGL Stockholm major. Stockholm, 2021.
This is PGL Stockholm 2021. Navi won this major.
So that's why they won the major. Only because of that play.
At least I know this. It's a new generation, no?
Oh, I remember the play. Okay, yeah, that's a good one.
James overpass. Okay.
The clip, I actually do remember. Missed the smoke and winning the clutch. Oh my god.
What I didn't say a Berlin major.
Yeah, this was, I think, fairly recent. Could it be 2022 IAM Rio major? Rio major. I have my answer.
I'm telling you, everything what I remember, it's like 3 years ago. It's 2022 IAM Rio major. That was quick.
I don't think I'll ever enjoy any other breakfast more than the UK breakfast.
We just have to shoot really good and 5 rifles.
But a woman help a lot for that, I think.
Hey, I'm MOUZ from U2, and today we're gonna play Question Chained.
So the game works like this. I get a question from a player, and I have to give a question to another player. And I have to answer, of course, whatever I get.
Hey Vinny, this is a question for you. What's the best tournament you play with Furia?
It's a hard question, honestly, because we had some good runs in different tournaments. I'll probably say our best tournament back in the day is reaching the finals in ECS. My question for Ster is, how is it to play with the gold device?
I mean, I think I thought about it more when I joined the team, you know, when I only played FaZe with him. I think, of course, now when you get to know him and like be friends with him, then it's normal, so to say. Just a pleasure, and he's a very nice person, so it's very enjoyable. Spings, I got a question for you. Do you believe that you can make an Israeli super team one day with the players you got right now?
Good question. If I had to create a super team with the Israeli players we have right now in the scene. I think individual, we have what it takes, all of us, but we are missing 2 important pieces, which is a AVP player and then IGL. I believe in the future we will have an IGL because we gain so much experience. About the AVP part, maybe we just have to shoot really good and 5 rifles, and that's it. So my question is from Major, from Eternal Fire. How do you balance your family life with CS career?
Oh, it's a good question, Spinks, brother. Finding the balance between my work and my family life when you are an esport player, professional player, it's a little difficult. What the most important is, I think, your wife, your partner. She needs to accept that you will not be home a lot. The balance is difficult to find for a man, like I think working and finding the right balance, but a woman help a lot for that, I think. So Malps, do you have the same freedom that you had in M18 now in G2?
First of all, thank you, Major, for the question. I would say yes, of course I had more freedom, and I would say it's because we were more inexperienced and I was calling whenever I wanted, whatever I wanted. And here now I think we're trying to play more like correct CS, and people are over-calling me sometimes and that kind of stuff, so I'm just playing more passive sometimes than I would in M80. Hey, my question for Messi is, when you join Vitality, do you enjoy more European breakfast more than the UK breakfast?
It's a good question from Malbs. I don't think I'll ever enjoy any other breakfast more than the UK breakfast, for sure. I think UK breakfast is top tier, it's S tier. There's no chance any European, NA, nowhere breakfast, nowhere is better than the UK, for sure. So that was Questions Chained. Thanks for watching. I'm the last one, so no questions from me, but I'll see you in the next one.
FaZe and FlyQuest, 2 teams that have maybe grown a bit too used to seeing Fs in the chat of late, but today one of them has to walk out of here with a W. We're here at the Blast Rivals. It's been warm-up games to this point, just a little bout in the cage, but now we're getting bloody. We got some broken noses, and it's elimination, knockout on the line. Got to get it going here and now, and joining me on this desk, on this table. I got a couple of knockout stunners myself. We got Vu, we got Maui Snake coming on through. How we feeling today, boys?
Can't complain. I mean, we got some good games. We've got FaZe versus FlyQuest. Should be over pretty quickly so that we can get to the really good game afterwards.
We just had
a heater.
We just had the good game.
Oh, true.
Okay,
true.
the streak is alive, Mike. The streak is alive.
History.
History is being made right before our very eyes. Not in this one, though. Not in this one.
This could be historic. This could be historic.
That's actually true. That's actually true.
History has winners. History has losers. The downtrend also reflects the might of the Empire once upon a time, and it has certainly been a downtrend. But first, we'll talk about a team that might be on the ascent, FlyQuest. Starting to find some footing on home soil, maybe bringing that into this matchup here.
You could say that. The recent win that they found at IEM Melbourne over Virtus Pro, for example, was probably the brightest sign we've seen from this roster this year. And now when we look at this FlyQuest team and how they've retooled themselves from last year where they were playing with the full Aussie core, you can see that there is a little bit of hope in Regali, in Netic. There's some moments for them where I'm not saying that I'm really sold on this roster punching up to become like a top 8 team or anything like that, but they're sticking a fight to teams, European teams at that, in a way that I don't even think the last one really necessarily did.
Yeah, I think they made a lot of the right moves. I mean, Regali's been looking really good so far. Netic has been around. It's a surprise it took him so long to get picked up onto a team of this level, and they definitely have potential, but I don't know if it's going to show up for another. It might take a month or two.
The high praise. Regali has been looking good. Netic has been around.
I've just been surprised because he's been so impressive for so long, kind of in that second tier in Australia. I can't believe it's taken so long.
It is perhaps a bit surprising, but if we lean into what we've seen from them, do we think, even with some of the concerns we've seen from FaZe, that there is a strong chance here for FlyQuest?
Strong chance might be a bit too bold, but if you just kind of look at the teams that they've beaten this year, there is a positive trend for FlyQuest. The one where at the beginning of the year, they were able in the BLAST Bounty to beat an MIBR team who was almost a top 10 team. Then they've beaten a paIN Gaming team, a Virtus Pro team, most recently at IEM Melbourne. In terms of world ranking, FaZe has slipped down to a point now where it actually feels like this is a bout which is not really as much of a mismatch as you would have said maybe a year ago, maybe 6 months ago.
Look, I mean, FaZe have lost to Gamer Legion, they've lost to Complexity, they've lost to Astralis, and you would believe me if I said they lost to FlyQuest if you didn't look at the stats. But I don't think they're going to win. I don't think they're going to win. They have a chance, but I just don't see it happening.
But a chance may be all that they need to find out how they're feeling. I talked to Liaz. Now, you did get that dub over VP over in Melbourne. It feels like for you guys, sometimes the big names, the big top 10 teams have been a stumbling block where we don't necessarily see the best face. Is that something that you think is changing now? Is it just maybe a little self-belief that needs to come in for those matchups?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, if you look at Spirit and Vitality and shit, they just have noob stompers on their team. And it's like, you know, your Zywus and your Donks, the guys that are just going to run over you and disrespect you. I feel like when we're against a team where, you know, the established players, they give you respect when you're playing, they try and beat you strategically. I feel like that's when we get a shoe-in, we have a chance at winning. So FaZe are a bit like that. I think we can, might be able to shit on them, who knows.
Might be able to shit on them. Maybe no noob stoppers present? How do we rate that?
That's kind of a crazy characterization coming from Liaz there of how he sees people like Zywoo and Donk. Donk, I get it, but Zywoo is a guy where he doesn't really flex on his opponents all too much. That's the whole premise of the cultural impact take. He's not, yes, he has good stats by the end, but he's not playing purely disrespectful CS. He's just playing extremely well thought out, no kinks in it Counter-Strike, like flawless CS. So I get what he means by that when he looks at this FaZe team. Like, they don't have a player that's a superstar, top 10 in the world guy right now, but that doesn't mean that they're still not a class above you.
Yeah, I mean, I think when he says noob stompers, he means really good players, in which case FaZe does have a couple. I mean, maybe not Donk level, but I mean, Frozen and Elige are, I would call them noob stompers. I mean, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, Elige has spent a lot of time in North America. We've got some of those over there. But I want to move the conversation in a different direction here on FlyQuest, right? Because we've talked about their new additions. They're nice pieces individually, but the big change for this roster is the change in the leadership. In's taking up that IGL role with Dexter headed towards that bench. What do we think of it so far?
So one of the biggest problems with FlyQuest, they are 30th of 30 in the top 30 on T side. they've had respectable CT sides. Even if you look at their game against Spirit, they got blown out map 1, but they got 9 rounds mainly because they had a solid CT side. They need a strong T side, new IGL, great way to do that.
You say that, but the percentages in terms of T-side round win percentage have actually gone down. Even though with, with Dexter at the beginning of the year, like everything's actually just gone down by a smidgen. Like at the beginning of the year, it was something like 48% on their CT, 48% on their T. Now it's just 46 for both of those numbers since INS has actually become the in-game leader. So it's really like the worst phrase ever is just, they do need more time with INS as the in-game leader, but at least he's in-game led before. So at least there's some experience that he can draw on. Like he's not doing this from a completely fresh slate and just getting accustomed to the role for the very first time.
Well, we can hear from him in his own words. We've got INS. Liaz told me that you used to wrestle snakes at your house in Brisbane. Are you ready to defang FaZe today?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. That's always the plan. Hopefully defang them. But it'll be a tough matchup for us, but we're confident going into it.
Now, this is a FaZe that's struggling, but I mean, for you, you've just picked back up that mantle of IGLing. You've got a guy on the other side who's an absolute legend when it comes to the concept. Are you looking forward to matching wits with Kerrigan today?
I mean, obviously, someone that I've looked up to, especially coming back into the IGL role. Like, watched a lot of his stuff and it's an inspiration to many, but it's going to be, I mean, I feel like I can do it, and it just relies on individuals as well at the end of the day.
Now, with those individuals, with your team, with the shape that you guys have been in, do you think this one is going to be comfortable? Who's going to be the key for you? Who are you trying to get active going into the server right off bat?
I think it's everyone, mostly, like trying to get output out of everyone and be consistent across the board. I think it's important that we have everyone just playing confident, but also keeping in mind like that it's FaZe. Even though it's FaZe, we can still beat them at the end of the day. They're legends, but as you said, they're not in good form as well. So it's just up to us on the day. That's it.
Do you ever feel like with your team, sometimes when there's those legends, when there's those top-end names, there's a little bit of that fear factor where you're almost trying to deflate expectations beforehand that maybe even limits what you're capable of doing?
I don't think so. I think it's actually better for us to be underdogs, like having the underdog mentality. It's just about being confident. And yeah, I think if we're confident and like consistent with our comms, we can beat anyone, I think.
Confident and consistent. Some of the keys to Counter-Strike. I also appreciate that we always get a contribution from Apex in those interviews. He's just a big INS fan in the background there. What do we think? What do we think of his answers?
I don't know if I really actually buy the whole idea of just getting the individuals activated and that it just comes down to them, because if you go pound for pound with individuals on FaZe Clan, you're going to lose 10 out of 10 times. So I want to see a system from FlyQuest. I want to see that they have some idea of how to anti-strat, how to tactically beat FaZe, who has been having a tough time. And I wish that INS said that there was a little bit more up their sleeves other than just hoping that people like Vexite and Liaz pop off, which has just kind of not been the case for the entire year.
Yeah, I mean, they said if all 5 players show up, they can beat anyone. I'm not quite convinced that's necessarily the case, because if all 5 players show up from FaZe, they should have no chance.
Before we move on to the other side of the server, because there's a lot of conversation to be had there, one more thought. You were mentioning give them time, they need more time. How much time? It's a conversation for both these teams. How much time is enough time?
I think you can give them at least a couple months before you start to reconsider, because they made some really good moves. They're looking up. They've got Netic. Netic needs a little bit of time. You've got INS going back to IGLing, needs a bit of time. Regali's looked good. I feel like they've done all the right moves, and I just want to let them cook.
Let them cook, let it simmer, let the bread prove. But there's a lot of proof that's needed from the other side. Let's talk about FaZe. Kerrigan, FaZe, it's been tough for them.
It's obviously not been the smooth sailing road or seas that FaZe would have wanted going into this. And usually, for me, when I see a roster, I think, okay, what do the first 3 months look like? For Kerrigan teams, I actually try to shorten that because he's usually so good at finding answers so quickly. It's been 3 months now, and there's been practically no answers. Best finish for this team, 3rd place at a PGL Bucharest that had a slightly weaker level of competition. And then when you see them in the tournaments that actually have the top 3, 4, 5 teams in the world, they're getting blown out of the water. They're not even making the playoffs, generally speaking. The chemistry for this team is far and away the worst I've seen from any FaZe Clan roster for the past 3 years. So this is a huge problem that they, to me, aren't even really getting close to fixing.
And I mean, the concerning part, it's not even what's on the server, which is very concerning. I'm very concerned. They go in interviews, Kerrigan and Neo both said, we're just not sure what's going on. What's going wrong? We're doing the same thing and it's just not working. That's terrifying.
Terrifying indeed. And I mean, we had the interview yesterday with Elige where it's like, we can't get down into the cycle. We can't get too down on ourselves. Otherwise, you can't pull out of that tailspin. Definitely time to sound the alarm bells for FaZe, no?
Absolutely. And for a guy like Kerrigan, who still is trying to prove his case as the GOAT in-game leader, like he had a Reflections with Thorin a while back, like about a year ago, and he still talked about the fact that every consecutive tournament, he's trying to prove that he's catching up to Glaive, that he's trying to build a legacy, that there's still something more for him here. But this roster has been, in a weird way, one of the worst in terms of his resume, because I don't know if he's ever going to catch Glaive in terms of the amount of trophies, but narrative reasons have actually built the Kerrigan case for the GOAT IGL. The fact that he has made so many various rosters, successful, world #1. This one didn't feel like an anomaly in terms of it being extraordinarily difficult, and yet has only proved to be his hardest challenge of the past 3+ years.
Yeah, I mean, Kerrigan's one of the only IGLs that has taken multiple rosters and done well with them. That's always been the argument for why he's the GOAT. And now he's finally found a roster that he's really struggling with. And it's not a roster that has bad firepower. Like if he struggled with Envy back in the day when he went to a North American roster, sure, this is a team he needs to make work.
It is. It is indeed. And I mean, if we're talking about Glaive, I mean, that was super team classic situation. He's struggling to get this super team going, isn't he, Kerrigan?
Kerrigan's just been in a problem recently where it's just been all these almosts. He almost won the major in Shanghai, almost won the major in Copenhagen, and now this is a roster where it's like, you're not even close to almost anymore. You're far and away not getting even remotely onto the podium. So he needs to be able to turn this around sooner than later, because I know everybody says they gear up for the major, but we need to at least see signs going into it that there's a chance.
I would say the almosts for FaZe right now are almost winning a map, almost winning a series. Like I mean, if you look at their last game, they looked good until they just crumble in the most important moments. And I can see why they're confused, because I'm confused. It's great players making weird decisions, and I don't even think that's necessarily on Kerrigan.
I was a little confused as well, which is why I sought some answers. Went to find Neo, asked him what was going on. Particularly on Ancient yesterday. From your perspective, why do you think that one got away from you?
Feels like it's the same story all over again. We get into a good scenario, we are ahead, and then we just lose 1 or 2 rounds, and then it all goes down, and we lose ourselves. So yeah, I felt like we've been there already, and it's not easy to lose the games that you feel like you should have won, or like at least the maps. So losing to yourself is the worst thing ever, and yeah, it happened again.
It did indeed. Let's talk about that Ancient, fellas, because it was not pretty at the end.
I mean, the rounds that they lost in terms of the 5v2 and everything like that are the worst for a coach like Neo to go over. Because when Neo was brought onto this roster, one of the things that FaZe praised him for, and remember, at the beginning of CS2, FaZe were the top dog. They were getting to the grand finals of every single tournament. I think they had something like 5 consecutive wins at tournaments. Like they were just dominating the competition. And so for Neo to go back and say to FaZe, we need to work on fundamentals, it almost feels elementary, rudimentary. Like this is not a conversation he wants to have with the team. Guys, be sure to double peak. That's not what you should be telling a team that's getting paid as much as FaZe Clan is, that has as much experience as FaZe Clan is, and really has the hardware. Like, you shouldn't be telling major winners, guys, can we double peak? Can we play off each other's contact a little bit more? It just feels nonsensical. It feels like, is this really the job that I signed up for? And so I think Neo finds himself in a very weird position where they need to just rebuild from the ground up at this point.
I'll give them a little bit of credit in that they look good enough for the majority of the game, and these breakdowns are what you're talking about. It's a 5v2 where a major or a Grand Slam winner doesn't peak at the right timing. That feels like one of those things where a coach is going to go in and Elige goes, yeah, I know, dude.
Exactly.
I know. You don't need to tell him. So it does feel like maybe there are a couple of good wins. Maybe they just need a good upset to find the confidence to actually bring it together, and they could actually get on a roll at some point, but I don't know when it's going to come.
This is why it feels so frustrating at times to try and diagnose FaZe, right? Because it feels like we're grasping at smoke trails. If you actually look at what's changed, the player who's come in Elige, the numbers have been fine. The numbers have been good even, and yet still it's not working. Why?
I feel like another big problem, and the dialogue that I always resort to with
Start a
FaZe,
dialogue here.
Yeah, we're continuing the dialogue from
Continuing a
yesterday.
dialogue.
Is to me the Brokey conversation, okay? Because Brokey can have his moments. Vu was able to point out yesterday just how he's good up until like the late end stages of a game. Like that's when he crumbles. But I also feel like one thing that Neo has never really had to do is work with an opper like that. When he was with the Virtus Pro lineup, you know, the op shifted hands a handful of times. They almost just use it as like hot potato, like Pasha op for a while. I know Snacks op for a while. I think almost everybody had it except for maybe Bialy at some point in time. Like they all tried it. And I don't think it was necessarily full of solutions. Like it was just people finding a spark to wield the weapon. So I feel like getting the most out of Brokey is something that is a puzzle that Neo also is having trouble with. Because when he came in, he brought strategies. He was bringing tactics, things that help and enable the riflers, not things that are going to set up Brokey to get more opening picks.
I think Brokey is really emblematic of FaZe because you watch his games, he looks good, he gets clutches, he hits shots, and then randomly he misses an easy shot. Randomly he dies to a molly in jungle on Mirage or something. You know, he just does something that makes no sense.
Doesn't make any sense. You know what doesn't usually make sense? Interviewing the manager of a team. But I was in search of answers, and I found Eddie. I've got Eddie here, manager of FaZe. Obviously a tough stint for you guys. You might be the ultimate vibes human being I've ever met. So why can the ultimate vibes guy not fix the vibe in this roster right now?
That's a tough one, you know? I mean, I think everything before the match, we're feeling pretty good. I think during the matches, there are just some unfortunate scenarios, you know, losing like 2v5s or whatever that kind of carry on into the next round. But otherwise, guys are feeling great, you know, feeling confident. A lot of these matches we should be winning, but it's just these weird moments where it kind of tears everything down. But if the guys can pick themselves back up, charge through it, regain that confidence, then you never know what can happen. You know, normally in those scenarios we win, so.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, for those of us behind the scenes, you're almost the embodiment of what FaZe has been. You've been one of the constants on this team for so long, right? And that's sort of the FaZe magic, winning the rounds that you shouldn't, the random Deagle shenanigans to bring a match close. Do you think this team is able to get back to that? Do you think it feels like that's the spark that's missing sometimes, where the rounds that you shouldn't win coming through? Do you think this team can get that magic back?
100%, man. I mean, you see moments when this team is looking really good, and it's just about just harnessing that like magic that we have, and just bringing it into every single round. You know, I mean, I think we're not the same FaZe that you normally see, but you should never count us out because you never know what's gonna happen. Like, just one good moment can bring us right back.
Your boy's gonna mess up FlyQuest on the server?
I mean, you know, this is Counter-Strike. You never know what's going to happen. I think the guys are feeling really confident, though. FlyQuest is a great team. You know, they were looking really good the other day. So I wouldn't say we're going to mess them up, but I think we're going to make it tough for them.
Shout out to Eddie being willing to take that interview. Couldn't quite get him to say they were going to mess up FlyQuest on the server. I tried.
I don't think Eddie is one that's going to be braggadocious or come in with any kind of hothead. He knows who he's got in front of him. He knows that it's just really going to take a spark for FaZe to get back to the levels that they're at. But everything that he said right there actually kind of feeds into the greater narrative that it's just like the problem with FaZe is not really individuals or strategies. It's vibes, which you can actually really more tangibly say is communication. Communication usually is what breaks down when vibes are bad. And if you're not actually talking about how you want to proceed with the next situation, well, then it's going to be hard to make good plans.
Yeah, the one note I'll point on that one is that he talks about the 5v2, but he glosses over and he talks about carrying that into the next round. That's what FaZe, they can have a bad round. They can have a misplay. That's fine. You can't carry it into the next round. And that's what Kerrigan used to be so good at.
He did. He did. I know you guys have impeccable vibes. If you were going to give them a little couples counseling, family counseling, perhaps, what would be your
Go to a
solution
different
here?
counselor. I'm not touching this. There's no chance. Move on.
I would just say, I think the one weird statement that was made, you know how Elige was saying he was going to bring in different communication and shorthand ways. I feel like that, I don't know if that is the whole crux of why the comms and vibes have gotten worse, but just like go back to what they were doing before, because the comms videos of FaZe last year when Kerrigan used to release them were chaotic. It was a mess. It was so much going on. It was almost hard to hear the game at all, even when people are shooting their guns. So I would rather they talk too much than too little as they try to tiptoe around and think about what's the most efficient way to communicate. Just get all of it out there.
If there's one thing, it's that FaZe thrive in the chaos, but we know Elige doesn't. He doesn't thrive in the chaos. He's more of a methodical player. That's kind of where there's this friction that needs to be fixed in FaZe somehow.
How do they do it? How do they do it? We don't know. We don't know that solution. Friction is a little bit of a problem here, but it's time to find out where they're going to be taking that friction, where we're going to hit the rubber to the road, because it's time for the veto. It's always my question, what's going to happen here?
Well, both of these teams like to ban Train, so it's actually going to be kind of interesting to see what the second ban is here. But I think so. Actually, FaZe take out Mirage because FlyQuest took out what is FaZe's normal ban. So they're gonna. That seems like kind of a weird target because FlyQuest like to pick Inferno. I'm a little bit surprised that FaZe didn't use this luxury in the veto to not ban what is FlyQuest's favorite map.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they didn't. FlyQuest actually didn't float Train, knowing that FaZe don't like to play it. But either way, the problem with this is that I was expecting this to go to all of FaZe's most favorite maps, the maps they're most comfortable on. And you're right, FlyQuest happy on Inferno. Maybe it could have been banned, but the reality is these are not uncomfortable maps for FaZe, I think, overall.
So some comfort. I'm going to ask, now that we're getting into the maps, what's FlyQuest's chance here?
FlyQuest needs to win Inferno. It's a map where they've taken down some pretty nice scalps recently. They've looked competitive even against some of the better teams out there. The way that they beat, for example, Virtus Pro at Melbourne, which has been the best win that they've had all year, was just the variety of strategy, the way that they're able to handle so many situations, really strong in post plans too, even in man deficit situations. So I feel like it has to start on their comfort pick, because if you let FaZe get rolling on it, you're just done.
I actually give FaZe a lot of credit, or FlyQuest a lot of credit. I think Nuke is a good map for them. They could actually pick this up.
Well, we've recently gotten to witness some legends of yours back in the ring, courtesy of the Pauls somehow. So let's see if these legends can get a little bit more fight now in the server. We got two legends to take you through the action. Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
Why, thank you, Darth Mike. An excellent job over there on the desk yet again. I'm here with Launders, and that was my Darth impression, but you guys did a great job, and we'll try to do the same over here. Mohan, do you think this game is going to give us something to really get all fired up about?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely, 100%. I do think that this is FaZe are really in a moment where they could see themselves bungling this and just this being the worst series they play in some months. And for FlyQuest, as Inns mentioned, seeing this as an opportunity, trying to draw some confidence, knowing that this isn't the best trend for FaZe in general. I will say that, as Vu talked about, it's confusing because I think that the goalpost for why FaZe are underperforming moves a little bit.
Okay.
There's a constant, and that's Brokey's inconsistency. But it was Rain, but now it's not really Rain. And it was a Liege, but now it's not really a Liege.
Correct.
So it feels like there are, unfortunately, a lot of variables when it comes to what's stopping FaZe. It's not just one single thing. And then bringing it back to Kerrigan, it's really hard to pin it on him, I think, with the visible inconsistency with some of the players who have won the majors and had MVPs and been the best for him for a long time. So what we're gonna do is watch this match and see how they start out, and hopefully we don't get a situation like they did versus Falcons yesterday, where they definitely could have won Ancient at the very minimum.
Right, and then just drop that ball. So I think, one of the big talking points, FlyQuest unable to really break into beating top 10 teams. FaZe currently ranked 9th on HLTV and about to be kicked out of that if they can't string some wins together, because the teams that are right behind them, Liquid, Gamer Legion, Virtus Pro. When you think of those rosters and their recent successes, despite also having inconsistencies, it's like, wake up, FaZe. Time to step it up a notch. Vexite's position gets announced by the Flash. He rattles off some bullets, doesn't connect, gets down into the pit. We've got a CT down there, but also Brokey in from the site's corner. Over towards Library, Liege holds the line, but site gets cleared out in the process, so FlyQuest have enough space to put down bomb guaranteed. We get this short walk up from Frozen. The timing's interesting, that's for sure. Regali on the site keeps his head tucked down, but there's no actual coverage. It's a tough shot for Frozen. Can't really get him out of here. He's just waiting for a chance to do it. Goes for the pit fights, executes the small pit, and he's got a lot of damage in on the other. But Regali's able to shave off a Liege. All's looking good. Regali locks it in with the double off of sight, and it's a FlyQuest pistol round win.
And a lovely round out of Regali, who is rumored to be having a great time fitting into this Australian lineup. Obviously, with the addition of Netic, you know, their ceiling is undiscovered so far, and I think that's the exciting part about being on FlyQuest right now. As long as a team is still making roster moves, then you kind of wait and see if that's the one that makes the difference. And it certainly feels like it's going to be a matter of time for FlyQuest in general. Whereas the strugglesome part about being on FaZe is like you're just trying to get back to your average level, and that's not a fun climb.
No,
you know, that's when you've dropped a few rungs and you're just trying to reach a point that you can be content with.
You're trying to touch the average again while also still reminiscing on the glory days of the peak. You know, tough pill to swallow that you're not at either of those anymore.
Yeah, and seeing your, you know, the player that left go on to set one of the longest streaks in history right after also wouldn't be too much fun.
No, you have to start asking yourselves, were we holding him back?
Yeah, genuinely, to some extent, but it's not as if they didn't achieve a lot with him too, which is always nice to remember. His time on FaZe did count.
Yeah, yeah, that's very fair. He went to being a double Grand Slam winner without them. Slow approach to the A site so far. FaZe obviously with the force, double MP9 still holding on to the frozen smoke over towards the B site. Ooh, well-timed peek out of Elige. And then Rain gets that same second assault going on the other end. The balcony player doesn't actually catch anybody falling into the pit. He's a little preoccupied now. Liaz trying to get this going. He's got to be concerned about sight at the same time, but Kerrigan opts not to peek. Again, they kind of stutter step, but FlyQuest play down to 20 seconds with a smoke in front of him. Frozen's now managed to get all of that utility over to this bomb site. He could end up smoking off the other side. Frozen comes out with the last kill and a 4-spy win. There's FaZe.
Yeah, right back. Yeah, there was no plans to change that around for FlyQuest. Really committed to that A idea, losing some really key duels to Pistols, unfortunately. And, well, there you have it. Momentum gets shifted back instantly. I think for FlyQuest, I'm happy to see that they got a new opper and they tried to change their IGL. I think like those are the two things that could make the most radical difference.
Sure.
With a team, and I think if not for that, I'd be like, okay, well, they might make incremental progress, but there's not going to be a huge change in progress. But right now, he's called for 10 or 11 maps or something like that so far with this new lineup. So this map will definitely, and match will definitely be a lot about learning.
Stuck ahead of the fire there. Nicely done, sectioning off the pack of players of FlyQuest. Kind of forced their hand into it. You know, at least Inz is able to tap back into his past experience as being an in-game leader.
I will also say that Inz was always a sleeper player for FlyQuest in the sense of, at home, he was just a good player, but when he went to international, everybody who they expected to play, above their game, it was actually Inz who always overperformed versus those European teams, which kind of makes me feel like as an IGL, he might have something really special to
offer. Now the question will be, can Netic do the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Somebody who, if you've kept your eyes on Australian Counter-Strike for whatever reason, you would know, sets himself apart. Took him a while to get here, but now a part of the best Australian roster out there, FlyQuest. Win pistol, lose to the force, unable to bounce back because of that utility that just sections everybody off here in round 3. So FaZe convert it 2-1 lead.
They're looking angry, they're looking hungry. Elige had another serviceable match, last game. He had some great spray transfer clips. He was top of the board, even though it was a losing game. Kerrigan averaged, unfortunately, 8 kills per map in almost 2. And that can still happen sometimes, and it'll be fine, but maybe not in that Falcons game, especially not on Ancient.
Damn. Triple grenades down the ramp. Second one is what pushes Netic over the line. And so FaZe not afraid in a round like this versus Pistols to just kind of flex the advantage, get up in their grills. And I think that's one of the things, like when we heard that pregame interview with Liaz, he said, we have a harder time versus teams that have noob stompers. It's the term he used to describe ZywOo and Donk, players that he himself said would kind of just disrespect and force down on you. And he thought that with FaZe, he prefers this matchup because that's not really their style. Round like that, very much in your face. We'll see if it's able to be followed up behind once the guns get going for FlyQuest.
Did he say noob stompers?
He said noob stompers specifically.
That's kind of funny because I think it makes his team look bad and then makes the player they're talking about look bad as well.
Yep. And also, like, ZywOo's not, like the desk said, like, ZywOo's not.
It also might be verifiably untrue.
Yeah. But hey, man, there are many truths, and that is Liaz's. Guns up for FlyQuest.
Was really pleased to see Wildcard play so well after their Vitality game on Inferno. They took, a good 7, 8 rounds. I think it was 7. But they transfer that into, a very full-strength game versus paIN. And it feels like this is a match that could be one-sided, but we'll be looking at the quality of rounds here for FlyQuest if it is.
Incendiary ahead of it, but this is very much the arch hit. Well-timed frag grenade.
Yeah, pretty
cheeky 75 damage on that one. And Liaz looks to get active as Ince gets the entry. Still that big pack of players rounding the corner on long side. Liaz emerges, comes down for the double. It's a bit of a late activation.
In such a bad spot.
Oh, true, right? It's a part of that 3-player pack. You'd think majority members will be able to control it.
He definitely saw it, right? So he's spamming. Oh, and it's a bad smoke.
Damn. Frozen able to find the lineup and also that avenue of attack for Elige. They turn their attention. FaZe given a gift in that bomb getting dropped. If only it was able to get closer towards site. Really value there from the pit player in the end.
Yeah,
being able to drop it before it gets close.
Brokey got 3 kills from Mini, and I think this is a spot where their setup is a little uncomfortable because Rain's on the balcony. No one can actually cover him, and they know the R-trap's coming in. Kerrigan just completely pulls guard, goes into the site. So for a moment there was incredibly vulnerable, if not for 3 kills out of Brokey. Not often you get the rifle highlight out of him.
Can't miss an op shot if you're swinging with the M4.
Yeah.
And that was good rifle work. Forced buy up here for FlyQuest. Little halvesies, and Frozen's gonna waste no time getting a comfortable double man advantage. Pistol flirting with the half wall, finds its mark. Nice shot out of Netic. Trying to keep the momentum to go forward. Now you've got Brokey dead as well, but you know about the Elige fallback. Thing is, he's on 12 health, and you've got Liaz up into the arch wrap. Kerrigan back turn. No idea here. This is indeed still a winnable round for FlyQuest.
They got to come back to A, right? If Liaz is going to be finding this kill, but he's got to try to milk this for as long as possible. Let his teammates come close. Rain's on the rotation back to their side.
And there we go, an M4 rewarded. Liaz plays with his food just long enough to guarantee that they're able to get it up through brackets. So bomb down, that's 1 weapon for him and Netic the second. And it looks like they pulled this off.
Yeah, no health here for Elige, so they won't even try it. Nicely done from Liaz with that lurk up into CT.
Question is, how do you get in there? We were over on Banana. I didn't keep an eye on him.
Well, he is a wizard.
That's okay, sure.
So
a little teleportation.
Invisibility cloak. So again, not the perfect game for FaZe. A little messy on that arch setup in the previous round. This round here, with the first 2 kills that come down, you think no way. But then it's the player who refreshes Frozen who also gets instantly out-dueled as Brokey hit by 2 pistols. And with Elige on low HP, Rain has no choice. I got to go help him. It's an opportunity here for FlyQuest.
So let's call it tied. 1-1 in terms of the force buy round wins. FaZe pull it off right after pistol. FlyQuest get it in the 6th.
And the first timeout will be from the team who didn't expect to win so quickly. Trying to catch a tempo with some money left over after their full buy. Brokey opping this time. Not much talking for FaZe on that tack. And Regali hopping on the other side.
Quick dink. Tough one here for Ince. And trying to flush through the back corner player with the double molly. Frozen able to lock this in. All's good.
This late boost might get them something. Yep, Regali grabs that frag.
Roki not able to nab Liaz's shoulder. That'll give him a chance to disengage here. Still, early damage done. There's an edge for FaZe nonetheless. But here comes Regali looking for second servings on this B site.
Depending on how risky he wants to play this, one great shot will ruin FaZe's day. Shoulder peaks are here.
Flash.
Oh,
yes, sir!
He will only find out about that now, but it could be time to go.
Frozen up on smoke, dies out to the Vexite.
Wow,
M4
what a shot.
Follow-throughs clean.
That was beast, man. He ate the flash. He had a flick to Coffin's headshot through the wall. That's 1 in a million for Regali.
Round-winning op shot. Bomb site falls right there with it. So many bodies for Frozen to try to hold back himself. And they wanted a little more value out of his smoke grenade. They held it off.
That was better than ZywOo's flick yesterday. It's through the mid double doors.
True. Op difference here for FlyQuest. At least in this round. Very curious. Gets us one closer. And again.
Oh, that shot was also great.
Value out of the boost.
Wow. Wow. I mean, if that's aim practice, you never get that. Performed in the live match.
Nasty shot. It's going to put FaZe on notice. Now suddenly buying everything they can. It is a full-fledged buy. You got all your nades in the world, but it's all the money they got left.
There's something so cool about that. Right after the flash pops.
Yep.
That was the single safest time for Brokey to peek up for information.
Right.
Wouldn't have ate the flash right before it.
Brokey gonna respond. Quick peek down middle out of the gate. Plays with the timings, puts FaZe man advantage. No style points needed on his behalf. And not every day we're watching Brokey go for opening kills, right? A stat we bring up with him.
Yes. Oh, man, that's why that felt so weird, huh?
Yep.
I mean, it's also like catching someone running out mid like that. But Brokey down there.
Had the spawn. Kerrigan asked. Brokey delivers.
Now, that's something we've never really talked about. Brokey changing his playstyle.
Sure. But on another passive angle, that one a little more classic. Liaz killed has been pretty constant up in the apartment, so I don't think it's any surprise to find him trying to get up into Balk. It's just that FlyQuest don't have anything to go behind this. Regali sticking around in middle for the time being. Bomb shifting over towards Inns. And so they're going to try to get it going on B yet again. Will Regali be used as the jackknife to try to crack it open now that the smoke cools it off?
Got mid info. It's an early rotate. This is a really low percentage round now for FlyQuest with the flank coming in.
Especially with no open line of sight for the Opper.
Oh, they're playing retake though.
But Alicia's on a bad time spray because Frozen just died back sight off the reload. He gets killed by Netic. This should not be happening, and yet we go 3v3. Bomb plant attempt, burning, and Rain stops it. 15 seconds still left. Rain disengages after getting even another kill. And so there's the difference off of the Norwegian. The saving grace of round 8 here for FaZe.
Scary for Regali, man. They can approach him, get really close after time. Molly's coming down late too. 1 second to go and he dies. It looks like after time. It looked like it could be. I saw 0 on the clock. that would definitely sting. And that was a low percentage round because of the early flank from Rain, but it looks like it was also necessary that they came in.
What's the time?
A very solid round from Brokey.
Frozen kind of forced out of the fight there with the molly.
Oh, it could have been. I don't know. I saw the rounds change right after it went 0.
I'll check the game log in a second. Because he has just about as much money as everybody else.
Oh.
Comes in with an AK. No, he dies after time.
No.
He just had an extra wealth of money.
Okay.
Still that double Mac 10 out there on the field as well. And with how many members of FlyQuest have managed to get into the apartments, we get this information play from FaZe on one half of the map. It's going to afford a Legion early rotate.
Frozen will join up too.
There's a big emphasis on short side. FlyQuest off to smoke off the other side of the bracket. Apartment player with one of those AKs gets culled. This is all Rain. And way too easy for him. Not even tested.
Damn.
This guy doesn't take a single point of damage in the process, just holds them back. And there were guns out there on the field.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lane smoke, there's a hall smoke that's fresh. This FaZe just took B control, so they have complete guaranteed info without even seeing anybody right here. These are the easiest fights you could possibly ask for. Like, imagine if these two spots are open, what this looks like for Rain. But now we see why he just has so many great fights.
And with that, money gone. So FaZe's CT side certainly stabilizing, considering that FlyQuest pulled off that one, what should have been unwinnable round. Is this FaZe giving you more confidence than the one you witnessed yesterday?
It's not a result that really matters, to be honest.
No?
It's not, you can't get celebrate if you win because they have to beat all the top 5 teams at the event. So, unfortunately, I don't think you build a lot of confidence. Like, you see moments where it's like, oh, well, Brokey's hitting his shots and stuff, but you can only get so excited. To be honest, Brokey has been kind of a noob stomper lately. Like some of the easier matches that FaZe have won, Brokey has done well. It's inexplicable, really.
Lee's gonna be happy to find that one. Red is out, Brokey low. He's got players around him to support in both Kerrigan and Rain towards pit. M4 takes those unarmored heads real quick. And so poor Regali's Desert Eagle 1v5. Watching for the unwinnable. Double frag to the face. They'll keep this one clean. That, my friends, is a welcome sight.
Yeah.
A grin on Finn.
Yeah, I hate to kill the excitement of the match, but speaking from the perspective of FaZe and their greater goals, it's sort of, you know. Every day is a blessing.
Yeah, right? Well timed. Funny to see a double nade timing like that so late in a round. They try to chuck some down middle. Vexite's going to try to force through smoke off flash, but doesn't anticipate Kerrigan. My man getting even more aggressive as he tries to dive through it off of a flash. Going tit for tat with the aggression out of spawn. You know, they said that they would be more respected. That was what Liaz's expectations were. This is a straight up gun round, and FaZe are making them look like fools out mid.
Man, they're still pushing alt right now. Rain's getting the whole marathon lap around the entire map, eventually constricting the only path that they can get out of, and they're going B with low HP.
Brokey not missing. His counterpart right here between the two sets of fire, so that'll catch him off. Regali on the angle with more to do if they want to get into this B site. You've already got Rain down on T-ramp. Does not need to activate at all. Shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, it might be in their best interest to just come and try to find him because they see that Brokey peek and they know something's up.
Oh. Try to consider it, but they approach loudly, so Rain on high alert and a high performance. Another multi-frag out of the Norwegian, up to a good-looking 14 kills on this first half.
He's had quite a map. one of his newer spots as well. Switching over to
this.
play pit, and here comes Finn.
Kerrigan just calling it out. And Rain finding timing on Liaz as well. It's a round that FlyQuest would have loved more space to be able to play their game plan, but no such luxuries tonight versus FaZe Clan, it seems.
We got the Netic ump.
Let's see what it's got to offer. Mac 10 for Ints as well. Those are the limited ones. It hits the ground instantly. Brokey going in for more shots. Tougher one at that. Multiple bodies around that half wall. Tagged slightly by a frag, smoked off in the process, and will FaZe disengage. They keep an eye on that boost, and a leash spams through, so a nice solidifying end to the first 12. FaZe Clan looking real confident in the face of the FlyQuest challenge here on Inferno. Heads up, high alert, waiting for this to fade so that they can end the half with the Liaz kill. And a 9-3 CT side is something I think FaZe will be happy to have established. Very comfortable start to this best of 3. Liaz seemed happy that they wouldn't be facing noob stompers, as he called them, but looks like FaZe Clan didn't get the memo. Very confident CT side, very suffocating in some of those defensive setups, getting up into the grills of the limited gun rounds FlyQuest were allowed to play. 3 rounds on a T side with pistol in their back pocket, but the FaZe force pulled through. set a precedent, set a tone, I'd say.
Yeah.
And they followed through all the way. 9-3, Mo. Comfortable place to start their T-half themselves.
Yeah, the only way there's long-tail conversations after this match is if it's not close at all, then that's something at the very minimum. That's just the bar for FaZe. They just have a heavy handicap when it comes into this game in terms of their expectations. But we did see Rain have an excellent half, and we saw Brokey hit some blinders. That was a very solid game. Very few mistakes. They happened early and then didn't happen again after that. So T-side to look forward to. We're wondering in the veto why they let this come through. Looks like they had good reasons. This is where FlyQuest wanted to go badly.
It's Vexite and Netic inside of this one. Smoke comes sailing over top. Netic with a frag grenade, looking for some early softening up damage. He'll find his mark, and Vexite even better. Double Beretta headshot, triple kill from him. Goes swinging in, looking for the final two. Smoke comes out of the rotator. Netic can just comfortably sit back sight. There's not a lot of FaZe clan left after that first 3 duels. And so Frozen, 1v4, kicks it off with the first one, but the B-site defenders do it all on their own.
Yeah, man, that was great from the perspective of that setup. We got the full house and the B-site defenders. Vexite from the top ropes, using those dualies excellently. Cover's beautiful. It's all about the headshots right there. A 4th round for FlyQuest.
Falls into the fire, forced into the next ones, and still pulls up.
Vexite's debut on the team was one of the most promising for the roster's history, and I think when grabbing Netic, that's sort of what they're also hoping. Be the first time in a while that there's been a promising talent that wasn't on the main best Australian lineup that they wanted to see how well they do.
Nice. Nasty nades coming out here for FaZe Clan. Netic, bit of a tough spot, but he keeps it clean with that MP9, now swapping out to the pistol. And Frozen's on a reload, so that'll give him an extra bit of confidence, because Ints comes quickly in behind him. And Liaz makes a bit of extra cash, so solid stuff here from Netic, losing his teammate to the nade stack.
Yeah, lovely here for FlyQuest to kick this off. We'll get a real second half now out of this, at least an attempt now. We do have 2 MP9s to work with, so the buy will be a touch better for FaZe in a situation where they have slightly lower grenades, but more AKs. I guess Regali's op balances that out quite a lot. Shot of the tournament in that first half, I want to say.
That should be an award we give out more often.
Yeah. Because you call back to it, it's saved somewhere, and it's like, you know, why wouldn't you want to watch the shot of the tournament? Like, what if we had, well, we got like 52 tournaments a year, basically. Yep. Why don't we have a shot of the event?
Shot of the year.
Make a supercut of them over the years. That's a lot of content, one video.
Get on it, HLTV. Smoked off, but the close support of Netic out through Arch. Famas in hand with a teammate's flash. He goes for the close clear, and the coast is clear. At least so it seems. In reality, FaZe just posturing outside of this A site, pausing for a moment with both apartments and mid control.
Well, it's all coast in Australia. Got to make the rounds.
Valid. Surfs up. Here it comes. Attack on short side as the first blood goes the way of Rain. Quick scramble out of Liaz. Not ideal here with the SMG. AKs honed in on him. Oh, and Regali had kind of pulled himself off of the angle because of the smoke here on Moto. So utility makes a big difference. Sections off the pit players, neither of which come up with a kill in either apps or on the ground. And so that one just ends up looking a little too easy for FaZe Clan.
I've always looked at Rain again as a player in like over the years that, I mean with this with all due respect, but has been sort of a slow learner, but a high ceiling in the new roles that he goes into, because he just has like such a particular approach that when he eventually becomes great at them, like Cave on Ancient, or when he played Overpass A back in the day to kind of catch up to what Fur was doing back on SK, he became the player that everyone copied thereafter. And to see him playing Halls now in the debut with FaZe, it was definitely like, oh, he's getting caught off guard a lot. And he doesn't jiggle a lot. He picks really angles he really believes in. And sometimes that means in his debuts or early on, he makes some hard mistakes. He gets hard cleared. But I draw that up because we see in this position how important he was holding Halls down and how his half affected the rest of the game. It's big for FaZe that he's comfortable now in this position, especially for their Inferno.
The Rain longevity is one that's going to have to be studied when the sad day of his retirement eventually comes.
I mean, incredible for the player that he was, who was once the best player on FaZe, objectively the biggest star when he was younger, to get the major MVP in 2022.
Yeah, like those chances come few and far between, so he made sure to grab it.
He's another one of those players that, like Brokey, feels impossible to judge, you know, in terms of their recent performances.
It's a roster that I feel like has just earned so much forgiveness in struggles because you can't help but believe it'll bounce back. And bouncing back through arch control right now till the nade finds him. Well-timed peek out from Vexite, but he drops empty-handed. Ince's utility keeps the pressure up. It's going to send these low-health players scrambling into Liaz, who hits a zinger of a headshot, repositions underneath the balcony, and opens a door for the in-game leader to just get into a comfort zone. And Elige, no teammates left over. The utility, I think this time, kind of the best thing about the defense. Really pelted them on both sides of brackets.
I even felt bad for Vexite. Like you said, it was really well timed, but awkward as one player was leaving the smoke and another was just coming back out.
We haven't had a clutch yet in this map. Elige going to be looking to change that here in the 16th. He's got a smoke, just smoke off Liaz. Once he gets line of sight on it, then it's all about just isolating the duel versus Ince. But he could also decide not to throw it, not to announce himself, get a kill first, and then use it to cross over. Ooh, he gets it, turns, and a single round would have dropped Liaz out of this one. Then the plant is his, and a smoke on Moto to block off the rotate. Ooh, what could have been? Instead, FlyQuest 6.
Yeah, fortunately, Liaz came to check that sliver in Big Pit, I think, spotted him. So, as mentioned, and as Maui talked about as well, it's like In's brought up making the individuals show up all at the same time today to be able to win. But Maui said if that happens, well, they'll still be behind FaZe. So it really, you want to hear more about the game plan, and I think that's where utility comes in.
Speaking of which, more nade damage for FaZe to have to stomach. Trying to isolate Vexite, trying to soften him up. A lot of utility being burned here by FaZe on the approach. Vexite steps up to the plate with a double. Nicely done. But we also get this arch fight. Opper zones right in. Perfect shot out of Regali, and the disengage is clean. You've got Rain, of course, to try to join up with Brokey on the B site. Netic's got to be on high alert, and he wins the duel. Ready for Rain's approach. Brokey cautious about somebody in sight. It's the CT hold instead. And perfectly timed here out of FlyQuest. So they're cutting down this lead on the defense. They've won majority rounds since the second half started. They've just effectively reset the economy of FaZe. And that's going to leave them just 3 rounds behind.
Yeah, with an eco to help catch up as well. So not too shabby already here for FlyQuest on Inferno. The spray was awesome. And Netic being very aware of the potential threat. Also Regali coming in a little late, but hitting that hard flick as well. Up at a seat, he's going to be key.
Much needed duel win from Netic, because if not, we see that position from Ince on CT cross fully exposed to the CT spawn threat if it's Rain and not his teammate. Things certainly could have unraveled. We are tied 1-1 at the moment in terms of lesser by round wins. Both happened early in the game. Less mistakes have been made as time went on. Let's see if that changes here in the 18th. You got all of FaZe Clan ready to hit this A site, but basically all of FlyQuest ready to defend it. So numbers game looks good, and Process of engagement there's perfect. Draw him in, knock him down.
T-side was a bad problem on Dust 2 versus Falcons, the first map of yesterday. Don't think they got a single round besides maybe the pistol. And that would be a weird story if they somehow got their CT together, but their T-side starts to fall off.
This one gets completely iced out. No openings, no chances, no hopes.
Wow, it says round loser on the big screen. That's just extra harsh, I feel like. You'd just say round lost.
Luckily, it's behind you.
Oh,
so you
yeah.
don't have to read it.
Right. Then it could just say, like, these guys are losers with, like, finger down emojis pointing at them.
There we go.
We should just go all the way. What a joke, laughing, crying emoji behind them. This one feels important.
Nedic charging it down. It's Kerrigan on the receiving end. Oh my goodness, wins the duel.
Oh, he wishes he would have won that.
Yeah, absolutely pelted by Nate. Still able to keep himself alive. They know damn well that he's in there.
Oh, he doesn't find that?
Oh my God.
Oh. How did Kerrigan survive this?
Oh Lord.
And what does that mean now? That's a golden chance.
Moto Smoke soon to fade here. FlyQuest sitting on these two A defenders. A very cautious rotate because they don't know about Arch side. And that means no vision really for anybody to kind of poke and prod. Not to mention, they could be grouping up inside of Banana right now. That's going to cause the FlyQuest rotation back. Good call from Kerrigan, I think, to just pause this.
I think they're also a little bit suspicious of the fact there's no searching being done here inside of middle. They wait this out. They're expecting FlyQuest to re-expand. And FlyQuest are the ones who are doubting themselves now in this moment.
They do let Regali get back onto site.
Yeah, this is a key spot. Good angle for Regali.
Right, he was stuck over towards the porch instead, but first shot's clean. Liaz has kept his head down long enough. Now just keeps it really tucked. Rotator drop down to 40. Liaz allowing them to get ever closer on Regali, but it's all about when he comes swinging at this pack, and he tries to test them. 20 seconds. Time's against it. Regali still just stranded. FaZe Clan finally try to pull the trigger. Brokey can't clear sight immediately, but they do indeed get there. Liaz still up. 8 on the clock. Brokey fakes it. And the challenge out from Library ends this. FaZe looked like they were stalled.
Yeah, they were. It was really messy. I mean, I actually think that it was FlyQuest who... It felt like they needed to peak at some time. Obviously, it still worked out fine for them, but FaZe looked a little confused as that didn't happen. So here's a messy start. I'm quite happy for FlyQuest because it felt like they had a good move to take out Kerrigan. They even let him go after that, which seemed impossible. And then Regali's the perfect spot to hit a shot. They have enough players here to put up the defense. But Liaz is just patient enough, obviously. He knows that they have to cross to kill Regali. He makes sure Regali is defended even though he misses. And that felt like an important round. We'll see if that's going to be the case. FaZe have a half buy to work with here to defend against this game getting tied up.
There was a burst of damage out of Brokey there into Regali on that corner that I was shocked he didn't die within. You know, it's one of those moments where I think you kind of turn around when you think you've done enough.
This would be beyond a disaster for FaZe to lose a 9-3 lead at the end of the first half. After allowing Inferno to come in.
An unexpected T-side struggle so far.
It just feels like this team is plugging one hole and finding a new leak.
Just an old rickety ship. It hasn't sunk. Not outside of the top 10. Just constantly work in progress. Where's that Elige X factor on entries? Maybe that's something they'll be able to get activated here in these final 4 rounds of the map.
Yeah, you could give him a little freedom as well on T side, especially on Banana. I mean, back in the Liquid days, he would be running up here, you know, like Nico, but at 1.5x speed, sort of taking duels by himself.
Here it is. It's a round for Elige to shine, and all he has got to do is deal with Nedic.
Yeah, he's alone.
Solo Defender drops its Incendiary. Of course, rotate not too far off. They can set up some flashes for Netic.
Uh-oh.
He's trying to drop Util. He burns down to half. It's Frozen dead. Frozen goes for the entry. Tech9s eventually get into the go of things, and it's Elige to the kill feed for FaZe. 20 on the clock. This smoke still up. Doesn't look like the plant gets interrupted. Desperate little spray. Vexite finds a headshot. Man advantage off that one. And so FaZe may have put the bomb down, put an M4 into the hands of Elige, but at the cost of half his health and 0 banana control. But the reality is FlyQuest don't have that for the retake.
We've got no retake utility at all.
Banking on the hold with the Solo Defender. Inst catches contact up close. There's the swing. M4, it's doing damage, but it's not finding frags. Elige finally gets one. Regali with the double. Clears off the bomb site. 5-second stick. Down to the last second. There's the peak. Oh! Point one. Point one on that defuse, and it gets denied.
My goodness. As close as it possibly could be, but Brokey kept that 5 seconds in mind. Last chance to grab it. Regali shakes his head. I feel like, not because he didn't pull out the clutch, but his teammates here coming in, they get nothing.
Ah! 0.8 of a second.
Not the one you wanted to win. That last round was important because it got them the half buy, which was supposed to leapfrog them into the lead. And now it's a 2-round gap in favor of FaZe. It was a position I think FlyQuest brought on themselves a little bit by having one person solo defending B without car control versus a half buy. Why did they have the 4-man rotation? There was no fake on A. And even though the support came in, you know, Netic was back on quad with no smoke for himself. Smart of FaZe to have the molly land there on a low util round, but they'll be kicking themselves for that.
Middle of a spray. You know, it's one thing when like an 8th, that little amount of time on a defuse is one thing, because you're just holding a button, but when it comes down to just a multi-bullet spray, and then it hits, God, that's gotta feel just disturbing for FlyQuest. Tied game otherwise. You lose to the Techs. You try to stop this bracket play here, but it looks like FaZe want to set a slightly different pace, opening the smoke a second time. Elige ends up killing the Opper. Kind of put his entries in question, but he offers one up. Netic again on this solo B defense.
A little awkward here because no pit. No crossfire for pit. Vexite will be very vulnerable if he takes the wrong swing around the outside of default. And he could move in here. But now they're losing arch vision as well. They are flying blind.
They got to run a risk, but they're right about it. No arch wrap at all, and that's a big pickup, but a huge wall bang response here from Elige. Multiple bodies swing in. He's going massive. Triple kill for John.
I don't like how that setup distilled, but they were obviously nervous about the right thing in general, which was lane.
And facing with a 4v5.
Yeah, and I mean, that wall bang looks ridiculous, but honestly, it's very common now. It's much easier to hit that than it used to be. Especially with Elige on the other side, of course.
And so there it is, the difference maker as this game just got close. Eight hundredths of a second in the last round with the lesser buy into a triple kill from Elige. From barely in it to just owning here in the 21st, that's 3 map points secured. And they kept opening that smoke with frag grenades, so I think it makes total sense that Elige just tests it. Vexite gives away his position. Elige really somebody who's never shy to test an opening if he sees it, if he feels it. So he has a round to stamp his name across. And it secures them a sigh of relief. Triple MP9 FlyQuest here in the 22nd. They let Regali go for first contact down mid. No immediate rounding of that corner. Means a quick reposition on his behalf. A Welsh Times crossover. Vexite, okay, gets away with it. Brokey just eating flashbangs the whole damn time. Good util support. They open it up though. They opened it up.
I got Vexite killed when he was running back.
Kind of lucky that Elige goes down at the same time. That's still a bit of respite for FlyQuest. Spam isn't that far off the mark either. Brokey could get away with a robbery. Kerrigan also holding the smoke.
Man, this is a crazy move here. FlyQuest actually double push. So will they expect a crossfire? Probably not, but can they still handle it? That's the other question.
Nedic versus Kerrigan. He's going to burn him out. Going to try to spam him down, but he's able to just jump into the opposite corner. 100 health on the 2 remaining FaZe clan members.
With that smoke fresh, I think Nedic knows they're going to probably try to go towards A, but Liaz moves up ahead.
Yeah, good move from Liaz. We'll see if Kerrigan's cautious about it. Rain just left here, so odds are he turns, but oh, he finds it. And Regali's able to lock in FaZe's teammate. Now we've got him on the line, and a well-timed shot on smoke. Reads it like a book. Kind of saves them there, because you know Liaz starts sweating bullets.
Yeah, shot a little bit early with his MP9, even though he put himself in a good spot. So it becomes a 2-round game. A little bit messy, but I like that FlyQuest go, you know, they go aggressive out of Banana, then they go aggressive again with the double layered push. And even though the first guy goes down, they still retain control of it. Nedic has a smoke to refresh it. Got good information, low on timer, FaZe late into this.
In the end, too, they opened that smoke, but FlyQuest player was waiting for it to be open to take a fight. Thought he got a kill while the guy was running away. It was all part of the plan. Vexite, okay.
Whoa.
That's what FaZe Clan sent down mid versus FlyQuest at the end of their CT side.
Yeah, hold on. It's
a
OT
taste
on
of
the
their own
line.
medicine in the 23rd. 5v2, blink and you missed it. A challenge at this B site bolstered, no longer just Nedic, and already you've got Liaz down in your spawn.
It's about as good as it gets. I mean, FaZe desperately want to be able to save these guns. They don't think that they're going to be able to win from here, but that seems pretty far-fetched to believe they'll be able to get away with it. Banana control at a minimum. I think they have to just go back and fight something, I feel like, because they know they're going to be camped out from every position now. If they die after time, that actually would be such a tragedy. We might end up getting the full last-second attack from FlyQuest. But to be honest, they can't over-invest in chasing this down. They need to have money for next round as well. Oh, this is actually a very interesting spot.
Trying to get the back end to activate, and it does, but gets away better off than not. Frozen down to 38.
Dude, there's so much that actually rests on this for next round. You rarely see a position like this.
Gonna try to test it again. Now both tagged up, so it's easy hold as far as Liaz is concerned, but they'll let Brokey get a little further away. Look at this whole team come hunting. They know damn well what they want from it.
That's one of the best possible outcomes for FaZe, even saving one gun and actually taking a player at the same time. Looks like Brokey will stay alive in the end. A one-gun guarantee. Everybody else will still be able to afford something. And they get crushed by this MP9 spray transfer. Only man is EM practicing this gun.
I think that's a great camera angle as well for the replay, just to see the timing that Vexite just barely gets past with.
Yeah, so this is no longer fun and games. FaZe from a 9-3 to getting threatened into overtime here from FlyQuest. Remarkable comeback. But can they seal the deal?
It's not an impossible buy to win with here for FaZe Clan, as you see now. Tech9's Mac 10.
The last couple calls from FlyQuest have been out of a lot of confidence, right? Yes. They haven't just gotten to a good spot and sit and waited. They took banana control, had that double layer push. This last round, they had the MP9 go into ult.
Feels like that confidence has been slowly built up, and now that they're afforded it, they wield it well. Oh, okay. And you've got Elige dead. Of all the FlyQuest players, it's been the most quiet. But FaZe will be feeling that first blood. Elige to the wayside. 4v5. All that's left of this regulation. There's a chance they swarm this A site. Already bomb up in the apartments alongside Rain, ready to go. Mac 10 at the helm of the arch wrap. It's Regali on the other side of this smoke. Another smoke put down by Kerrigan. He's trying to test it with just the util pressure. It gets popped open, missed off shot, no way! 3 kills comes out of FaZe. Pushed to the very limits of regulation, and yet they puncture through that defense with lesser guns.
It has to be the retake. They're going to try it. Extremely unlikely position, but they've got util. It's still early. As the players just dip out of vision.
There's a smoke here on Netic, but it's gun in hand. He's got to try to approach. You've got a layered defense in the corner. You've got Rain just letting them approach. You've got a Mac 10 now on short side to confirm it. And oh God, of course, FaZe play with their food. Would have loved to close this in convincing fashion, but no OT needed. And poor FlyQuest, as they'll be beating themselves up. If only they had converted first pistol.
An absolute nail-biter. 9-3 half into a near overtime one with a broken bye. Now, if that's not FaZe Counter-Strike, I don't know what is.
FaZe Counter-Strike would be losing at the end of that game, I think. But at this point,
maybe recently. That's 2025 edition. We're rolling it back.
Well, FaZe Counter-Strike, I mean, this year would be losing. Last year would be winning. FaZe Counter-Strike is Brokey, 22 kills.
It says beneath Brokey's name, Op. But Brokey was their best rifler this map, for sure. Like, the hero AK at the last round, some of the defenses he had with the M4 in the first half, this was a good statement for him to show that he could put it down against a team that he should be putting it down against.
And where was Elige? I can't even see him at the bottom of that scoreboard. 66 ADR. Save Brokey. Save Brokey.
First time that's been uttered by Vu this year, actually. First time.
Oh, well, it's how quickly the script changes. But, I mean, look, it was phenomenal, right? We've been giving him a lot of grief, but coming onto the rifle, finding his form a little bit, it's kind of the ZywOo special.
I mean, I said that it's a difficult task for Neo to try to fix Brokey on the AWP. He did get some op kills on that CT side, but I think that the big fix for him was just that he really was great on the rifles. Like, the pit defense that he had, the clutch that he had with this A4, the fact that he had a hero AK on the last round. Like, I love his reaction, by the way. Like he knows he's not streaming, right? Like, he knows he's in a live game. He doesn't have to go emote mode.
Isn't life just a stream with the world as our audience?
His reaction as he's mid-spray.
Okay, Spy Kids.
He's mid-spray and he can barely hold it. I'm missing this. I'm missing this. And that would be Brokey special this year. Brokey special is have a good game, top fragging, miss on someone, defusing, and lose. So at least he actually managed to get it this time. FaZe managed to close it out. I respect that.
I love that. I really do.
Look, you can throw all the qualifiers you want. Oh, it's against FlyQuest. This felt like watching FaZe last year. This felt like watching what we expect from FaZe. This is that magic moment where you just have that 5%. You have that clutch. You have something that gives you the energy that gets the blood pumping.
It felt like FaZe last year because they won with 2 kind of broken buys. Yeah,
yes,
you know.
true.
Actually, was it 3?
That's FaZe always, though.
That T side was just like the amount of gun rounds they won at max 1, I think. like that was surely off of what, second round by the Tech9 rushing to B, the final round of the map. Like, those were 3 rounds where they just did not have full utility, full weaponry. But yeah, that is FaZe Clan, I suppose.
The problem is, you want FaZe to look like this and narrowly pull out a victory against a Vitality, a MOUZ, maybe even a Na'Vi. I'd take that. FlyQuest, no disrespect, but this is a team FaZe should destroy.
Yes. Fair enough.
You can't even
fair enough. But let's talk about FlyQuest. Let's say some nice things about them because it was a tough start. We were thinking, oh no, they've won both pistols. They're going to get blown out here. And then suddenly, that second half, things are starting to gel.
CT side, I don't even necessarily always think, I mean, they did have some moments of aggression that were nice. Vexite sending it down mid with the MP9 was one, but for the most part, it was really good in terms of just the gambles that FlyQuest called generally were right. They had Nedic on that B-bomb site by his lonesome oftentimes, and even when he was tasked with defending it by himself, he usually was able to at least get one, slow them down. And then the A defenders just kind of had good crossfires. I don't think FaZe were able to do on gun rounds much in terms of penetration there.
Yeah, I think they generally did a really good job on Banana specifically. I like that FaZe were a lot of the times kind of gambling, like, we're going to get a kill on Banana, you're going to do this rotate off of Arch, and we're going to walk up, and then FlyQuest hold Banana, FaZe are walking into nothing, they just die. Yeah. FlyQuest looked amazing on CT side, but I have to harken back to the T side again. That's their T side. They got 9-3.
Before we get there, I'm going to make you say one more nice thing. We're going to talk about Regali a little bit. We'll keep it on the nice things for the Aussies, then they can mute stream and walk away.
No, Regali had one of the sickest shots in this one. The flash that came from, was it Coffins at one point where he flicks and kills the guy while pretty much getting blinded there. He had some great moments. Like this one right here. That one where he gets flash and just immediately takes out Brokey as he's uncrouching. That's ridiculous. That kind of muscle memory right there. That's why they brought this guy in. He single-handedly won a round for them. He was mobile with the op. He was able to find a bit of impact there. He's just a more reliable figure. And I know like Alistair's no longer on the team anymore, but you know, it was the biggest change for them in terms of an upgrade for me. And for Regali to just do this well against FaZe, sure the ADR doesn't look crazy, but 17-15, that's what you want your opera to be accomplishing.
Yeah. I don't care about the ADR. Yeah. When he has the op in hand, he needs to lock down the angle, hit his shots, not make any misses, Brokey, and you know, do what he needs to do. He did exactly that.
He just had a good game, man. Okay, but you fulfilled your homework assignment. I made you say nice things. Now you can go back to what you wanted to say, Vu.
Yeah, I mean, just their T side. I don't know what to say about it. It's broken. They 9-3 after winning Pistol. That's just not acceptable. Even you were playing a great team, you're playing FaZe. You need to pick up another gun round somewhere.
And we have round 5 that we can look at, where they were wrapping with 3 players on the Arch side and what was looking like a great hit towards this bomb site. They took a lot of space. Yeah, they took some nade damage here, but this doesn't go as badly for FlyQuest as you would think it does. Brokey does get a multi-kill from in the pit, but 2-on-2, you have the A bomb site, but look at where the bomb is. The bomb was actually dropped on the Arch side. They have a bad smoke around it, and then they end up kind of losing out in a way that they just never should have lost out on. I get getting the bomb to the bigger pack of players, because you think that they're going to be the ones that actually make it in, but even if it's on the solo guy on Porch there, then it's dropped in a position where you get the bomb, you retrieve it, and you're able to just then take the bomb site really easily. Having to backtrack, double back to the Moto side, like those little errors there for FlyQuest, it's tough. And maybe it's a little bit of hindsight, but that's like kind of how those little micro things can really come to hurt them.
Yeah, I think the key on that one is that when they're going for the bomb, there's 16 seconds left on the clock. They don't have all round where they can, you know, fake back like they're going B, like going around CT spawn, gonna grab it. They have 10 seconds to get the bomb. They need to rush for it. They get killed. They have no chance, you know?
And they were coming into a fierce pack of riflers, right? That FaZe trio is looking good. We've talked about Brokey, Frozen, and Rain also looking fantastic. You heard Launders praising Rain for his play in halls on the cast. He was looking damn good on this map.
Rain has been I mean, I feel like the way that Kerrigan has characterized Rain in the past, I mean, again, he talked to Thorin about this, where it's just like, Rain, as soon as he won the major MVP, was the same guy the next day. And I feel like that's both good and bad for FaZe Clan, because you got a guy that's making the same kind of moves that he's been making for 8 years of his career. It really is an example of you can't teach an old dog new tricks very often. Like, it really feels like he's just, but now that he's trying to anchor some new positions, there is a bit of a warming up that, and I think he's getting a bit more used to it. I feel like he's figuring out some of these positions, so maybe you can teach an old dog.
Yeah, I mean, look, when the dog has a blue ribbon from Westminster, do you really need to teach him new tricks?
True. He already knows enough, doesn't he?
He needed to learn a few things. He needed to learn a few.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, there was questions about if Rain could do it. I mean, we look at the first month or two with him on these swapped roles. There was questions: is he too old? Is he too bad? No. No, he's not. I didn't say it. I'm saying people said it. I didn't say it.
People are saying, not me, but people out there are saying. Who are these people? Are they in the room with us right now? Are they in the room with us right now?
People said replace Rain with Vu. They didn't do it.
I don't think I know those people. I am not familiar with this particular brand of people.
Is that your mom? Was your mom saying these things?
It's crazy.
Nobody's saying
that's
these things.
actually who ghostwrites MOUZ tweets, it turns out. We're gonna move off of this. Let's talk about Frozen. Let's ice this down. We need to cool down a little bit. Let's get Frozen.
Frozen is the one guy you can't criticize on FaZe. I think you can find reasons to criticize basically everyone else on the team. Even Rain at times, he's yet to find pure consistency. But Frozen, my boy Frozy, you can't criticize him. He's uncriticizable.
He knows him like that. He's the real Iceman of this team. You know, people talk about how cool Rain is, but in reality, Frozen takes it to another notch. You know, like both of them representing H2O in Rain and Frozen, but somehow, you know, Frozen keeps it cooler. He really is so stable in positions where he's supposed to trade. It's great now that he has a wealth of players who will run in first before him in Kerrigan, in Elige, and Rain, but he just delivers. He's got the goods every single time. In my eye, I think some people labeled him as a baiter in the past, but to me, it was more just the system has guys that want to go in before him. And if you got a guy that's this consistent at trading and closing down rounds, like, then why should he run in first?
I think anyone calling Frozen a baiter is the type of people that are playing matchmaking, and anyone that gets a trade kill is a baiter. Frozen just plays the game well. He just plays the game right. He takes good, advantageous engagements, very Rops-esque. He just doesn't give away his life for free, which is what you want.
Well, this has been a beautifully constructed straw man for you guys to argue against, but we're going to take it into the final round here before we get ready for the next map, because this was the most quintessentially FaZe round. It's looking like it's coming apart. It's looking like OT, and then boom, what do you come in with Tech 9s, salvage guns, a hero rifle? What happens?
I gotta say, that smoke that Kerrigan threw in the arch smoke, throwing a smoke towards library, and then in the nade, can we roll back the beginning of this again? Like, the way that Kerrigan took space at the beginning of this was kind of absurd, and it felt like it was on the fly. I don't know if that's a pocket play where he was just like on the arch side, in the arch smoke, throws a library smoke, and then just kind of dances with Regali, who's in the library. Like, that's kind of the ridiculous nature. And when we talk about FaZe and what makes them work, it's the chaos. So yeah, watch this one back. They smoke off arch right there, and I feel like that's a missed smoke, but then he just throws his own smoke. There's a break on it with Regali's nade, but Kerrigan's already pre-firing it before the nade even breaks. Like, there were bullets firing in Regali's face as his own shrapnel is blowing up there.
Yeah, that's what you have Kerrigan for. That's why he's the GOAT, because of rounds like that. He's the GOAT. People are saying, people have told me.
We're going to have to table that conversation for a different conversation. Vu has to find more people who are saying something that he agrees with. For now, it's a time for us to say, time to take a quick break. When we come back, it's on the nuke. analyst desk lightning round time. Vu, what are the people saying?
The people are saying that this is scary because FlyQuest played Spirit a couple of days ago and they got 9 rounds on Nuke. Starting CT side, they had a 6-6 half. Ints 4-4 against Donk in the head-to-head. He was actually carrying towards Outer. This is a map that FlyQuest, FaZe are picking it, but FlyQuest not bad on it by any means, and that Inferno game worries me.
Did you see those numbers? Did you see those win rate numbers?
I saw them play well against FaZe. The people are saying they played well against Spirit, and then they almost beat FaZe on Inferno. That's what the people are saying.
Do we agree with the people, Maui?
The people are always right, Mike.
The people are always right. I got 2 people, and I know that these people are always right. They're always correct. They would never lie to me. Scrawny and Launders, what are the people saying?
Ooh, Darf, don't trust us too much. That would be a bit of a fool's folly, Mohan.
I think you should, but I'm not going to tell you the truth. So, I liked what we saw from FlyQuest.
Okay.
I think FaZe allowed like a massive comeback in a situation where they were massively in favor. I think there were definitely some worrying moments right there. So I'm gonna lie and tell you FlyQuest will win this map.
Whoa. I like the game plan. We talked about game plan and strategy, and that, you know, we sort of wanted to see FlyQuest bring that to the table. Some active utility usage held them back at certain rounds. Ultimately, I want to see FlyQuest make less mistakes, though. Okay, I counted it up. 2 rounds with lesser buys that ultimately make a big difference in that last map. And when you go up against a FaZe clan as a team who has not been able to beat top 10 opposition versus the very bottom of top 10 at the moment, you gotta stop those mistakes.
It was unfortunately a bit like final seconds on Ancient, where FaZe made some mistakes. And that's what FlyQuest did. That game was kind of in their grasp. I mean, at least overtime. That's for damn sure. But now we go over to Nuke. FaZe will wipe the sweat from their brow. They've survived it. They allowed Inferno to come through. They survived the test. And now it's just about playing better on a map they're more comfortable on.
Well, that's
or losing another pistol.
Yeah, right. Very clean start. Double Beretta engagement on that lobby approach. See you later, FaZe. Mind you, they do get 3 players across onto Secret. So it's Netic up next.
Oh, vast overreaction. Obviously, it's easier to rotate back up for them with Liaz on the ramp. But wise move from FaZe. And an even better one, actually, is they pass by Mini. Now they threaten the reverse ramp take as well as getting up into heaven, where they know that FlyQuest have almost certainly left. I think FlyQuest are actually living with a tiny bit of regret. 1 kill would make this very scary for them. They've got someone trapped inside of Secret, but they don't see Bomb. Broky's still testing them. And since Vexite has come back to check this, okay, gets the kill.
Still get out heaven, though. Dropping into the backside. Bomb's a little delayed. Still stuck up top. It can be thrown down. Kerrigan's going to scoop it. A little bit of money looks likely. Vexite just running to stop it. But it's planted. So all things considered, it's a solid recovery with the plant. Rain in a nigh impossible 1v5. Although, still a small chance. A percentage point we'll give him.
Come on, lots of headshots right here, Rain.
Swing. And he's going to let him have it. Vexite, 10-second defuse comes out. And that is FlyQuest with another pistol round win. Now don't you dare lose to the force buy.
Imagine if a nade sailed up there. Yeah. They could lose to the force buy, though, because the plant came through. That's already quite a good victory. FaZe found an excellent gap here, going into Secret to pull the rotations. They pulled 4 rotations instantly. Then they came back up and didn't immediately just go into Mini. They went for Hell, which would be the weakest part of the map, considering it was the ramp rotations and someone coming out of Heaven on Upper. So they definitely made do with a very tough spot and were rewarded with a plant. Can't be too mad about that.
But holding on to the gold coins for the following round. We get a few deagles here, so looking for damage more than a round win, per se. And Int makes a quick peek to gather that info. There it is. Broky was looking for the exact shot that Rain ends up nailing. That's Regali down for the count. And I feel like just enough caution by FlyQuest. Rain gets down to Secret.
They actually got that plant. They didn't overinvest. They just, they got only deagles, and they still have made it a 5v3. Oh,
another.
Bad goes to worse.
Deagle headshot out from Rain, the only guy that brought Kevlar to the table. No way. I mean, this is supposed to be an easy scoop up from FlyQuest, but then they looked timid after that one kill. They allowed players to get downstairs. But the thing was, Rain made contact with the main player, so you'd really think that the next guy lower would have been on high alert for Rain to come at him.
This could be worse. They could have picked up guns in this spot. They only got this MP9 upgrade for Rain, but yeah, FlyQuest, they just have to take this on the chin. That's crazy.
Oh, me oh my. Can't be letting rounds like that slip through your hands.
That's crazy because, again, the plant came through. You'd expect the full force to come in for FaZe, and they would do this with just Deagles.
Yeah, so I said, like, they're just looking for a kill or two. It's really all they wanted. Well, they got a kill or two and then a third, and Nedic really writing off the possibility of Rain being down that deep. Oh, right back to heartbreak, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Right back into the thick of it versus a FaZe clan that wants a convincing win in this series, I think. At least on one map, because it could have been on Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, that ship has sailed already for Inferno, and it would have changed how I think people were feeling about him, but I think that just sort of validated a lot of people's emotions about FaZe at the moment. They won, but barely, versus a team they should stomp normally. We'd love to laud the fact that FlyQuest made it that close and nearly got into overtime, but also, like, they made their own mistakes in not being able to close it out. They actually could have, and it wouldn't have been surprising towards the end. Oh.
Was that?
That one's through his smoke. I don't even know. That must have just been one bullet. And Inz's screen goes black.
Sensei tries to get cheeky, but Frozen ready for the kind of a push. Nedic's dual Berettas aren't going to find his. So looking very clean here for the FaZe conversion. Kerrigan holding on and confirming what is left. That last remaining member over towards ramp, burned out from chasing Kerrigan. And so the hopes of FlyQuest up in smoke to regain this early momentum.
This had the same framework as the last round, like a lot of very individual duels. Not much utility involved, just good angles being picked here for FaZe. And with one opening kill comes a response and aggression. Frozen's waiting for it, and they're just not missing. So Regali looking for scraps. Can't find anything. 5 up for FaZe.
Hell yeah, Frozen 3K this time, just locking down the squeaky door. Queue up maybe that Elige kill. Not sure how Inz ends up losing outer. Here it is.
Oh yeah, it was. My goodness. You didn't even hear it. There was some other nades on the map.
Right?
Single bullet. And this push could have been okay, but there wasn't really anything to draw a distraction elsewhere. They just decided to go for this early. And, well, as far as FaZe is concerned, they were still in a full default. Yeah, did he forget his rocks? Have they been...
Oh, Kerrigan's rocks?
Yeah.
I haven't seen them.
Gotta get your rocks off, man. This is a slimy stack. I like this.
Rain's gonna find it.
Oh, he just saw too much, but he gets a dink and gets out.
82 damage comes back the other way by way of USP headshot. There's the pack swing into Elige. Hey, not bad. You got Brokey half health.
They
Rain
should
down
just
to
fight
18.
this. There's guns there.
Kerrigan's gonna try to hold it on. Now he's tagged low. Brokey and Kerrigan. Ooh!
Nice spray.
Not bad, Kerrigan. Not bad at all. 15 bullets deep in that one. Unarmored, sure, but still a nice cleanup. Make sure nobody else falls the way of Elige.
Rounds have been a little too clean here for FaZe. Three players from FlyQuest, not a kill yet so far.
Yeah, but Launders, I remember the first half of Inferno.
Yeah.
I'm not getting tricked again. I'm not celebrating FaZe until they win. If they win. Frozen tries to get cheeky with timing. Vexite burned off of top hut. A second after Frozen tries to swing door. Rain's got the recovery as Regali gets killed and Kerrigan also able to emerge into this ace split. Vent approach denied. Liaz just kind of tries to sneak up and it's obviously being watched. All too easy here for Kerrigan as they pelt the last remaining player with some nades. He's been confirmed but still fighting his way out of this. Brokey's got the final laugh, and that is 4-1 FaZe Clan early on the T side.
Yeah, it's a nice staggered attack here from FaZe as they come out. And because they don't all rush out of the hut at the same time, it actually is more of a stressful situation. The player in Tetris is wondering, when do I fight Squeaky? Is there going to be an extra guy coming out of hut? And they place one bat after the other and sort of try to find one person who can enter their way out of hut. We've got a tech pause now. FaZe Clan, another good round overall. That's the closest that it's gotten in a while, obviously, since the pistol here for FlyQuest. It feels like this one's going to get a little scrimmy if we don't get a stronger defense. Some pick plays go their way. They stop the outer hits and defaults. Because we've got 2 rounds so far where FaZe have won without even really enacting their full plan.
Right, yeah. Hasn't really boiled down to strategy out of FaZe Clan. Frozen very much kind of ahead of the rest, but...
And you can see again, like, because it's staggered, it's so awkward. You can't ever spray transfer and hold it down. You don't know when to turn around. And so FlyQuest are here, half buying. Ins at the minimum have a scout to work with.
Scout MP9 5-7 Deagle. Oof. Rough place to be in.
Just saw him.
As you're watching FaZe just rocket away with a lead. Huge amounts of cash in their back pockets. It's really been a damn near flawless start to Nuke.
They're really hoping this one ends up, or at least with a secret player, they've got some info, but things are happening on their watch, and they're not really slowing FaZe down. And it looks like Frozen's found the vulnerability. This will be a split towards lower. Ramp is open for the moment, and Liaz just off the mark with that Deagle.
It's the first time FlyQuest actually have somebody to try to hold them back at the bottom of secret stairs.
Oh, they're coming back up the vent.
Scout misses its chance. Frozen will not give Int a second go of it off the Scout. Best weapon in the round for FlyQuest. That MP9 floating here in the hands of Netic. Also now going lower. Meant to be alongside Regali. He kind of gets jumbled up there. Awkward.
He's like, go see if it's clear.
And all's good so far here for FaZe Clan. Taking a bit of damage on Brokey and Kerrigan. Rain, though, gonna clean up the last 2. It's FaZe on fire. 6 rounds deep.
Feels a little bit different than Inferno.
Yeah, it feels
just a touch.
little more lopsided.
Well, no matter. We'll get the full buy up. Here for FlyQuest, maybe a different game plan. CEST gonna chime in. We did say from Ins that he's looked up to Kerrigan, been watching a lot of his stuff lately is what he said. And, you know, that same question has been asked to a lot of new IGLs. Who do you want to play like? You know, what kind of team do you want to be? We don't really know what the answer is for FlyQuest. They could try to carve out their own identity, but... Australia is this one region, right, where it's like North America. I mean, we could have had no majors, right? We won that.
Sure.
We won that. Was a close one.
Yeah, yeah.
we got it,
yeah,
though.
You could call it close.
It was very close, okay? And then, oh, okay, never mind. We jumped right into this round. Kerrigan misses the vent.
And the pressure outside's looking good for a potential FlyQuest follow-up. It's just rained down to 2. Damn, what gave FaZe the balls to go for a play this fast? What a 5-round streak does to a man. Kerrigan throws his strap book out the window, comes flying out squeaky. Easy first pickup. Oh, maybe not the strap book, but the caution at least.
That's perfect.
2 points of health, not much left there for Ints to have to clean up. This is looking comfortable now for FlyQuest. Even further damage on Frozen. That last piece of FaZe upstairs. Bomb confirmed and completely held back. Nice triple kill this round out of Netic. Looking for a round to be proud of, really, in this matchup, and there's one for his name.
Yeah, that's a first clip for Netic. At least we're getting that. Didn't really say his name too much back on Inferno.
I want to come all the way to Europe and not go home with a highlight.
Yeah. But yeah, like Australia is sort of that last region looking for their, major success. I mean, I guess the Mongols, they have the Yala, but they haven't got like a big S-tier event win or anything like that. They made it to cracked the quarter to major. That was really impressive. And that's exceeding the expectations of your region. That's why it's special. Nice one. Playing a little pool. But essentially, we're just waiting for that team out of Australia. When's that lineup getting finalized? I guess it was the Renegades at some point.
At once upon a time.
Yeah.
Yep. I think it's when JKS goes home and
when JKS decides
and Sponge starts coaching.
Right. Exactly. They would go together.
He's got an esports award for analyst and for color commentator, but he still doesn't have it for the coach of the year.
That'd be the trifecta.
The Holy Trinity. I don't doubt he could do it.
All right, another standard default towards outside here for FaZe. This has already caused some trouble for FlyQuest. They have been playing a little light on outside these last couple of rounds. Inns has played one of the most powerful spots in the back of Big Garage, but to escape from there and to take control of outer is a little bit difficult. You're really good at catching lurks around into mini out through the back of hell from that position, but you can be immobilized sometimes. So in this spot, we look at the map. I mean, the CTs do not know a lot about what's going on. They've got no vision outside whatsoever. Inns will be that first contact, but they don't even have a player up in heaven right now.
No, he's fully smoked. I mean, there's a chance that Netic over towards the main entrance can take it over instead, but this is just one of those threats that is a possibility. Oh, okay, find Rain through the window. That's nice, Brokey. Slow approach denied. And another 5v3 here for FlyQuest. Now, you'd surely assume that somebody could be up in heaven, but Netic's hesitation over towards Vent makes me think that they've kind of written this off. Now, an Elite just comes out to win the duel. Doubles down on Regali inside of Hut. What looked like a comfortable spot for FlyQuest. What was 5v3 gets upended in an instant, and they go post-plant man advantage here, FaZe Clan.
It looked like an op chance for Regali. Hasn't got a frag yet, and there could have been a trade up into heaven. Instead, it'll be Liaz and INS to come in for the retake, but 2-on-2 now.
And a good Molotov as well to fluster Kerrigan out of his position. He's not able to get it. It's a second kill up for Ints. It's still a leash, though. Full health. That nade's got Ints' name on it. Oh, wait, hold on. Better tuck the head down. Ducks IRL. Smoke on top to threaten it, but Elige won't let him have his hands on the bomb, and it is FaZe's 6th.
Yeah, an amazing round out of Elige getting up into heaven. And it was double layered. They might not have known about Elige getting up there. They saw that Rain was pressed up against the glass. But after he got taken down, I think it's still the fact that they lack some information that caught up with them in the end. Too many trades went the wrong way. And we didn't see it again from Regali's perspective, but he did look up to heaven. Could have taken out Elige on that one duel. But because he missed, suffered from the round suffered because of it. And we've got another tech, unfortunately.
Was Regali last time as well. So let's get this properly sorted. Little 3v5 will leave you stunned.
Oh, this is the key one, right? Because Vexite was holding Elige up in heaven and he died in the back of the site.
But there was 3 players on that A floor, and Vexite felt like somebody would have been covering main then, surely. Or they're thinking he's up in heaven, the second player I killed at hell, there's not a third guy outer. I guess that's the only other possibility.
Yeah.
But that's a huge risk to run.
Yeah, it was a huge risk. And that's what happened. When you don't have a lot of info, you end up taking huge risks.
Right. I just wish we could see the positions of Netic at that moment.
Yeah.
Because he obviously started main.
Regali also from the Academy League. Sort of had the same conversations as players like Torzy and Monesi, obviously, who are leading the charge in the league. But all the players are so young with so much potential. I wouldn't be surprised if we even see some of the names that we haven't talked about eventually end up just getting there on a slower path, but like a more normal path,
right?
Up to tier 1 after some years.
Yeah, trajectory you should expect.
But it's nice to see Regali playing and taking risks in his career, because this is an unlikely team for him to play on.
So here's the kill from Netic as he holds main.
Right.
But I want to know where he goes as
he goes opposite.
And then Vexite dies backside here.
Oh, yeah. I see. He actually, that's key thing to point out right there. He was being relied upon.
And from there, the dominoes fall. That was 5v3 when he locked into the corner. A little breakdown in the defense, and FaZe Clan capitalize. Again, mistakes have to be minimized. And you take a swing for anyone in the top 10. And obviously, Netic comes to Europe to try to gain experience, but that's one of those rough lessons right there.
They win that in Australia.
Yeah, sure. It's because in Australia, Netic gets a 3K.
Uh-oh, Lias.
Careful, yeah.
It's time to rotate, actually.
Oh, man. Still juggling nades a little too late. Able to get away from it, though. Elish doesn't go too ham on the chase.
Not dying is fine. Drops the odds of the round just a touch. Now they have to be worried, but this is where FaZe, I mean, really caused nightmares for their communication last round. It's at a very similar spot.
Not far off that wall bang.
So two options are, over-rotate and assume that FaZe are going to make a move, but FaZe are going to play really well off the information. Oh, yikes.
You could see him considering it with the wall bang earlier, but then he just writes it off.
Yeah.
Kind of a little lapse there in the threat. Judgment, Vexite peeks in, well held by Brokey on that side of the site, flushing him out as Elish, just kind of stomping his way over. Regali's gonna clear one off backside, but Frozen again from behind this vent just keeps them out of it. And all the while, you've got this insurance policy and Rain over towards the ramp, left there early with the first bit of map control FaZe grabbed. So they scare Liaz downstairs, and then they go 4 strong into that A site. Beautiful round out of Frozen, I'd say.
I mean, yeah, it's been a great day in terms of getting info, crushing positions. Losable. It is losable. Are they in a position to go for this from the bottom of the vent? Oh, man, it's crazy. They don't expect Rain to be here.
Nah. Rain's looking to clear all of it. And they will.
Nade lands after.
Brokey gets the job done. Sole survivor of this one. As unfortunately for FlyQuest, the CT side is just puttering.
Again, you can see, doesn't matter which perimeter gets taken. If this is ramp secured early on, if it's outside secured in the previous rounds where FlyQuest can't fight them and get away with the kill first, FaZe know exactly how to use that little bit of extra map control to just totally constrict the presence of FlyQuest and have them turning and spinning around as they go to clear out angles. Insta didn't know what the appropriate reaction would be. They had no idea where FaZe could have snuck into. Yeah, it's just where Nuke gets very difficult on CT side. Communication.
Can't help but feel for Ince. He was thinking about that position.
It's so hard to be
sooner.
It's so hard to be knowing that there is a correct move to get aggressive, but to find that while also keeping yourself safe as you get there.
Yes.
And I think those two things are the dilemma right now for FlyQuest.
But it feels like they've gotta get off the leash at this point because it's 5 rounds CT side, best case. Playing with 5-7s in this one, little half buy with a couple MP9s on the field. Just FaZe have been so methodical. And also so unpredictable. Quite a varied attack so far throughout the half. Feels like we've seen them emphasize every potential entrance of this A site and then sprinkle in just enough B pressure in that ramp pressure that we saw versus Liaz, for example. But at least FlyQuest do kind of make a move, go up into the lobby, find out that it's been completely cleared. But at what point do you head downstairs and how do you get there? No vent control, they're going to have to bank off ramp.
They also still don't know that they could still be outside, right? They could still be wrapping into mini. So for the moment, FlyQuest are still upper.
Yeah, they're clearing it though from Hell. 2 players Hell, 1 Heaven. Elige, cheeky spot. A bit ratty, but he'll get traded out by Liaz, and now that could serve as the activation for FaZe, surely, with no other possibility in the round. They take a bit more of a tempo to clear out this B site. They'll find it completely cleared for the taking. Still just enough utility. That'll give them a bit more safety on the approach. But it is indeed theirs for the taking. Down to 30 seconds, and FlyQuest arrive at the base of ramp with numbers.
They're surprised to not see anybody, but as you can see, they were moving as a pack to clear things out. But even though they took over Hut, they didn't really know exactly what FaZe did. They could have gone outer and stayed there. They could have gone to secret as they did.
So unfortunately for FlyQuest, nothing to really even swing with here in the 10th. They're going to let it slide.
They are getting toyed with a little bit so far this game.
Yes, sir. No longer a T-side struggle for FaZe Clan like we saw back on Inferno. Terrorists win. And over on Secret, do they swing? Nah, they let him go.
It'll be a good demo to watch. I would definitely like to see FlyQuest set up a little bit more heavily outside, or if they're going to go for a pick play on ramp or something to just exercise a little bit of getting ahead of the attack so they can take the edge off. We aren't seeing 5v4 positions where they can rest comfortably in some of the more passive positions. So yeah, they actually do. They pushed up red now. But you have to wonder if they're going to get a little scared or if they're going to commit to this. It's going to come down to ints.
Well timed.
Great kill.
One of the very few moments of actual like red box pressure we've seen out of the defense. A question of too little too late, but offers an opening here in the 11th.
It was almost as if he didn't like calling on teammates to help him with his outside control, so he just took safe positions that were good for him and just reinforced upper.
Instead tries to take this round by the reins, and it works for the opening, but there's a peek from Regali punished. They know about Liaz. Tough place for him to run from. Medic connects to his kill, but yeah, Elige won't let Liaz leave.
What a crazy attack. Elige now in lower. They're spread out pretty heavily.
And Brokey's got bomb still waiting upside.
What happens now? Elige down to 22 health. Nedek watching him. Very good position to be in. They're not overcommitted lower either.
Yeah, at any moment he could have walked through that doorway as well, so Nedek has to consider the threat from sight instead. And in him changing sides, that's exactly what allows Elige to get closer. Now, he knows this fight is right on the brink of the stairs, and he slides down under him. Nedek gets back around the corner. The vent peak predicted, but both players hold their own. And so, yeah, they give up the post plant, but then they clear out FaZe quickly, and FlyQuest, at the very least, take a third.
You can see that's the moment where Nedek's guard is down a little bit, but he also doesn't remove the possibility entirely that Elige had come through control. Brokey trickily blew up the door on Decon to make it seem as if that was being watched by someone as he went to plan to try to draw a distraction, I think, for Elige to get aggressive in this spot. But again, I mean, Nedek plays it safe. That's exactly what FlyQuest need to do. Makes the half a touch more dignified here as they pull this round out. But I don't think FaZe are too pressed.
They've held up their side of the bargain in this T half. Regali lands the shot, but Frozen survives through the wall and then gets the Nedek kill. Luckily, the trade comes out by way of nade. You take what you can get if you're FlyQuest at this point. Does Regali try for another? He's floating around this hut exit. It's one thing to hold this angle so that you can fall back. It's another to try to really press your luck inside lobby. Opts not to for the time being. They're going to go redirecting over towards Squeaky, where Kerrigan has managed to find an outer kill. So now they're going to be extra confident. They take the vent downstairs. And is there a lower rotate?
Man, they understand the map so well at the moment, and this is totally silent as a snake down lower. 3 players still waiting upstairs. Oh, and Kerrigan catches that kill on Vex site.
It's not every day you get a kill from top silo and then kill somebody top silo. And then potentially could have had that third, but at least Regali's recovered the lobby control. Again, it's going to be a desperate attempt at a retake here. Liaz looking back site, confirms Alicia's position, but now finds himself alone. And of course, Alicia keeps it clean. Another one tap out of the American. Another 9-3 half for FaZe to start a map with. An improvement on a T side, but a mirrored score in the terms of the first half from Inferno to Nuke. FaZe Clan looked pretty untouchable. They had, I think, a beautiful game plan coming into that attack. They kept it varied, and it felt like FlyQuest, unfortunately, never really got their hands on the defense.
Yeah, I'd say FaZe looked a full tier above them in terms of their details and how they approached it and their comfort on the map so far. So, I mean, great sign for FaZe. Not so great for the odds of FlyQuest to be able to pull off the comeback this time around. It feels a little bit different than Inferno, but it is numerically the exact same start. Maybe they still believe.
Banks on Frozen if this ramp hit does come through from FlyQuest. First, they're going to pause. Molotov smoke between Liaz and Ints. See what they can do in terms of flustering this upper hold. An upper hold that features two at the moment. Brokey and Elige look to lock it down, and Rain's going to be the most impatient of all. Activates outside. Oh, no, not the util.
Oh, don't let him throw the util.
Now the nade's gone. If you really wanted to commit into A, it is way more comfortable for the FaZe boys, and so maybe that's why we get this transition towards ramp. They find that for free at least. Kerrigan leans back in anticipation, and they're going to continue to try to press against him. Good gush. Vexite on the chase. Kerrigan's gonna get found out. They definitely wanted that kill.
Nice one,
Vexite doubles down on
Great
Secret.
on these pistols, honestly.
Glock connects twice. And that is a man advantage for FlyQuest off of the back of the chase. Lia's not as clean with it, but still body spotted as they go scrambling up into heaven. Vexite gonna continue to fight here on his own. 2 CTs to deal with him. Heaven players still hold that ground. They've lost their teammate in sight. Vexite's doing everything himself. That's a triple kill here in the pistol. And it's a potential threat that eventually comes back soon enough. No kit, here comes the swing. 2 players down, Vexite on for the ace. As Brokey taps that bomb, no kit included. A 10-second defuse could still come out at some point. But Vexite's just gonna make sure that he's not on it. Again, 10-second defuse needed. Brokey unable to get that much necessary instant headshot. So he plays with him. Won't get a chance for the 5th, but this pistol's all Vexite.
Yeah, man, excellent. And it's not only the only pistol where he's done incredibly well. It's just looked very solid so far this series. A huge round, of course. What else is there to talk about? Him getting every little bit, especially after this.
Yeah.
You're one set of util after you're about to do an upper pop or fake it, goes down before the attack starts. That's not very fun. And they actually planted so close to heaven, it got scary for them. Elish got 2 kills because they had to almost push entirely out of heaven just to spot it, to make sure no one was sticking the bomb.
All right, but the big question, can FlyQuest win a pistol and not lose the next round? Because they're 0 for 2 in these situations.
That is the big question.
Come on. 3rd time's the charm. Another moment to hold momentum. Defense, no kit on the play, down to 0 grenades as well. It's nothing but focusing on the crosshairs. And Ins
spotted that, right?
Yeah, you'd think.
I love how Eli's still coming forward slowly, like, I'm gonna kill you.
Able to tuck into blue box.
Okay.
There we go. Rain, though, has to reveal himself. That M4 now known to his opponents, who look content to try to take more control outside, but that is to give Rain another chance. And he's doubled down with the rifle. Goes for 3rds, and they are
keeping it loose.
Expecting him fully. There certainly would have been anticipation for that follow-up.
Oh, man, I think they're just being a little too telegraphed right now. It seems clear exactly where everyone from FlyQuest is. Kerrigan's going around to Rappel just in case they go back to explore that option. And they haven't tested Brokey. Now they have to hit upstairs. There's no time to do anything else.
Frozen sitting on top of the hut. Here's the flashbang. Oh, even better.
Oh, man.
Man, they're going to be fully exposed out in the open and with little time. He goes for Liaz first, keeps it clean. Heaven player serves the distraction, but Frozen just throws himself at it. We've got low health. Easy cleanup for Brokey with the Berettas, and he is gonna stop them. No kill after time, but a total wash 3 times in this series. They win pistol and can't convert.
Yeah, and it's not like FaZe got really lucky. They had full control of that situation all the way through. So, you know, we are, again, looking at FlyQuest as a team that has changed their caller in order to, presumably to improve their T side specifically, but one who, you know, wasn't calling maybe for a reason, maybe wanted another chance for a reason, but clearly will take some time, I think, to get everyone comfortable. But here, because they were so grouped and everywhere they got spotted, FaZe knew exactly what to do, again with the space, just like in the first half.
Frozen drops. Gives Brokey a chance, and
all
of a sudden, Force Spy starts to get kills. It's Brokey and Frozen down. Fast move here from Elish, finds him outside of control, but that's Netic with a second. Afamis picked up off his first victim, gives man advantage FlyQuest. They can't win the follow-up, but maybe the Force Buy thereafter. M4 for Kerrigan, nice little upgrade. Holds on to the decon door. Netic up above, Mac 10 down beneath. And they look to join up. You got kits on the play, you got 2 smokes. And I mean, Ints is nowhere to be found. This guy's up in hell at the moment. If there's any trouble on site, things could go real south. Last player confirmed as Rain opens doors, but it looks like that chase downstairs into Frozen, made possible by Netic, has given FlyQuest a little more runway.
Netic hit some great shots. I mean, that Famous look extremely good this round. Not too complicated here. They go in for ramp. It's not as if FaZe don't have enough players to try to defend, but they get outdone. By the team just lost the force up, so regardless of that, at least they win the follow-up round. Won't let this one get too out of hand.
What's Frozen doing?
I don't know, maybe he got blinded and ran to the wall? Yeah. But maybe he was just ready to fight because his teammate was right there in Turnpike.
That makes sense.
Because, you know, that guy jumps down. He's getting shot at the whole time. He just doesn't die.
Either blind and runs into the wall or was playing to avoid a flash. Either way, didn't look comfortable, and I didn't look too happy about it either.
Yeah. Love the FlyQuest. Everything, to be honest. Those pants.
Well, speaking of underdogs, quick little reminder that playing on underdog's real easy. Just choose higher or lower on your favorite Counter-Strike players and you can win real money. It's literally that easy. You pick higher or lower. Only 2 choices.
Rain.
Over.
Frozen.
Ooh. Under.
Netic.
Well, MVP of the last round. We'll see if he's got anything else to say about it. Very quickly crossing over to Secret Stairs at the start of this one as it's majority pistols here for FaZe Clan. Elysian Rain with rifles split up. And poor Liaz is going to have his hands full. 2 players as that smoke fades, and it's not even a rifle needed. 5-7 bests him.
He was just watching that corner, though, wasn't he?
And here's that second rifle we mentioned. In a good spot to hold back Netic, but Netic wins with the lesser weapon and the lesser health.
He's getting a lot of hard kills.
Kerrigan, turns his back to the lobby entrance. Be frustrated about that bit of timing. Elish picks up the mantle lower. We've got an approach out through main. They're gonna find a site clear for the taking, so good threat assessment. And they dodge that looming problem that is FaZe players downstairs. Now, there's guns to be grabbed.
Upgrades are too valuable, it feels like. Especially considering their positions down here in the vent. Too much time will be drawn off the clock. Frozen has a kit to work with, but it doesn't feel like the mistake's going to be made that's going to elicit the chance for a retake. So, well done here, FlyQuest. This is one of those examples of a round where they both hold good angles and also move into better positions, you know, at the same time, which I feel like they've been struggling to do throughout this game.
I think this is going to be an additional challenge because, you know, you touched on it slightly with Ints obviously taking the reins for in-game leadership and whatnot. I don't want to misquote him, but if I'm not mistaken, Vu brought up the point that out of the top 30 teams, FlyQuest's T-side specifically is the 30th ranked of that pool. And so to do it on Nuke with this huge lead versus a team like FaZe that are really looking to put a massive gap between them and a challenger like FlyQuest.
That'd be great.
It would be great for them, but I will say it's a tall order. Although another round where FaZe Clan don't have everything they need to work with. So a duo of 5-7s out there on the field. Everybody else, though, armored with rifles, of course. Netic very quickly gonna take over the ramp room again. It's not Frozen, but Kerrigan, his victim this time. And Liege gonna turn late. Brokey's downstairs at least. This could put a bit of a dampening on the FlyQuest follow-through on site. He holds on to a bit more control, but it is indeed bomb planted. Second Molotov also off the mark. They could come at him, but do they realize that that deep corner wasn't clear?
Oh,
no, they
man,
don't.
what a mistake.
And Brokey finds not one, but both. And he swaps into the AK-47 as well. Still, his teammates are already literally standing in their spawn, so it's all Brokey or nothing. Whew. What could have set it up if they were still in hell, if they had taken a sniff at that ramp.
Yeah, if they sat around. But how
they
could
didn't
you
really
assume?
believe.
That was especially with 2 mollies coming down control steps, you'd think one would have hit him for sure.
And also Rain has a kit. But they write off the possibility before Brokey makes magic happen, and so we go 1 round closer.
Still love this round from FlyQuest in general. Like it's pretty simple, but I love that we're talking about Netic more and more often. I think we're getting some of the flashier kills that we expected from him. Again, not a totally random signing, a guy that people are talking about to, you know, be next up and to be able to get a chance to play on FlyQuest. I'm pleasantly more surprised with some of these nuke kills for sure than we saw in Inferno.
And what's the point of grinding away in a region if you're not going to get a chance on their most renowned roster? Finally making that move. He's giving his team a little more chance to impress us. Just slightly. Still tough battle ahead, despite that lead getting cut down to 3.
All right, if they want to go for a slower round, I think this is where we haven't seen FlyQuest prove themselves quite as much. And this is where INS will be stressed, I think, for sure. And if they want to group up, they've got to be aware that FaZe, if they execute one mistake incorrectly, FaZe are going to find a way to get back information, and they have to keep aware of that. We haven't seen that level of awareness so far yet from FlyQuest. Looks like they were able to safely cross outside without any utility coming their way. Full HP players here. And this attack can stop mini rotators from getting out. They've got that covered. Keep options open late into the round. Coming out Decon fast.
Yeah, 25, and Brokey's gonna just go ahead and kill one. Easy for Frozen to emerge from the back corner, so no entry in this one. And with it, it is a far more stable defense. Liaz finally collecting something for the FlyQuest camp, but it's all too little, all too late.
It's a set play that they try to do with this exact, you know, even the 2 players who are staying behind are there on purpose, but in general here for FaZe, you know, the map isn't truly tested. They don't like put a seed of doubt here in the ramp. They don't do any kind of fake upper. There's no lurks that show themselves before any attack comes in. So you kind of just have natural spots for FaZe, and then they're not over-invested in lower, but they have 2 players in good positions to just cover things. I think the map was just too silent for too long across the board. The only thing they did know was that there were outside cross smokes.
Right. I don't want to bring it up, but I will. You know, when he's doing well in contrast, but that shot from Brokey, those are the kinds of ones that we've been kind of harping on him for missing at times. He just makes Frozen's job so much easier. Collecting the first one, serving up the distraction. Nobody's even looking at Frozen for his double. So nice to see Brokey just kick it off. Let's FaZe's close seem a little easier. Contributions across the board from FaZe Clan in this one.
Small tag on the HE. They are pressed up against Trophy right now with Brokey's help. I don't know if FlyQuest realized the map's got a little bit smaller here.
Dangerous though. Elise just kind of keeps giving that a bit of a jiggle. And he doesn't do it fast enough. Vexite onto the fight towards Trophy. Oh, Kerrigan bringing it back. Not another 3v5. I don't know if FlyQuest could stomach it. Ah, but they let their guard down. Luckily for them, simultaneous kill back on Kerrigan. Regali holding for him to come out from that hut. Bomb looks to join up with the Opper.
Wow, Rain peeks it as well. Regali half thought about holding on to that. But now in this 2v2, his position known.
He's going to try to climb up into heaven to try to clear out A site while the bomb just waits outside main.
I mean, this looks like it's going to set up into a retake, essentially. Like, CTs aren't going to fight this right away. Rain's working on getting around to heaven.
It's actually
such a smart move.
Yeah, such a sick reposition.
But is Regali going to be aware of this? Will he have anything else to watch? No, they've got to hold on to the hut.
It's all timing. Regali.
Oh, there we go.
There, nice. No scope to the back of the head. Rain tries to outplay him, but Regali, head on a swivel, remains on high alert, and poor Frozen from downstairs is a little too late to the party. Almost another 3v5.
Yeah.
But Regali recovers, catching Kerrigan, who emerged out from hut, you know, on the fallback to the bomb site. Probably just wanted to play anchor backside. Wasn't sure if there was eyes in from main, and he pays a costly price. FlyQuest keep this game 3 rounds the difference.
Well, that was definitely pretty good. It was a lower pace here from FlyQuest. They went outside first. They have been very good at coordinating, I think, on their upper attacks overall. Should have left a crater in the ground.
Just get the job done quick. Uh-oh, though. Rain comes back, looking for revenge on the Mag 7. FlyQuest pick up this one. And there's a freebie on the other side of it. At least that's how things should go.
Good to see another true default here out of FlyQuest. They're the ones who have the gun advantage. Regali holding on to this push. Liege was first to die last round.
Will Liege mistime this? Will he run the risk at all?
And him getting comfortable on FaZe's nuke was a big conversation for this team.
I mean, he takes over the Rain outer. Like, that's huge to finally shift him off that position.
It's a change I, and a lot of people I think didn't like in general. Not because of a Liege, but because seeing Rain out of one of his iconic spots, if not his most iconic spot.
They're going to send a bit of a rumble over towards ramp room. Frozen now on high alert. 2 sets of utility kind of soaring past him. It's ins on an entry attempt. We'll see how cautious Frozen plays this. We have seen him stick around and pay the price. 40 seconds to this clock, FlyQuest.
I think Rain will be happy if it's going to end up upstairs. He's got this Mag 7. He won't be rotating anywhere.
Potential for Regali versus Brokey. Oh, he almost lines up the riflers ahead of the op. Now he's locked into the corner, gives himself a flash. Regali gets the trade back on his counterpart.
Here we go, Mag 7.
It's sitting outside of the hut while Kerrigan from the corner doubles down. And now the shot, he blows one off. Ince gets hit in the back of the head. It's a trio of FaZe players left alive.
Yeah, solid hold, nice shot, Brokey. And again, Rain is thinking, I mean, I'm not fighting outside. I'm not watching heaven if they come up there. I'm not going to try to push through HUD and ramp, go to ramp later on into the round. I want this to be an upper hit late, and that's exactly what it ends up becoming. So he gets his revenge. The lead is 4 rounds. FlyQuest are down. Definitely not out, however. Does feel like their one set play where they took lower and had the 2 lurkers outside was a touch too obvious for FaZe. But some of these other rounds that have been more defaulty, they're putting themselves in pretty good spots to get favorable trades.
Ooh, and Elish gets it on the vent. Kerrigan, man. I want to see him happy.
That was a nice round for Kerrigan,
Come on,
too.
buddy. You're doing great. Hanging on for dear life, but we'll see what they do with a chance to close it right here, right now. One
Where's
of
he
4.
going?
Who knows with Brokey? Whoever knows where he is, where he's off
take my
to,
smoke.
what he wants, how he feels, nobody knows. But he's got the back of this pack of players at his disposal in a second. He actually doesn't end up stopping anybody from going downstairs. And then suddenly Rain gets run down. And then obviously off of that, you've got an AK now in Vexite's hand. This gets weird for a second. Frozen decides to float out side of the ramp, only for a moment.
Oh, do they have the util to deal with this? No, they don't have a smoke to cross, do they?
2 flashes on the side of FlyQuest. That is it, but they've got bodies, Launders. Oh, and they get the Vexite headshot. That's Rain's AK in the wrong set of hands for FaZe Clan. Fire at the feet of the planter should flush him out. Still dinks and damage done. Vexite, he picks up the rifle and just shreds them.
Damn, 3 frags from Vexite. It's all him once again, just like on the pistol round. 1 in the bag here for FlyQuest. a number of moments where FaZe could have brought it back, and Vexite was the answer each and every single time.
Rain thought he had just an extra second to try to lock into those decon stairs. Instead gets just wide swung by upgraded pistols. And shout out Vexite makes a meal of a microbe.
A meal of a microbe.
Yeah, I just made that up
before.
right now.
That's good.
Yeah. There's another expression with makes a meal of it.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for.
That would be a small meal to begin with. Do you guys got macaroni?
See if the gravy train gets flowing here for FlyQuest. It's 4 map and match points that FaZe had, but what they don't have is a lot of money in this next one. They'll buy up. It's healthy enough. Kerrigan will be the most limited, but he's used to that. He'll manage. There'll just be nothing left over after the fact.
That's true. You have to. If you're the IGL of the team, you got to be the Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah,
you know, you live with very little, and whatever happens, happens basically out of your control.
Luckily, he's got gracious teammates. MP9 dropped over for him. There's one kit out there, and it's on Kerrigan.
Hey, kid, have this MP9.
Lets him buy his trusty nades. We'll see if Brokey, off still in hand, is able to do a little bit more in terms of stopping them outside, because him allowing them to get down to secret, ultimately what caught Rain off. This time Elige is able to get down onto the stairs, and he finds early damage, still falling back. Just keep yourself alive. It feels like that's his plan.
Yo.
He can't kill Netic. 96 damage done, and still they just run rampant on this lower floor. Rain gets popped, and FlyQuest have pulled it off again.
Yeah, man, I'm loving these rounds. Honestly, it feels like FlyQuest just aging like wine within this half. Just every round looking better than the last. More conviction, great follow through, good opening kills. That duty's changing hands, but the result is still the same.
Did Liaz let him go? Not his choice. Chance for Ince instead to stop it. Ooh, nice headshot.
Damn.
And so
Won't get that
go.
op back either.
Terrorists win. 2 players deep spawn for the save.
Maybe it will be like Inferno, Connor.
Oh, you mean a 24-round loss for FlyQuest? Heartbreak and misery yet again?
Maybe.
Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I mean...
Huh? I hope for their sake it's not the case.
And look.
But step by step, piece by piece, and there's the freebie. Or what should be. MP9 and M4 saved from the last round. All they're going to have to work with. We're able to keep the kit at least. We'll keep fishing for silver linings. FaZe Clan's fans' hearts beat just a little faster. Oh God, here we go again.
Yeah. Kick up those pacemakers, boys. Same though for FlyQuest, man. They got so close last time. 45 damage dink.
Yeah.
Oh, and the nade doesn't do the rest.
It's
a thorn in their side.
Such a predicament here. Forced to get desperate like that. Down goes one of the 2 weapons. Down goes the kit. And Frozen going to be found out by Netic. Tricky as he positions himself inside Garage. And now it falls on just vanilla pistols. We go round 24 again. Guaranteed.
No doubt in your mind.
Not one. 3 vanilla pistols, no armor, 3v5. Impossible.
3 players upstairs. Okay.
All's good.
Thought about it for a second. Round 24.
Can you believe it? 2 maps back-to-back.
This comeback's more impressive, yeah.
CT and T-side for FaZe Clan, and they just can't close quickly.
They, FaZe straight up looked a tier above FlyQuest in this map in terms of their quality of play. But we switch over. FlyQuest, I think they use their pauses at the perfect time.
Ooh,
When
yeah.
Urkest gets in there,
Urkest.
they are getting better each and every step of the way. I think they ditched some of the earlier game plans that looked a little bit too simplistic and went for some better defaults, and I think have trusted their entries a lot more. Make no mistake, there have been some errors from FaZe along the way, but not major ones. Really has just been FlyQuest coming through with the right confidence, and I think a good vision for the round each and every time.
And all they have to do is do it one more time. I think a lot of this success for FlyQuest on the T side, we got to give a tip of the hat to Netic. Sometimes it's very quick tempo to get down secret. Other times we see these lurky moments where he's finding mid-round impact too.
I wonder if FlyQuest are tempted to do something fast. I kind of hope they go slowly.
They've definitely got a wealth of utility over top of FaZe, so that is a luxury they can afford. Slow it down. Let the CTs burn those tools.
Looks like they're going to commit to the upper hit.
All right, Kerrigan's alongside the hut wall. He's the first victim of the hit. Man advantage on the execution. Frozen brings it back by 1. This could end electrically. They drop down from heaven. Rain's got both backs turned. And just like that, FlyQuest fizzled out. They try to take a fight to FaZe, and Regali could still pull it off. So much time is what they had, and they opt to rush the fact. Now he'll have the clock, but he doesn't have the bomb.
It's a very unfavorable spot for him with the bomb in their grasp. Regali is one of the players who was the best at clutching in, his amateur years playing in WePlay. I'd say that's where he really waited for those chances. When it was just him, 50 seconds up.
No one watching heaven.
Yeah, 2 players below him. They're watching opposite vent.
But either of them could react fast enough to kill him. Regali on the approach. Still, nobody has looked up top. Now, only now do they look upwards. And he gets it onto Frozen fast enough. Him versus Rain. Ooh, he's able to get back into the cover. Regali wants the chase. And down goes Rain. Just like that. Overtime secured. Regali locks in with a huge reposition.
Yeah, he's always good for a clutch. My God, that round was done. Regali trusted himself getting up into heaven. They had a huge gap right there. Didn't even consider the thought of that rotation being possible. And he took full advantage of this opportunity.
And he attacks just in time. The first instance that either defender looks upwards, and he is there.
Fuck you, man.
What a comeback. But this time, they actually make it to overtime. Very impressive here on Nuke from FlyQuest.
Ballsy move to hit that upper side as fast as they did. Round 24 loss. Back on Inferno. Not gonna let that happen again. That was Regali from the bottom of the scoreboard on FlyQuest's side. 1v3.
Yeah, unfortunately for FaZe, we saw them versus Falcons lose to Tech9s. They got they lost a 2v5 round. I mean, it's been messy here and there. Okay,
They think that they can just chase down into sight, but Alish happy to step up to the plate. He was not uncomfortable at all. Molotov hadn't even popped back sight by the time those first 2 emerged. Brokey's not able to jump down though. And Netic's gonna hear that rotation in full force. What he doesn't know, second player still behind the vent.
And they still have heaven. This will be spotted
clean.
though.
This is gonna bring back that ramp hit. And he gets both on his own. Steps up to the plate. Elise tries to find timing. Stop!
Covered.
Triple kill from Netic. What a recovery. This is 3v5 back from FlyQuest, all by way of Netic.
My goodness.
Int creates uncertainty on the ramp, but then Netic collects 3 kills on his own. There was 0 trade potential with his teammates coming up from Hut.
1v3 and then 3v5 versus FaZe, but this time it's FlyQuest, not Falcons.
Let's go.
Wow. Crispy shooting here from Netic.
Game on.
FaZe might be feeling a little bit embarrassed to be in this position. This one could have been over and done with. But they couldn't find 4 rounds on CT's side. And now they can't even find one in overtime.
Clean shots.
Nice! Corey fucking Brown, baby! Let's go!
That's great.
Okay, Elige right into the action, but it comes at a cost. Certainly more than 2 players in that pack out of FlyQuest. That is a fast ramp fight out of the gate. Rain takes a glimpse deep into lobby, smokes it off. Expect things to slow down a second.
Oh, they're gonna walk right out of it. Right underneath Rain.
He's seen. Oh, he's seen.
He turns around.
Past tense, ready. Instead, he just falls down unsuspectingly into 2 players that just walked out on his timing.
What?
Medic with another headshot.
They can't even believe it. What a risk to take. And Rain got up there, and I think he just had his guard down. Thought, no way. Wow, 2 more rounds here for FlyQuest.
Dude, Medic, call him Medic, because he's remedied this situation. Back-to-back impactful rounds.
Oh, man, it's a frame of timing there where Rain actually puts himself in the best spot possible to catch everything, but he goes to check the corner of the smoke. No one's there for that moment. Another 3v5.
Back-to-back.
1v3, 3v5, 3v5. Yeah.
Is borderline illegal.
Good job. Good job.
Back
Getting
to back.
overtime is one thing.
3v5s in OT.
Now they can think about winning.
All while Elige tops the charts on the FaZe Clan side of things. Brokey caught off by timing there, down to half health. Does he re-peek? He's got Elige to try to cover off main. Again, we're going man advantage FaZe, but that has not been enough to get these rounds on the board.
First 2 kills or whatever.
We'll see where the next one comes through. Blasted straight up entry.
A beauty here. Not letting Frozen leave.
Elige, though, just omnipresent in these rounds, dude. Trying to keep his team kicking and screaming in the CT side.
So many kills.
And another huge reposition. That's the thing with Elige. He's keeping it fresh and he's keeping it fast. But they have lost track of Vexite in the process. Kerrigan's got to be ready for this duel. Vexite thinking about that deep corner, instead falls victim to FaZe's leader. Ricali gets the trade back. And so man advantage maintained the entire time, still further damage done. This one looking real tough, but they've won harder rounds. And so Ince keeps the hopes up, goes for the wide swing. Now Ricali front sight, up for another clutch. He's got the second in the rafters, but Elige says enough. Enough.
Yeah, huge risk getting that plant and faking it, but that was the only way to draw both out of heaven. Nice try, and Elige actually gets the final say. Making this a 5v3 a couple of times now. So many good rounds out of him.
He is everywhere. Look at this package.
He literally has to be, yeah, at every point of the round, the one to sort of save the day here. Least grabbing a round in overtime. Nearly 3 straight for FlyQuest.
All by way of Elige. Man played the whole map. Will it be the saving grace? Saw a couple of small, costly mistakes from Netic at the start of that CT half, letting his teammates down, letting them die uncovered. Absolutely stepped it up as this game has gone on.
But again, in the first half, this is where I was. This FlyQuest CT side, they were so far behind in terms of map control. They didn't really know ever what was going on. They got caught so many times looking behind them, and it looks like this can happen again. FaZe are using Big Garage to their advantage. They've already had secret control at this point of the round. There is no lobby push here for FlyQuest. So they've got to kind of hope on a lucky timing. We see another moment where you can get shot in the side of the head.
Yeah, Ints just kind of walking in.
Oh, but he still gets the kill?
No way, he wins that duel.
Wow.
Rain fully prepared, and he goes one better. Sprays into the smoke, looking to equalize, looking to get that 15th round real quick. Regali missed shot. Shadow spotted. Still the rebound back out of FaZe. They're trying to queue up their 3v5, but up from rafters comes Vexite. Keeps the first one clean. 2 players still to push in. Another layer out from heaven. Liaz backs turned, and he burns down as Elige connects. Not yet. That 15th still up for grabs.
Oh, their feet were to the fire right there all the way to the very end. The last damn frame. Standing up in the molly in heaven. Wow. That was the butterfly effect from Rain, missing that first kill on Ins. It's crazy because that moment comes because of all the map control that FaZe get untested, the fact that FlyQuest don't know where they've gotten into, but it's Counter-Strike. A shot like that gets hit back and suddenly it's FlyQuest who it's their round to lose.
Great composure from the Aussie in-game leader. A jump scare duel versus Rain. And still has the presence of mind to go for that main spam.
Elige with another close.
If they pull this off, he is the reason they win Nuke. 26 frags to his name. Critical in overtime. But again, anybody's 15th.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, the one round where FlyQuest started to look good was towards the end of the first half, where they actually expanded to take outside control. We had Ins pushing red box.
And that was like a late evolution of the defense as well.
Very late, but they're not kind of building off of that. I think that's where they look their best. And now he's in a spot that he's been in commonly with the back of Big Garage. But again, when players do this, that's when you lose vision.
Regali's coming over to try to regain it. The possibility of that threat outside hell seems to have him scuttling back. Elige instead just locks into the main corner. Here comes Ints. Expected, but no way.
He still gets it.
How has he won these duels back to back?
And that's the biggest threat down. He takes out Elige.
Not only does he get caught off guard, but also first bullet was going the way of Elige. It will get finished off by Rain, who gets his revenge from the round prior.
There's a lot of presence here at ramp. It'll be Liaz to think about whether or not he should stick around.
It's a good lock-in. That Opera on the angle, he was just over towards hell. They leave it in his hands as a responsibility.
If this goes late squeaky, it gets very dangerous for the upstairs players.
Liaz supports with some util still, just chipping away at the health here of the FaZe clan. Nades to the back of the site. Vexite looks for his chance. It's Liaz from up above with the multi-frag first, and then Netic connects. A big clutch offered up here for Brokey, AK in hand, and a chance to just evacuate around into hut. But how do you play this? Outnumbered. The fact that they've got that incendiary as well on Regali, 2 sets of eyes to look to keep him locked in. This is going to be a desperate attempt for Brokey to try to stop this defuse. The wallbang's not lining up. Liaz connects it, just defuses all the way forward for the 15th FlyQuest win. They have taken the lead in this map.
No, their lead, and with one round, they can simply win it. Nuke, potentially. FlyQuest doing the impossible after 2 comebacks in this series.
Credit, 1 HP.
Getting the better, the more unlikely one. This is such a frustrating moment for Elige. Everything else has gone so well. And it's another moment that Ins gets caught outside, but he still comes out with the duel.
And still hangs on for dear life and delivers. Nade pops it open. No real vision here for Regali. He's going to go in for a second chance. Nobody exposed to it. And nobody to counter off him because we've got Brokey again on this AK. Early damage by way of util. Frozen just barrels out. Nedic's got the response. Regali looks frazzled for a second because there's so much smoke all around him.
Kerrigan's coming in for this fight versus Liaz.
Again, they're just trying to keep pressure all across the board, and Rain is the one that ends up getting the edge back into the hands of the FaZe clan.
That little test from Kerrigan drew them back to ramp.
So much pressure all across the map. They don't know which is actually the commitment, but downstairs is where that bomb's now planted.
One lurk getting caught off, maybe. Nedic here, close up on the angle. Oh, but starts to run.
Saw the barrel, though, and he's not able to recover the duel. He let his guard down for a second, and now a 2v4 demanded of the Aussies, or we go double OT. FaZe just gonna try to keep their site players alive. It's an easy lock-in for Rain. He just dives down, but he's not able to keep standing. Elige is allowed to cross over. Things are startedly getting scrambled. Liaz has found 2 kills, and they've got backside control, but all good. FaZe, again, keep it close to keep you on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, at least chaotic FaZe round right there to guarantee double overtime. Oh, no lock in for that. That is such an absurd set of situations here. What business did Frozen have coming out through the smoke? They set that up only for him to just get a kill. They had no plans to execute behind it at all.
It's a beautiful flash from Kerrigan.
Kerrigan, I think, put on display a good example of where he made some presence towards ramp, but it wasn't to get anyone to rotate off. It was to get them to reinforce ramp to defend so that his players could scale through secret and get into lower and get through control doors. That was enough to get them into a post-plant position. It was a bit of what FlyQuest were missing on some of their T attacks.
CT round wins hard to come by. Ooh, Nedic's got a great angle to just take Kerrigan's legs out.
Oh,
luckily, he's got Elige for the trade frag.
It's an excellent refrag out of Elige.
His overtime impact's so real. He peels off as Rain goes deeper. Oh, Ince wins the fight, dude. Ince is getting his impact.
He is. He's coming in late sometimes.
Yes.
He's getting waited for, but he's still getting his.
And we alluded to back on Inferno, those moments where Ince impresses out of nowhere, kind of steps it up unexpectedly. Well, here's that map, and Elige comes in. Again, just catching them with these off timings on the upper site. Vexite wants his next engagement, and he's gonna find it, but still Brokey ends up winning with just 20 points of health left. Ince still, from up top, already throws out grenades. They know of his position, and Liaz is desperate to somehow get into this engagement. A flashbang offered up. Oh, no way, Ince gets it from heaven. Brokey stuck on this bomb site, toyed with. Liaz finally commits, and it's a FlyQuest retake for the lead again.
Oh man, so painfully awkward right there. The fight between Heaven and Squeaky that entire time, waiting for the chance to go for a one tap. It's Enzu plays it just a little bit better. That's a spot where it should be the hardest to get out of ramp more than any, or out of the vent, excuse me, more than anything else, but they find a way to get it.
And right back to business.
So many tense back-to-back situations.
Potential pressure outer here in the form of Elige. On the brink of 30 kills, him alone. Kerrigan finds the entry.
Finally. You just got to kill Ince, I swear.
It feels like if he goes down, then there's a bit of X factor lost on the FlyQuest side of things. Oh my. Oh, he missed it. Frozen just steps right back into the Opera's crosshair. Kerrigan's managed to get himself a second kill this round, getting his damage in on that upper site. Sets them up nicely. Elige has found good timing, but he actually takes the ladder up top. That Hell player may be on the chase. Did he see the legs? Yeah, I think so. Vexite, for a second, tried to keep himself in cover. And Elige hasn't gone for the peek yet. Vexite gets the spam through smoke, and he's still so worried about the top of Heaven. Now absolutely confirmed. But poor Vexite stuck between a rock and a hard place. Called, killed, 3 strong here for FaZe as we get tied up again.
A very smart move there for Elige. He backed up and kept aware of the potential for someone to come in through ramp. Knew that there was a fight upstairs he could help out with, was desperately hoping that the 3 players who were on the floor could deal with it first. And that was the right amount of patience, I think, for that exact situation. So that's how INS goes. Looks a little unlucky from his perspective, but you watch some of these previous rounds, man, he has had a horseshoe up his ass with the duels that he's taken outside.
Frag onto the approach, perfectly placed on Rain. There's half of his health gone. Trying to keep him muzzled for what's left of this one. But a slower tempo. There's been such a constant threat outside. Like you're saying, kind of like at times getting lucky, but still able to deliver so frequently.
Yeah, I mean, they're the ones missing. I'll just say they're waiting for him, but they're the ones who are not completing their sprays. Frozen takes out Netic. It's a 5v4 here for FaZe.
He really felt squeezed in main there. And I think that comes from just this constant pressure that FaZe have been applying outer.
Yeah.
And even though there was nothing actually there at that moment, you could just see how Netic kind of gets scared about it.
Yeah.
The possibility enough to frazzle him. We also get Frozen to slide down that vent.
I like that INS is trying to take this to a new risk here. Flanking potentially Secret could be the move. I mean, second to last player is Elise. He's got the bomb. He won't be turning around. Brokey, will he watch this? INS could solidify the situation again. He's got a great chance.
Oh, Brokey just gets away from it, turns, and hits it just a second too late to the party. Still could catch them off guard with the follow-up. Liaz throws himself into the fray, very quickly down from the vent as well, but they make sound of the approach, and of the two, only Vexite is able to get a kill between them. What could have been with that one? Finally, his luck dries up.
I love the way he made that play because so many of these rounds he has just been sitting in the back of Big Garage. And again, you can see he's trying to figure out new things to do, but in this spot, 4v5 down, why not take the risk of flanking Secret early? And if he's just even 1 second earlier, which might just be too much to ask, he probably takes that shot. I don't think he waits to line up 2 kills or anything like that. I just don't think he felt like he had a clear way to kill Brokey on the first peak, so. But smart from Brokey, turned around.
I feel like Brokey's one of those players that can feel when he's being watched.
Yeah, any good player, you know. Eventually, you're going to see, and that's also a symptom of, is the map too quiet? Because, like, you can interrupt someone's mental timing if you give them something else to think about. And there were no real distractions right there, but, you know, don't want to overthink that situation. INS made the right play, it was just Counter-Strike for a second. Just a little too late. Still a 1-round game here for FlyQuest. Got this far.
No more than 1 CT round win in overtime for both these teams. FaZe want to kick it up a notch. Fast out through Squeaky. Instant rush onto A. Bomb drops vent, though. There's a layer here. Rain's going to find man advantage. Regali trying to recover it, but the Heaven player gets the better of him. And still, all the while, bomb's going down. So at the very least, you've got this.
Yeah, they get the plant off at the expense of 2 players.
But how many 3v5s can you truly win in overtime?
Rain's waiting for this lurk, and he'll wait here the entire time.
Yeah, reads it well. And so it's just straight up the numbers game for the clearing of this lower bomb site. Liaz awkwardly sitting on 50 health as well. They want to take a player down on the approach, but he just looks away from the commitment. Liaz now tries his hand. Good first headshot. Second one's elusive, but INS is in a clutch. And with the luck he's pulled off, maybe, just maybe, with fire in front of him, nothing he can do. Bomb was close to popping, and he just can't commit. He didn't have the health to get into that fight. He would have loved to go deep into smoke and try the Hail Mary, but not even an option.
And we could credit the utility there. The molly's placed perfectly behind the smoke, doesn't get extinguished. No chance to fight back there, even with some health left over. And that'll be FaZe guaranteeing another overtime here. Finally stopping an upper hit. And I think here where Regali comes out, it's part of the plan, but this looks like a spot if they lose the first player and they've already snuck the bomb down. They should have just found a new route to get, you know, to try to help out. But obviously it would have been hard without the vent opened. But just too many sacrifices for the fake.
Again, though? Oh, rinse and repeat? This time, no objective to head downstairs. They're just going to commit it to this upper floor. And in the most pressured situation so far this game, FlyQuest just keep it simple and straight up rush. We got it in round 24.
They're super close to it. Again, T-side has been really friendly to them in terms of these simple attacks upper.
And it feels like they've nabbed it, barring some kind of awkward timing here. Brokey, oh my, scopes in on Ints, and he is not alone. Frozen looking to join up with him. Man advantage has been equalized. The Liege even gonna take it one better. Netic with the fast response. Regali's got his, but Brokey continues to trade out from lobby, and they will finish this off.
Wow, clean follow through here from FlyQuest. Simple as they get upper the exact same fashion as last round, but the kills go a little bit differently this time, and no spams back from Mini to slow this down. No bomb sneak into the lower site. Instead, the full commitment upstairs, and again, just better frags. We're deep into the night of this nuke game. They're definitely out of prep at this point, coming up with stuff as they go, and we've got a tac pause save for this moment. None better here than to try to break into the third overtime for FlyQuest. They look so inspired now. I feel like, you know, you can definitely see it.
Ever since that Regali clutch.
I feel like they've leveled up 3 times since the beginning of this nuke game. But FaZe have also improved.
It was heads in hands and slouching in their chairs as he tried to pull off that 1v3 clutch in round 24. On the edge of their seats ever since. They've touched the lead, but now they've lost it. But they get Rain down to 44 health. And they opt not to go ultra aggressive.
Looks like there'll be one final test for Elige, who has been the star of the show here for FaZe. Some action coming his way outside. They haven't been putting too much pressure on the cross. There's been delayed. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's kind of what you wanted to see this time around. They can't let this go for free. And last time FlyQuest did just walk the entire way through.
And it looks like they'll do that again. 4 players strong. Shoulder to shoulder, leaving Ins outer.
No further spams. Last time that they tried this set tactic, though, they got crushed downstairs. However, you had Brokey up on Xantares in the lower site. Here, you only have Rain down on control steps, and he's low.
That layered defense was key.
Oh, they missed it.
One-man army, but
so...
in a way, they get given a grace. The fact that Netic takes a bullet to the head, but is still standing. Here's that second layer to the defense now.
Oh, their control steps, Molly.
It's also changed up positions, not quite mirrored as last time. Frozen was here on the railing. Now Rain instead plays on that site silo. Brokey's just going to await for that single door swing, but fire at his feet is going to cause a problem. And so Rain looks to get his, but remember, he was low.
Whoa.
Remember, they damaged him early. And so they come out, they deal with both, and then even Elige. Kerrigan's got a chance. Players falling down. Bomb's gonna get planted. Frozen to the clutch, and they will push this again.
They actually made that happen. I mean, they had 3 points of attack on lower. After missing that molly, mentally, they could have been completely out of it. Took damage where they shouldn't have. They had the rotation from the op downstairs. 3 players in total. Elige coming in as extra support that may not have been necessary in any normal situation. And here's where it could have all gone wrong. And they still survived this.
Netic catches Brokey, who was flustered by the fire.
Yeah, they mollied him out of position. They did a great job of rocking everyone's spots on the site. That was a very hard round to win.
And a nasty triple kill from Vexite throughout.
Won't have to lip read that one.
Don't worry, brother. Didn't cost you the game. Could have, but didn't. Hell of a recovery. We'll see if third time's the charm. Brokey will not miss the second shot. Make sure that ramp doesn't fall, and he's got Frozen to support it, to ensure it, to establish the 5v3. And we've seen 2 3v5s in overtime. Back in the first, the favor of FlyQuest. FaZe have fixed their issues since. But do I speak too soon? Netic able to get the better of Elige at a distance.
That shoulder barely missing this moment. It's actually Frozen who gets spotted.
And further damage done to FaZe from the 3v5, about to equalize. Netic just toys with the corner. Regali's gonna go into the A side entry, but layered defense here as Frozen takes the same spot and Rain comes up with no hesitation from that vent. And this is all Elige's earlier damage here done to Netic.
Yeah, it still gets scrappy once again, but Netic in the 1-on-3, I think FaZe feel like now they've established control. How is he gonna even get this bomb back in?
Exactly.
He's got to really channel his Regali here.
No doubt inspired by that 24th round clutch, by the multi-frags that they've pulled off since. Isolated duel versus Vent, and he connects to the head. But Broky's gonna finish it knowing he was low. Alish calls damage, and FaZe step forward to the lead yet again.
These teams burning the candle on both ends in terms of ideas, follow through, lost chances, gain chances. And again, every new overtime is a new chance for attack pause. I think FlyQuest have done an excellent job with them. Urcast getting involved. Seen some stark improvements as this game has gone on. And it looks like he's got a clear directive on what's going to happen. It's going to come down to small mistakes now. Both these teams are very familiar with each other.
It was a bit of a small mistake, no? Ince peeking that corner with a nade in his hand.
Yep.
Just really wanted to make sure it didn't bounce back in his face, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's keep this party rolling. Alish, first blood. A shot from Brokey. And down goes Alish, the hands of Netic.
Oh, caught.
Good on Rain. That is all Rain as well. 100 health on the spam. For me, with no X-ray, it looks like he's already around the corner. But Rain gets him at the last second.
And the cross is so late, they have to go.
Tapping away towards heaven. It's good damage done here from Ince. But a quick departure from Kerrigan to peel away from outside to make sure he doesn't fall victim to what's left of this outer possession of FlyQuest. Although it's a pinch into main, well done by Liaz to isolate Rain.
Yeah, that's solid. 2 on the upper floor.
Then they pause.
Yeah, FaZe are waiting in hell. Could end up in a post-plant situation if a FlyQuest play their cards right. Kerrigan also expecting them to take their time, going around now to Hut.
What's Frozen's move? He's just full commitment.
Figuring out what to do with this information. Yeah, Frozen will just end up being event rotation or coming back through ramp.
Oh, he got around the corner.
Yeah, when Liaz kind of wins or loses this position with this flank coming in.
Just missed the timing there. Liaz had checked it twice.
Their guard is down though, isn't it?
Kerrigan slipped in between the timings. Still looks like Liaz is on high alert, but again, a third instance of timing that ends up going Kerrigan's way.
But that's about pulling distractions.
Pressure on Ince to pull off the clutch. A fast reposition. Kerrigan, oh, he gets damaged as the defuse is so nearly denied. 8 health for Finn to make the difference. To finally put up majority in an overtime CT side.
Damn near killed them both with that one spam. And you've got a couple of cheeky smiles on the faces of the FaZe players at the moment. They barely got away with that one. This is how it kicked off. Brain really saves this situation, refragging Alish here. And again, you know, Kerrigan was the bait in some plays. In this position, they're baiting for him. It's not a quiet flank. They have players up in heaven throwing flashes down. Liaz feels like he has to respect them. And they've gotten away with this push every round. Even if they don't get the shot in, they get away.
There's usually a second layer to it as well, so if not the first, the second delivers. What's that?
80 damage.
80 damage out of nowhere. Brokey then hits his shot instantly. This could be a total sweep of the CT side. Things go from bad to worse for FlyQuest as they just run straight into the offer on just full expectancy. Now Rain over towards the vent, trying to tether off of Frozen again, attacking this from both sides, and FlyQuest get absolutely swarmed. A total sweep in OT3.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe had to go full strength to be able to pull out a 3-round half here in overtime. FlyQuest done well to get to this point, but maybe they're out of fuel.
Now, where's that 80 damage come from?
I don't know. It looked like it must have been a HUD spam, right? Kind of weird to see Alish on the floor, though, if he's getting that. Looked annoying, that's for sure.
Yeah, I felt like it did frazzle people for a second.
Every single round, though, FaZe are able to get to up the trophy. Every round they get a chance to put it up on that position, and I like that they're not overthinking it either. FlyQuest, no answers.
You're almost there, Kerrigan. 3 map and match points. 2 9-3 leads on both maps. And FlyQuest fight tooth and nail. Kerrigan,
oh, his twist impression.
Right? He knows the play all too well, does it himself and delivers. Ints again for the multi-frag denied. And it is fire in front of Liaz. Through hell they have fought for this attempt at a comeback. So close on Inferno. 1, 2, and 3 overtimes here on Nuke, but it looks like luck has run out. It's a difficult endeavor to take a swing at FaZe, and FlyQuest absolutely did. But they hang on, and they survive. And the tale of 2025 is one of FlyQuest continuing to struggle versus top 10 teams.
Struggle is a good word for it. Struggle from all ends. So many rounds to settle Nuke. We had the 13-11 on Inferno, and we had so much more here on Nuke, but it felt like right at the end, FlyQuest ran out of steam. That final overtime period, they just didn't have enough left in the tank at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like FaZe ran out of steam when they had the 9-3 lead first half. They go into second half. FlyQuest looked great. And need I remind you, that's one of the weakest T sides in the pro scene.
Totally, but FlyQuest played well. Got to give him some respect. You know, Nedic played so well that I actually, in the meantime, renewed my Netflix subscription.
Netflix?
Netflix. Netflix.
He's gonna be an opera now, huh?
Netflix. No, it's his name sounds like it.
That's the Nedic we've been looking for. That's the Nedic
Bring us back on track here, Boo.
You guys were
Get us
trash
back on
talking. I was
here.
saying Nedic's great. That's what we
You were
want.
right. You were right.
There's a lot to love from that for FlyQuest, though. I think they're going to be feeling a whole lot of bitterness for the near future. Should have been theirs. Could have been theirs. Maybe so close to the line. But it's not to be.
Yeah, no, unfortunately. I mean, I do think that FlyQuest are going to move away from this game. Pretty happy about a handful of things. But all in all, I think like that T side is something that they're going to be walking away proud of. I feel like the end of it, the fact that they got beaten by, I guess, the twists drop, you know, from Kerrigan, that was kind of a fun moment for FaZe to walk away on.
Throwback?
Yeah,
little throwback there.
Yeah.
I know one guy who's probably walking away more relieved than anything else. We got Alige here on the desk. Alige, how you feeling after that one?
Like you said, relieved. Feels good. I mean, we had a big advantage on T side. Some struggle rounds, but we ended up winning, and that's all that matters.
It's kind of the quintessential FaZe experience, bottled up in so many maps. At least you got to play basically a full 3 maps around.
Yeah, pretty much.
I guess, Alige, first thing I want to ask is just about your opponent you just faced. I mean, what do you think FlyQuest was doing so well that made it so difficult for you guys in that one?
I don't know. I think that they had a good game plan. We kind of got unlucky on some of the rounds, but they also just came out like hitting hard. When they were rushing and popping on us, they were just getting the entries, and you know things were just going really well for them really quickly. I don't think that we were being outplayed tactically. I think that they were shooting super hard. I think we were in a lot of good situations, and we also, you know, classically let some of those rounds that we had advantage get away from us too.
Yeah, I mean, in other interviews, people have talked about it feels like you versus yourself sometimes, especially if we look at the game versus Falcons on Ancient. It's just some struggle happening. And the key that I've thought about is that it's the rounds after, right? That's what's being talked about. It's you lose a bad round and then somehow you guys can't recover. Like, how have you been working on that?
Well, like I said in my interview yesterday, I think that we just have to believe, like, harder, that like everything's okay. Like we're winning, like the rounds are good. Like, yeah, there's some miscommunications happening, but it's also kind of a bit of PTSD in some of the rounds where, you know, we feel like a situation that kind of happened. We feel, you know, a little bit anxious about, you know, what's happening in the rounds. We know like how we lost like a previous one, and that's just something that we have to overcome. Like we have to like believe, and that's just like the end of it, I think.
I guess one question I have is, now that you've been playing with Kerrigan for a pretty extended amount of time, I know they're obviously like leagues apart in terms of in-game leading, but like, how would you compare just the style of JT versus the style of Kerrigan?
Well, I always compared JT to Nitro. I always thought they were like very similar, even in their demeanors. I think that Finn has a lot of really good like mid-rounding where he just like completely takes control, where I feel we were a little bit more, I don't know, like it's hard. It's really hard to say, but I don't know. Finn kind of just takes the wheel way harder compared to both of them, and he comes up with really good ideas, just, you know, on the fly. Everything kind of just like puzzle pieces together, and Yeah, I think that's the best way I describe it.
Okay.
When it comes down to it, it feels like you guys so often look great in parts of the game. Does it feel like you're kind of just one step away, like you're going to solve something and all of a sudden you guys are going to figure it out?
Well, I mean, I like to believe so for sure. I mean, I think that it's, like I was saying before, I think it's PTSD. In the game right now, we have mega PTSD from like the rounds that we've lost. Even in this game, I think that we've been in like some situations where we kind of put ourselves into worse situations because of PTSD of like what's happened in previous rounds. So we're trying to, you know, playing super hard to like not lose these rounds, and in part of that, it's making us lose more of them. And I still think that's our main issue that we have to keep on working on.
Now, you talked about building belief, engineering belief. This win, pulse pounding. I'm sure your fans are checking themselves in the hospital right now, but do you think taking through this kind of a game, a FaZe Classic, if you will, is that enough to spark some belief in this tournament run here at Rivals?
It needs to. Like this game, no matter what rounds we lost, there was still a lot of really good stuff that came out of it. We came up with the win, 13-11 on Inferno, like every other Inferno we played. And we had some insane T-sides. I think that Finn has been calling amazing. Like, he's been calling really good, like, for a while now. It's just up to us where we have to get over our PTSD and just believe as much as we can that it's okay. It's not going to happen again, but if we keep thinking about it, then it will happen. So I think there is, like, sparks of life. Like you said, like, there's rounds where, you know, we look really, really good, and then it just kind of collapses where, you know, you're like, what just happened? And it's that mentality. Like, we have to, like, really... you know, feel that, you know, it's okay, it's over, it's gone, it's all good, it's gone.
Well, I don't know if you need an exorcist or a therapist based on that, but whatever it is, I'm sure you'll find it at this point. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
Congrats on the win today.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Oh boy, that's a lot to unpack there.
I mean, when the term PTSD is used numerous times,
Gentlemen, shuffle back over.
In a post game, I feel like there's something that's really been haunting them in the rearview mirrors. It's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, how many times did he say it? 4 or 5 times?
4 or 5 times. He was, it was stuck on his mind. It was stuck on his mind. But we're going to leave his mind alone. We're going to pick another brain in the meantime. We got Vexai coming on to talk to us. That one, I mean, so close to the line, right? Some crazy comebacks, making those really tense games. What's on your mind after that?
I mean, obviously right now, it's a bit all over the place. Like, we just played a pretty intense game and a lot of back and forth stuff going on. So I think our biggest takeaway is just the communication was very frantic. But yeah, apart from that, we just got to watch it back and review. I feel like most of our results recently have been slightly exceeding expectations, but just not meeting ours. And we just need a bit more time.
Yeah, I mean, at Melbourne, you guys were able to take down a Virtus Pro team that's, you know, top 10. They were like ranked 10th when you guys took them down. FaZe are just a rank higher. I mean, what do you think is the breaking point? I guess you said you already exceeded some expectations with how you've done, but like, what do you think is the breaking point in winning this one when you had an opportunity, at least on Nuke?
You're saying what's the difference what we did now?
Yeah. Well, how do you break through that now, that new ceiling?
I mean, we got a new player, a new IGO, a new system. It's just time, right? I mean, every player says it. It's always the same shit, but I don't know. We just got to work hard together and get familiar with one another. And yeah, that's it. Just work on communication all the time.
The community talks about system a lot. So you say system, I just want to ask, can you give us a concrete 1 or 2 examples? Like, what's the difference there? What's the different system?
I'd say system, between Ins and Dexter's calling.
Yeah.
Well, Ins takes a lot more control, whereas Dexter left a lot more freedom. So I think players just adjusting to that and really listening in the mid to end round for where we're ending and how we're going to play, and then sending the right signals like to the other team, just, you know, so we had the right rotations and stuff.
I mean, you've looked pretty good in a handful of these games as Ins as the in-game leader. I mean, do you like this freedom, or do you like the freedom from Dexter, or do you like the Ins taking the reins more?
It's not the only difference, just freedom. There's other things as well. Our environment is a lot better, and I think that's what's making me play a lot better. Like, I have a lot more of a clear goal of where I'm playing and what I'm trying to do in the round and stuff. And I'm obviously just familiar with how Ins calls. I've played with them for a long time now, and yeah, I don't know, it's good.
How about objectives? Because, I mean, yeah, you guys weren't able to win here at Rivals, but, you know, you've already qualified for the major. So for so many teams, it's usually like, oh, qualify. Well, you've done that, so like, what are you looking at now?
We definitely want to make a pretty good run in the major, like definitely aiming for our best one. I mean, everyone's aiming for their best. And we have this Chinese tournament coming up, and we want to have a really good showing there, hopefully win the thing. So those are our main goals right now. And yeah, I guess just practice till then and chat about it. That's it.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about Nedic. You said the environment's better. Is he like a very positive attitude, and how is he as a player?
I mean, he's just a Kiwi, so he's just a funny guy. I don't know, like he's super chill. He's a really sharp individual, and I don't know, just got a solid mind for the game. So yeah, there's not much to say about it. He's just a really good player, and it's just like easy to play with.
Cool. Flightless Bird, flying in the server. Thanks for joining us, man.
Let's go, man. Thanks, boys.
Good matches here.
Cheers, guys.
Good stuff. And he's out. And he's gone. And we got to wrap up what we're talking about here. Any final thoughts on FlyQuest at Blast Rivals?
Pleasantly surprising. I think they did quite well. I think they managed to get over the hurdle of being worried about playing against a big name, but they just couldn't get over the hurdle of get the last round, pull it over the edge. But they did such a good job. I feel like you can't feel bad if you're FlyQuest.
They've already proved to themselves that they can beat some of the bigger name organizations in VP at Melbourne. I'm sure they wanted to get more done here at the Blast Rivals, but it's a pretty lofty goal when that's against Spirit and against the FaZe clan, who even in their shaky form that they're in, still have elite players.
It is indeed. It's a tough one. Eyes on the horizon. Certainly we're going to be looking at them towards the major. It does feel like they're building that the right direction. As you said at the beginning, Vu, give them time. Vexite said the same thing, even if it's the same old something or other going on there. But now we have our eyes towards the horizon. FaZe, did they do enough today to give you a little more faith?
I'm worried that that's going to give them more PTSD. That they're like they're up what 9-3 going into CT nuke. You're playing against a team you know they're weak on T sides, and Elige, he said it. They were fragging really well. They were playing really well. FlyQuest was. They were playing great CS, but at the same time, your FaZe, you look at that. That's FlyQuest. You know you're supposed to win that more easily.
I kind of have to agree with that. I mean, I don't think they've really proven all too much. I mean, like, they're going to play, MOUZ, I think, in the first round of the playoffs. MOUZ look like they're in such a different stratosphere than FaZe right now, so I don't really feel like I've been inspired in too many ways with this performance.
That's a very nice segue from you, Maui, because now let's zoom out a little bit. Let's take a look at the group that we've had so far here in Group B, and we're going to get an eye towards the playoffs because we're coming up on our last matchup of the day, Spirit versus Falcons, to decide who's going to start straight out in that semifinal and who's going to have to battle their way through one more round of play here at the Blast Rivals. We've got quite the bracket shaping up here in the playoffs, fellas.
It is right now kind of interesting with the fact that Wildcard made it actually to the quarterfinals. I definitely did a double take today when JBA said he qualified for the playoffs of Blast Rivals.
Not wrong.
Yeah, technically,
it's 1v3, but it's not wrong.
JBA's not wrong about that. But the semifinal having Vitality, no surprises there. World #1 still keeping the streak alive.
Yeah, hopefully breaking the streak, I guess, next BO3 up. But I mean, yeah, Wildcard, bit of a surprise, but that's the level of team that they can upset. It's a struggle when they go against someone like Spirit or Falcons.
I would have wanted to see, to be completely honest, Wildcard versus FaZe. Like, that feels like a team that might be rising versus a team that's plateaued, maybe even declining.
That would be a great game.
I think that would have been better, yeah.
That could have been quite spicy indeed. Speaking of declining, we're going to decline to talk anymore because we're going to take a quick break. Get ready for that next matchup. Falcons versus Spirit. A potential headline game when we come back.
CZ. So it was Guardian, so it was pretty early. Was this? I don't even know majors from back then.
Well. I don't know, to be honest.
My Counter-Strike knowledge came to I gained my consciousness, Cloud9 2018 E-League Boston Major, as a North American.
2016?
That would be the Boston Major. Was it the 2018 E-League Boston Major? Perfect.
I play in this major.
Okay. My one nugget of knowledge that I have when it comes to major. Oh. That's device. Old terrain.
I remember he will kill from the right side.
He misses everything and then hits 3 insane shots, huh? Isn't it? Is it Atlanta major? Was that a major in Atlanta? Not so sure now. So this would have been during their 3-year prime run, so their 3 major prime run. Krakow maybe. The Krakow major?
Train was available in this time, so it was maybe right after the Boston, maybe.
I don't think there was a major in Atlanta, was it? There actually was one, the league major. I think there was a Copenhagen major at that point. So let's go with Copenhagen, whatever that major was.
19, I would say. Maybe in Sweden.
I think it's a league major, Atlanta.
Was Starladder.
Starladder?
Berlin, 2019.
Berlin? Ah, okay, that's tough one. I remember the clip at least.
I can relate by the maps, by the play. I can relate like the date, but not the place. It's impossible. Don't have a good memory.
God, the AK sounds so nice.
Didn't click me anything yet.
I don't remember this one at all.
I think this is the real major. Maybe not. No!
So this would have been... How long ago would that have been then?
I don't remember that drop play in Furia, to be honest, so it's gonna be hard.
Was it Rio? No, it wouldn't have been Rio. Rio was too... I
would say 21, maybe.
Actually, it might have been Rio. Let's go with the Rio major.
What's the real major? Drop play.
This isn't going as bad as I thought it would.
Who is that?
So this would have also been a recent one since the blue phosphorus, so like within the last 2 years.
So let's suppose it's 22, 21.
Well, I'll also go with Rio.
Let's try the Belgium major.
Paris 23.
Paris. I forgot about that major.
I didn't go to this major. I couldn't ever remember of it.
I'm so dead sorry.
A tiny bit.
I'll just keep it, doesn't matter.
Tell me who told you everything about me.
Hello everyone, this is Apex from Vitality, and today I'm gonna do question chain.
It's very simple. I'm gonna answer a question from another player, and I'm gonna pass on a question to another player, and that's why it's called chained.
Device, during the 2017 major that you guys knocked us out on the quarterfinals, how have you learned all my secrets?
It's a good question. I think that he's referring to one of the games we played in 2017 in the major quarterfinal. And for me individually, I was looking at him. At the time, he was the guy to watch as an AWPer, and the game plan was to try to face him as many times in that game as I could, and it worked out that time, and I'm sure it has not worked out for me some other times. Hey Twists, my question for you is, do you regret leaving European Counter-Strike and FaZe?
I mean, there's nothing to regret, nothing to miss, because I'm still playing European CS. Liquid is not the NA team it once was. Still very much living in Europe, still playing the game. Torji, this question is for you. I was wondering how it is to look back on your journey of being in the academy leagues and seeing how far you have come and competing against the best teams, how it is for you to look back at it.
I mean, it's an interesting question. I have learned a lot of stuff. Obviously, when I joined MOUZ NXT, I was more of a kid, and I didn't have a lot of knowledge about being professional and about maybe even just Counter-Strike, you know, and since then I learned so much. I learned a lot about life, I traveled a lot, and yeah, it's been an amazing journey. So my question to Heavy God is basically that tell me your top 3 Israeli players and please rank it.
Adam, thank you for the question. And for me, top 3 Israelis are, number 1 for me, it's Nerds. Number 2 for me is Spinks. And number 3 for me is Flames. My question for Kerrigan is, what is your most notable change through your career in CS?
I think my most notable change is probably going from 1.6 to CSGO. I didn't like CSGO in the beginning. First of all, in 1.6, I perfected every single wallbang coming to CSGO. It was all about peeking and Molotov that couldn't be denied in the beginning, and I was so confused. Like, I lost all my skill and had to rebuild new skills in a new game. So that's for me the biggest change and biggest hurdle I ever had in my career was actually changing from 1.6 to CSGO. It was completely different. What is the qualities you had to step up as a leader when you went from Interfragger to be an ideal as you are today?
Thank you, Kerrigan, for that question. There, thinking about all 4 players, etc., was something a bit different for me. So I had to really reflect around that and see how I could help them on that way. That was question chain. I was the last one, so thank you, everyone, and bye-bye.
It's time for the Blast Rivals face-off. Representing the Falcons, we've brought in Dustin Moret. In the Spirit Corner, DDK back in action. Dust, why are Falcons taking this?
Well, look, we got some of the most talent that you could possibly have, and we'll eventually buy more if we need to, so that's never a problem for us. Results are looking fantastic lately. Just made the grand finals in Melbourne, just won Bucharest. Really just all signs point to the fact that we're going to be one of the best this game's ever seen.
Made the finals, but you didn't win though. Spirit has actually won a major finals. You've made my argument here also for me. I mean, you said that you'll buy some of the players. That's the only way you can defeat Spirit is if you actually buy the whole team.
We literally just won a tournament. We pushed the best team that maybe the game's ever seen to their limits, more so than any other squad's been capable of. And it's only a matter of time before we topple them, by the way. We just got the squad together. Things are only looking up.
Well, I mean, honeymoon period, perhaps? You just, your players, in the back of their mind, they're like, will I be on this roster next week? Spirit, on the other hand, we have indomitable chemistry. There is so much chemistry and team support.
What Spirit has is Donk, and that's all you've got, buddy. And once he's taken care of, you ain't got jack shit else that you can rely upon. Give the man some help, because you surely the fuck haven't been lately. Look, meanwhile, we got Nico, one of the best rifles the game's ever seen. Muncie, one of the best operas the game's ever seen. Kixon, a great upcoming IGL. Testis is out there performing lights out as well.
We have a team that's greater than the sum of its parts. It's not about, we don't need all these different star players. We have such an incredible supporting cast around Donk. We've built the team around Donk so that it is a team that works, and it is twice the value of any individual on paper. You just have the on-paper team.
What do you mean? We just made a finals and won a tournament.
We're number 2 in the world right now.
No,
Dust.
you're not number 2 in the world. Let's be honest. MOUZ Sports is even better than you. Let's look at the power rankings of the here and now. We're one of the best teams in the world. We're going to prove it. We're going to win this shit. That's all I know.
You're talking about facts.
Yep.
I have literally the rankings, so I mean, you can't get more factual than that.
In this tournament, when we trash you guys and we take home the trophy, we'll see who's ranked where after that.
I think we're gonna have to see where it is when the dust settles. It's time to get into the server.
Falcons versus Spirits. The best player in the world versus the world number 2. The man who had to watch as he hit the stage. And now they've got 2 banging teams around them, ready to go toe-to-toe in a prize fight to make their way straight into the semifinals here at the BLAST Rivals. This one is sure to bring the fireworks. What do we think?
I think Dust won that back and forth, but I think I think Spirit are going to win this one.
This is a game that I'm just super excited for in so many different ways. The fact that Falcons have been on such an upward trajectory, the fact that we haven't seen Spirit play an official in about a month, it's got all the makings to see a retooled Spirit, one where they've been in the lab for a while, they've been studying the footage of Falcons, and so Falcons, they do look like they're on a heater, but maybe Spirit got some answers.
Maybe they do. Maybe they do indeed, but you haven't thought about this, which is that it is m0NESY's birthday. Have you considered that, Maui?
I don't usually take that into my analysis, except for this time. So this is the moment where it's going to matter. Obviously, m0NESY is going to have a pop-off game, but it still might not be enough.
I think Magix is going to give m0NESY a birthday loss.
That's
okay. Yeah, I
kind of a backwards guess. Kind of a backwards.
He's getting a birthday. Listen, okay.
Hold on. No, we're gonna leave that one alone. We're gonna let you sit with that. We're gonna move on. Let's talk about Spirit. Why might Magix give m0NESY a birthday loss?
I think Magix is a little underrated as a player, but most importantly, it's the word. It's Donk. It's Donk. It's Donk. Donk's going to carry this game. Donk, Shiro, you've got Chopper. Zontix. I think Zontix actually, since Spirit have come back, their one game, he's actually been playing a little bit differently, specifically this year. He's been playing a little more active in the mid-round, and he's actually kind of giving Spirit a third option at times, especially on the T side, whereas previously, I would say in 2024, this was really the Shiro Donk show.
I mean, I'm surprised you're saying this, though, Vu, when the core of G2, when it was m0NESY and Nico had Donk's number. He was one of the few counters for him for the entirety of last year.
You're not going to tell me this. No. Listen, okay? Listen, Zontix was the problem. It was
so Zontix was the problem.
No,
Nico was still countering.
Also, he's still here.
He's still
no. Zontix. Okay. Reset.
We're
Listen,
resetting. I do think you're missing one ingredient. I'll help Vu out here. I think you're missing one ingredient in this recipe, which you're thinking the anti-Donk recipe is the Nico m0NESY, but there's this guy, MOUZ. You might have heard of him. Little Guatemalan guy who was a little bit of a fly in the ointment in some of those games as well.
Underrated.
He's underrated by the community today because they think he's a fraud because he's not 100% the player Nico is. Last year, he was incredible, okay? Like, when he joined G2, his entry work was phenomenal. He was finding so much impact in terms of space taking, allow Nico to be the second guy in, which is not something that Nico usually gets for free, or at least a guy that's getting the kills. He's used to baiting somebody like Hooksy, not a guy that's actually going to shoot back too. But I still feel like Nico, in terms of the way that he likes to play against Donk, he doesn't just like fall for his tricks. He doesn't just take these like raw in the open duels as easily as some other people will let Donk take it.
I think when you look at that G2 game, when you look at Spirit versus G2 in general, it wasn't that Nico was dominating Donk. It was that G2 was dominating Spirit, and Nico would kill Donk as Donk was trying to make something out of the rounds. And you can't put that on Donk. And I think Spirit have learned, they've grown, they're going to win this one.
They're going to win this one?
Yes.
How might they win this one?
Donk is going to destroy Nico.
It always comes back to this.
There is another element here that I will give to the Spirit camp. I really think that the efforts behind them are going to be important. The way that the preparation is I would say in many ways showing me a better side to Spirit, because you take the individual pieces of Spirit, and yes, you can always bring up Donk in these kinds of conversations, but it's how, like DDK said, actually in the head-to-head with us, the chemistry, which is made by people like Holly. Holly has been a guy who has been a puppet master to this team in what is one of the most top-heavy teams ever. They actually look like a cohesive unit, so I give him tons of credit, where on the other hand, Zonic, I know he's a good moral leader. I know he can help you when you're down, but I think that Holly's actually bringing better tactics to the table.
How many majors does Holly have?
1. In CS2. How many does Zonic have in CS2, Vu?
I'm sorry, CS in general? He's got 5. 5?
Well, CSGO. CSGO.
You can call
Holly's playing the modern game. Zonic's in the past right now.
You can call Zonic a moral leader all you want. He came into Astralis, Prime Astralis, he put Dupree and Kerrigan on fraud watch. Then he cuts Kerrigan. He's talked about this. They've all talked about this. He cuts Kerrigan, brings in Glaive, and then they become the best team ever. He makes the moves that need to be made. He is the GOAT coach.
The bag. Oh, okay, my bad.
I gotta say, it is outrageous to call the coach of the most tactically developed team in the world of all time a moral coach. That's
Get him.
It's a pretty outrageous statement there, Maui.
Hey, I'm just saying things that Zipniks have said lately, that he's a good moral coach, that Dupree has said lately.
You know what? I'm tired
coach.
of listening to what you have to say. I think it's time to listen to what the players have to say. We got an interview with Chopper queued up. Chopper, you're coming up against Falcons. How's the team feeling tactically? You think you're gonna destroy them today?
Я думаю, все хорошо.
Well, he thinks that everything is fine.
It is indeed. Kicks on us as a caller. You've also got Nico over there, who's having a heavy hand, especially in the CT sides. Nico gave you some trouble last year at times over on G2. Kixan's been getting a lot of praise as an IGL. What do you think about their calling style? Is there anything you can exploit?
Я думаю, что с прошлой команды G2, где играл Ника Моноси, ничего не поменялось. Плюс-минус их игроки сейчас находятся на плюс-вайбе, и из-за этого у них много моментов происходит очень положительно для них. Я думаю, все то же самое. В конце сезона прошлого мы начали лучше понимать, как играть против них и против стиля Ника, Колов. Поэтому посмотрим сегодня, как будет игра проходить.
Well, basically, they seem to be pretty similar to G2 last year, but currently they're pretty fresh since adding the Monacy, and they're having a great vibes, great chemistry, great highlights going through that. But like going towards to the end of the year last year, we've been like getting closer against G2, like with each time. So we'll see.
I did ask him after that if he was going to ruin Monacy's birthday, and he declined to comment. So take from that what you will. Quite a duo in the server, also a duo in their interviews, those two.
I'm kind of surprised that Chopper just kind of boils it down to them looking like G2 in some ways, and then adding the fact that there's Monacy. Either way, I mean, the record stands that G2 had Chopper's number, they had Spirit's number in the previous year. They beat them 6 out of 7 times in 2024, including 6 straight to end the year. It was only just the first matchup last year where Spirit got the better of G2. And so that's kind of still what I'm siding with here in this whole matchup. Just the fact that you have the 2 best players that had Spirit's number last year. There are all these other elements that I like about Spirit, but the composite picture right now to me leans Falcons.
Yeah, I think you're right that they did have G2's number. And if we were coming in, if this is February, they both come off of an event and they come into this one, I would agree with you. But the fact they come off a month off, they worked on things, they developed themselves, and they're going to come in with a slightly different style. And I think this is a matchup they were looking towards. They knew this matchup was likely to happen, and they're going to be prepared for it.
It's interesting that you're highlighting the time off as an advantage. When you talk to any of the Spirit players, I don't think they're terribly pleased about it. Donk certainly gave it in the interview yesterday, but also just in general, we've seen it from Magix as well. I don't know if that was their ideal.
Players want to play.
That's true. That's true. And everything that we've seen actually from the past 2.5 years is that you can't experience burnout if you play way too much, but playing too little, missing 2 events in the calendar in a row, that might be a little bit long to shake off the ring rust. Thankfully, we at least saw that Spirit was able to batter FlyQuest, so I feel like they're in still pretty good shape, pretty good form.
Yeah, I
So,
think the reality is
property better than FaZe?
yes.
Yeah. Spirit are better than FaZe right now.
The reality is players want to play, but at the same time, it needs to be controlled a little bit. You need time for the coach to come in. You need time for things to readjust. So whether or not the players want to play, sometimes you do need to give them a break.
Okay, well, we'll shift our eyes over towards Falcons. We'll dive into that one because this is a team that has certainly not been taking a break. They're coming off of a win, then a finals. They're making deep runs. They're traveling around the world. They're flying back and forth every which way. They got a player who's, it's their birthday. Is all this a winning formula?
At least they get business class on these flights, bare minimum.
I'm sure they do.
So I think they actually can probably handle the jet lag a little bit better than most teams. All in all, this Falcons team has skyrocketed in the power rankings. The reality is they are fighting for a top 4 position with the likes of Vitality, with the likes of MOUZ, and the likes of Spirit. This game today will definitely shape how we perceive them moving forward into the major, as both of these teams have yet to face off against each other in recent times, and especially not with m0NESY in the stead of Dexter. So this Falcons team immediately hit the ground running. Kixan even talked about the fact that they only had 2 days of practice. That's absurd, and they're still making it to a grand finals against the best team in the world, still pushing the best team in the world in Vitality to 12-6 up with 6 match points, and they feel like they missed an opportunity there to take down the eventual Grand Slam winners. I feel like their sights are set right now on greatness, regardless of the team they're facing, even if it is the last major champions.
Yeah, as much as I support Spirit, there's really not much bad you can say about Falcons. They've done everything right. They've got a great IGL. They've got a great coach. They've got great game plans coming into series, and they've got great plan A. The problem I had with them earlier this year, they had no plan B. Now they've got a clear plan B. Anything goes wrong, they've got plenty of options to work with. I can't say anything bad about Falcons.
One guy it's very hard to say anything bad about is their opper. We got m0NESY in his own words. Now, Ilya, for you, this is kind of an interesting matchup, right? Beginning of the year, you led the standing ovation as Donk took #1 player of the year, you in second. Is there a little something more in this now as you're trying to prove you might be vying for that #1 spot?
No, I'm just enjoying playing CS. Playing CS, enjoying and enjoying spending time in this game. And that's it.
What about in this BO3? You gonna enjoy your time in this BO3?
Yes, especially because it's my birthday, so I want to go out from this best of 3 with the victory. So we'll try to do my best.
Well, happy birthday. How old are you now?
20 years old.
Old man in the server. You got a wealth of experience for being so young still. Now in new colors, making that swap over, right? This is your first team change at Tier 1 before it was coming into G2. How's that process been?
I mean, I'm not old. I just upgraded my level. So, I mean, it's been good. It's been good. Yes, I changed my team and after some time after this year. The process is going good. I think we learned a lot as well from the last tournament from Melbourne, and I think we're getting better and better in shape from every single game when we played. So I think everything started from the game against Na'Vi, after Vitality we played, and after it was playoffs. So I think we were getting in better from every single game, and yeah, I think we play good. Yesterday we didn't show very good CS, I think, not the CS that we played in Melbourne. I think just because it's after the long travel, we have some jet lag as well, and yeah, we were not 100% focused. But today we need to show up very good individually, because they have very good players. We're shooting very good. They're a very good team. So we're gonna try to do our best as usual.
As usual. What a gamer. I didn't get old. I leveled up.
I feel like, props to you, Mike. I feel like that's the first time I've heard m0NESY give an interview where it wasn't James Banks interviewing him in 2 years.
Good job, Mike. You're not James Banks.
That is correct. I cannot change that about myself. That is a fundamental fact of my existence.
I do like the attitude from Honesty. I know at times he would get a little bit braggadocious or sometimes kind of like spell out his rivalries a little bit more, but I think he also recognizes the stakes of this game it's kind of like a feeler for him and Falcons. They're still trying to get to know themselves as a team. I don't think he's trying to put all of the pressure on every single matchup, even though it's his birthday and he wants to win for that reason. He knows that, I think Falcons in some ways surprised themselves with how good, how quickly they came to be. So even though he's not admitting it, he's probably just it feels like there's a little bit of house money being played with.
Yeah, I don't think he really has to prove anything, but I think you said it really well earlier that this is kind of looking forward at the major. This is show us how this matchup is going to look. Show us how this matchup we will see again is going to play out for the rest of the year. And m0NESY is one of the prime factors in how Falcons can beat Spirit.
I think it was interesting what he said about just enjoying the game, right? That's his mentality coming into the matchup. That's been his mentality since joining Falcons, is finding that absolute love and pleasure. We saw a little bit of it taper off against G2, or at the end against G2 rather. But for the most part, from m0NESY, he's just been a guy who loves to play Counter-Strike, and now reunited with Nico in a comfortable home, an environment he's excited for. That's the kind of excitement and enthusiasm that can fuel incredible feats.
You gotta love the game. Launders and Scrawny have talked about this in a cast before, at least once. Just the fact that the players that didn't love the game coming into Counter-Strike are gone. Okay, you got guys like Simple who didn't love the game, and m0NESY's not trying to make the same mistakes of his idol. Okay, he's trying to make sure that he does dive headfirst into Counter-Strike at all times, regardless of the jersey that he's wearing, and he's going to continue to play the best CS, even if in my eyes he's not even playing the most comfortable CS. I think G2 probably catered to him a little bit more in terms of they allowed him to be the star more so. On Falcons, seems like he's fitting a system that they're still in the process of building, but he still looks like one of the best players in the world. So, I mean, really, the ceiling on this team is exceptionally high. I feel like we've only seen 70% of what they're capable of.
Yeah, talking about comfortable CS, I mean, m0NESY did say that Hooksy was one of his favorite IGLs. I think he's a player that likes structure. He likes his system. He likes to be have something going around him and maybe get told what pick to go for sometimes. I don't think he's a player that needs to do his own thing, and that's what makes him so great.
It does indeed. I want to shift the conversation to more general Falcons talk beyond just m0NESY, but we can first hear from TCEST himself. Feels like everyone is chasing that one jersey out in front in Vitality, right? You guys are no strangers to that fact as well, but that battle for the second, fourth, it's very spicy. It's very up and down. What would a win over Spirit at this stage mean to you?
It would mean a lot. Also, securing semifinals would be really good for us with the VS points and so on. And also beating them would kind of sentiment us to being one of those top 3 teams right now, and that's where we're headed, and that's where we want to go.
Now, in this team, it feels like everyone gets a turn under the spotlight. You were there for a moment. Some very good performances lately. What's gone behind this surge in form?
It's hard to say. I think I've just gotten a little bit more fire and more motivation, and I don't know, but it's exactly it is. I'm more comfortable, but also I'm dealing with the pressure better, a lot more than before. And now I'm comfortable with the pressure, and now I wanted to be there to be able to perform. So that's a little bit mindset change for me if I think about the past. So I'm gladly welcoming all the pressure.
To me, that was quite the statement, considering the reputation that TCEST has had in previous rosters and previous iterations of teams of maybe going missing in some of the big pressure moments. He's welcoming the pressure, and maybe it's just words, but words become belief, belief becomes action.
Take one look at that Melbourne final and tell me he crumbles under pressure. That was one of the greatest rifle performances in a final we've seen ever in CS2 history.
It was fantastic. I mean, the multi-kills he was getting, the fact that I think twice he had a 1v3 or harder round, and then he gets it down to the 1v1, unable to do it. I mean, Vitality are a great team. This wasn't like a TCEST crumble in those moments. It was just that they traded some of the kills. I mean, yeah, TCEST is night and day different from who he was when he was donning the, say, heroic jersey in 23, when in the big pressure stadium matches, yeah, I would say he was one of the first dominoes to fall in those kinds of games. So now in the Falcons uniform, this guy has just been phenomenal. Like, at times, their best player, including that grand final series.
And with Tessa's firing, with Monacy now in the jersey, it does feel like we're just going from strength to strength when we're describing that Falcons roster. Is that strength going to be enough to go toe-to-toe with Spirit and Donk?
No.
I'd say yes. I would say
No.
absolutely.
Right,
I would say for sure. I mean,
Drop the glove.
I feel like it would be foolish to say that a team that has this much firepower, shown this much in terms of results, is not going to stand up to Spirit. I have cases for how Spirit can win this, but they're slimmer in terms of practicality than Falcons, which has so many more weapons. You can have Kicksands mid-rounding, which I would say is better than Choppers. You can have Nico humbling Donk as he did for the entirety of last year. You can have Monacy, who is a more impactful opper than Shiro. And then at that point, really, like, I'm grasping for straws. Like, I guess Magisk is a weak link. That's my one thing that's hurting Falcons.
I've got a challenge for you, Vu. Tell me why Spirit's going to win this matchup, and don't say Donk.
I'll give you 5.
Impossible.
Challenge impossible. I'll give you 5 reasons. Donk, 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 donk,
That is the opposite of the brief. You have failed this assignment.
I just
0 out of 10.
I just need 5 reasons. We've got 5 of them. Donk is going to win. They'll go toe-to-toe, but Spirit will win.
Spirit will win, he says, and the reason is only Donk. Are there other players on the server? Do you remember their names?
Not on either side of the server. Donk is the only one that, okay, seriously, the problem that G2 had against Falcons in the past, or the problem that G2 had against Spirit had against G2, is that the rest of the team crumbled. The rest of the team just didn't show up. You would have Zontix die early, you would have Chopper die early, and then Donk would try and make a play, and Nico would just be standing there and go, oh, hey, you're just gonna swing on me? I'm gonna kill you. In this case, I think Spirit have grown as a team since those games, and I think they're gonna show that it's not just Donk on the server. Zontix is gonna have a good game, and Shiro is gonna humble Monacy.
Whoo. Shiro will humble Monacy. One final word, rebuttal? Just gonna let that hang?
No, yeah, let it hang, Mike.
Okay, we're just gonna let that statement hang out there. Shiro will humble Monacy. If that happens, get in the comments. If it doesn't happen, also get in the comments. But it's time to find out what map it might happen on, because it's time for the veto. Where will the humbling happen, Vu?
I mean, we know the maps that are gonna get banned. It's gonna be Anubis, it's gonna be Inferno. It's actually a question mark because we've had actually Falcons pick Train in the past. Falcons is not a team that shies away from Train, but they lost the Vitality on it, and it really plays into Spirit's strength. So this could kind of go anywhere on the first picks.
Oh, okay. We actually get Mirage out of the Falcons. Spirit do one of 2 things usually in first picks. They either, if they respect the team, they play Dust 2. If they don't respect him, they actually usually pick Nuke a lot.
Oh,
but they went for Ancient. But they went for Ancient this time. Okay, I'm a little. All right. This is kind of like their 3rd most picked map, and I feel like this just definitely. It actually does mean they've prepped something special.
Month off.
Yeah, it's a month off. It's a month off.
And you go,
they got the plans.
Donk wanted to play. Donk wanted to play the game. They were unhappy. They pull out Ancient. Easy victory.
Ooh.
Okay, what do we think about this?
Okay, I mean, Spirit banning out Nuke, again, this is like a pick. That makes sense because Dust 2 is kind of where I thought they were going to go with their pick. So to ban Nuke, even though they love to pick it first, to me, that just signifies they have so much respect for this Falcons team, but they also think they can go head-to-head to them in firepower.
Having seen the veto now, Maui, are you switching camps? Has Vu gotten persuasive?
Oh, no. I'm still going with Falcons in this one. Okay, I'm still going with them.
These are 3 of Spirit's favorite maps. They're great on Mirage, they're great on Dust 2, and we have to assume they're great on Ancient. These are 3 maps they're going to be happy with.
Yeah, and I think that with Falcons right now, though, they are on a heater, okay? They're absolutely feeling themselves, but they've also had teams that they've been able to prepare against, okay? They played against the Vitality up to 5 maps, but they also have seen all of Vitality's hand. This is the wrinkle in this matchup that Vu's bringing up, the month off, where Spirit definitely could have retooled things, and for a Falcons team that is actually a bit prep heavy, they can anti-strap people. They're going to be going to this one a little bit more blind, for sure.
Yeah, I think Zonic is a great anti-strat coach, and the problem is he's not going to have much to anti-strat. He's going to have to work on old footage. And again, they picked a map that you really wouldn't have expected if you're Falcons.
Now, I think it's important to contextualize this matchup as well, right? Because both of these teams will be in the playoffs come hell or high water. But if you win here, you do not have to worry about Vitality until you reach the grand final. How important is that?
It's obviously huge because Vitality is the one team that everybody is just feeling like, it's how do we beat them? How do we beat them? If you're able to get them in a grand final, BO5, I mean, at least you can go home with a silver. At least you can go home happy. And I think that Falcons would also relish the opportunity to play another BO5 versus Vitality. Like, they want another crack at it. They know they could have won that one. They had 6 match points. They want more.
Yeah, and when it comes to Spirit, I think they might want to power up a little bit into that Vitality matchup. It's the hardest matchup you're going to have in this one. Give you an extra match beforehand after a month off would help a lot.
Okay. Final thoughts? We've got our fighters here. How's it going to happen, Maui?
I'm saying Falcons, but I'm going to say it's 2-1 and just like a smidgen better. Like, I'd say they're better today, but it's just like 52-48.
Unfortunately, I feel kind of the same way for Spirit. I just think Nico isn't going to have the dominant performance over Donk that he's had in the past. I think Donk's learned, improved as a player, and he's going to show up in a way that we see him against every other team.
Month off Donk, month of waiting to get ready for this matchup, but there's no more waiting now because it's time to toss it over to our beautiful casters of Scrawny and Launders and let them take it away.
Oh, always so sweet you are, Darv. Thank you guys for your, I would say, very passionate debate there. I think both Vu, other than the donk argument, had some really good points. I think that if you are going to make...
take point made again.
Yeah, right. If you are going to make any arguments for the Spirit win tonight, I think that Vu definitely tapped into those. I think Maui gave it credit as well. But ultimately, coming off of Melbourne with, as his last point alluded to, all of those match points versus an otherwise untouchable Team Vitality, why wouldn't you believe in Falcons and this system that they've created finally?
I'm feeling like if it's Spirit full strength, Spirit win, but I'm really concerned about the time off versus the recent experience and form of Falcons. And I really am leaning a little bit more towards Falcons today in terms of taking this. I don't see why they don't have the tools or anything. I think their confidence is super high. I think Spirit have no idea how they're going to play right now, even if they should be good. It is just less common to take 30-plus day breaks in top-tier Counter-Strike. And there is a difference between taking a really much-needed break and one that's a little bit too long. And I think we're kind of close to a little bit too long. So, you know, they could the rubber could meet the road right away in this first round. They feel great and they know how to play and they've been practicing and everything. Or they could just be incredibly fragile like we do see once in a while from Spirit.
And I know talk is cheap, but I'm still going to bring it up. I'd be maybe a little more confident in that break if Donk, the star of this roster and a critical piece of the system, said, man, I feel so good and refreshed and I'm glad we did that. But instead he said, no, I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate these breaks. I want in on the action. And so, you know, what level is he able to kind of land with? That's the question. What does he think would have been better for himself? Does that start to chew into the confidence that he brings to the server? Because we know that Donk needs to weaponize confidence, and especially versus Nico. If this is, you know, Falcons of 6 months ago, wow, okay, I feel like it's not as bad of a case, but his kryptonite is on the server, and that kryptonite's got its right-hand man in m0NESY now.
I will say, though, for the sake of the health of the whole team, I believe Donk could have grinded every single match this entire season and been totally fine, but he's the youngest, he's the one with the least game time, he's the one who definitely has more of that stamina, but for the sake of the whole team, in terms of ramping up into the major, this would have been the time to take the break. So I can understand that logic for sure, and I also think it's a nice standard for Spirit to set, to be the ones that pick and choose, you know, more liberally exactly which tournaments that they want to try to attend. But all that being said, pressure's on now. Let's see.
Oh, it's a Zontic's headshot to deal with early. Donk's going to get a fight. Loves them. Let's see what he delivers. He's got a hot-handed TESS ready to go.
Okay.
Double kill, triple from Donk. Donk is, I believe, what Vu said. We're still missing 2, though. Shiro's going to try to close that distance to the top mid player as Nico gets some kind of an answer going. He's also been gushed on the other side of the map. So it's not all Donk here in the pistol, but it sure as hell starts with the kid.
At that point, what are you supposed to say, man? Just in underpass, they're scaling on him. He's supposed to die to every single player. Boom, boom, boom. Knocks him down like dominoes.
Shiro helping out there with the kill on Magisk. Maui Snake had to, even as kind of the fighter. I really think that the Des did a great job of purposefully committing themselves to each of the teams in that debate, you know, that back and forth. And even Maui, who's fighting for the Falcons argument, had to allude to Magisk's recent struggles. That is something that I think for Falcons' sake, they hope that the floor rises today.
Yeah, and he was better yesterday and everything. So it's it was an off tournament for sure back in Melbourne, and it's not like his form in general has been very good, but most recent games have been a lot better.
Ultimately as well, it'd be one thing if there was somebody else struggling, but the fact that Kicksan's calls have been praiseworthy and his individual level strong, and then you got a guy like csgo who's just lighting up the server at the moment, there is just the one anomaly.
Yeah. Okay.
What's wrong?
They were just into the round. I was kind of confused, but it is...
Getting scared there, Launders? Huh?
Yeah, definitely.
You scared?
Always.
Always.
I wear a diaper.
Yeah, well, I had a hunch. One flashbang on Kicksan, huh? That's the trick up their sleeve for the second round. A flash on Kicksan, a deagle on Nico. Is it enough? Nico versus Donk, the lopsided tale of 2024. Feels like only a matter of time before maybe Donk can figure him out.
Shiro looks like a Gerber baby on the mini-map.
Okay. Yeah, you've got a point.
Don't let that fool you. Yeah.
Zontix shakes it up. We'll see if the Incendiary gets much done, but P9, I think, is going to shred them as they try to approach it. Little distraction off. Oh, never mind. There's the Nico Deagle. Flash, not as much of a problem, so now everybody full vision looking to lock in what's left of this swing. Ooh, we've got something left. Kicksan with a Glock kill, adds a second. There's, hell, one from csgo too. So way too much of a cost for my liking. We've got 3 deaths on the side of Spirit, and luckily for them, Donk is a thing. He comes swinging out of the market to close up.
When will he die? How many rounds?
I don't know, 60, probably 60 more years or something like that. Yeah. If he's lucky.
Damn, that's it? Oh, that was a nice shot.
He's getting older, Mohan. I can't believe Monesi's only 20. I feel like we've been talking about this guy for...
Yeah, we have been.
Half a decade.
We literally have been.
Oh my God. Are we the old ones? As long as Nico can play. Yeah, God. Oh, I'm not ready to face these realities. Did Fu have a point?
Yeah.
What are all these truths? Here comes Nico from Underpass. Not as present of a defense this round from Spirit in mid. First gun round here for Falcons, and they'll be able to take over a bit of mid control as that bomb doubles back towards A.
So can we please have mid control this round, please?
And they're allowed it.
Donk does not run at them this time.
Although they're allowed it, but there's also maybe this like false sense of confidence because they're not too far away. Shiro looks very primed to peek out further if need be.
They don't have a cap, Molly, or they do? Where's Tessas at? No. Uh-oh. Shiro will just be able to stand here unless they fight him or smoke him off.
Gonna put Nico into the corner. Boosted up, nade.
Oh, they
perfect.
hit him. Oh, that's info.
Confirms it. He's going to try to swing. Obviously felt like he had to get something going. Here comes Donk, ready to fight, as always. But the Danes each pick up a kill apiece. And we've got Zontix ahead of the utility, able to cut off Kicksan. Now what's left are the 2 original A attackers, bomb included. Monesi's been able to scoop that up. Knows that Zontix is ahead of the fire, so he wants that duel, but he misses. And so Zontix gets a double kill this round, leaves matches to the 1v3. No bomb possession. This one fizzles out, and we've got a Spirit starting strong.
It's about everything that you want to see. That's a great round out of Zontix. Flash goes up and high, and he knows that that has to be dodged eventually. Takes the swing perfectly. Aim displaced. That's just good fundamental CS out of him in that position. Oh, excellently done.
Now, it's very early, but it is nice to have Spirit back in a server. You know, it is an anomaly to take such an extended break from competitive play, and I kind of had forgotten that I wasn't able to watch these players play. Oh, how Bucharest and Melbourne could have been different. And obviously 2 events
coming in.
You know, 2 events where Falcons do find success. But Zontix gonna quickly put this one down. Him and Donk both up to 7 kills already. Support system for Magic, so he's just gonna pepper the smoke to try to keep them at bay. Look to deny the bomb plant and the costs, right? Last time with Glocks, we get 3 kills on the round. This time with more weapons, well, Falcons find less.
interesting part about this game is like figuring out how good Spirit are going to be with Falcons as the team who came out of the championship in Melbourne, nearly closed that out with Vitality potentially on the horizon as well. I mean, Spirit did not lose that event. They just weren't there.
Yep. And same for Bucharest, right? Those are the two moments of success we can point to for Falcons. It's why they've kind of just risen through the ranks as of late. Was it because they're the second best team? Or was it because the second best team wasn't there? We find out tonight. And both with a chance for a swing in playoffs regardless.
They're coming forward with quiet defaults. They've been allotted mid-control, I think, by the graciousness of the CT side. Okay, now they're putting pressure back a little bit in between timing, actually, and finding out a lot about this position. Spirit have put on some very careful pressure here to get some information back without sacrificing anything. They made it feel like Falcons, just like last round, are able to take over parts of the map, but no. They're coming back to check them.
Yet again, a little disruptive utility offered up in middle. Not much of a follow-through, though. Just a reminder that Spirit aren't too far off.
Yeah, and you see the donk rotation over to CT. This gets really committed. And Choppers and Sandwich as well. This is fully anticipating the A split.
Timely boost here from Zontix.
Missed the gun barrel, I think.
Yeah, Kicksan was just at the edge of it. Here he comes, swinging. Able to react.
Got the spray transfer.
Nicely done,
That's
Kicksan.
an open B site.
Single-handedly just unravels that one. Magic's gonna activate from inside A. He has somehow gone unnoticed. Finally gets contact. That's Donk dead. Ramp player responds, but all the while, B's the bomb site getting planted on. And that is Kicksan. And we've got to see that from his POV, because clearing bricks had to be the reaction. Snapping back down's got to be a clean transfer.
That was filthy from Kicksan. And it feels like right before the boost got assembled, there's a moment where his gun was sticking out. But on your screen, both B players dead in the same breath.
Man, just leaves him laid out. Chopper trying to keep a bit of the economy in hand, but not allowed. 4 members alive as Falcons take their first.
Excellent start from Spirit, but amazing return here from Falcons. And the first half of the round, though, is still really good from Spirit. They know where Falcons are. They sussed them out. They forced them to respond a lot. They created a lot of pressure and then got the one fight they were looking for with the boost. But a moment of individual brilliance out of Kicksan wins that.
Felt with the crosshair placement as well, the boosted player. He was so much more confident that the play was coming from bottom middle on bench. The Kicksan does kind of catch him off guard. Let's watch it. Oh, Nico gets a bunch of damage in, I hear. And it's a nade out from the lower player.
Yeah.
Magic's nothing he could do to stop that fight, so maybe a bit more of a sitting duck than anything else.
See if they can turn that into something. We got Chopper on a 5-7 with his utility. Magic's on an MP9. Other than that, it's still solid buy. The infamous Nico Wop.
Nice. Pops Chopper on the front of ramp.
So refrag here for Shiro.
Completely unrelated note, I know it's not that important, but I do want to say Zontix is the only professional player that has a pimp sticker on any of his skins.
I love that.
There are pimp fans out there.
He's a bit of a pimp himself.
Major champions at that.
What if he just showed up in a yellow sweater tomorrow?
Oh, there's a chance.
All right, Shiro, this would be a round of your life. They're coming in from the left and the right, high and low.
He's so alone as well.
No one behind you, nowhere to fall back to.
Oh, God. Wouldn't want to be Shiro, but we'll see what he can offer. Good job at keeping himself as slim as possible behind that limited box with, again, non-existent support. Second shot would have been possible. Donk very quickly looking to still keep this round alive. You know Donk wants to give it a test. Down to, though, 18 points of health, so he has to concede it. Surely this is impossible. They've got to write it off, and they'll keep majority alive. But that is Team Falcons to make the most of their first, able to follow through on what felt like a very understaffed A site.
Yeah, actually, like in that moment, it wasn't totally impossible to go for the retake. There's no smoke is one thing and no kit, but they were there so early. But yeah, they do take more opportunities to save. And there is a gun to upgrade. Magics can go ahead and grab that. That was definitely a crazy spot to be in. I think if the round dragged out longer, if you have a spot like that, if the round drags out long enough, you can get a kill and find a reposition. Like, if it was a player in connector, maybe he could get out of there. But obviously, the natural thing to do would have been playing from CT spawn. Not sure what the logic was, but in general, they obviously didn't have the tools to stop a full A hit in the first place.
Another awkward one because of the two pistols out there, but Chopper uses it as a chance to just pick up a couple more grenades. 4 smokes on the field here for Spirit.
Another crazy spot for Shiro.
Especially with a P250.
Yeah. But just because it's him, I trust him.
Right. Yeah. I'm always willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Again, it's looking like a solo defended A site, and not much here for Chopper to work with, other than the smoke, right? That'll slow things down a second time.
It's solo and it isn't. There are 3 players in window are fast rotations.
They're starting to sniff this out as Chopper still hangs on to that smoke for how much longer? Utility coming over top. He drops it ahead of the ramp.
No molly underbelk?
Lets them out, but Chopper's able to hang on to his position. Gives Donk a chance to shine. Of course, he comes through with 2.
They didn't clear this yet.
Is it enough? There's a double M4 out there on the field. USP in hand. That one will go down expectedly. Zontix just slides down into Sandwich, and then the bench player gets cleared out. And poor Magix with 16 points of health feels near impossible. It's versus Magisk and a full health Monacy.
Spotted.
Ooh, jump over. Monacy able to come back, gets dinged, and Magisk, oh, he doesn't have the most amount of health. Magisk versus Magix, and the Dane gets the better of it. Well-timed peek.
Yeah.
Magix uncertain as to Magisk's position.
He probably should have just swung out when Monacy was getting spammed down, but obviously had it under control, no problem. So that'll be another round here for Falcons. Even though this one's a 1v1, it's been a nice streak.
Sketchy. You let these rifles throw themselves into the fire like that?
Again, there's immense value playing close to middle, even if you're not actually, you know, part of the site defense. You're there in 3 or 4 seconds. Okay, Magic's sort of apologizing. I didn't realize he could be that far.
And effectively clutching.
I think Monacy saw him and was like, I'm taking this fight. So
right.
I think he knew what he was signing up for.
Another reminder to the electricity that Donk brings to the game. I think you're comfortably walking out through the smoke. Next thing you know, Donk swings.
Oh my
Like
goodness.
Kicksan tries to from top middle, held back by Zontix on the trade. But Nico's gonna get Zontix if he peeks the bench. Yeah, he's gonna go for that duel. In fact, wow, Nico loses it.
Yeah, he's the one who had to jump up, and Zontix did go in to watch that right there.
And now csgo down beneath the smoke, has to somehow pull this off himself. Ooh. Tip to tip. Shiro and csgo, who figures it out? Monacy gives good cover. Zontix also strikes again in the middle of these moments to keep man advantage here in the hands of Spirit. Now Chopper wants a chance at this.
Yeah, he has a great timing where like 3 players in connector. Are they gonna
It's a great tuck into that corner. I feel like Monacy's gonna think it was clear. He backs up unexpectedly, and Magix is right there to tether off of Chopper in case things had gone south. Spirit, in another round, keep the pressure up.
Yeah, nice moves from the second layer in the defense there to keep putting pressure inside of middle. That would have been a hard situation for Falcons to figure out. With no lurks getting info. Kicksan scaling all the way across mid. Like, I think in his mind, if he takes out Donk, that's good.
This is that winning formula that I first fell in love with when Donk and Zontix just dominated on Mirage back at Katowice in their big debut. We're getting that again. Top performing is Zontix and Donk.
Yeah, they settled into like slightly different. I mean, Donk has peeled back a bit,
Yeah.
so has Zontix.
Yep.
And that makes Zontix sort of very stable on CT positions, but not that much movement. If it comes to him, he's just such an amazing anchor. But on T side back at that cat, I remember he was entering. It was like, he was getting a lot of refrags just right after Donk or even the first kills.
I mean, honestly, even within the CT side, it sometimes felt like they were playing offense with how aggressive both of them would go to top middle. I think it makes much more sense to see Zontix post these multi-kills from Catwalk. You know, but if Donk wants to get aggressive, I know Zontix is ready to sign up with him. In these kinds of pinches, this one right here, right? Attacking from both Cat and bottom con.
I think they found the perfect
balance.
Yeah, with mid control.
Okay, fast chase, huh?
Trying to draw out all the mollies, I think.
csgo puffs his chest a little bit.
They get a lot of movement on the map, but there's no commitment. And I think because there was no molly, their Spirit are now wondering what else they were trying to do.
This is interesting. Magisk goes to Tetris.
Blocked attack, yeah. Tetris can be good. If you wait too long, it can just be really hard cleared, but...
It's also an awkward one I find to play from the top of. You're going to have to jump or fall down at some point. And that just creates that perfect moment for a guy like Donk to swing you. But we'll see if Magisk can find timing. There's a fair duel. Frag grenade for Shiro. He has to back up with fire now in front of him. Not a comfortable position to be fighting with a quarter HP, but a lot of support inbound here from Connector. m0NESY connects with the AK headshot fast. There's that jump over top. Magisk just thrown into the Lion's Den, and then those stairs just get held. Zontix and Donk yet again tethering so well, but m0NESY continues to rip heads off shoulders. He's got a pistol player behind him in Kicksands Deeg, and now that the smoke lands at the feet of that bomb carrier, even picking up a rifle won't make the difference. Spirit doubling Falcons round count despite m0NESY's best efforts.
Yeah, there's just CTs everywhere, ready again for all of these duels. They're happy to fight. It just feels like they've just multiplied their presence on each site that Falcons have tried to hit. Not a bad try, though. Falcons don't have everything to work with, but now they'll be sitting on Deagles. 5, in fact. So getting to round 10.
Can I return to my useless anecdote about Zontix's M4?
Yeah.
I just noticed it's an iBuyPower sticker eating Dignitas and Pimp.
And Pimp, yeah.
Which I think is more of an insult.
Oh.
You know?
Okay.
Right? I like it more now.
One of us.
That's funny.
Man, that's expensive hate.
Yeah, right? Haters really gonna hate. Molotov for bottom middle. These Deagles have not seen any action.
That really changes it.
It really changes it, yeah. I was like, Pimp does have fans. Well, if there's only one Pimp fan in the world, it's me. Easy pickup here for Magix. These Desert Eagles, again, haven't even really fired off, and that's not going to change. Finally, they start to get a chance at it. Magix finds the wallbang headshot. And that's all they'll get for this one. 5 Desert Eagles, a bit of a slower endeavor, and still Spirit win rounds for the 4-point lead.
Some good moments here for Falcons, but in general, it's just a very strong half from Spirit. I love every way that they're... Oh, wow.
Nice filter.
Cinema.
Damn, production got new tricks.
Love that. I love every way that Spirit have approached middle control, even on the rounds that they've lost. They've put themselves into good spots, and I think that they're sometimes being really aggressive. Every time Falcons are trying to read when they're doing that, they actually aren't there. And Zontix has played a fantastic half so far off of Cat. Also love how much they're swinging. It's not taking top mid control and swinging the top boxes and pushing them back into spawn, but they're still taking tons of duels just on their own terms. Stairs is actually the spot where you really don't recommend anybody swing that to fight a ramp, especially when Palace isn't smoked. But they've been taking a lot of gambles on those swings, and they've been paying off.
Feels like if you have to wait a month to play an official, you just want to swing more. So Spirit, happy to sign up to those. Been afforded a lot of lower play. It's getting beyond this point that has cost them bodies. NiKo trying to get the wool pulled over Zontix's eyes. He tries to come at this from so many different angles. The straight up bench boost, the deep corner under window, now this side of it. And nice. This is what works, right? Nicely done here from NiKo. A little variation to finally put a bit of a dampening on one of the more successful pieces of Spirit's holds.
He really believed in his own read right there.
Man advantage in round 11. Fighting for that 5-round half here, Falcons.
And how are Falcons gonna take this now? I mean, they've got the cat opening. That's one guaranteed. They have to take a guess as to who makes the perimeter rotation if they overinvest towards B, and they don't know about Shiro at all. Shiro's in a great spot to get one kill. Oh, but that's a good shoulder peek.
Just saw a sliver and missed. We've got Chopper to try to support him. Flashbang so consistent here. Really nice utility follow through from the Falcons camp. And Magisk hits that instant headshot on the Opera. Still able to drop TCEST, of course. Now it's Donk's turn. Instant deletion here out of NiKo. The time to kill from the Falcons players this round, lickety split.
And again, excellent shoulder peek. I don't know if that was Magisk. Might have been him or TCEST, usually in that spot to bait out an op shot without dying, but considering the setup, I think they lost Spirit lost a piece they could have afforded if Shiro got a kill. If Shiro got a kill and then he falls back, it's way more complicated for Falcons to gain enough momentum to get out of the B site. Because if Shiro gets one frag, then grenades can come into B halls. That'll just stop the attack entirely. But right there, perfect shoulder peek, execution behind it, and of course, it helps out a lot when you know the cap player is dead. It's a nice mix of tactics and strategy here to win this round for Falcons.
I want to say extra points for Util as well. I lost track of how many flashbangs Shiro ended up eating. And also Util to get Zontix out of that locked-in position. NiKo, great read on it. Great round, in fact, from the Kovac.
Let's go!
Okay. Last round at hand.
This is that very fine line. I mean, they get the last round. It's a pretty solid half. They don't get it. They kind of got beat up here. 8-4.
But a really well, meticulously put together last round. Does give me hope. Good adaptation here from Falcons in round 11. I think that's really one of those testaments to when like NiKo decides that he has a way to win a round, that you have to respect it. That variation on the boost to isolate Zontix. You know, people always talk about how much he contributes as a teammate and that it's just a huge hole to fill. That's one of those ones. Like when NiKo takes control of a moment, you listen. For the time being, star power still exists on the young pieces of Spirit. Donk and Zontix star the show so far on Mirage. Plenty of runway left.
Ooh, interesting. Expanding the top mid off of this. And then getting on Cat. How are you going to track these movements?
It's a dangerous game.
Yeah, super vulnerable. He still gets a kill, though.
Right, drops kickstand next to him. But this is one of those moments where NiKo's not entirely holding Donk back. Drops a teammate in the process. It's a good trade, though. We saw haircuts offered by Magisk out of Palace.
And he has walked down that ladder before.
Chopper trying to keep his head down.
That's a bait. He's trying to get him to go.
Okay. All's good. Can't cut Chopper's hair. Magisk holds the catwalk. m0NESY on the chase, scopes up, so now they know exactly where he is, and he's the final piece of this last round of Falcons T side. You got 45 seconds to clutch this one.
Faking the jump, coming back to Cat.
But it's still
m0NESY, so like you honestly don't trust anything.
Sure. Yeah, you can't trust anything
but actually,
at all.
Zontix turned around.
Yeah, he turned. m0NESY's created this. I mean, sprinkles in a little brain power for this club.
Oh.
But timing, huh?
Yeah.
Zontix turns it around. Your trickery doesn't work this time, kid. It's a solid half for Spirit on the defense. Falcons defense up next with 4 rounds to their name. Back to the action with a top fragging Zontix. That's right, not Donk, the star of the show, despite him not being too far behind. Zontix just dominating from the catwalk. Ultimately, by the end of this half, Mo, we have Nico on the receiving end of 4 opening deaths throughout that half. A third of the rounds of that T side, Nico dies first, and I think that's why he put so much effort into finally finding a solution, but it came too little too late.
Yeah, we saw basically the 2 rounds that were good out of Falcons. Kixan taking over cat control and winning the B round. Nico finding out Zontix would be on that angle and mollying him in that spot. He was the main threat. They finally dealt with him. Not surprised they finally caught him off guard in that spot. Why wouldn't you keep coming back when it's working out so well? But they don't get that 5th round, which makes this game a lot more competitive. Now they rely even heavier on the pistol.
Chopper shows a little skin towards Cat. We've got the majority of Falcons inside this A site and first blood to their name. They cut off a player towards connector. Magic's gonna get that one back in hand. Monacy towards ramp with Berettas awaits. Donk wants in on this fight.
Oh,
We've
yeah,
got Nico also in Palace.
Oh, yeah, he does.
They're losing the supportive pieces, but the forward push of Falcons does still make this awkward. Zontix just waits him out. Monacy feeling frazzled, but Nico's gone unnoticed. Ooh, the jump up gets found. Those Berettas hit the ground. Donk turns, gets his next one. 2 kills to his name.
Everyone's in a car driving around. Like, it's impossible to catch. You're listening to the footsteps. You try to peek out, and somebody's jumping on a box. Someone's swinging out wide. Someone's killing your teammate. It is impossible to keep an inventory of what's going on in this match. And Spirit are just happy to swing. That's the biggest problem. So Falcons, they had pieces all over that A site, setting traps, waiting, and they could only win that first duel. I think that's where it really got scary, but immediately the answer back.
Yeah, your booby traps don't do much when you get hit by a bulldozer at Mach 1 speed. And Donk with a multi-frag in the pistol to really try to cement this commandeering lead they now have. 9-4. Force buy back for Falcons.
No one on Falcons with a positive KD. Not that I would have one either, by the way.
Sure.
That looked like a hard game.
Yeah, no, that's a given. They flush out the SMG. That draws the attention of almost everybody from the Falcons camp. Kind of going for that heavier B lean. And leave it to Spirit to keep options open. Window smoke lands. Nico, his own smoke in hand, still towards jungle. If he puts it down on ramp at the right moment.
I mean, it's such a heavy B lean right now. This is just perfect. Perfect call here for Spirit. Lurk's gonna get into place.
He decides to try to block off connector so that he can just play on stairs.
Oh,
nice headshot.
Amazing pre-aim.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
8 and 11.
Give me more of that.
Spirit looked pretty scary. I think Vitality are cheering for Falcons right now.
Yeah, I'm curious kind of like where they stand
well,
on that.
2 players on their team have both mentioned Spirit. Just genuinely like, I think we're a little bit more scared of them.
Yep, Xtaz too, so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, maybe it was Xtaz and Rops then.
Can't remember the second, I just know Xtaz did.
It's one of those things out in the open. I mean, they asked Rops about it, and it's like, yeah, it's the kind of thing that creeps up on you. No one can ever plan to have one of the longest streaks. You just start winning a lot, and then you go, oh, we also have a streak on top of all these tournaments that we are undefeated at. But now it's very real. Now it's very real, and a very interesting story about this specific event.
What's crazy about it, too, is like, you know, if they continue their win streak, let's say Vitality just win their side of the playoff brackets, which if Spirit take this series, they'll be on the other side. They can only meet in grand finals. Spirit really are kind of the boogeyman. Vitality, confidently, you know, growing up. They've kind of shook off the fears of their childhood and growth, and now next thing you know, just when you feel on top of the world, Spirit come climbing out of the shadows, unseen for a month. And just at the moment, dominating what had become one of the top teams in the world in Falcons. Obviously, MOUZ will always be a contender for Vitality, but that's just one that they know so much better for the Vitality side of things.
That head-to-head is hilarious.
Yeah.
For how close the games actually are.
It's just, honestly, it's just MOUZ to FaZe 2.0.
It's just Liquid to Astralis 2.0.
God.
The same streaks as well. MOUZ just needs Stewie 2K.
Yeah, sure, that's the solution.
It's a North American ROPS.
It's crazy. He won Dallas and no one picked him up.
Fuck you.
Kicks in, ready to swing out, and he gets traded by Donk. So now you've got yourself a vacant B site prime for the taking. Go ahead and take it over. There's no more resistance to be offered. Falcons 2 rounds with lighter buys.
They had to do a little sniffing around to make sure it was all clean. But they were right in the end. I didn't think we'd get into Stomp territory this game.
No,
but,
neither
yeah.
did I. Because it really didn't even feel that way.
Yeah, it really.
Some real competitive rounds back there. You know, you had Nico thinking hard.
It's actually like Wildcard versus Vitality
Right.
almost. Like, we've got good rounds in there.
We get these games sometimes where we look back at the score lines. It's like, if you didn't watch, you won't know. I'm not trying to gaslight you. This, I think, was close. Like, I'm starting to lose my own confidence. We go 11-4 on the trot.
We at least won't be able to argue that for the second half, though, until Falcons win any rounds. So,
yeah. It just took Nico so long to get something over Zontix. You know, he finished that first half with like 148 ADR.
Yeah.
And then anything that he didn't kill, Donk picked up with nearly the same amount of frags.
Yeah, in Plato's World of Forms, Zontix is like the perfect CT anchor. He is pretty much as close to the blueprint as you'd want out of a player. He's the exact skill set.
You just know it's a good day in the office when Shiro doesn't even have to try to clutch. But here we go. Guns up for Falcons. They've had to wait a little for these, and we'll see how they employ them. Instantly towards the ramp info play. Want to see on the angle. We got a bit of a test going down in middle, though. Spirit don't seem to be taking too much time. Going through the motion quick. Nico tests it slightly with that frag grenade, but doesn't do any damage. And Spirit just remained force strong here in mid.
Sometimes it is good to have feel out rounds versus Spirit. They can let teams back in by thinking too much in some positions, but they look like they're moving with haste at the moment.
Well, Flash, they got Nico out of here.
And they have the full cat play coming in as well. No cat player for the CT side to stop this. This is about as hard of a defense as it'll get.
And Chopper's got Nico locked onto the staircase, so sight players swing. Donk offers up a saving grace. Little team kill could help. csgo gets his. Magic's hot on the trade, and then Chopper still ultimately wins that duel towards stairs. So is there a retake queued up? Absolutely not. Spirit, masterful round here. Putting Chopper where he did to test Nico like that completely neutralized the little that they had to offer in mid.
It was still early enough that it could have been an A play as well, so that added to the strength that Chopper had getting into connector, but all the utility was in place. A top con smoke blocks off a cat exec as well as a connector split, so that's something normal that Falcons are looking at, but they don't have a palace push. They don't have ramp presence as well, so they actually have to just watch that and be aware of both options. But when you looked at the B side, you don't have anybody playing get right, you don't have anybody up on bricks, and no one in ladder room. You're not going to have the best time defending a full B attack. I think the other option would have had to be an op at bench and then one rifler if you're going to both play in the back of the site like that. But it's another solid round, I think. One thing about Falcons already in their first game was sometimes they don't get enough information. We saw that in Ancient. I think Kicksan went in the interview and said like he wasn't having his best day in terms of the way he was thinking about the game.
Yeah.
Even though they won versus FaZe. But you could see that for sure.
It's got to be a scary thought, too, thinking to yourself, what the hell if Spirit cooked up on Ancient with a month off?
I mean, it's a pristine game plan out of Halley. Every bout of mid-control in the first half was beautiful.
Yep. I mean, even just, the micro within that round, you just isolated Nico entirely. You neutralized Nico. Chopper neutralized Nico by not giving him a gunfight, but just so effectively forcing his movements by util. And even that little cheeky wallbang was like so close to being on the money. It made Nico kind of sketched out for a second.
Yeah, it was threatening. He's like, that moment, he's like, well, we can even lose versus an A split now, which is the worst feeling possible. So, another buy comes in, but Falcons, where are you this half?
Look at that round history, dude. It is all Spirit, all series long so far. At least it's a nice full buy for Falcons to potentially end on. Give him a best chance, but Spirit just look unstoppable in this tempo. Zontix and Donk, a duo that's waited a month to get back into the server, wastes no time in toppling our most recent challenger. A trophy lift in Bucharest. 6 match points in a grand finals versus Vitality to deny a grand slam in Australia. I mean, Falcons
he hit that flick.
they've been riding such a high, and it could damn well come to a quick end here on Mirage. Tess has to try to do something out middle, at least gets underneath the scope, but now he's been found out, so Spirit gonna remain cautious. Shiro stays scoped in on it, and Tess lucky to get away from this.
Man, m0NESY walked into that, holding the angle. You never see someone react faster on top of flicking. Shiro got that kill, and look what it does to the map.
Shiro has not been needed, but wastes no time. Magisk trying to reposition here. Did they both? No.
Okay, now he knows.
Yeah, Magic's figured it out, and he will drop Zontix on that A site. Still an open to portal for Donk to come at it, but TESS tethers nicely.
2 now spotted towards the A site. We've got some damage here that Spirit are going to think about. 24 seconds. Falcons will probably sit pretty, but has Magic done enough?
Low HP like that. TESS gonna get smoked off from jungle as well. It enables the cross of Magic's. He can try to just offer cover. Shiro a little concerned about Ticket, understandably, but that smoke grenade gives them just enough temporary cover. Now they can reel back, and they've got themselves a good-looking post plant. These aren't the highest performers for the side of Spirit, but they're also not the same for Falcons. And they've cleared out the flank. They know mid was also good. TESS last spotted towards that jungle side as he dropped Donk on the approach. We hit that beyond the halfway point as well. Spirit have burned so much time off of the clock. Falcons have simply just not been in this map. TESS bested.
Smoked.
Absolutely locked in. A month off, well worth it. Team Spirit wastes no time and remind Falcons that they were simply placeholders. Ancient up next.
I've got 5 reasons for you. Donk, Zontix, Magic. See how hard that was? A pretty damn good showing here on Mirage.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Maui Snake to apologize to Zontix right now. Maui Snake, Zontix, you wrote him off? You thought he wasn't that good? He carried.
I don't know if I necessarily ever said that.
You said he sucked. You said you hope he fails.
I definitely didn't.
I heard it.
We're definitely rewriting a little bit of history right now.
The people are saying.
You did win this one, Vu. You did get the map one for the side of Spirit, and it was a little bit of a team effort. Okay, I mean, I feel like in your 5 reasons as to why Spirit were going to win this one, though, you didn't really mention any of the supporting cast, and one of them even out-fragged Donk and had more ADR.
Yeah, Zontix, I really do think that you look at the stats, he hasn't changed any roles. It doesn't really pop off the page, but I think he's more active in the mid-round, Zontix. I think he's done a lot of work, and he's much better on the T sides than you might expect from Zontix based on last year, and he's just impressed me quite a bit so far in 2025.
Gentlemen, I think this one needs a little bit more context. This is Falcons' pick.
It is.
This was Spirit coming through. No one on Falcons had a good map. Their top frag was Magisk in terms of ADR. That's not how this is supposed to go for the team in green.
This just didn't go the way Falcons wanted in any respect, okay? They weren't getting many of the opening picks, or when they did, those picks instantly got traded back. The late round situations were mostly going the side of Spirit. The lurks from Falcons were not really getting them much done. Spirit understood what Falcons were going to do on so many of the rounds, the mid-rounding, the closing ability, the way they were able to capture the plays of Falcons. They did their homework. I mean, that is what we were kind of, well, that's what Vu was priming, the fact that, yeah, they had a month off. They were able to think about their approach, and this felt like, yes, Donk popped off the page, but more of a win by committee than I would have expected.
Yeah, when it comes to Spirit, they were great on Mirage when they were the #1 team in the world. And then they started to fall off on Mirage as they fell down and as they started losing and as they weren't really the clear #1 team. And I always thought they need to get their Mirage back to form if they want to be the best team again. And this is maybe what they worked on, Mirage and Ancient, in the break.
It is, and that sets up a nice future, but for now we'll stick in the present, or rather the recent past. There was one around here that you want to take a look at, Maui.
This is one where it just kind of embodies everything that Spirit was able to do in capturing Falcons. Round number 8 right here, the way that they are able to immediately recognize. They take this opening fight towards middle. It's a 1-for-1 where Kixen gets one, immediately traded out by Zontix. But look at this. I mean, Falcons, they're sending their entire team towards middle, and you would think if you're Spirit, maybe you relax just a little bit here. Maybe you're not going to send everybody. No, the cavalry arrives. It's body after body after body that Spirit throw at this, and they'll eat. And it's basically trade for trade for trade. That's what's so great about this from Spirit. They didn't really hesitate. They didn't have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. They all end this middle play. Chopper had a nice move to get to the top of Khan, and they just fully committed to the bit. Like, if there was any lurk presence from Falcons, they were going to deal with that later. They wanted to make sure they quelled that mid threat.
Yeah, that was the team chemistry that we're seeing from Spirit because they've been together such a long time, and Falcons have had, what, 2 days of practice? We're expecting that type of chemistry to go the way of Spirit.
Is this maybe where the cracks are forming in that Falcons team, where we haven't had this practice, we haven't had the time to figure out, okay, what's going wrong? When something's going wrong, what do we do to fix it?
I'm not sure I'm ready to say that's cracks showing. I feel like that's just Spirit showing up across the board, and Falcons not. I mean, you had m0NESY, I think he goes, what, 6-12. Nico goes something like 8-12. They just didn't show up in the way they normally do. I wouldn't be surprised to see them show up in the second map.
I think it's interesting. We painted a picture with the stats of the Nico Donk head-to-head last year. This was a very different go-around, right? This felt a little bit like Nico getting humbled.
Humbled is a nice way to put it. I mean, it's a rude way to put it, rather. I mean, Donk just did really well. And if we look at one of these, it'll illustrate exactly what I said about last year. But here's Donk, aggressive. That's the synergy we're talking about. They know the A site's getting attacked. He pushes through the smoke, finds a timing. This is the one I'm thinking about where that's a kill from Nico, but it's a 4v2 at the time, something like that. And Donk is just going, if I get a kill, maybe we can win the round. Swings in, Nico grabs the kill. That's what happened all last year against G2. And that's what Spirit, if they're pulling it together as a team, they can prevent from happening.
Yeah, Vu's big point, which is really well illustrated in the few moments where Nico's able to get the better of Donk. Just the fact that if he can play to punish, Nico knows how to do that. But when it's just kind of this head-to-head aggression, Donk is the best in the world at it. Like, if you're really just going to send 2 riflers at one another and one of them is named Donk, you're taking him to win that fight 80-90% of the time.
I know this map was pretty one-sided, and so obviously our conclusions are going to be a little one-sided as well, but there still is that question of Spirit coming off of the month break. Any ring rust you spotted anywhere? Any signs of concern that maybe Falcons could exploit?
I feel like the best thing about Spirit in a month off is that you know that their top players are going to be grinding like crazy. Like they are going to be playing incredible amounts of like ungodly amounts. Like ones that if you did it, Mike, you would probably be depressed after that period of time. You'd be like, where's the sunlight in my life?
If I played the same number of pugs that Donk does, my brain would crack its way out of my skull and run.
Exactly. But you don't have to worry about Donk. You don't have to worry about the guys on Spirit. They are they're kind of born to do this right now, or at least they're at the age where they can just do this to ad infinitum.
Yeah, I mean, if there is ring rust, then I don't know how they get any better than this.
It's a fair point. That is a fair point. How concerned are we for Falcons? That it's been looking so very good. This, not so much.
I mean, I had faith in like a 52-48 and I was hoping for a more competitive map one. As the guy that was propping up Falcons there in the entire pregame, that was they got slaughtered. Okay, like that. There's no way to spin that one where it's like at least they did this well. There was almost nothing to show for it there. So Ancient could be a little bit of a weird like trap pick for Spirit where they've been working on stuff that's worked in scrims, but in reality, Falcons are a very good Ancient team. They just took down FaZe on it. We saw that, and we'll get to it.
We'll get to it. We'll get to Ancient, but there's time still. We are going to head to a quick break. Before, we have MOUZ, Exposed, Vu, Energized, and Falcons in fear.
Falcons trying to shake that one off. A little cool night air, perhaps to reset and refresh, because they got battered, thrown in the fryer, and served up crispy style. Complete slaughter coming through from Spirit. And now we head to Ancient, a map that you have to imagine they might not have been expecting to come through this veto.
Oh, I'm sure Falcons weren't expecting Ancient. I mean, they're a competent Ancient team. They've taken good teams to close games on that map, but when you're not expecting it, you're not prepared for it. Spirit had all the time in the world. Not only that, they just saw Falcons play FaZe.
Exactly, and in a game that we just witnessed yesterday, even though Falcons did come out with the W, there were a lot of worrying signs where the way that Falcons won was so scrappy that it came down to clutches, rounds that probably never should have been lost by FaZe, and in some ways it felt like FaZe lost that game more than Falcons won it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Spirit watching that game, you might be thinking, hey, maybe we're not the most confident on Ancient, but maybe that's a punish pick. Maybe we can pick that. Maybe that's where Falcons are a little weak.
Now, surely Falcons can't come out of this as whimpering as they did on Mirage. It's m0NESY's birthday. You gotta give him candles to blow out.
Maybe they celebrated a little bit too early, okay? Maybe they got too excited, went out for a team lunch. Gotta save it for the dinner, okay? You gotta save it for the birthday dinner. I mean, I hope that Falcons are, I hope that m0NESY is gonna play better, because obviously map number 1 was bad for him, but the guy that I'm looking more closely at is Nico, for sure. Because the head-to-head with him and Donk, even though Vu won this time, I think that Nico is going to try to rewrite the script for map number 2. It is, however, a position he's still getting acclimated towards. The middle of Ancient is something that he did not play with G2. So watching him here versus Donk, who has really been a master of this spot for the last year and a half, is a tall task, but one where there's been progress. Like, he's gotten better from what he was in January to now.
Yeah, when it comes to the mid, when it comes to Mirage, you know, it's Donk and Nico, they're on the same map, but they're not necessarily fighting against each other all the time. You look at Ancient, that's going to be the head-to-head. You have Nico in mid, Donk in mid. On both sides, they're going to be fighting each other constantly. You know this is where it's going to pop off, and this is where Donk will humble Nico.
Again,
for a second time.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, what is more likely than just simply a humbling is a tactical defeat. Okay, if I do, you know, I did give. Well, I said I gave Holly the credit in terms of what I've seen recently as a coach. Okay, in a month away for Spirit, I assume they're going to be up to date completely on how to be taking mid, like close bottom molly to help Donk get some space towards outside mid, raining flashes over with 2 players, like something that 3D Max popularized last year, where there's 2 guys in spawn, just flash, 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 flash. I feel like Donk's gonna get all the help, and so it's gonna make Nico's nightmare, or maybe, hopefully, I mean, I don't know what side I'm on anymore. I don't know what side I'm on anymore, okay? I'm finding too many reasons for Spirit.
They've converted him. Nico, Donk, locked in a phone booth. Who you got? I know who I got. It's Stronny and Launders.
Maui, you're just a truth sayer. You can't help it.
Can't help it.
Yeah, that's just facts. I would actually say that on this map, when we saw FaZe play, honestly, Falcons were not fighting mid properly. They were actually very averse to even pushing down into fighting elbow. And as you mentioned, there are going to be way better grenades for Donk. He will be supported with the proper flashes. He is very good with the timings on both sides. Falcons have to be way more aggressive, straight up aggressive when it comes to mid control. And they have to do it more often. And they have to look back at the FaZe game and see that's where the gap was, because they just didn't even fight them. No. I mean, it's not like they lost and then stopped going. They didn't even partake.
No. There's a couple times they tried. A little bit too late, perhaps. But Ancient. Ooh, Spirit on Ancient, and they picked it, Mohan. Why would they do such a thing? Time to find some answers, shall we?
Yeah, I think it's all about mid on this map. It's like all about mid, then it's all about the A rush, then it's all about the random B rush. And for Falcons here on CT side, it's about making sure they don't overinvest in any one of those spots.
You want to diversify.
That's right.
That's the strategy.
And hold.
Oh, can't hold shit with Zontix peeking like that.
Oh, man, he's on one today.
Insta headshot inside A main could very well just serve as the flood into the bomb site. We'll see what Magis can do. Slips out from Temple. Gets a chance at a duel and very quickly kills Donk. That's not half bad. But then what? CEST emerges, unnoticed as well from this back box and trying to get a second one, but now naded down to half health. Instead, it's Kixan who finds it out of the CT smoke. So very nicely done here. Falcons holding them at bay. It's going to be an eventual arrival here for Shiro. They're thinking about Donut. A little bit of damage back the other direction, but it gets swept away. Falcons clean as hell.
Yeah.
Thought with that first kill, it was going to be another one where Spirit run away with it, but a clean rotation, clean kills from across the board, and a real team effort, Launders.
When we started Mirage, it was Donk, 3 kills. You know what I mean? Into a 4-1 start, into a excellent 8-4 half, and then just a flat-out close. Here, Magisk kills him right away. His first bullet coming out of Temple, that's everything. And nobody dies too quickly after Nico gets 1 bulleted on that A push, so he's got a team to be proud of. No plant, no investment, no upgrades.
And so no fight immediately, but they're ready to go for it. Double Famas here on middle in Nico and m0NESY.
Even this is already better with them starting at the bottom of mid.
I want to see CEST tap back into what we've been watching recently.
Yeah.
That really, unfortunately for him, was not a part of Mirage. Although, I mean, he wasn't the only one struggling. That was just a bit of an abject failure.
Yeah, so far, m0NESY's having a 30 ADR birthday.
Oh, hey.
So let's
happy
try
birthday.
not to...
Welcome to your 20s. It's all downhill from here.
Bone's starting to hurt there, m0NESY. Now let's hope it doesn't end a 30 ADR birthday.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, he outright bottom fragged.
Yeah, you know, it's the one thing you don't want to be on the birthdays, the bottom fragger.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
Vitality are thinking about their streak. m0NESY's thinking about his birthday.
Yeah. Am I washed?
Do they know it's my birthday this week?
So somebody want to poke Spirit with a stick or something?
Yeah.
Hello?
There it is. Suddenly they win.
Yeah, they'll try. You know, you try to burn that clock down, catch them off, but instead you run into the forward presence of Falcons. Total domination. 5 kills and no response back. So well done. Pistol and the follow-up.
Yeah, they were just sitting there for a long... Maybe they're just waiting for m0NESY to turn 21.
They were almost there. So close. Somebody pulling the cables out again.
I would not start playing until Hallie got a headset, that's for sure.
What a game plan they had back on Mirage as well, right?
Oh my gosh.
I feel like for
masterclass.
For every ounce of regret Donk had for taking a month off, I feel like Hallie is so happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, presumably, you know, him and maybe Chopper are 2 of the people who needed or wanted the break or thought this would be a better time situation for the break, which I actually wholly agree with. I think they risk the idea that they come into this event and they don't look good right away, but we're past that. They look fine. And so now they're going to be one of the teams that with Dallas coming up, the major coming up after that.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be proud of themselves. Are they going to Astana? That I don't know. They could be going to Astana.
Because I feel like, you know, if you're going to dodge Australia, you should probably dodge Astana. Those are 2 of the big flights that we have this season. Let me go take a look.
It's actually not that bad for them compared to Australia in terms of travel.
Oh, that is also true. They don't live where I live, do they?
No, they are not from Montreal.
True. I forgot that we all have different travel days.
Center of the universe over here.
World. Guess it ain't flat. Oh, they are doing Astana. Okay. But they're not doing Dallas, conversely.
It's actually farther. It's actually farther.
Oh, that's funny. Which also, I think, gives them another well-timed break directly before it, right? Dallas is the last step before the major. So they come here, they show up to Copenhagen, studio environment, only 8 teams, 4 of which are definitely, you know, of a different caliber. Rivals is all about the 4 top dogs getting a chance to swing at each other.
Rough.
You got a better bark than that. There you go. And then you go to Astana, collect $1 million. take another break off just to fine-tune any last things, show up into Austin.
Boom, boom, boom.
Take a swing at Vitality.
2 majors in a row.
Maybe.
End the streak.
Ooh.
That's a crazy thing that could happen in the middle of all this.
Right, yeah.
Honestly, we could find out tomorrow who wins the major.
Fair.
Everything could change tomorrow. After seeing this today,
right?
Who knows, man?
Wait, why tomorrow?
Or wait, no, whenever they, no, it wouldn't be them tomorrow.
Yeah. Vitality get a day off.
Day off.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, why did Vitality, you know, sometimes we say like when it's just for semis versus quarters, that's when the favorite can lose a game. And I was thinking to myself, but nobody considers